Mo to a bustling area near the campus. A fried rice stall is surrounded by many college students. Everyone is watching the father who runs the stall educating his son, lift the wok. Lin Yi blinked and looked at his father. He is actually a transmigrator who accidentally came to this parallel world as a human child and has grown up until he is still in elementary school, but as a transmigrator the curriculum is too easy for him. He sleeps in class every day, which causes the teacher to call his parents. Now lift this wok. Lin Yi's father Lin Yun points at the large black wok and orders Lin Yi to lift it. Lin Yi helplessly tries to lift it with his hands, but his current physique has no strength to lift the wok. So heavy can't lift it. Lin Yi tells the truth, he really can't lift it. Then his father begins to educate him. I'm just letting you try the wok is heavy. Or is it the pen for studying that is heavier? Study well so you won't end up like your father having to make fried rice to support the family. Lin Yi falls silent. Maybe he should start learning to fry rice right now. Save decades of detours. Who knows if he will end up jobless after graduation and have to inherit his father's trade. In his previous life, he was a college graduate who became an overworked office worker. As Lin Yi's thought settles, a mechanical voice sounds in his mind. Max-Level Human Cub System detected host meets the qualifications. Binding successful. Newbie gift pack newbie protection period. The host can enjoy the protection of the newbie period until adulthood. Ding. System mission fry 5 portions of rice for college students. Reward 10 years of fried rice experience has been issued. Rejecting the mission will revoke the pre-issued reward. Mission completion countdown 24 hours. Lin Yi listens to the system prompt in his mind. He is startled. Brother system has arrived. Lin Yi thought the system would only come after he reached adulthood. I didn't expect it to come now. Brother system means to make him a max-level human. And a newbie protection period. Lin Yi asks the system doubtfully, what exactly is the newbie protection method? Brother system, before adulthood, do whatever you want. If you die, you'll take the blame. Lin Yi now has a wealth of fried rice experience in his mind. What ingredients to add, when to add them, all kinds of experience, even skills to easily lift the wok. The system's mission is to fry 5 portions of rice for college students. Lin Yi feels that now is the opportunity. He only has 24 hours to complete the mission. At the same time, the college students are, boss, can you hurry up with my mild spicy fried rice? I have a self-study class later. The college students at the stall are all anxious to leave for class. Lin Yun immediately responds, okay, right away. Yours is mild spicy, yours is no spice with egg, right? Lin Yun quickly cleans the wok and prepares to fry rice. Lin Yi standing by says to Lin Yun, Dad, let me fry. Lin Yun is almost angry. Don't cause trouble here, the big sisters are in a hurry. You can't even lift the wok, how can you fry? The female college students at the stall become curious about Lin Yi. There are also students live streaming outdoors on their phones. University is free and they want to make some extra money by live streaming in this era. Netizens in the live stream also saw Lin Yi say he couldn't lift the wok. Didn't this kid say he couldn't lift the wok? Little brat trying to show off. This kid is brave. His dad is furious. Streamer tell him to let the kid fry. Maybe he really can. The college students waiting for their food see the audience's request to let the kid fry. They act immediately. After all, the big spender in the live stream says it as it is. Boss, let your son fry for me. Maybe he really— Lin Yun hasn't turned on the gas yet. Hearing the female college student, Lin Yun also wants to teach Lin Yi a lesson, making him understand how hard it is to earn money. He thinks Lin Yi will not be able to lift the wok, get tired, and obediently go home to do homework. He hasn't fried before, if it's bad tell me, and he'll fry a new— He's just a kid, he always sleeps in class, let him suffer some hardship. Come on, if you can't fry well, go back and do homework. Lin Yun steps aside for Lin Yi. Lin Yi stands in front of the wok, turns on the gas, lights the fire, heats the wok, all in one smooth motion. The old father Lin Yun watching from the side frowns. The female college student live streaming sees Lin Yi's smooth operations. She is also surprised. Could this little brat actually know how to fry rice? The audience in the live stream are glued to the screen, watching Lin Yi, not a single unnecessary move. Can I say? I can't even turn on the gas. Off. Does that mean someone hasn't even cooked before? Stop criticizing him, used to being served. I don't believe he can fry, he's at most 8 years old. How could he possibly fry rice? I can't, so a kid can't either. But Lin Yi, seeing the wok hot, pours in the right amount of oil, breaks an egg when the oil is hot, and adds the rice. Lin Yun standing by freezes. Lin Yi's actions are smooth and fluent, not like a first-time fryer at all. Lin Yun has never taught Lin Yi any frying experience. Lin Yun sees the rice added by Lin Yi is exactly enough for the take. He vaguely remembers that when he first started selling, he would put either too little or too much. Lin Yi looks nothing like an apprentice. He can't believe it without a few years of experience. Lin Yi starts adding seasonings and asks the female college student at the stall, "Want spicy, sister?" The female college student is startled. She was still lost in his operations. Embarrassingly, she can't even fry rice as well as Lin Yi. Yes, mild spicy. Okay. Lin Yi adds seasoning and starts tossing the wok to evenly heat the rice. He grabs the handle, tosses the wok. Lin Yun is dumbfounded. But Lin Yi's operations don't stop there. He uses the spatula to hook onto the handle, lifts the wok, and starts spinning it. Lin Yun's pupils dilate. Weren't they just saying the wok is heavy? How can he lift and spin it? This technique. He hasn't learned it in all his years of frying. He can't even do this move, how can his son know it? Lin Yi stared in shock as Lin Yi fried rice. Lin Yi now felt that the wok seemed lighter than the pen. The female college student standing in front of the stall was also dumbfounded holding her phone. He couldn't believe that Lin Yi, a child, could perform such a move. Didn't he just say the wok was too heavy to lift? Now he was even flipping. The viewers in the live stream also shouted wow. 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 Didn't this kid just say the wok was heavy? Didn't the boss say he couldn't cook? Just now he said he couldn't lift the wok. Alright. So this is humanity evolving without me. This kid, he's an innate fried rice saint body. Next door there's an innate earth saint body. I give up from now on. I'll call him Big Brother each on their own terms. Just call him Xiaohai. The claim that you can't lift the wok is your lie. In the live stream, many fragile college students who had never touched a wok in their lives. Seeing Lin Yi, an elementary school student, frying rice, tossing the wok. These college students felt ashamed. They all started calling Lin Yi Xiaohai in the live stream. At this moment, many college students passing by were attracted by Lin Yi's operation and came to watch. They were stunned. Wow. How old is he, and he can even toss the wok? 8 years old with 10 years of frying experience, right? Max-Level Human Cub. The college students who gathered to watch all watched Lin Yi finish frying the rice and take out a takeout box. He packed the rice and handed it to the female college student. She looked at the packed rice, smelled the aroma, and swallowed. It seemed even better than his father's cooking, right? She often visited this fried rice shop, and the boss fried rice never smelled this fragrant. Wow, it smells wonderful. Boss, I'll eat here. After saying this, the female college student took the packed rice to a table beside the stall and began to eat. Passing college students caught the aroma. The smell made them want to eat too. Xiaohai, make me 1 2 with an egg. He'll have 1 2 medium spicy. Me too. For a moment, the passing college students gathered around placing orders. They asked Lin Yi to cook. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Was he being outdone by his own son? Lin Yi also smelled the aroma of the rice his son had fried. Was this really Lin Yi's first time frying rice? Lin Yi suddenly began to doubt his own life. Could it be that his son inherited his fried rice gene? Innate fried rice saint body. At this moment, Lin Yi, seeing so many people wanting to eat, did not shirk. After all, he had to complete the system mission. He needed to fry 5 portions. So far he had only fried 1. At that moment, the female college student who was live streaming while eating the fried rice. After 1 bite, the flavor she tasted was entirely on a different level from the boss. The moment she took a bite, her eyes widened, and she gave a thumbs up to the live stream viewers. This kid's fried rice is super delicious. After saying that, she devoured the rice, completely ignoring what the live stream viewers were saying. Meanwhile, the viewers were asking the female student where this shop was located. They also wanted to taste the rice cooked by Xiaohai. Address. Send it to me ASAP. I want to try it too. You've made me hungry. Is it really that good? Indeed, the innate fried rice saint body has appeared. What the hell is the fried rice saint body? You guys are true geniuses. Lin Yi looked at the many paying customers and was stunned. He never imagined that his stall, which had been doing so poorly, would be revived by. Lin Yi saw that Lin Yi had no intention of stopping, so he cleaned the wok and continued frying. Lin Yi could only assist by packing the finished rice. Passers-by caught the aroma of the fried rice. They all gathered around, forming a line. At this time, the first female college student who tasted Lin Yi's fried rice finished eating, wiped her mouth, and thought about her roommates in the dorm. Xiaohai, give me 3 more medium spicy to go. I want to take them back for my roommates to try. After saying this, she finally noticed that the stall front, which had been nearly empty when she arrived, now had a long queue. Lin Yi looked at the long line and thought he couldn't let her cut in just because she was a regular customer, right? How about I fry it for you personally? The female college student listened to the boss' suggestion, then shook her head. I want Xiaohai to fry it. They'll go queue up. Having said that, she happily went to queue up. She also knew that the more people found out, the longer the queue would become. The rice fried by Xiaohai, without exaggeration, even a 5-star hotel chef couldn't achieve that flavor. Lin Yi watched Lin Yi cooking joyfully without tiring. He also looked at the customers who were willing to stand in a long line waiting for Lin Yi's cooking. Lin Yi twitched his lips. He still harbored a faint hope that Lin Yi was just playing for fun and would get tired tomorrow. But as he watched Lin Yi fry 1 portion after another without any sign of fatigue, Lin Yi was even more bewildered. What was he going to do? How would he explain this to his wife? He had said he would personally educate his son, but now the son had directly taken over the job. His wife at home hoped their son would go to university. After cooking for the last customer, Lin Yi packed up and went home. Meanwhile, in the car, Lin Yi heard the system's beep. Ding. Mission complete. The system only reminded him that the mission was complete. The system did not issue the next mission. Lin Yi didn't think much about it. He would complete it when it came. It seemed the missions were quite simple. Lin Yi took Lin Yi home. Lin Yi's mother had already prepared dinner waiting for them to return from the stall. How was it? Xiaoyi, is your dad's work hard? Xiaoyi, is your dad's work hard? Lin Yi's mother asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi replied, it's okay. After all, he had taken over his father's shift and fried rice all evening. The mother was puzzled by his answer and looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi shrugged. He didn't know how to explain it to his wife either. At the dinner table, Lin Yi's mother, as usual, checked today's stall bill. One look and she was shocked. The bill was twice as much as usual. What's this? How is it more than usual? Lin Yi then recounted the day's events. Lin Yi's mother couldn't believe it. Her son had such a talent for fried rice. But then she thought, with his small frame, could he even lift the wok? I originally just wanted him to try. I never expected his fried rice to be so fragrant that passers-by queued up to order. Good heavens, the scene. Lin Yi spoke with great exaggeration. Lin Yi, on the other hand, continued eating his meal with calm composure. It wasn't until bedtime that Lin Yi and his wife scrolled through Douyin and stumbled upon today's video of their son stir-frying rice. The video had already garnered over 100,000 likes. Lin Yi's mother watched the footage, observing Lin Yi's fluid and masterful stir-frying movements. Such professional technique. Lin Yi had never pulled off anything like that. Holy moly. Do you usually take Xiao Yi to the stall and teach him how to stir-fry? His wife's words left Lin Yi clicking his tongue in disbelief. TCH. Why don't you ever believe me? I don't want our son to inherit my trade of stir-frying at a stall. It's a dead end. I never taught him. I always had him do his homework on the side. As Lin Yi said this, his wife felt something was off. Yet looking at their son in the Douyin video, the caption carried the nickname, Kid Brother. They didn't take it seriously, dismissing it as mere internet hype. In a couple of days, people would likely forget. They didn't rely on the internet for a living. The next day, Lin Yi was out of school, and Lin Yi arrived early at the gate to pick him up. His wife hadn't finished work yet, so his task was to pick up Lin Yi and then take him to the stall. Lin Yi, carrying his little backpack, was taken home, puzzled why brother system had been silent all day. No tasks were given. On the way, Lin Yi asked Lin Yi, "Did the teacher assign any homework today?" "Yes." Hearing Lin Yi's answer, Lin Yi didn't pry further. His son's performance at school was indeed lackluster, but he always completed the assignments the teacher gave, and he never needed their help. This spared them the agony of tutoring seen on Douyin, where parents get so frustrated they need first aid. These assignments were as easy as drinking water for Lin Yi. To keep his fresh mind running smoothly, without glitches, Lin Yi still did his homework. Back home, Lin Yi wondered if brother system would only trigger tasks at the stall. Yesterday, it was at the stall that the task activated. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi and said, "Dad, let's head to the stall." Lin Yi was stunned by Lin Yi's eagerness to go. What kid does that? Urging their parent to set up the stall. "Stay home and do your homework until your mom gets back. You don't need to come with me today." Lin Yi didn't want Lin Yi to get addicted to stall work. If he inherited his trade in elementary school, that would be a disaster. For Lin Yi, this stall business was something he didn't want Lin Yi to inherit. At most, after Lin Yi graduated and didn't want a job, he could consider letting him stir-fry to make a living. Lin Yi heard Lin Yi say he couldn't go to the stall. He didn't make a fuss. "They'll just go there to do my homework. It won't affect your stir-frying." Lin Yi claimed he was just going to study. Lin Yi didn't overthink it, since he usually took Lin Yi to the stall when his wife wasn't home. Leaving a little kid alone at home was a big fine. "Grab your homework and come with me." With that, he took Lin Yi downstairs and headed toward the university area. Before nightfall, Lin Yi began stir-frying. Most customers were college students looking for dinner. At the stir-fry stall, Lin Yi set up a desk and chair for Lin Yi to do homework, then started preparing the wok and ingredients. Lin Yi sat down, but brother system still hadn't issued a task. Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry and slowly began his homework, until Lin Yi opened the stall and the college students' class ended. Some students exiting the campus headed straight for Lin Yi's regular stir-fry stall. Seeing a familiar female college student, Lin Yi grabbed the wok, ready to start stir-frying at any moment. "Want an egg in it today?" But the female student ignored his question, scanning the area. "Boss, where's Kid Brother? Your cooking isn't good. Kid Brother's is better." Today she brought 3 roommates and even started a live stream. Today's stream had several times more viewers than usual. Many had seen the video online and came to her stream hoping to see Kid Brother. "Where is he? I want to see Kid Brother stir-fry." "Ha ha ha. Streamer, you're too blunt. Won't the boss feel hurt? Dad's cooking is worse than his son's. That's hilarious. Streamer, be a bit more tactful. Don't say it so directly." Reverse stir-fry claiming you can't lift the wok is a lie. I saw it on Douyin yesterday. Amid the audience's teasing, the female student grew even more eager to see Lin Yi. Lin Yi's appearance would bring heat to her stream. But today it seemed the boss had hidden Lin Yi away. She didn't see Lin Yi behind the stall. Usually Lin Yi was often seen doing homework at the back table. Indeed, Lin Yi had specifically set up a curtain at the back today to let Lin Yi focus on his homework. Hearing the regular female customers, Lin Yi felt deeply wounded, his stir-fry being worse than his son's. Where was his dignity? The words made Lin Yi break. As for the 3 roommates the female student brought after trying the 3 portions she took back yesterday, they couldn't stop thinking about it, even smacking their lips in their sleep. They planned to come tonight after class for another serving of Kid Brother's stir-fried rice. They didn't even shower, eager to arrive early. Otherwise, with the crowd, they'd have to wait forever. They joined their streaming roommate in the hype. "Hurry up, we want Kid Brother's stir-fried rice. Without his rice ID, rather go hungry. Yeah, he'll starve to death right in front of your stall." Such exaggerated words made Lin Yi sweat even more. His forehead was drenched in sweat. He wondered if his son had put some addictive seasoning in the rice, making these 4 female students so crazy, as irrational as fanatical fans, threatening to starve to death in front of the stall if they couldn't get it. Just then, many return customers who had taken Lin Yi's stir-fried rice yesterday showed up. "I want a serving of Kid Brother's stir-fried rice too. Add an egg, boss." With that, they paid directly. Not caring whether Lin Yi was around, they demanded Lin Yi cook. The rest was the boss problem. Lin Yi was dumbfounded, his hand holding the wok trembling. Oh no, these people were after his son. They wanted his son to take on the job right away. In the future when he graduates and looks for a job, would he just say he has years of stir-frying experience? Lin Yi hadn't finished much of his homework yet. Then Brother System's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, ding. Today's task: make the old man do homework while the host stir-fries. Reward max-level football talent. Time limit 24 hours counting down. Lin Yi listened to Brother System's reward. Wow, football talent. In a place like China, would it really be? Lin Yi didn't dwell on it further. The rewards from Brother System would surely come in handy someday. He listened to the commotion outside, pondering how to get his dad to help with his homework. Brother System was quite the scoundrel, making the old man do homework while he went off to fry rice. A role reversal. Wasn't that like a father in reverse? Lin Yi poked his head out and looked at his father. Dad, let me handle the frying. As his voice rang out, the customers at the stall all turned to look at the boy emerging from the back. Hey, isn't this the kid brother? Boss, you liar, you said he wasn't here. Let the kid brother fry for me. When you fry it, I cough eating it. I only eat what the kid brother fries. That's right. Amid the customers teasing, Lin Yi felt utterly helpless. Lin Yi stepped out. Dad, you go do homework. Leave this to me. With that, Lin Yi took his post. Lin Yi stood frozen in place. What had he just heard? His son telling him to do homework. The customers were equally stunned by Lin Yi's words. Who was the father here? But then they remembered what they wanted was the rice fried by the kid brother. Go on, boss. The kid brother's homework can't be delayed. Don't worry, well, I'll pay. The crowd urged Lin Yi to go do his. They let Lin Yi take charge of frying the rice. Lin Yi scratched the back of his head, walked over to where Lin Yi usually did his homework, took out the assignments, and began writing at an outdoor spot. Something feels off. Lin Yi sensed something wrong, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. How had it come to seem like Lin Yi? Customers placed orders, and Lin Yi completed them one by one, whether for takeout or dining in. Everyone nodded in satisfaction and gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the female college student streaming live. Her audience saw the boss Lin Yi writing furiously and Lin Yi flipping the wok. The chat exploded. Whoa, this scene just doesn't look right at all. How does it feel like? The dad has been possessed by the son. Their souls swapped. Ha. It feels like watching a TV drama. The boss is doing homework while the son fries rice. This cracks me up. Some passersby also witnessed the scene. A primary school student frying rice while his dad seriously did homework. Seeing this, they couldn't help but question life. Some came to order and curiously asked Lin Yi, "Kid, what's going on? You've got your dad doing homework while you run the stall and fry rice." Lin Yi continued stir-frying as he listened to the customer's question. He sighed. "Oh, you wouldn't understand now. When you reach my age, you'll get it." Lin Yi wore a weathered, all-knowing expression as if he had seen through life itself. The customer gasped. He felt like this kid had experienced more than his own father. But then he thought, wait a minute. Who was the adult here? The female college student streaming nearby burst out laughing at Lin Yi's world-weary demeanor. This kid brother is hilarious. The livestream audience was in hysterics. Ha. A test tube baby rolling down a hill has more life experience than his dad. The kid brother really has moves. Who created this little wonder? The reverse father. Isn't the kid brother afraid of a 7-strap belt and alcohol? At such a young age, he's already so old. Lin Yi, writing his homework, paused stunned. Was his son under that much pressure? Maybe he should buy a pet to ease his stress. Like a 7-strap belt. Lin Yi continued frying rice with unflagging enthusiasm. As customers dwindled, Lin Yi finished helping with the homework. Father and son packed up and headed home. On the way, Lin Yi heard Brother System's voice. Today's task completed. The next day, Lin Yi woke up early for school. Since the school was close by after 3rd grade, he rarely asked his parents to take him. He always walked to school alone. On the way along the school wall, Lin Yi spotted a snake crawling. Lin Yi wasn't alarmed. He just blinked, glanced at it, then avoided the snake and headed toward the school. But then Brother System's voice, ding. Today's task, it's Teacher's Day. Prepare a gift that the teacher will never forget. Reward max-level table tennis talent. Time limit 24 hours, countdown begins. Lin Yi listened to the task from Brother System. Teacher's Day. Him, a primary school student, giving a gift to the teacher. At most, he'd offer a happy Teacher's Day, you've worked hard. A gift. And it had to be unforgettable. Lin Yi pondered, then turned back to look at the snake that hadn't crawled far. He analyzed the slithering, judging by its appearance. It was the short-tailed pit viper he'd seen on TV. Lin Yi remembered a news report where firefighters mentioned the only venomous snake found in Modu. There was just one type, the short-tailed pit viper, right before him. Its features were unmistakable. Lin Yi drew a sharp breath. This one was venomous. But Lin Yi weighed his options. Teachers work hard to educate. While sending a special gift was reasonable. Completely reasonable. Lin Yi crouched and moved closer, but the snake didn't attack him. He recalled the novice protection period from when Brother System bound him. Was that what it meant? That snakes wouldn't bite him either. This novice protection period was quite interesting. Just then the school's radio gymnastics music started playing. Lin Yi startled at the sound. Damn, I'm late. He grabbed the snake and stuffed it directly into his school uniform pocket. The snake didn't move in his pocket, as docile as a little rabbit. Lin Yi dashed toward the school gate. The security guard didn't stop him much. Hurry up, the gymnastics period is almost over. Confirming the power of the novice protection, Lin Yi, afraid the Teacher's Day gift in his pocket might escape, kept his hands in his pockets and jogged slowly. Before he reached the playground, the gymnastics broadcast stopped. When Lin Yi arrived, he was caught red-handed by a teacher. He was taken to the spot where the principal spoke to stand as punishment. There Lin Yi spotted a familiar face, the female college student who often bought fried rice from their stall. She stood not far behind the principal, holding a selfie stick, apparently still streaming. The principal glanced at Lin Yi, but said nothing. The female college student waved at him in greeting. Lin Yi responded with a polite feint. She was at Lin Yi's school today because her college graduation assignment required her to complete a task via live streaming. They were to document the daily life of modern primary school students through live broadcasts. Her audience saw Lin Yi hands in pockets looking defiant and unruly. Ha ha ha. The kid brother is so cocky. Even when caught he won't stand still, hands still in his pockets. So this is where the kid brother goes to school. The kid brother is being punished. Screen record this. Most of the audience in the live stream knew Lin Yi, but the principal had no idea who this so-called kid brother was. All he knew was that Lin Yi was late on Teacher's Day, and on top of that he kept his hands in his pockets. How disrespectful. The principal looked at Lin Yi, whose hands were still in his pockets, and did not begin the morning assembly. Which class are you from? What's your name? Class 3, Grade 2. Lin Yi. At that moment the female college student streaming live also learned Lin Yi's name. She found it quite coincidental that she had come to Lin Yi's school for her broadcast. She knew what to stream now: Lin Yi's daily life at school. Not only did she need to complete her streaming assignment, but the popularity of streaming Lin Yi would also bring her considerable profit. Upon hearing which class Lin Yi was from, the students standing below all looked at him with curiosity. For them, being punished to stand on stage was a great disgrace. They hadn't expected Lin Yi to stand there so casually with his hands in his pockets. The students murmured among themselves, "This guy is so cocky. Isn't he afraid of the principal scolding him? He looks like Neza with his hands in his pockets." Lin Yi naturally caught some of the whisper. He didn't mind. As for having his hands in his pockets, he didn't want it either. If he took them out, the treasure in his bag would pop out and plop. The principal recalled what the third-grade teacher had told him about Lin Yi. He slept through almost every class, yet his homework was always perfect. This baffled the teacher. The principal looked at Lin Yi. His attitude was the issue now. "Stand up straight. First explain why you're late." The principal wanted to hear Lin Yi's excuse. Elementary school students' excuses were usually poorly fabricated. Lin Yi heard the principal give a reason for being late. He didn't take his hands out of his pockets, but straightened his back. A reason for being late. Lin Yi answered truthfully, "On my way here, I was preparing a Teacher's Day gift. So it took me a little extra time." Lin Yi didn't make excuses. The system had issued a task to give the teacher an unforgettable gift. He had hesitated for a long time while looking at gifts on the roadside. He felt the only thing that fit the criteria was the little cutie in his pocket. If he gave up this little cutie and prepared something else, not only might he fail the system's task, but Teacher's Day would be over by the time. Lin Yi's words stunned the teachers, the principal, and the live-streaming college student. The students below erupted in excited chatter. "Huh, today is Teacher's Day. Really? He's preparing a gift for the teacher. Isn't he only in 3rd grade? He can't even make up a lie. I usually say I helped an old lady cross the street." Amid the murmurs, many didn't believe it. How could a 3rd grader like Lin Yi remember Teacher's Day? Even if they remembered, most wouldn't give gifts. At most they'd say Happy Teacher's Day. Some 6th graders close to their teachers felt a bit. Having been at school for 6 years, they had never seemed to express gratitude to their teachers. The teachers behind the principal whispered in surprise. They had just heard Lin Yi say he was a 3rd grader. Most students that age only thought about what to play during break or who to game with after school. None of them would remember Teacher's Day. TSK. Is this little guy using that as an excuse for being late? Having the thought is enough. At least he remembered it's Teacher's Day today. Look how many other students remembered. The Chinese teacher of Lin Yi's class also spoke about his performance. "He's in the class I teach. Isn't it strange? Every time I have class he's lying on his desk sleeping. But every assignment I give he completes with full marks. And the handwriting is definitely his." The Chinese teacher's words left the other teachers exchanging bewildered glances. Is that so? Could he be a prodigy? He doesn't even listen in class. How can he learn anything? That's why I find it strange. I asked his parents, and they said he does all his homework by himself without any tutoring. The Chinese teacher added that his parents didn't help at all. The other teachers looked at Lin Yi, who stood there casually with his hands in his pockets. No matter how they thought about it, it didn't make sense. The live-streaming college student also heard the Chinese teacher's assessment of Lin Yi. She had already been surprised when Lin Yi mentioned preparing a Teacher's Day gift, let alone hearing what the teacher said. She had indeed seen Lin Yi doing homework at his family's fried rice stall, while his father ran the business without interfering. She grew more and more curious about Lin Yi. The live-stream viewers also heard the other teacher's comments about the kid Lin Yi. Masaka. Is this kid a born homework prodigy? He can finish homework without going to class or getting tutoring. A genius. Could it be that homework help app got him a perfect score? My guess is his dad did the homework in reverse. Ha, I was there. Yesterday I saw his dad doing his homework. This kid even remembers to give Teacher's Day gifts. He's pretty slick. Is he a master of social graces at such a young age? A born social prodigy. The livestream viewers had all sorts of comments about Lin Yi. Some suspected he was a born homework prodigy, while others thought he was a born... After all, they had seen his entire fried rice making process. He was already a born fried rice prodigy. Online, there were civil engineering prodigies, caulking prodigies, and so on. So it wasn't strange to have a social prodigy appear. Amid the chatter, the live stream's audience grew. Many viewers came to watch the punishment. On Douyin, many recognized Lin Yi as the fried rice kid. Seeing him in the live stream, they curiously joined to watch. The live streaming college student then approached Lin Yi's Chinese teacher. She greeted the teachers. Hello teachers. I'm a student from Modi University. My name is Suya. I'm here to complete a live streaming practice assignment. Upon hearing her introduction, the teachers politely responded. University students' practice assignments are so diverse now. Suya smiled in reply. Yes, there are all kinds. After all, this is the age of the internet. The principal was taken aback upon hearing Lin Yi explain that he was late because he was preparing a Teacher's Day gift on the way. After all, Lin Yi was only in 3rd grade. A 3rd grader already so considerate. The principal still suspected Lin Yi was merely fabricating an excuse. Yet noticing Lin Yi's hand constantly in his pocket, perhaps he was hiding something. A Teacher's Day gift for your teacher? The principal inquired. Are you cold? Why keep your hand in your pocket? The weather was around 20 degrees Celsius, neither cold nor hot. Keeping a hand in one's pocket all the time. How improper. You say you were preparing a gift on the way which made you late. Then may I see what gift you've prepared? The principal requested to see the gift Lin Yi had prepared. Lin Yi in turn pondered whether the principal himself counted as a teacher. It seemed so, both taught and educated, and every morning drill seemed incomplete without the principal's moral lecture. Well, are you sure you want to see it? Lin Yi asked the principal, genuinely fearing that the principal's reaction would be one of stunned silence. The principal, hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Given this, it appeared Lin Yi truly had a Teacher's Day gift in his pocket. Let everyone see it. Let your classmates witness the surprise you've meticulously prepared for your teacher. The principal stepped before Lin Yi and extended his hand. Lin Yi gazed at that hand, recalling how a childhood friend might reach out to share a spicy snack. Indeed, the shock, no, the surprise, he had prepared was an unusual kind of spicy strip. The internet had dubbed him Le Xiao Go. Lin Yi hesitated, looking at the principal, unsure whether to pull it out. Teachers and students in the schoolyard fixed their eyes on Lin Yi, all wondering what surprise he had concocted for the teacher. From the teacher's perspective, given the limited financial means of elementary school students, even a small gift or a bouquet would count as a surprise. The principal simply wanted to verify whether Lin Yi was telling the truth or lying. If Lin Yi had genuinely prepared a Teacher's Day gift, it would prove the school's education was successful. If he was using the occasion as an excuse to lie, then their moral education had failed. Integrity was the soul of the school's teachings. Suya, who was live streaming, also yearned to know what surprise Lin Yi had prepared. She turned her live streaming camera toward Lin Yi, allowing viewers to see what surprise the little boy had for his teacher. The audience in the live stream also watched Lin Yi with both hands in his pockets. Lin Yi mentioned a surprise, so naturally, they were guessing what he had tucked away. The kid must have prepared a mega surprise. Why else would he be so mysterious? Exactly. I thought he was just showing off with hands in pockets. There are guys in my village doing the same thing every day. At his age, he already knows how to butter up the teacher. Such social savvy. With such a small pocket, at most a flower, right? The live stream audience buzzed with excitement. Lin Yi raised his head again to look at the principal, whose hand was still extended. All right then. Without further hesitation, Lin Yi pulled a short-tailed pit viper from his pocket. The principal glanced at it, initially thinking it was a fake snake. But in an instant, standing close, he saw the snake wriggling in Lin Yi's hand, its head searching as it flicked its tongue. The principal could almost tell whether the snake had double eyelids or single. He recoiled in fright. Was this supposed to be a teacher's surprise? More like a shock. Snake. It's venomous. Drop it now. The principal panicked, recognizing the species. He feared Lin Yi might get bitten and lose his life. After all, if a student met with an accident on school grounds, the principal would... At the principal's cry, the students in front also screamed and scrambled backward. They had clearly seen the snake undulating in Lin Yi's hand. It wasn't a toy snake. It was a real one with a flicking tongue. They had seen plastic snakes before, but none looked as lifelike as the one in Lin Yi's grasp. Even when watching wildlife documentaries on TV, they instinctively feared these cold-blooded creatures. Venomous ones were even more terrifying. Just seeing them on a screen made their hair stand on end. A snake. Holy cow, it's a real snake. The front row students abandoned all discipline and bolted toward the back. They had seen the snake flick its tongue, and the principal had confirmed it was venomous. How could kids their age not be scared? Chaos erupted as they retreated toward the far end of the playground. They kept their distance from the platform where the principal and Lin Yi stood. Lin Yi held the snake firmly, ignoring the principal's order to drop it. He had the novice protection period given by System Brother, and it seemed the snake wouldn't sink its fangs into him. Dropping the snake would likely pose the greatest danger. After all, this was an elementary school with other classmates around. If the snake bit someone, he would be blamed anyway. As long as he kept the snake under his control, it wouldn't harm others. Giving the teacher an unforgettable surprise was one thing. He had already calculated that as long as the snake didn't escape his grip, everything would be fine. Thus, from the moment he caught the snake, he had kept both hands in his pockets, holding it firmly to prevent escape. The nearby teachers were also startled. Oh my goodness. That's really a snake. Where did he catch that? Is it venomous? Are there venomous snakes in Shanghai? The teachers were alarmed, but none dared approach Lin Yi. They weren't sure if it was actually venomous. Lin Yi, dangerous, drop it. His Chinese teacher shouted for Lin Yi to let go, but he himself lacked the courage to wrest the snake from Lin Yi's hand. For now Lin Yi seemed safe. The snake showed no intention of biting him. Suya, holding her live streaming phone, was also shaken by the surprise Lin Yi had produced. The live stream viewers erupted in exclamations. Holy crap, he's going that far. Is that a venomous snake? But it didn't bite the kid. Maybe it's a toy. That's a short-tailed pit viper from Shanghai. Hasn't been seen for years. Where did he catch one? My goodness. Could it be a pet snake the kid keeps? Who keeps a venomous snake as a pet? Lin Yi heard his Chinese teacher's cry. Drop it. Dangerous. It seemed more dangerous to drop it. Lin Yi simply tucked the surprise back into his uniform pocket, once again assuming the pose with hands in pockets. That year, I had my hands in my pockets. The principal and other teachers were stunned again, utterly dumbfounded. Their pupils even trembling. They watched Lin Yi with that demeanor, hands in his pockets, as if he knew no opponent. It seemed that the venomous snake was just a toy to Lin Yi. He showed no concern whether this toy had edges that could harm him. The principal was completely bewildered. This Lin Yi is no ordinary elementary school student. He's clearly a master snake tamer. Even though it's known to be venomous, Lin Yi fearlessly put it into his pocket. But the principal thought for a moment. This situation might actually be the safest. If Lin Yi had actually listened to him and thrown it on the ground, who would have been able to grab the snake by its vulnerable spot? Although, many people boast online saying no matter how venomous the snake, just find its vulnerable spot, and they'll grab it. But just watching the snake slither, raise its head, and flick its tongue already made them shudder in fear, let alone grabbing it by the vulnerable spot. And their current location, Modu, that's a first-tier city. In this era they would find it rare, even to see a snake aside from in the zoo or on TV. In reality, when would they ever have a chance to get up close with a venomous snake? The principal swallowed hard, also watching Lin Yi with his hands in his pockets, thinking of a countermeasure. This snake didn't bite Lin Yi, so the situation was still manageable for now. But snakes, they are cold-blooded creatures. They are not some gentle white rabbits. As the old saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered, and a pig will even climb a tree when desperate. Better safe than sorry. The urgent task was to make Lin Yi release the snake, and under the condition that it poses no threat to anyone, bundle it up and send it away quickly. The other teachers were also stunned into a cold sweat by Lin Yi's move. The Chinese teacher who taught Lin Yi was sweating He had never imagined Lin Yi would be so bold as to toy with a venomous snake as if it were a pet. This would be utterly shocking in any realm. Suya, who was live streaming, had her hair standing on end from Lin Yi's actions. The viewers in the live stream saw Lin Yi put the snake back into his pocket and put his hands in his pockets with a nonchalant attitude, and they erupted in excitement. Masaka, could this kid be a dragon tamer? This is a fucking snake. Snake tamer. This doesn't even bite. It's like a real toy snake. The teacher's day gift is a lie from the kid. It's not his pet snake, I don't believe it. Who knows, maybe it's the kid's newbie protection period? Right, children all have a newbie protection period. When I was little I saw a big snake with alternating white and black stripes, and I threw a rock at it. Now when I think about it, I can't believe I survived. Amid the exclamations of the livestream audience, someone also went to the school gate to call the security uncle. Heard about the venomous snake, grabbed a hemp bag, and ran toward the playground. Where's the snake? If this snake really hurt a student, he would feel guilty for a long time. When the security uncle arrived, the students all hid behind him and pointed at Lin Yi, who had his hands in his pockets. It's in his pocket. Yes. The principal even said it's a venomous snake. Under the shouts of the students, the security uncle approached Lin Yi. Quick, put it in. The principal saw the security uncle arrive and breathed a sigh of relief. If he had to handle it himself, he really wouldn't know how. After all, he was the youngest principal of this Modu elementary school, having only taken office not long ago. He had never experienced such a situation. If he was careless and got bitten by the snake and the hospital didn't have the corresponding antivenom, his life would be over. Even if they were lucky to have it, it would still be a painful period. Lin Yi looked at the security uncle holding the open hemp bag. This snake was a gift after all. Just give it to the security uncle like this. Lin Yi looked innocently at the principal behind him. But this is a gift I specially prepared for the teachers. Hearing this, the principal looked at Lin Yi's sparkling big eyes and felt like vomiting blood. He swore that this was the closest he had ever come to death since birth. Of course, it was also the closest the vice principal had ever been to taking the top position. The principal was truly speechless. He hadn't expected that Lin Yi still wasn't worried about the teacher's day gift he had prepared. Rather than worrying about whether the snake would bite him, the security uncle was dumbfounded. What gift prepared for the teachers? Didn't the other students just say it was a venomous snake? What kind of person gives a snake as a gift to a principal? The security uncle was a bit bewildered. In his father's generation, bringing a venomous snake for the teacher to make snake wine would make the teacher happy for a whole day. Making snake wine was a good thing. The security uncle nervously gripped the opening of the hemp bag, thinking that once Lin Yi put the snake in, he would tie it tight. The teachers not far away heard that Lin Yi was still thinking of this snake as a gift, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The Chinese teacher, who was already sweating profusely, heard Lin Yi's words and was even more stunned. It seemed that, as expected, Lin Yi would definitely give this snake as a gift to him. After all, when Lin Yi slept in class, he had often called on Lin Yi to stand up and answer questions. The Chinese teacher's heart was also pounding. The livestream audience, hearing Lin Yi's words, exploded with chatter. "Oh my god. As expected of you, little bro. Ha, still thinking about giving a gift to the teacher. Tell me, isn't our little bro a good student? This time the homeroom teacher will surely give him a 3 Good Student Award at the end of the semester, right? Or give him a certificate, and next Teacher's Day little bro will personally deliver a surprise to the homeroom teacher." Suya, who was live streaming on site, also joined the other teachers in urging Lin Yi to put down the snake. Lin Yi quickly put, "The teachers appreciate the thought, but put the gift in first. The teachers really like this surprise of yours, huh?" All the teachers kindly asked Lin Yi to put the venomous snake into the hemp bag and let the security uncle handle it. Otherwise, if Lin Yi released it at school, not to mention biting another student, even if it bit Lin Yi who brought it, they would be severely scolded by the parents and branded as teachers who failed to educate their students. Lin Yi heard the teachers say they appreciated the thought and to put the gift in. He also thought Tongzi guessed gift, he should have completed it right. This would surely be unforgettable for the principal for a lifetime, right? Lin Yi grabbed the venomous snake from his pocket and stuffed it into the hemp bag. The security uncle didn't even look at what kind of snake it was, and immediately tied the opening tight. It couldn't be allowed to escape again. After tying it tight, the security uncle lifted the bag and watched the snake slithering inside. Because the bag was transparent, he could clearly see what kind of snake was slithering inside. The security uncle took a look. "Yo, it's a short-tailed pit viper. Good kid, you dared to grab this venomous snake." The security uncle looked at Lin Yi with admiration. That Lin Yi hadn't been bitten was nothing short of a miracle. The security guard, looking at Lin Yi's age, thought how many children nowadays have actually had real contact with snakes. Even those who have seen one are. The security guard eyed the short-tailed pit viper, wondering if he could soak it in wine. But then he thought. It seemed this snake was listed as a protected species. The security guard picked up the bag and was about to leave. He decided to call a professional to handle it. The principal watched the venomous snake still moving in the guard's sack. He also breathed a sigh of relief. At least the danger of the snake was over. But the greatest danger now was that Lin Yi still hadn't been dealt with. Who knew if Lin Yi might pull another snake out of that pocket later? The principal spoke to the security guard. "This snake seems to be a protected species. Please handle it properly. Don't take it home to soak in wine." The principal was also worried that the security guard might be ignorant of the law. Although this snake's protection level was not high, if something went wrong, he'd still end up drinking tea at the police station. The security guard nodded and left. The principal looked at Lin Yi, who now appeared innocent and naive. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Scolding Lin Yi. But Lin Yi meant well, knowing the teacher's hard work and specially preparing a Teacher's Day gift. But praising Lin Yi. The surprise he brought was a deadly venomous snake, though it hadn't hurt anyone nor him. But this heart-pounding terror would haunt his dreams, the shadow of that snake. The principal was momentarily at a loss for words. After the venomous snake was taken away, the Chinese teacher who taught Lin Yi and the college student, Suya, who was live streaming, both rushed over to check if Lin Yi had been bitten. They rolled up his sleeves and carefully inspected, but found no wounds. Both the Chinese teacher and Suya sighed in relief. For the Chinese teacher, this could also be considered a failure in his educational duty. As for Suya, she had some acquaintance with Lin Yi's father. After all, she almost visited Lin Yi's family's fried rice stall every day. Every time she went there to buy fried rice, even without speaking, Lin Yi's father knew whether she wanted it spicy or with an egg. She had just been thinking about making Lin Yi the focus of her live stream. If Lin Yi got into trouble, her plan would be ruined. The students watching the security guard take away the venomous snake were all whispering among themselves. Strange, isn't that snake venomous? Why wasn't he bitten? Could this snake be Lin Yi's pet? But I've been to Lin Yi's house, they don't have any pets. Could he have superpowers? On the playground below, many of Lin Yi's classmates who were the same age were discussing why Lin Yi hadn't been bitten. After all, they were elementary school students with wild imaginations, suspecting that Lin Yi might have special superpowers like the characters in TV. Hearing these discussions, the principal felt a headache coming on. If these students imitated Lin Yi and pulled the same stunt next Teacher's Day or Thanksgiving, they would scare people to death countless times. Who could be as lucky as Lin Yi, catching a venomous snake without being bitten? The principal saw the teacher finish checking Lin Yi for wounds and sighed, not rushing to scold Lin Yi. Instead, he turned and used Lin Yi as a negative example, holding an impromptu morning assembly for the students on the playground. Ahem. Everyone quiet down, line up. At the principal's words, everyone quieted and stopped their discussions. The principal cut straight to the point, abandoning the prepared morning assembly content. Students, you all saw what just happened. Classmate Lin Yi said he wanted to prepare a Teacher's Day gift for his teacher. And what did he bring? A snake. Students must not imitate this, whether at home on the way to school or when playing outside later. When you see an unfamiliar creature or animal, never ever approach it. Even if it's just an ordinary caterpillar, whether it's dangerous or venomous, do not go near it. Do you all understand? The principal spoke in a stern tone. He had just heard the students' discussions about Lin Yi having some wild superpower or something. He was truly afraid that these students would imitate Lin Yi and catch snakes. What they called a beginner's protection period or special superpower was in his view just Lin Yi's good luck. The snake not biting Lin Yi might be because Lin Yi's ancestors in the underworld begged the king of hell, saying that the family had only one son and begged for mercy. Perhaps the ancestors had signed an extra few hundred years of labor contracts with the king of hell to protect Lin Yi. At the principal's words, the students nodded, understood. The principal breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew that just talking now wasn't enough. Students at this age could be rebellious, and whether they heard what he said was one thing, letting it go in one ear and out the other was another. The principal looked at the teachers behind him. Each homeroom teacher please take a class period to give the students a science education. Those homeroom teachers nodded. They were also afraid that one of their students would pull a Lin Yi and present them with a Teacher's Day surprise. After speaking, the principal looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was the most dangerous one. The other students were all well-behaved. Since he took office, Lin Yi's incident was the biggest. All right, students dismissed and return to your classrooms. The principal walked toward Lin Yi. The homeroom teacher of Class 2 Grade 3, bring Lin Yi to my office. Clearly he intended to personally give Lin Yi a lesson in the office. Lin Yi's intention was good. Scolding him didn't seem right. But not scolding him didn't seem right either. This was where the role of teachers came in. Properly guiding students was their duty. The audience in Su Ya's livestream, hearing that Lin Yi was going to the principal's office for tea, started cheering. Oh my god, the legendary kid. Going to the principal's office for tea in 3rd grade. Man, I only went to the discipline director's office in junior high. I can only tell you the tea in the principal's office is very sweet. Applause if you get it. Hurry, hurry. Follow him, I want to see the kid. The audience urged Su Ya to follow and livestream the principal's office. And Su Ya had exactly that intention. She had already informed the principal when she came today. She would livestream the entire campus, and naturally the principal's office was included. Lin Yi followed behind the Chinese teacher, heading toward the principal's office. The Chinese teacher was also Lin Yi's homeroom teacher. Su Ya followed behind with her phone. Lin Yi turned back to glance at Su Ya, who was livestreaming. He didn't say anything and entered the principal's office together. Teacher Chen called Lin Yi's parents and asked them to come. As soon as the principal sat down, he asked Lin Yi's homeroom teacher to contact his parents. Lin Yi showed no panic when told that his parents would be called. He was not afraid of this either. The homeroom teacher picked up her phone to search for Lin Yi's parents' contact information. It took a while before the call went through, notifying Lin Yi's father to come to the school. At this moment, Su Ya watched Lin Yi, who remained completely composed and unhurried. Indeed, as expected of you, little prodigy. In the office, the principal also spoke up. Lin Yi, right. The principal now deeply etched Lin Yi's name into his memory. Even in his old age, he would not forget the name of this little fellow. Lin Yi nodded, and the principal began his lecture. It's like this. You remembering that today is Teacher's Day is commendable, but the way you prepared a surprise for the teachers is wrong. For Teacher's Day, it's enough if you keep in mind the hardships teachers endure. Improving your academic performance is the greatest gift you can give your teachers. Do you understand? The principal also feared that Lin Yi, despite his young age, might conjure up some other mischief one day. He couldn't handle it. Lin Yi listened and nodded. The principal continued, from now on, if you see anything strange or unrelated to your studies, never bring it to school. Understood. Got it. Lin Yi nodded obediently. The principal was quite satisfied with their communication. Right now Lin Yi seemed like a well-behaved child. No matter how he looked at Lin Yi, he seemed pleasing. Teacher Chen, keep an eye on this little one during class. He's pretty obedient, isn't he? Teacher Chen nodded as well. Lin Yi was indeed well-behaved. He completed his homework and could answer questions when called upon. Aside from sleeping in class, Teacher Chen couldn't find anything else to fault. Before long, Lin Yi's father arrived. The matter was not major, so the principal simply briefed Lin Yi's father on what had happened. Upon hearing that Lin Yi had brought a venomous snake to school, Lin Yi's father Lin Yun was startled. What? He dared to catch a venomous snake with his bare hands. Lin Yun gasped sharply. He stared at Lin Yi in utter shock. At Lin Yi's age, who would be so bold? As the old saying goes, the reckless fear the stubborn. Wasn't the snake the stubborn one? And Lin Yi the reckless, daring to catch a venomous snake barehanded. You didn't get bitten. Lin Yun grabbed Lin Yi's hand and carefully examined it. Lin Yi replied, I didn't get bitten. Teacher Chen and Su Ya standing beside Lin Yi added, he wasn't bitten. We checked earlier. Truth be told, quite some time had passed since the snake was separated from Lin Yi. If the pit viper had truly bitten him, Lin Yi would probably be in the hospital by now. Hearing Su Ya and Teacher Chen say they had checked, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Ya, wondering why she was here. He remembered that Su Ya was a university student, not a primary school student. Curious, Lin Yun asked her, why are you here? Su Ya replied, I came to complete an assignment at the elementary school. Hearing this, Lin Yun didn't press further. His son Lin Yi had gained a bit of fame online, thanks to Su Ya's livestream. Lin Yun then apologized to the principal. After all, Lin Yi bringing a venomous snake to school had indeed caused trouble for the school. If things went wrong, and the snake bit someone, his family would likely have to pay compensation. As Lin Yun spoke with the principal, class time arrived. Teacher Chen led Su Ya and Lin Yi out of the principal's office. Teacher Chen, since I'm live streaming, could I sit in on your class? It won't affect their studies. Su Ya asked to live stream in Lin Yi's class, broadcasting the entire lesson. Teacher Chen did not refuse. Alright, that's fine. My class happens to be the first period. Come with me. Lin Yi and Su Ya arrived at the classroom. Teacher Chen did not introduce Su Ya to the class. However, the classroom was a bit noisy. As Lin Yi and Suya entered through the back door, they heard someone crying. Teacher Chun frowned slightly. The other students quieted down, but the one crying did not stop. Putting down her teaching materials, Teacher Chun walked over to the crying student with concern. Lin Yi's seat was in the last row, and the crying student sat in front of him. After sitting down, Lin Yi glanced over. Crying at this age was normal. It was an age when even eating spicy snacks couldn't hold back. Suya, who had taken a seat next to Lin Yi to livestream, was also curious about why the child was crying. Teacher Chun patted the crying student's shoulder and asked his deskmate, Tang Xiuqiu, what's wrong with him? The deskmate recounted what had happened and why he was crying. Teacher, it's like this. When we were dismissed earlier, he went to the school gate's convenience store to buy snacks. He ran into the security uncle who waved the sack that had held the snake in front of him. It scared him. He's terrified of snakes. Hearing the deskmate's explanation, Teacher Chun understood. She held her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. It was all because of that snake again. Teacher Chun glanced at Lin Yi sitting in the back. She said nothing, yet everything seemed to be conveyed. Lin Yi felt a bit speechless when he saw Teacher Chun looking at him. It was the security uncle who caused the trouble, so why was she staring at him? Meanwhile, some classmates were mocking the crying boy for being cowardly. Others were busy doing their homework. Teacher Chun knew that if she didn't comfort this student, the class might be difficult to manage. Meanwhile, Su Ya's livestream audience began to stir. Quick. Streamer, get the kid prodigy to go comfort him. The other party is requesting interaction. He's one push away from breaking down. The girl who appeared out of nowhere. Her name is Li Xiaowan. Kid prodigy, why don't you go comfort your classmate? Crying because of a snake. As expected, the kid prodigy is truly something else. At this moment, Lin Yi paid no attention to any of this. He was only thinking about what position would be best for sleeping in class today. Just as Lin Yi was about to lie down, a voice rang out in his mind. Today's task is complete. New task triggered: comfort your classmate and stop his tears. Reward max-level musical talent. Lin Yi was stunned. The system had settled today's task. And now another one. A task to comfort a classmate. Hearing the reward, musical talent, was the system trying to turn him into a max-level human? Lin Yi looked at the classmate who was still crying in front of him. Should he tell a few dry jokes to cheer him up? The system hadn't specified how he should comfort him. The reward had already been given in advance, so Lin Yi had already received it. Musical talent. Lin Yi thought about it. Among the rewards previously given by the system, the only one he could use now was this newly acquired music. Sing a song to soothe this classmate. Lin Yi felt a bit guilty. Although the classmate was frightened by the security uncle the snake. After all, it was still brought by him. Lin Yi thought, just do it. Since Tongzi Gu said coaxing would work, he could sing a song to console. That should suffice, right? Meanwhile, Teacher Chun was at his wit's end. The moment these little kids started crying, his heart became a mess. It was impossible to teach normally while ignoring his sobs. At this age, when children still wet the bed at night, failing to comfort him could easily leave an indelible scar on his tender soul. As Teacher Chun was still pondering how to soothe the child, Lin Yi, seated behind him, stood up. Teacher, let me comfort him. Lin Yi's proactive offer puzzled Teacher Chun. In his eyes, the little guy Lin Yi was quite strange. He belonged to the kind in class who never sought attention. He seemed to have made no friends either. That was why he had voluntarily requested to sit alone in the corner. As a result, he just lay there sleeping every day. Meanwhile, Suya, who was beside Lin Yi, was also dumbfounded. What was the little prodigy up to? She too was puzzled. Just a moment ago, Lin Yi was stretching, looking as if he was about to fall asleep. How could he suddenly volunteer to comfort a classmate? Was he a friend of Lin Yi? Suya thought the crying student might be Lin Yi's friend. In the live stream, the audience went wild watching Lin Yi volunteer to comfort his classmate. A sudden appearance of the kid prodigy. This crying student is probably one step away from collapse because of the kid prodigy. Is the kid prodigy going to mess things up? He even gave a snake to the principal. You don't think the kid prodigy is a good person, do you? I just want to see how the kid prodigy will comfort him. A kid is easy to coax, right? Once the game music starts, tears stop like a faucet turned off. The livestream viewers were all guessing what Lin Yi intended to do. Some acted as strategists in the chat, offering all kinds of advice. Seeing Lin Yi step forward to take action, the classmates all turned their gaze to the one who was about to make a move. They too were puzzled by Lin Yi's nature. How could there be a monster like Lin Yi who slept through class yet still completed perfect homework? Their perception of Lin Yi was that Lin Yi said he would comfort the classmate, but the crying student seemed unstoppable. Tears fell like raindrops. Teacher Chun helpless gestured for Lin Yi to come and soothe him. Teacher Chun thought that as the student sitting behind the crying one, Lin Yi might be more familiar with him, making the comfort more effective. At this, Lin Yi stood up decisively. Earlier while sleeping in class, he had overheard that this crying kid liked the song. Xiaonian Huaxia Shua. Of course, Lin Yi clearly remembered the lyrics. Teacher Chun also took out tissues, wiping tears and patting the shoulder to comfort him. If Lin Yi couldn't coax him, he would have to do it in the end. Alright, don't cry. It's all over. The snake has been caught. What is there to fear? Boys should be strong. Under Teacher Chun's soothing, Lin Yi began to sing. Youth is bold with a spine like mountains and seas. Dare to measure the sun and moon anew. Lin Yi skipped the beginning and launched into the climax of the song. Teacher Chun was dumbfounded. He never expected Lin Yi to comfort like this, actually singing to console. Teacher Chun continued to soothe and wipe tears while Lin Yi sang from behind. The other students grew quiet, those who were fidgeting stopped. All eyes turned to Lin Yi singing with clear and precise. They were also stunned. In an instant they were captivated. For some reason they all felt Lin Yi's singing was exceptionally beautiful. They listened attentively to Lin Yi's song. As for the crying student, under the spell of Lin Yi's voice he unconsciously straightened his back and lifted. It seemed he was becoming intoxicated by Lin Yi's singing. Teacher Chun was stunned. Lin Yi had this talent. He listened, not a single note off key. He even conveyed emotion. Teacher Chun wondered if Lin Yi had been sent to training by his parents. This was too professional. Suya was also dumbfounded, listening to Lin Yi beside her. She never thought one could comfort like this. Watching the little boy who had been crying his eyes out just moments ago, now standing tall, his sobs gradually subsiding. This proved Lin Yi's method worked. Compared to Teacher Chen's cliched and ineffective comfort, it was far superior. The effect was immediate. Suya felt a twinge of admiration. Were modern elementary school kids' brains so sharp? She looked at Lin Yi with amazement. As expected of the kid prodigy, he really had tricks. Who invented this little genius? A genius among geniuses. The viewers in Suya's livestream were utterly stunned. They also hadn't expected Lin Yi's comfort method to be so effective. Oh my god, the kid prodigy sings so well. Debut immediately. Hurry up. I won't watch Voice of Huaxia without the kid prodigy. Someone pats the back and wipes tears. Someone provides a continuous Anki BGM. What level of service is this? Elementary school comfort youth is bold. Middle school comfort, can I have a word with you? College feeling sad. Then don't be sad, wanna cry. Then don't cry. What a thorough and satisfying consolation. Comforting is your lie. You just want to sing. The livestream attracted a large audience because of Lin Yi's singing. Many viewers followed Suya. Some recorded the whole process, planning to post it on Douyin. The teacher, seeing that Lin Yi's deskmate had stopped crying, also wiped his. Alright, it's all over. Lin Yi mustered his courage to comfort you. You have to be brave too. After saying that, Teacher Chun addressed the whole class. Alright, everyone give a round of applause to Lin Yi and Zhang Yinxiang. Courage is commendable. This was to praise Lin Yi's talent performance, and also to comfort the crying classmate for overcoming his inner fear. After all, when Lin Yi showcased his singing, the whole class had fallen silent to listen. They couldn't let Lin Yi's effort go unrewarded. The entire class erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Yi, as if it were just routine, returned to his seat. What a satisfying consolation indeed. This reward from Tongzi Gu, the musical talent, seemed to make his voice take on a magnetic quality when he sang. He knew it. As soon as he started singing, his deskmate would be speechless. Like a bloodline awakening, the deskmate's DNA stirred upon hearing it. Suya, live streaming and listening nearby, gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. Awesome, kid prodigy. Then Teacher Chun began the lesson. However, the entire process of Lin Yi singing spread rapidly across Douyin within a day. The video of Lin Yi surprising his teacher on Teacher's Day also went viral on Douyin. Prodigy kid with a heavenly voice. What surprises did the kids prepare for their esteemed teachers? How people used to comfort others vs how they do it now? After school, Lin Yi was picked up by Lin Yun and taken home. At home, Lin Yi's mother scrolled through the various trending topics about her son. She quickly skimmed through them. Old Yun, your son is famous online. Lin Yi's mother Zhang Yinin waved for Lin Yun to come over. They looked at the videos on the phone, which had hundreds of thousands or even millions of likes. They all featured her son. The comment sections were filled with exclamations about the prodigy kid. Lin Yun had already grown accustomed to it. In recent days, customers at the fried rice stall all came looking for Lin Yi, not bothering to order, but just asking for the prodigy kid. Lin Yun had only thought Lin Yi's fame would last a short while. Before long, their family would return to their ordinary life. He never expected the popularity to grow instead of waning. Now Lin Yi's nickname, the prodigy kid, had spread across Douyin. Lin Yun also glanced at those videos. It was the video of Lin Yi giving his teacher a surprise that morning. He had even been called to the school and had a long talk with the principal in the office. The next video was Lin Yi singing Youthful China Theory. Lin Yi's pronunciation was precise and his singing was full of emotion. The comment section was lively. Oh my god, I must still be dreaming. This kid sings more professionally than I do. Let me sleep a bit more. Confirmed again, I was sent down by God to be an NPC. Alright, so you're determined to label me as a bot, huh? Are you sure you don't need a nursery rhyme to ease into it? Starting off so strong. I knew it, the protagonist group of this world has appeared. First I saw a prodigy kid with a natural talent for fried rice, and now there's one with a natural talent for singing right. Where is the talent for civil engineering? Fun fact, the fried rice prodigy kid is also the one singing. Huh, I'm going to write an essay tonight about my days of just filling up the numbers in this world. Netizens commenting under the videos gradually realized that the prodigy kid with the natural fried rice talent from a couple of days ago and the one singing so proficiently in the video were the same person. The netizens couldn't stay calm. The comment section exploded. After watching, Lin Yun looked at his son Lin Yi, who was doing homework. He was somewhat incredulous. He checked the comments again, and every single netizen was praising Lin Yi's singing talent. There wasn't a single disparaging or negative comment about his singing. Lin Yun had the ability to judge, and his son's singing was genuinely skilled. After listening repeatedly, he couldn't detect a single off-key note from Lin Yi. Lin Yun was stunned. Did his son have talent not just for fried rice, but also for music? Lin Yi looked at Zhang Yining in surprise. Could it be that you listened to too much music while pregnant with him? His musical sense is incredibly strong. Zhang Yining dismissed Lin Yi's speculation. In her view, it was Lin Yi's innate talent. They had simply never noticed it before. Many people's talents are buried and they don't even know where their strengths lie. Luckily their son had discovered his talent by the 3rd grade. It has nothing to do with that. He usually listens to these songs on his own. He listens to those 2 popular singers, the Jays, all the time. It's not surprising he can sing them. As Zhang Yining spoke, Lin Yi had, should we send him for some training? Lin Yi, who was doing homework, overheard this. He continued writing as he spoke. Don't even think about it. I told you I don't want to go to any extra classes. Lin Yi refused professional training. Because he simply didn't need it. These were all talents granted by the system. No amount of studying would be anything but a waste of time. Hearing Lin Yi's direct refusal, while he was doing homework, Lin Yi exchanged a look with Zhang Yining. They had talked to Lin Yi when he was in 2nd grade. They wanted him to learn other things like piano. Many children build a foundation when they're young, and even without talent they should give it a try. However, Lin Yi felt that school was already tiring enough. Using his playtime to learn other things would make life too dull and tedious. Lin Yi and Zhang Yining didn't say anything more. They went to prepare the ingredients for the stall later. After getting ready, Lin Yi headed out. I want to take Xiao Yi with me. It's not good for him to inhale the cooking fumes every day. He'll go alone. You stay home with him. Lin Yi gave Zhang Yining the instructions and left. Zhang Yining didn't say much else. Her work hours weren't fixed. Sometimes she worked from morning till noon, other times from noon till evening. Most of the time, she and Lin Yi took turns taking care of Lin Yi. Either Lin Yi took him along to the stall, or she would be off work and stay home with him. Shortly after, Lin Yi rode his tricycle with the prepared ingredients to his usual spot. Before he even arrived, Lin Yi saw a large crowd gathered in front of his stall. He was taken aback. Could there be a fight at his stall? Would he even be able to do business today? As Lin Yi wondered, the tricycle slowly approached the crowd. Seeing no signs of a fight, he wondered what these people were here for. Someone spotted the sign on Lin Yi's fried rice cart and pointed, shouting, Lin's fried rice, is this the one? Yes, yes, yes. That's it. The Prodigy Kid's fried rice. The kid's fried rice is top-notch. Hey, where's the Prodigy Kid? Boss, where's the Prodigy Kid? The crowd surrounded him, all calling out for the Prodigy Kid. Lin Yi was stunned. Then he understood. This whole group was here for his son. He was momentarily speechless. He's at home doing homework. Everyone please move aside a bit. Let me set up and start business. Some in the crowd, upon hearing the kid wasn't there, left in disappointment. After Lin Yi finished setting up, he looked up to find his stall completely empty. His mind went blank. Well then, Lin Yi's lips twitched. Indeed, Lin Yi was the key to attracting customers. Lin Yi sighed. Lin Yi was still young. He couldn't tie him to the fried rice stall for the rest of his life, could he? Lin Yi didn't dwell on it, and continued organizing his stall. As it turned out, that night he sold less than half of what he sold when Lin Yi was there. Lin Yi closed up early and went home. The next day, it was the weekend. The video of Lin Yi singing grew increasingly popular. It also caught the attention of the organizers of the Voice of China program. The organizers sent Lin Yi an invitation to participate. Since it was the weekend, Zhang Yining didn't go to work. While the family was having lunch, they received a package. It was a document delivery. Zhang Yining looked at Lin Yi with some confusion. She hadn't bought anything recently. Lin Yi shrugged and said, open it, and you'll find out. Zhang Yining slowly opened it. Inside was an invitation to the Voice of China program, which was quite popular in the country. Anyone who wanted to sing and showcase their vocal talent could sign up. Zhang Yining glanced at it, then turned to Lin Yi beside her. It was clearly intended for Lin Yi to enroll. After all, he had gone viral online just yesterday. Young contestants were not uncommon. Lin Yi picked up the invitation, examined it, and placed it in front of Lin Yi. Xiao Yi, do you want to become a star? Lin Yi continued, eating, completely ignoring the invitation. He preferred freedom. If he truly revealed his talent, entertainment companies would surely come seeking to sign him. After signing, some clauses could be exploitative, forcing him to generate profits for the company. Becoming a tool for profit. No. Lin Yi's answer stunned both Lin Yi and Zhang Yining. They hadn't expected him to. Perhaps Lin Yi didn't understand what it meant. Zhang Yining and Lin Yi chose not to interfere with his decision, letting him grow up happily. Since Lin Yi learned to walk, talk, and eat, he had always been sensible. After meals, he washed his own dishes. He never caused it. Apart from sleeping in class and bringing gifts to his teacher yesterday, Lin Yi had never truly caused any incidents. Lin Yi and Zhang Yining said no more, and the family finished their meal in peace. Lin Yi lay on the sofa. Soon the sun was about to set. He wondered why the system hadn't assigned any tasks today. He planned to go out and play on his own. Yesterday there had been 2 tasks, but today none had arrived. Bored, Lin Yi said, Mom, I'm going to the sports center to play. He intended to do some running and exercise. When Zhang Yining heard he wanted to go out, she said, Xiao Yi, wait for me. He'll go with you. Zhang Yining worried that Lin Yi might encounter danger outside. Whenever she had time off, she would accompany him when he went out. Lin Yi put on his shoes at the door and stepped out with Zhang Yining following behind. It's fine, Mom. They'll just go to the sports center to see if anyone is playing soccer or run and exercise there. Zhang Yining patted Lin Yi on the head. I have the day off today, so we'll watch you there. I'm afraid someone might kidnap you. Lin Yi didn't argue. He let her follow. He wasn't going to do anything wrong. Kidnap him. System, let me see how that would play out. Lin Yi and Zhang Yining strolled to the sports center. The sports center featured a large soccer field surrounded by a running track. It was open from 6 in the morning to 10 at night. Most mornings nearby residents came for a jog. Occasionally friendly soccer matches were held there free for viewing. When they arrived, Lin Yi saw a soccer match on the field that seemed to have just ended. As he walked along the sidelines, the system's notification, ding, today's task. Soccer task: score 5 goals with a goalkeeper present. Reward top-tier basketball talent. Lin Yi heard the system finally assign a task. Listening carefully, score 5 goals. With a goalkeeper. Where would he find a goalkeeper to cooperate with him? Lin Yi looked at the goalposts nearby. As soon as the match ended, people with soccer balls for fun or practice rushed onto the field to play. Zhang Yining, following behind Lin Yi, noticed his gaze fixed on others playing soccer on the field. She assumed he liked the sport. She approached him and asked, "What's wrong, Xiaoyi? Like soccer? Wanna play? Wait here, they'll buy you a ball." Before Lin Yi could respond, Zhang Yining hurried toward the sports center's entrance, where she had seen someone selling soccer balls earlier. Lin Yi was taken aback. Watching her run off to buy the ball, he pondered, would his mother count as a goalkeeper if she played that role? He looked at the field where people were practicing juggling, shooting, and goalkeeping. Watching their juggling moves, it felt as if those actions were etched into his memory. He felt that if he touched the ball, now he could juggle it perfectly. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Perhaps it was due to the reward from the system. That soccer talent. Could it really be that extraordinary? Learning others' moves at a glance. System products must be top-notch. Lin Yi waited a moment, and soon Zhang Yining returned with a smaller-sized soccer ball for him. At just 8 years old, his feet weren't long, so a smaller ball would suffice. Lin Yi looked at the small ball on the ground without complaint. "Thanks, Mom," he said politely. Zhang Yining was delighted. She remembered that Lin Yi had never asked her to buy him anything. While other kids begged their parents for phones, game consoles, or toys, Lin Yi never made such demands. If they didn't buy it for him, he never. "Go ahead and play. He'll watch from the side." Lin Yi nodded and gently kicked the ball. With memories of 2 lifetimes, this was his first time touching a soccer ball. Lin Yi kicked the ball. It rolled and he ran after it. Yet the ball never escaped his control, and he moved along the edge of the field. Meanwhile, not far away, a coach was live streaming on his phone. He was a private instructor who broadcast his lessons while teaching paying students. He had just been live streaming his students' match, which had now ended. The viewers in the live stream were complaining about the game and China's soccer. TSK. Everyone played so poorly. Not a single beautiful goal. Alas, Chinese soccer lacks passion. It's just not exciting to watch. Nothing interesting. Coach Chin, your student isn't good either. Barely any dribbling skill. They lose the ball within 5 seconds of getting it. Coach Chun was already used to it. The internet was full of all kinds of people. How could the soccer atmosphere in China be good? Even in their home country, some cheered for other nations. It could be said that Chinese soccer had no future. Seeing a flash of red from China in the World Cup still seemed a distant dream. Coach Chin sighed. He could do nothing about it. In China, anyone with soccer talent was probably stuck in tutoring classes, or struggling to make a living. This situation wouldn't change anytime soon. He himself had once been full of passion, supported by his family, dedicating his youth to Chinese soccer. He had believed his fervor could reignite Chinese soccer. The result was a harsh reality check, forcing him to use his knowledge to work as a private coach to earn a living. He yearned deeply to see that touch of Chinese red appear on the World Cup stage. With the increased slots for each confederation, it has become easier for China to qualify for the World Cup. Yet it all depends on whether the players on the roster can execute flawless teamwork, allowing the national team to grace the World Cup stage after so many years. Putting aside such thoughts, Coach Chun refocused his mind. He noticed a primary school student dribbling a ball toward him and furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Yi's dribbling seemed practiced, as if he had received training. Coach Chin stepped into his path, stopping the ball under his foot. Only then did Lin Yi look at the person who had stopped the ball. Before he could speak, Coach Chun, with the ball beneath his sole, inquired, "Young man, playing alone. Where is your coach?" Coach Chun grew intrigued by Lin Yi. Judging by his age, he was probably only in the 3rd or 4th grade. Lin Yi shook his head in response. "I don't have a coach. I came with my mom." He pointed toward Zhang Yining behind him. Zhang Yining approached curiously. Coach Chin's gaze shifted to Lin Yi's mother, and his brow furrowed slightly at the boy's reply. "No coach." That meant a potential client. He worked as a private coach, offering lessons that could be purchased individually. Coach Chin saw an opportunity. Few people bought private soccer lessons, and even fewer taught them. His lessons were expensive, but he believed they offered great value. Coach Chin asked Lin Yi again, "You play quite well. You really have?" Lin Yi shook his head firmly once more. Coach Chun was even more astonished. Had he stumbled upon a prodigy? The viewers in his livestream also noticed Lin Yi, and the audience count surged dramatically. Whoa, isn't this the kid bro from the trending topic yesterday? Yeah, the fried rice prodigy. The social genius, more like. Who else would give their teachers such a surprise? Coach Chin develop him. He might be a soccer prodigy. What kid bro? I don't know about that. The livestream suddenly buzzed with activity. Some netizens were still unfamiliar with the term kid bro. Coach Chin was puzzled. Why had the comments and audience suddenly grown so much? He was momentarily at a loss. Kid bro. Coach Chin truly had no idea. His daily focus was solely on soccer news, and his Douyin feed was mostly. He paid little attention to social news or internet celebrities. The livestream viewers all said the boy before him was a genius and urged him to offer some guidance. After a moment's thought, Coach Chen felt a spontaneous urge. Perhaps teaching this kid a thing or two might turn him into a paying client. After all, in a place like Shanghai, there were plenty of wealthy young masters. Just then Lin Yi's mother approached, and Coach Chen greeted her politely. "Is this your son? I noticed he plays soccer quite well." Zhang Yining was taken aback. She knew nothing about soccer. She had only seen Lin Yi kick the ball for a short while, and now someone was praising him. She replied, "Not really. This is probably Xiao Yi's first time playing soccer. I just bought this ball for him." Coach Chen was even more stunned. His first time? He found it hard to believe. How could someone dribble on their first encounter with a soccer ball? He vaguely recalled his own first time touching a ball. He just kicked it with all his might with no idea about dribbling. Coach Chen lowered his head to look at the small, brand-new soccer ball under his foot. Brand new. Coach Chen's curiosity about Lin Yi grew. "Well, your son might be a genius. Hey, you're called Xiao Yi, right? Can you show me that dribbling move again?" He had only caught a glimpse of Lin Yi's dribbling earlier and wanted to confirm it. Coach Chen kicked the ball back to Lin Yi. Without a word, Lin Yi, already confident in his dribbling, curved the outside of his foot and moved with the ball. Coach Chen watched astonished once more. He could even dribble with the outside of his foot. Was this truly his first time touching a soccer ball with no instruction? Could it be that in a past life, he was a soccer player who forgot to drink Mengpa soup before reincarnation? Coach Chen turned his livestream camera toward Lin Yi. The livestream viewers watched Lin Yi's dribbling, and those familiar with soccer were amazed. "Wait, his mom said it's his first time Holy crap. He can even use the outside of his foot. His ball sense is incredible. He might really be a prodigy. Coach Chen, teach him. Do it. He's practically a born soccer prodigy." Over in another channel there's a born simp. So a soccer prodigy showing up here makes perfect sense, right? Amidst the viewers' astonishment, Coach Chen felt a bit dazed. Watching Lin Yi dribble away, he seemed to see the future star of Chinese soccer. A figure etched in his memory reminiscent of Messi at age 8 dominating the youth pitch. A bold idea struck him. Even if he received no payment, he wanted to teach Lin Yi. "Alright, that's enough. Dribble back here." Coach Chen called out to Lin Yi, who was not far away, asking him to dribble back. He wanted to confirm once more. Was this kid truly? Lin Yi kicked the ball back. Coach Chen asked again, "Where did you learn that dribbling move?" Lin Yi's gaze fell on a boy practicing dribbling on the field. He pointed at him. "I just saw him doing it and copied it." Coach Chen frowned at the boy in the distance. He was also practicing dribbling, but his technique was clumsy, far inferior to Lin Yi's. Coach Chen was stunned. Just by watching someone else dribble once he could do it. And even better than the original. Was this talent? The livestream viewers gasped at Lin Yi's answer. "Huh, learned it just by watching. Is that what talent looks like? Incredible kid, bro." A million signatures begging Coach Chen to guide him into the sport. Other fields have no shortage of geniuses. It's time for Chinese soccer's prodigy to awaken. Coach Chen, teach him something else. Coach Chen ignored the live stream, even losing interest in the viewer count. If he could witness Chinese soccer win the World Cup in his lifetime, he would die with a smile. Have you ever seen a rainbow? Coach Chen crouched down looking seriously at Lin Yi and asked him. As Coach Chen spoke, Lin Yi was still puzzled, but the live stream audience immediately erupted in excitement, instantly grasping the rainbow. A rainbow flick. You're going to teach him that right off the bat. We told you to teach the basics, and you want to start with a flashy move. Are you crazy, Coach Chen? Teach him basic dribbling and ball control first. Alright, so this is how you teach. The livestream audience all felt Coach Chen was being far too reckless, not to mention how difficult the rainbow flick was to learn. For a beginner like Lin Yi at this stage, the rainbow flick wasn't even worth knowing. At Lin Yi's age, being able to dribble well and execute a perfect pass would already put him ahead of 99% of his peers. The rainbow flick was utterly unnecessary for someone Lin Yi's age. His hips weren't fully developed and his legs weren't long enough. Executing it would be extremely challenging. Lin Yi was still confused. With his memories of 2 lives, he had little knowledge of football. Rainbow, like after the rain. Hearing Lin Yi's response, Coach Chen smiled slightly. Whether he knew or not, he was relieved. If Lin Yi already knew everything, that would make him feel useless. The rainbow flick, a very impressive technique. He'll teach you something amazing. Want to learn? Coach Chen didn't intend to teach Lin Yi the rainbow flick right away. He was just testing him. He assumed Lin Yi came from a family that had instilled football knowledge from a young age. That he had mimicked his dribbling from watching TV. Hearing that Coach wanted to teach him, Lin Yi naturally wanted to learn. His current football talent skill allowed him to learn instantly, but only if someone demonstrated. He couldn't pass up this opportunity that had landed in his lap. Bored anyway, he planned to coax this adult later. He seemed knowledgeable about football, so Lin Yi could ask him to be a goalkeeper to help complete a task. There were people practicing at the goal right now, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to just barge in. Having an adult with him would be better. He'll learn. Hearing that Lin Yi wanted to learn, Coach Chen was relieved. He didn't care if he had encountered a prodigy. What mattered was whether the child would earnestly accept the knowledge he taught. In his years as a private coach, he had met many children from wealthy families. Some young masters just played around without any seriousness. Alright, try to take the ball from me. Coach Chen planned to test Lin Yi's reaction speed. He placed the ball under his foot and began. The ball seemed to become one with him, moving forward, backward, left, and right at his will. Seeing this, the livestream audience knew Coach Chen was about to teach seriously. That's more like it. Teach something useful first. Even a genius can't achieve it overnight. Coach Chin's ball control is as kid take it from him. The live stream buzzed with excitement, everyone eager to watch the show. Lin Yi watched Coach Chun as he dribbled. He stepped forward seriously. Observing the coach's movements, he seemed to find the flaw to intercept the ball in an instant. His foot shot out quickly, kicking the ball directly. The ball rolled behind Coach Chun, passing between his legs. Coach Chun was staring at the small football rolling away behind him. Coach Chin's expression was filled with disbelief. His pupils trembled. Was this reaction speed and observation ability really not that of a top-tier player? Coach Chun vaguely remembered his youth dominating the field. He might not have been the strongest, but among those without genius talent, he was unmatched. Among domestic players, only the elite had ever taken the ball from him. Coach Chun felt dazed. Was he getting old? He watched Lin Yi sprint towards the ball behind him, observing his figure. No. Lin Yi was simply too extraordinary. An absolute football prodigy. Seeing Coach Chin's ball stolen by Lin Yi, the livestream audience erupted once more. After all, Coach Chun was a retired professional player. He had achieved results when he was with his club. He took it that easily. Did Coach Chin go easy on him? Is it possible? The kid is just too talented. He took it so fast. Where is Coach Chin's pride? What if Coach Chun gets angry, pops the ball, and says still want to play football? Ha 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 ha, I can picture that. Coach Chin shook his head with a wry smile. He had to accept his age. Perhaps this was the dawn of a new era. Maybe a great age. Online he had seen many prodigies, from toddlers who could play football to babies with pacifiers playing the piano perfectly. All kinds existed. Zhang Yining was on her phone nearby, completely oblivious to what was happening. She knew nothing about football either. Coach Chin asked Lin Yi to bring the ball over. You're amazing. That move just now. You wouldn't happen to know it too, would you? Coach Chin wanted to see Lin Yi's ball control. If Lin Yi could perform that move after just one glance, he would be a genius. Lin Yi walked over with the ball. Hearing the coach's question, he replied, I probably know a little. Coach Chin noted that his answer wasn't a definite confirmation. Coach Chin also thought it was impossible. Dribbling was fundamental, and with good natural ball sense one could master it quickly. But ball control required extensive foundational skills. He remembered his own grueling practice sessions drenched in sweat every day. Come on, give it a try. Let me see what you can do. Coach Chin asked Lin Yi to demonstrate. Lin Yi, as if understanding, instantly replicated the coach's ball control moves from earlier. His movements were fluid and seamless. Controlling the ball forward, backward, left, and right, Lin Yi moved like a seasoned player. The ball seemed to be an extension of his body, going wherever he willed it. Watching this, Coach Chun was so shocked his mouth hung open. What the hell? He couldn't help but utter the exclamation. It was as stunning as watching a science fiction film. In Coach Chin's understanding, for a child of Lin Yi's age with short legs, being able to control the ball perfectly left and right was already incredibly impressive. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi was even more astonishing than he had imagined. What is a genius? This is a genius. Truly, Coach Chin finally understood the saying that had been circulating on Douyin for a long time. Effort is insignificant in the face of talent. He had never believed that. From childhood to adulthood, he had firmly believed that hard work could make one stand out. He also believed his own efforts could surpass the talent others spoke of. But witnessing Lin Yi's ball control, Coach Chin's worldview crumbled. All those so-called geniuses, those monstrously talented individuals who refined their skills to the pinnacle through extreme effort. Perhaps they were merely the threshold one would need to cross just to see Lin Yi on the green field in the future. Audience in Coach Chin's livestream also witnessed Lin Yi's flawless ball handling. Watching Lin Yi as if he had wind beneath his feet, smoothly juggling the ball. They were utterly astonished. Holy crap, this guy is truly a football prodigy. Heaven blesses our China. Have we finally found the innate football saint? My God, is this kid really touching a football for the first time? His ball control fundamentals are maxed out, absolutely maxed out. Holy moly. I don't know football, is this really that impressive? Someone explain. In the live stream, some viewers who weren't well versed in football were also puzzled about whether Lin Yi's move was truly remarkable or not. Coach Chin observed the reaction in the live stream. Usually the audience consisted of regulars familiar with football. Today, with high popularity, some casual viewers had joined. Coach Chin began to explain. Let me put it this way. The kid's current skill is comparable to those young prodigies from youth training programs. You should know the concept of youth training. It means selecting true geniuses from a large pool of trainees. Without exceptional talent or relentless effort to stand out, one cannot pass youth training. And most who pass youth training have been playing football since kindergarten. But this kid, as you just saw, he learned it at a glance. This skill would take those who started young many grueling years to master. With that said, do you understand now? After Coach Chin's thorough explanation, the livestream audience erupted. The passing casual viewers finally understood. This must be the reincarnation of some legendary footballer. Oh, what does that mean? We'll see China in the World Cup. I knew it. In my lifetime, I'll see China make it to the World Cup. Coach Chin, you must teach him. Coach Chin, teach him. I'll pay his tuition. I can chip in too, just teach him. In the live stream, some wealthy viewers started sending gifts. Gifts of all sizes began flooding the stream. Coach Chin looked at the screen full of gifts. The gifts ranged from tens of yuan to thousands of yuan. Indeed, There is no Chinese person who doesn't want to see the national team charge into the World Cup, although the internet is filled with criticism of the national team's level and atmosphere. But isn't this like parents who worry wanting to see their child succeed? Sharp tongue, soft heart. When the national team plays against foreign teams, even with a huge gap in strength, there are cheers. Netizens have even paid Lin Yi's tuition. He would feel guilty not teaching him. Even without these gifts, he would scrape together everything he had to find a way to train Lin Yi in this city. All this provided that the kid's parents agree to let Lin Yi play football. Watching Lin Yi juggle the ball, Coach Chen seemed to see a football king belonging to China. Coach Chen asked Lin Yi to stop. Xiaoyi, do you have a dream? Hearing Coach Chen's question, Lin Yi scratched his head thinking of something. He indeed had a dream. A simple dream. A dream. Yes. To score 5 goals. This was indeed his current dream, finding football quite. It would also fulfill the system's task of scoring 5 goals, and satisfy his own desire to personally kick a ball into the net. Coach Chen heard Lin Yi's dream. He clicked his tongue. He thought Lin Yi was truly a football king reincarnated without drinking Mengpa soup. He expected Lin Yi to say he would lead the national team to win the World Cup. But Coach Chen pondered Lin Yi's answer. Scoring goals. Kicking in 5 goals. Isn't this also a grand dream? Perhaps Lin Yi's desire to score would be like a boulder rolling down a mountain, unstoppable once it starts. Scoring 1 would surely make him want another. Scoring 5 would make him want 50. Winning against one team would make him want to play in more competitive leagues. And even dream of donning the red of China, leading the national team into the World Cup, and achieving a grand slam in his football career. Remember, in football history, only a handful of players have achieved a career grand slam. Coach Chen got excited. Perhaps in his lifetime, he might witness Lin Yi with Chinese nationality achieving a football grand slam. Great dream. They'll help you achieve it. Scoring 5 goals simple. After all, the place they were in was the free green field. Zhang Yining, who was playing on her phone nearby, was baffled. When did her son have this dream? She didn't know. Zhang Yining, puzzled, turned off her phone screen. She remembered that since Lin Yi could remember, she had asked him if he had any dreams. But, in response, Lin Yi only shook his little head like a rattledrum. She knew that other people's children had some vague dreams. Like unaware of housing prices, Mom, I'll buy you a house when I grow up. Unaware of car prices and how hard one must work to afford one. Dad, when I grow up, I'll buy you a car. But her Xiao Yi never mentioned such dreams. She didn't know whether to say Lin Yi understood too much or that he never had those unrealistic. Seeing Lin Yi now had a dream, Zhang Yining, as a mother, was also curious. Was Lin Yi so interested in football on his very first? She stopped playing with her phone, wanting to see Lin Yi fulfill his dream. Coach Chen didn't hesitate. Come follow me. Coach Chen said, leading Lin Yi onto the field to fulfill this simple dream. Scoring 5 goals, how hard could it be? It's not like scoring 5 goals in a World Cup match. The live stream audience, hearing Lin Yi's dream, buzzed with discussion. Score 5 goals. That's easy. The kid's dream is so simple and unadorned. Is there a possibility, just a possibility, that the kid means scoring 5 goals in a single World Cup match against a Golden Glove goal? Huh. How high are you propping your pillow to think that? Not many have scored 5 goals in a single World Cup match. If you twist the kid's dream like that, he might never fulfill it in his lifetime. The live stream audience was indirectly guessing the meaning of Lin Yi's dream. Was there another interpretation? Coach Chen walked while reading the comments, and seeing how bold the viewers were, he couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't entirely impossible. Coach Chen entered the field, observing the others training. He politely addressed them. Little ones, could you let me use the goal for a bit? Just a short while, and I'll treat you to some drinks later. After all, they arrived first. It wouldn't be right for the latecomers to simply take over. There are already so few children in China who love football, it would be a grave sin to dampen their interest. Hearing Coach Chen's words, the children training politely stepped aside. Coach Chen dribbled the ball into the penalty area with Lin Yi. Xiaoyi, do you know how to shoot? Do you need me to teach you? Lin Yi, hearing Coach Chen offer to teach again, found it agreeable, but shook his head saying, no, I don't. Coach Chen smiled slightly upon hearing Lin Yi's admission. He also wanted to redeem himself. That moment when Lin Yi stole the ball from him had been live-streamed. The audience in the stream were all witnesses. It had made him lose faith. It was time to showcase a brilliant move to let Lin Yi know what real skill was. Alright, I'll teach you some basics first. Coach Chen pointed to the penalty spot. This is the fixed spot for penalty kicks. He'll explain the rules of penalty kicks later. Over in that corner is the corner kick area. Do you believe I could score directly from that spot? Coach Chen pointed again to the corner of the field. Lin Yi listened to Coach Chen's words, his gaze following to the corner. That corner wasn't even aligned with the goalposts. To score from there, it would require teamwork or the skill to execute a perfect curved shot right. Lin Yi shook his head calmly. No, I don't believe it. The other children, who had just moved aside, also shook their head. That's too hard. Even with an empty net, I only score once in dozens of tries. It really is difficult. Seems like hardly anyone has scored from there with a goalkeeper present. He's bragging. He definitely can't make it. I don't believe he can score either. The other children gathered outside the penalty area also wanted to learn something from Coach Chen. They didn't leave, but instead watched from the sidelines. Hearing the children's doubting jeers, a faint smile curled at the corner of Coach Chen. Scoring directly from a corner kick on the green field is a highly difficult way to score, no easy feat. Most wouldn't choose to shoot directly, opting instead to pass to a teammate in the box for a follow-up shot. With an open net, he had the regular viewers in Coach Chin's live stream were also stirring things up. Tisk tisk, Coach Chin is about to show off again. Stand back. Coach Chin is starting to show off. Coach Chin, if you really miss, won't that be incredibly awkward? You're teaching him a corner kick right off the bat. What if the kid genius learned? Then that kid genius would truly be legendary. Coach Chin saw the viewers in the stream, suggesting Lin Yi might master the corner kick instantly. Coach Chin didn't respond. The difficulty of a corner kick was such that even young prodigies wouldn't dare claim to master it in one look. Even with an open net, no defender. Coach Chin looked at the surrounding children. He'll take one kick then. Mind if I borrow your big ball? Lin Yi's ball was a small one, harder to control, but a big ball he was adept with. With no goalkeeper, he still had a chance to score. The watching children tossed their larger ball to Coach Chin. Coach Chin dribbled to the corner flag. Xiaoyi, do you think I can make it? Lin Yi glanced at Coach Chin and shook his head. No. Coach Chin positioned the ball. The others on the sidelines watched, curious to see if he could score. Coach Chin also glanced at the goal. Watched closely. He wanted to see if Lin Yi could learn anything from his technique. Coach Chin adjusted his angle and kicked the ball squarely. It soared in a perfect arc straight into the goal. The crowd on the field erupted in cheers at the beautiful shot. Wow, that's incredible. Coach Chin looked at Lin Yi as if he had regained the dignity lost when Lin Yi stole the ball. Beaming at Lin Yi, he asked, pretty impressive, right? Want to learn? The live stream audience exploded with chatter, just like the onlookers. Oh damn, Coach Chin actually pulled it off. What brand of plastic bag is Coach Chin so full of hot air? Damn, he actually showed off. Finding your footing in front of the kid, genius, huh? Alright. Coach Chin, teach him a corner kick. At that moment, Lin Yi felt he could do it too. Yes, I do. Coach Chin was somewhat satisfied hearing Lin Yi's eager. He suddenly felt very useful. Then try a corner kick first so I can see your technique. Coach Chin kicked the small ball to the corner spot. He wanted to see if there were any flaws in Lin Yi's technique. Coach Chin stepped aside. Seeming deliberate, he clapped and cheered loudly, encouraging Lin Yi and drawing the attention of the onlookers. Everyone look. This young man says his dream is to score 5 goals. Now he's about to take his very first shot, challenging the difficult corner kick. Do you think he can make it? As Coach Chin's words faded, the crowd's eyes all turned to Lin Yi at the corner spot. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi. He was visibly of elementary school age, scoring a corner kick on his very first shot. The other children of the same age shook their heads. They had started playing football in kindergarten, and even they had rarely scored from a corner, let alone Lin Yi taking his first shot. He didn't even know which part of the foot to use or where to hit the ball to change its direction. How could he possibly score a corner kick? Coach Chin smiled faintly, as if on purpose. He wanted Lin Yi to feel what it was like to be the center of attention, the sensation of dozens of eyes fixed on him. To become a top player, one must inevitably face this, and possess a strong heart able to withstand external pressures on the grand stage. Only then can one remain unaffected on the field and not crumble in major tournaments. He had experienced much and seen many geniuses who were flawless in training. But on the big stage, due to poor performance and the jeers from the audience, their mentality would be affected, turning them into big game bots. A calm, unflappable mindset is the key factor in becoming a top player. Coach Chin also thought Lin Yi's talent was extraordinary. If he could master it in one go, Lin Yi would experience the same thunderous applause he had just received, letting him taste the joy of scoring and the feeling of being the star, which might ignite an even greater passion for football. Let Lin Yi experience the charm of football. Lin Yi paid no heed to the stares around him, casting a glance at the goal frame in the distance. Meanwhile, Zhang Yining, curious, leaned in, as well, eager to see if her son could score. She had no idea how difficult the shot was. Whatever her son wanted to do, she would support him wholeheartedly and cheer him on. Go for it, shout. As the viewers in Coach Chin's live stream heard his teasing, the chat room buzzed with excitement. What is Coach Chin up to? Is he trying to build the kid's confidence? I'm afraid this goal is tough to pull off. Go for it, kid. Even if you miss, it's fine. Mr. Chin Xiaoyi, the path is right under your feet. Kick it. I can picture it. Coach Chin is playing a very long game. At this moment, some viewers in the live stream seemed to grasp why Coach Chin was stirring things up. Coach Chin's intention was not to embarrass Lin Yi by making him miss the shot. Instead, he wanted to forge a strong heart in Lin Yi, one that would allow him to dominate the green field in the future. Lin Yi was not lacking in talent. What he needed now was nurturing and a resilient heart. Coach Chin did not want to see this new Chinese prodigy shrink under the pressure of major matches and become a soft-footed player. Coach Chin watched Lin Yi, noting the resolute look in his eyes as he stared at the distant goal frame. Seeing that determination, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Coach Chin's mouth. A new era was dawning. Charge forward. Rush to the summit. Break the doubts that said Chinese football had no future. Kick it. Coach Chin's words fell. Lin Yi struck the ball, sending it soaring off his foot. It traced a perfect arc through the air. The crowd fell into utter silence. Then came the sound of the ball hitting the net from the distant goal. Coach Chin and the onlookers stood dumbfounded. Coach Chin blurted out, crescent moon blade. It was too incredible. Coach Chin could hardly believe it. This was a shot from a child who had never taken a corner kick before. Just a moment ago, his own kick had only been a slight curve. Yet Lin Yi's kick seemed to be aimed far away, but the ball bizarrely curved in midair. The number of star players who could score with a crescent moon blade could be counted on one hand. Coach Chun racked his brain, but couldn't figure it out. Lin Yi had only seen him take one corner kick, and now he could deliver such a beautiful shot. Coach Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was drenched in sweat. Was this really a primary school student? Was this truly his first time touching a football? Was he even human? Countless questions echoed in Coach Chin's mind. Lin Yi's goal also drew cheers from the crowd. Everyone young and old burst into applause. Holy crap! He scored. A crescent moon blade. That's a crescent moon blade. Is this really his first time playing football? Awesome damn. Thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd. They felt as if they were witnessing the future of Chinese football. Zhang Yining was a little at a loss. Was this goal really that impressive? She didn't understand, but she joined the crowd in cheering. The sparse crowd at the sports center quickly gathered around, drawn by the excitement to witness the birth of a true prodigy. As Zhang Yining cheered, she turned to a middle-aged man beside her who had been excitedly shouting after Lin Yi's goal. Sir, was that goal really that impressive? The man replied, you know, last year's World Cup King Messi at 8 years old might not have scored a goal this beautiful. If he really is this good on his first try, his future is limitless. The crescent moon blade Lin Yi just delivered would easily make the top 10 goals in a real match. The man wasn't exaggerating. If Lin Yi's talent was truly this extraordinary, foreign clubs would be fighting over him before he even... Zhang Yining was taken aback by the man's words. Her son. Was he really that good? Comparable to a world champion? Amid the cheers of the crowd, Coach Chun took a deep breath. Encountering a top-tier prodigy made one dizzy. He looked at the celebrating masses, and then at Lin Yi standing nearby. He knew that perhaps the next new era would be led by this little boy's feet. Under the support of hundreds of millions of Chinese lead the national team to the top. For so many years, Chinese football had been a laughingstock. Coach Chun longed to see the national team win awards as effortlessly as badminton and table tennis. Perhaps this little boy was the spark that would change the national team. The live stream viewers erupted like a boiling pot. The screen was flooded with 666. Holy crap, did I see that right? He actually scored. A crescent moon blade. A real crescent moon blade. Amazing kid. Damn, this kid is truly a born football saint. Sweating now, old Chun. This kid learns it at a glance. Here we go. I knew it, a great era has arrived. A few days ago I saw a civil engineering saint, and I knew this age was How many years has the national team waited? Finally he's here. Born football saint, lead the national team into the World Cup again. I want to hear the Chinese national anthem playing at the World Cup before I die. Coach Chun crouched down and looked seriously at Lin Yi. Xiaoyi, you said earlier your dream was to score 5 goals. Lin Yi nodded. Coach Chun suddenly became excited. Too small. Your vision is too small. How about changing your dream to scoring 5 goals in the World Cup? No. Score 5 goals in a single World Cup match. After Lin Yi's crescent moonblade, Coach Chun suddenly felt that his earlier thought, that Lin Yi's dream was too easy to achieve, was too narrow-minded. Lin Yi's dream was also too small, as tiny as a speck of dust. Given Lin Yi's talent, Coach Chun now believed that scoring 5 goals in a single World Cup match was not difficult, as long as Lin Yi's football career developed normally, or even more terrifyingly. The talent he had shown so far might just... Coach Chun hoped to see in his lifetime the national team dominating the green field against Asian rivals like Kimchi Country and Cherry Blossom Country, winning by overwhelming margins. Hearing Coach Chun's excitement, Lin Yi said, that seems a bit hard. Let me think about it. Coach Chun smiled when he heard Lin Yi say he would consider it. This Xiaoyi really had no idea of his own top-tier football talent. Yet Lin Yi was not pondering over these matters. Coach Chun's reminder made him realize. It seemed he had yet to consider what was dream. The audience in Coach Chun's live stream buzzed with excitement upon hearing Lin Yi's reply. This kid's answer is a bit difficult equals I can do it, directly using an inequality to settle it. Kid, please bring Chinese football into 10,000 signatures begging this kid to strengthen the national team. Coach Chun, please take him seriously and train him. I'll cover all the private coaching fees. Invincible kid, grow up quickly. I want to see you on the World Cup stage. Coach Chun watched the audience's clamor. Countless people in China longed to see the national team enter the World Cup. Didn't you say you'd score 5 goals? You shoot here, and you'll be the goalkeeper. How about it? Coach Chun wanted to test Lin Yi's accuracy and see if the term genius truly fell short. Lin Yi, hearing Coach Chun volunteer as goalkeeper, naturally agreed to shoot. The system task required him to score 5 goals with a goalkeeper present. Lin Yi nodded, then placed the ball at the corner kick spot. Coach Chun stood before the goal, gesturing for Lin Yi to shoot. The onlookers stepped aside, clearing the space for them, watching from the sidelines with amusement. Lin Yi made no polite gestures, replicating the earlier curving shot, a crescent moonblade, and kicked the ball. It arced through the air, once more prompting Coach Chun to frown. Another crescent moon blade, the ball slipped past him into the goal. Coach Chun was stunned. Was the success rate of this technique really? This was beyond the word genius. A monster among monsters. Those so-called foreign prodigies weren't even fit to tie Lin Yi's shoes. Even professional players wouldn't dare claim they could take 2 corner kicks and guarantee a crescent moonblade that scored. Without a doubt, in Coach Chun's mind, Lin Yi's hexagonal attribute chart was gradually taking shape. In Coach Chun's eyes, these 2 perfect crescent moonblades had already earned a full score for shooting ability. But becoming a perfect hexagonal warrior depended on more than just shooting. There was also physique, speed, defense, passing, and dribbling. Lin Yi's fundamental dribbling skills had already earned a full score from Coach Chun. The onlookers watched Lin Yi execute another flawless crescent moon blade. A fresh wave of uproar swept through. Wow, that's incredible. Whose kid is this? Oh my god. The future of Chinese football looks promising. Those who had doubted Lin Yi's first goal as luck were now left dumbfounded. In disbelief that an elementary school student could pull off 2 crescent moon blades, and with perfect accuracy, the live stream audience erupted again. This shooting ability. My god, this kid is truly amazing. Holy cow, in the future his teammates just need to get corner kicks and let him stand there to take them. That's not how you play football. It'd be no fun. You don't understand corner kick tactics, nor do you understand him. This kid is strong in both dribbling and shooting. Could he be a hexagonal warrior? If that's the case, he'll go boast on foreign forums. I have this kid and your so-called ball kings can take a hike. The live stream audience also discussed Lin Yi's hexagonal ability chart. Throughout football history, hexagonal warriors were few and far between. Wherever they appeared, they were showered with glory. Coach Chun harbored the same thought, wanting to test each aspect one by one to see if Lin Yi had any weaknesses. For instance, the issue of a weak foot. If Lin Yi had no weak foot and no other flaws, Coach Chun dared not imagine a future where a Chinese figure graced major international matches. Coach Chun dribbled over to Lin Yi. Just now, you used your right foot both times, right? Lin Yi nodded. Coach Chun then said, try kicking with your left foot. Coach Chun wanted to see if Lin Yi was equally impressive with both feet. From this left side corner kick, Lin Yi had used his right foot to curve the ball into the goal. In such a scenario, sheer luck wasn't impossible. Coach Chun wanted to see if Lin Yi could achieve the same effect with his left foot curving the ball outward. If he could pull off a crescent moon blade with his left foot, then truly he would kneel and beg Lin Yi's parents to let him pursue football. Lin Yi nodded, positioned the ball, and kicked it hard with his left foot. The ball flew into the goal with another bizarre curve. Coach Chun was once again dumbfounded. This was possible. Could this be a beginner's luck phase triggered by touching the ball for the first time? A guaranteed score. Coach Chun swallowed hard. Lin Yi had no weak foot, both feet were strong. Coach Chun didn't believe in such baseless beginner's luck phases. Top-tier talent was top-tier talent. A genius. What else can you do? Coach Chun asked Lin Yi, wondering if some skills were etched into his DNA from a past life, not fully erased by the... Lin Yi shook his head. The dribbling and the crescent moon blade he had just performed were learned at a glance. Nothing else. I only know what you just taught me. Coach Chun breathed a sigh of relief at Lin Yi's answer. If Lin Yi had claimed to know knuckleballs, knuckle shots, or volleys, he would have felt utterly humbled. Hearing that Lin Yi had only learned what he taught, Coach Chun felt a swell of pride. How about I teach you a few things first, then we shoot? Okay, right, let's skip shooting for now. They'll teach you something else. You remember that ball rolling move you just learned, right? Lin Yi shook his head. How could he forget? It had only been moments ago. Good. Try this. I'll walk backward and you dribble toward me following me. Find a way to change direction and get past me from the side. Coach Chun wanted to test Lin Yi's dribbling ability in real application. Lin Yi stepped on the ball and Coach Chun, facing him, began to retreat. Okay, follow me. Lin Yi dribbled the ball, facing Coach Chun step by step. Good. Just like that. Soon Coach Chun stopped. Without a word of warning, he reached out to steal the ball from Lin Yi's feet. Lin Yi reacted swiftly, controlling the ball under his feet, rolling and pushing it to the side, accelerating to change direction and slipping past Coach Chun on his left. Coach Chun turned around and looked at Lin Yi, who had surpassed him, frozen in place. This change of direction, this push and pull, needed more practice to execute a sharp burst. On the green field, it was akin to holding a sharp sword thrusting straight into the opponent's heart. Coach Chun also realized that in this populous nation of over 1 billion, there were countless prodigies, but most never got their chance to shine. By their teens, many had already begun their retirement from football. Coach Chun watched as Lin Yi, having passed him, used his instep to carry the ball and execute a turn. Coach Chun was stunned once more. To think that after such brief contact with the ball, he could already control it so skillfully. A smile crept across Coach Chun's face. This time, Coach Chun was even more certain of his thoughts. In the world of football, the era of old timers like Messi and Ronaldo was fading. The new dynasty to come was led by the turbocharged Mbappe, the goal machine Erling Haaland, and the new generation leader Jude Bellingham, among others. By the time Little League grew up, they would all be relics of a bygone football era. Barring any surprises, the post-2010s generation of football would be headlined by the little fellow before him. Coach Chun looked at Lin Yi. How many more of these changes of direction can you do? Lin Yi scratched his head. Just a few more. He immediately kicked the ball, sending it onto the pitch, and swiftly followed. He stopped the ball abruptly with his foot switched feet and pushed it in a new direction. The small ball never once escaped Lin Yi's control. Oh, everything was under his command. Coach Chun, witnessing Lin Yi's astonishing talent, swallowed hard. Unity of man and ball speed. Ball control. The talent of a winger was already unmistakably evident. Coach Chun watched Lin Yi's dribbling speed. In his memory, none of the kids he had privately coached, whether the same age or a few years older, could control the ball as perfectly or as quickly as Lin Yi. Coach Chin's muttered words were heard by the livestream audience who also saw Lin Yi freely dribbling the ball across the field running left. The ball seemed to obey his every command going wherever he willed it. The livestream audience erupted into a frenzy. Holy, this kid's talent. Damn. The more I watch the more it looks like young Messi dribbling past people. I gotta say. Would Messi seeing this remember his 80-year-old self on the field weaving through opponents as if they weren't there even when triple-teamed? This scene alone is enough to shake Chinese football to its core. If this genius kid doesn't make it to the field in the future, he'll go after the Chinese Football Association with a knife. Make them step down. If this kid is forced into some tutoring class, I'll go hang myself at the door of that very class. Sir, go forth. Let the national team see the light. The livestream audience was fired up by Lin Yi's display, their blood boiling. It was as if they were witnessing a rising moon about to illuminate the national team, shrouded in darkness. Not far away, Zhang Yining was recording a video of Lin Yi. She sent the video to Lin Yun, who was napping at home. Look, Lin Yun. Your son, everyone says he's amazing. A coach says he's a football prodigy. Zhang Yining did not stop Lin Yi from playing, nor did she interfere with Coach Chin's guidance. She too wanted her son to have his own interests and passions, to do what he loved. An older man nearby overheard Zhang Yining. He was somewhat astonished. Did you just say, that little fellow is your son? Zhang Yining did not deny it. Yes. The man's eyes were filled with disbelief. Your little one here will become a sensation that shakes the football world. Please don't stifle his love for football. He will be the future of Chinese football. The man yearned to see a place for a Chinese star in the new generation of post-2010s football superstars. So he spoke to Zhang Yining with grave seriousness. Zhang Yining pondered his words. A sensation that shakes the football world. Her son. Was he really that remarkable? This was Lin Yi's first time touching a football. She would not choose to stifle his love for the sport. Regarding Lin Yi's choices, their family philosophy was not to interfere excessively. As long as he didn't stray onto a path of crime, they would not intervene. Whether Lin Yi's passion for football was a fleeting whim or a true love, they could not decide. Lin Yi stopped the ball and slowly dribbled it back to Coach Chen. That's all I've got. I just thought these might be useful and casually kicked them out. Coach Chen was even more shocked by Lin Yi's just thought they were useful. Casually kicked them out. This was far more than just useful. On the pitch, a winger breaking through facing the opposition's defenders, using such skills to get past them and create a onion with the goalkeeper. This was the key to securing a victory. Coach Chen felt this must be muscle memory from a past life where Lin Yi hadn't fully cleansed his memories with mengpa soup. So what do you think they're useful for? Coach Chen asked Lin Yi cautiously. Lin Yi answered without holding back. When I arrived, I saw a match where the player with the ball kept getting blocked. So I thought of this. Lin Yi's answer was neither vague nor a mysterious surge of muscle memory. Coach Chen was even more astounded. Indeed, the talent of a genius defies all logic. After just one glance at a player being blocked by defenders, he could already figure out how to dribble past them himself. Such insight, such aptitude. None of the students he had privately coached possessed such understanding. Talent awareness. Including physical coordination, Lin Yi was among the top of his peers. Coach Chen wondered, compared to an 80-year-old Messi. How did Lin Yi's talent measure up? The livestream audience was also electrified. Great. A genius among geniuses. All you barking foreigners, wait for the new post-2010s era. Your king is coming. Years later, after winning the World Cup, the interviewed King Lin, when asked by a reporter who taught him his unstoppable dribbling skills, would reply, dribbling. It was a strange uncle with a camera on his head standing in front of me telling me to get past him. That's how I learned. Chapter 1, Little One, have you ever seen a rainbow? Chapter 2, watch closely, Little One, this kick will be epic. Chapter 3, the invincible kid. Chapter 10, defenders form a line to stop one player who dribbles into the box, as if they weren't there. Chapter 30, the Chinese teenager who shocked the world. Chapter 50, clubs from major leagues make record-breaking offers to... Chapter 100, continental qualifiers, China reaches the World Cup after decades with 0 goals conceded. Book or store, well, smash it. The audience in Coach Chen's livestream began to fantasize about the future. Coach Chen had no time to heed the livestream audience. While juggling, can you do it? Lin Yi shook his head upon hearing this. Coach Chen picked up the ball to demonstrate juggling. Before we start, let me tell you about this technique. It's a fundamental skill that enhances ball control. When a ball comes from afar, use your chest to stop it, or use the instep to cushion it, bringing it to a perfect halt. If there's someone nearby, you can juggle it with your foot to adjust direction and choose your next move. Coach Chen pointed to the instep of his foot. Watch closely. With that, he tossed the ball high to simulate a ball flying from a distance. He extended his foot to pop the ball up, then used the other foot to juggle it again. The ball bounced back and forth between his feet. He juggled it high, then headed it, sending it soaring toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi watched the ball fly toward him and understood Coach Chen's intent. Using the instep as taught, he received the ball, popped it up, and entered his own juggling rhythm. Left foot juggled, then right. Witnessing this, Coach Chen was utterly convinced of Lin Yi's damned exceptional ball control. Great, that's the way to juggle. Lin Yi juggled for a while longer, then lofted the ball high and headed it back to Coach Chen. Coach Chen joined Lin Yi in a mutual juggling session. Coach Chen juggled and passed it back to Lin Yi. As Lin Yi juggled, he began to improvise. He flicked it with his heel once, then returned to using his instep. The ball remained under Lin Yi's control throughout. Coach Chen cheered. Yes, juggle like that. Don't let it drop. Let's see how many you can do. Lin Yi kept juggling, then popped it up high and headed it, followed by 2 shoulder bump. Coach Chen stood dumbfounded. Is this talent? The ball seemed to be part of Lin Yi himself, reacting to his every whim. Coach Chen was astonished. Lin Yi's growth rate was monstrous. Skills that even those who had trained with football since childhood could only master after countless days and nights of practice. Yet Lin Yi accomplished dribbling, corner kicks, and juggling in just a short while. As he juggled, he noticed the goal behind Coach Chen. An idea struck him. He tossed the ball high, waiting for it to descend, then slammed a powerful shot with his foot. The ball flew exactly as he envisioned it, straight into the goal behind Coach Chen. Coach Chen froze, stunned by Lin Yi's sudden kick. He turned to see the ball had scored, and his jaw dropped. He murmured, a volley shot. He hadn't expected that someone Lin Yi's age would already be grappling with such advanced techniques. While his peers agonized over how to shoot, accurately dribble into the box, or score easily from close range, Lin Yi had already executed a powerful, flawless volley shot. Coach Chen's worldview was thoroughly upended. Were the legendary ballers of the past this prodigious at Lin Yi's age? Or was Lin Yi even more exceptional? The live stream audience was dumbfounded, exploding with comments flooding the screen. A barrage of 666. 666. Oh my god, shouldn't he be watching Shaolin soccer to transition? He just drops a volley out of nowhere. How many football prodigies has this, a volley shot? Honestly, I never managed one before middle school in my football days. What an extraordinary kid. Protect this seedling, Mr. Chen. I will be his most loyal fan. In the future, when he steps onto the pitch, he'll proudly say I saw him hit a curving shot in a volley when he was just 8. Coach Chen couldn't snap out of it for a long time. A perfect volley shot. Perfect ball control. What countless players dream of. Any one of Lin Yi's talents alone would overwhelm his generation of prodigies. In Lin Yi's hexagon of abilities, physique, speed, defense, passing, dribbling, Coach Chen saw coordination at its peak. Physical confrontation was a moot point since he hadn't fully developed yet. Speed, Lin Yi's dribbling and direction changes were visibly far beyond his peers. Defense. Could it really be lacking when he could steal the ball from an adult? Perhaps Coach Chen had been lenient or distracted. But Lin Yi's judgment was undeniable. Passing. During their juggling session, Lin Yi returned the ball accurately. No deficient. Dribbling and shooting had already earned top marks in Coach Chen's mind. In summary, the blueprint of a well-rounded player was forming. Young, full of talent. Wasn't this the beacon of hope Chinese football had awaited for years? The spectators nearby were stunned by Lin Yi's volley shot. Cheers erupted all around. Did that kid just pull off a volley? Oh my god. He's like a little Messi. China has finally produced a mini Messi. A mini Ronaldo, more like. That shot reminds me of Mbappe's volley in the World Cup final. There's hope for Chinese football. Amid the astonished murmurs of the crowd, a child Lin Yi's age glanced at the football beneath his feet. When would he be able to kick a ball that drew cheers from the whole field like Lin Yi? A year, 2 years, 10 years. Older 6th graders and middle schoolers began questioning their own existence on the sidelines. They remembered when a few kicks and a teacher's praise made them feel like geniuses. They had begged their parents to let them play football, but their parents, instead of refusing, told them a small story they couldn't quite grasp. The story had long faded from memory, yet now it resurfaced. The words their parents had spoken. Once upon a time, there was a prodigy who scored a shot at age 7, drawing cheers from his peers and applause from his teacher. He thought he was a genius until years of hard training led him to his first youth camp, where he encountered someone who calculated every step on the pitch, every shot, every dribble. Back then, naive and ignorant, he realized the pitch had never lacked geniuses. From that moment, his football career was declared, yet he gritted his teeth, unwilling to be ridiculed by classmates and parents, and became a stepping stone, a backdrop for the genius on the field. A middle schooler packed his ball into his bag, opened his smartwatch, and called his mother, Mom. I'm quitting football. He'll study hard from today onward. After speaking, he glanced at Lin Yi, the center of attention on the field. China's football field didn't need him. It needed Lin Yi. Setting aside whether Lin Yi had truly touched a ball for the first time, given his tender age. His flawless ball control, lightning-fast reflexes, innate feel for the ball, and precise shooting, just now. None of these could be surpassed by any other. When Coach Chen was Lin Yi's age, he couldn't even control the ball properly. Now faced with the true gathering of prodigies in the youth academy, does Lin Yi truly have a place among them? Better give up early. Among the onlookers there were children as young as Lin Yi. They kept juggling the ball repeatedly, trying to keep it up. But each time they lost balance and control the ball, always veering off the intended path. Meanwhile, Zhang Yining heard the crowd around her discussing that her son was like the Chinese little Messi, or little Ronaldo, and such. Although Zhang Yining had no idea who these famous figures were nor what glory the Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi mentioned by others had, but Zhang Yining felt truly uncomfortable hearing that. My son is not some little Ronaldo, nor some little Messi. His name, I believe in the future he will surpass those Ronaldos and Messis. Zhang Yining declared firmly amidst the crowd uttering those confident words. The onlookers shifted their gaze from the prodigious child to Zhang Yining. Her words left them somewhat astonished. The key information in her words also struck them with awe. The genius child on the field. Was he her son? And would he surpass Ronaldo and Messi? If any Chinese player or any emerging prodigy from another country had uttered that latter sentence, they would have dismissed it as a joke or mere boasting. But at this moment, they had witnessed that kid's perfect volley, the bending curve shot, flawless ball control, and innate touch. All these were ample proof of Lin Yi's extraordinary talent. They believed Zhang Yinyan's words, right? He is not some Ronaldo, nor a little Messi. Lin Yi, he will become the greatest football player of our China. We believe in him. He will surpass the history of football. His name is Lin Yi, right? Well, remember that. We hope you will support him on his path to football. Come on, let's cheer for him. The crowd in the field all started to holler. On the sidelines, they began cheering Lin Yi's name. Lin Yi, Lin Yi. The deafening cheers made Zhang Yinyan feel somewhat dazed. This atmosphere was no less than cheering for an athlete who brings glory to the nation. Zhang Yinyan joined the surrounding cheers, shouting her son's name. She took out her phone, recorded the scene, and sent it to Lin Yun. As nightfall approached, more and more people arrived at the stadium. They all gathered around the football field cheering for Lin. By tacit agreement, none entered the pitch, but instead fixed their gaze on Lin Yi in the center. At this moment, Lin Yi and Coach Chen also looked around the crowded football field. Lin Yi was somewhat stunned, immersed in the atmosphere of cheers. He seemed to have fallen in love with football. Coach Chen observed the unified cheers around him. It was as if at this moment everyone was spreading the atmosphere in their own way. Coach Chen looked down at Lin Yi. He hoped that Lin Yi would have a genuine passion for football, not just a fleeting interest. The audience in Coach Chen's live stream through his camera also witnessed the atmosphere of the entire venue cheering for one person. Holy cow! How does this feel? Like the national football team made it to the World Cup. If the national team could casually beat any team to enter the World Cup, I tell you all of China would set off firecrackers. And if the national team wins the championship, your grandpa would send a dream asking you to burn a video of the final match for him to watch. That's ridiculous beyond belief. National team winning the World Cup. Might as well fantasize about someone inventing controlled nuclear fusion. It doesn't seem far off. Seeing Lin Yi, I know that day is not far away. Let me live another dozen years so I can watch Lin Yi play. Coach Chen looked down at Lin Yi. How do you feel? Isn't this feeling of the whole venue cheering for you amazing? How about changing your dream? Do you want to become a national team player? Listening to Coach Chen's words, Lin Yi felt that his dream of scoring 5 goals seemed a bit too simple. Lin Yi didn't hold back and earnestly stated his new dream. All right, then I'll change my dream. Then I'll lead the national football team into the World Cup. Lin Yi's answer caused Coach Chen to be shocked. Coach Chen was dumbfounded. He had expected Lin Yi to follow his lead and say something like becoming a football player. But instead Lin Yi came out with lead the national team into the World Cup. That left him completely at a loss. The live stream audience, upon hearing Lin Yi's reply, erupted even more. Whoa, he wants to lead the national team into the World Cup. Oh my god, his dream has suddenly expanded from the small ambition of scoring. Wow, is this what modern kids are like? So arrogant. He's arrogant, sure, but his talent allows him to be arrogant. He's unmatched in his generation. If you were him, you'd be even more arrogant. Since the moment we entered the live stream, the loudest thing that kids said was lead the team into the World Cup. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. Coach Chen also recovered from his stupor. Lead the national team into the World Cup. It's very difficult, shall we? And the training is very tough. Coach Chen wanted Lin Yi to lower his goal after all. The environment of Chinese football truly makes leading the team into the World Cup much harder than getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. The World Cup squad has only a few spots, but getting into Tsinghua or Peking is different. Hearing Coach Chen mention the hardship, Lin Yi took the opportunity to back down. Very tough. I can't stand even a bit of hardship. My mom's calling me home for dinner. Lin Yi picked up his small football from the ground and started to leave the field directly. Coach Chen, hearing Lin Yi's reply, stood there dumbfounded. Can't stand any hardship. Something seemed off, but Coach Chen couldn't put his finger on it. The audience in Coach Chen's live stream was cracking up. Ha ha ha. That cracks me up. That kid is hilarious. Coach Chen is sincere with you, but you play tricks on him. It seems the kid made some decision and just turned around and left. Leading the national team into the World Cup was the kid's lie. All right, Coach Chen, you might have just cost the country a talent. Amid the banter in the live stream, Lin Yi walked towards Zhang Yinyan under the gaze of the crowd, carrying his football. Zhang Yinyan was a bit confused. What was going on? What had Lin Yi talked about with that coach? Why did he stop playing? However, Lin Yi was not, as the coach had said, unable to endure hardship. Instead, he was genuinely hungry and wanted to go home for a meal. As for the system's task of scoring 5 goals, he planned to complete it tomorrow morning. Tomorrow was Sunday, and there would be plenty of time. As for the so-called hardship, Lin Yi simply had no need to endure the pain of training. If he wanted, a single glance at a match video was enough for him to perfectly replicate, and even surpass, the moves he saw. Training. He didn't need it at all. Lin Yi walked out of the soccer field and approached Zhang Yinyan. Mom, I'm hungry. Zhang Yinyan heard him say he was hungry and asked no further questions. She took the small soccer ball from Lin Yi's hand. Let's go then. He'll make you dinner at home. What do you feel like eating today? Cola chicken or braised fish? Chicken wings. All right. Coach Chun watched Zhang Yining lead Lin Yi away, fearing he might never get another chance to meet Lin Yi. He was a private coach who traveled across the country going wherever someone wanted to buy his lessons. His stay in Magic City only lasted a week. After this week, he might be teaching elsewhere. Coach Chin immediately jogged to catch up with Lin Yi and Zhang Yining. Wait a moment. Coach Chin called out, stopping Lin Yi and Zhang Yining. Zhang Yining turned back with a hint of confusion. Hello, is there something you need? Zhang Yining felt quite favorably toward the coach with the camera on his head, as he had seemed to teach Lin Yi many things earlier. Coach Chun got straight to the point. Well, my surname is Chun. Hey, race my business card. I work as a private soccer coach. Your son has incredible talent for soccer. I'd like to add you as a contact. Would that be convenient? Zhang Yining looked at the business card Coach Chun handed her, hearing it was for private coaching. She knew private lessons were expensive. They were essentially unknown tutoring starting at 100 yuan per hour at the very least. Some could cost over 1,000. It was important to remember that in this era, an ordinary family's monthly income ranged from 4,000 to 10,000 yuan. In that context, an hourly wage of even 20 yuan was a luxury. Given her family's financial situation, with Lin Yun selling fried rice and her own job, they barely managed to cover their monthly expenses. Zhang Yining frowned slightly. She truly couldn't afford to hire a private coach for Lin Yi. A private coach? I'm afraid we can't afford you. Coach Chun heard Zhang Yining say they couldn't afford it. The viewers in the live stream also heard. Holy cow, Coach Chun, didn't we already pay for the kids' private lessons? Coach Chun, just tell her it's free. That private coach line made the kid's mom frown and worry. TSK. You know, an ordinary family can't afford a private coach. With talent like that, kids, he could rake in a fortune just by starting a live stream, right? Coach Chun knew Zhang Yining had misunderstood him, although he had initially considered Lin Yi a potential client. But now with the netizens having paid the tuition and Lin Yi's astonishing talent, he really had no reason to charge. If he didn't bring Lin Yi into the world of football, everyone in China might point fingers at him. Are you trying to destroy Chinese football? Coach Chun then spoke to Zhang Yining. Let me explain. I'm live streaming right now. Just a moment ago, tens of thousands of viewers in the chat paid for Xiao Yi's private lessons for life. So I can offer him courses for free. As long as your son needs them, I can be available during my working hours at any time. I want to add your contact info to learn more about your son's situation. If it's not convenient for you, I could add his father's contact and discuss it with. Coach Chun took out his phone as he spoke, showing Zhang Yining the number of live viewers and his Douyin account. It was filled with videos of him teaching soccer to children. Without exaggeration, the viewers in the live stream had just shouted for Lin Yi to get private lessons, and the gifts they sent amounted to tens of thousands of yuan. Saying for life meant he was willing to teach as long as Lin Yi's parents agreed. Coach Chun was also worried that this mother might not realize how extraordinary her son's talent was. Explaining Lin Yi's incredible talent in soccer to his father might be a better approach. Zhang Yining now understood the coach's intention. Then you can add his father's contact information. Zhang Yining showed Lin Yun's WeChat ID for Coach Chun to add. After he did, she added, worried Lin Yi was hungry. Xiao Yi says he's hungry. He probably exerted himself a bit too much just now. They'll take him home for dinner first. If there's anything you can talk to his father on WeChat. Coach Chun nodded and didn't press further. He just waited for Lin Yi's father to accept the friend request. Watching Lin Yi walk away, he thought he really is hungry. Coach Chun let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This little guy has a sense of humor. If only how wonderful that would be. The viewers in the live stream also understood that Lin Yi wasn't unable to endure hardship. He was simply hungry and eager to go home for a meal. So he still has thoughts of leading the national team to the World Cup, right? His dream scope just got bigger, and mine suddenly feels so. Coach Chun, don't you dare ruin the future of our national team. Teach him well. It's not that Coach Chun won't teach, it's whether the kid wants to learn. With that kind of talent, if he just slacks off and wastes it every day, what can you do? Coach Chun glanced at the live stream comments. Yes, if Lin Yi's parents didn't understand his talent or look down on the sport of soccer, no matter what he said, even if he taught for free, it would be useless. He was after all just a stranger. Coach Chun thought of something and asked the live stream audience with a serious expression. Is there a lawyer in the chat? Can you tell me how to fight for custody of a stranger? Waiting online, and I'm serious. Coach Chun's words left the live stream audience momentarily stunned. The lively chat was suddenly filled with question marks. It wasn't just the netizens who were silent. Even passersby who overheard Coach Chun's remark thought this guy has to be crazy. Those in the chat who had studied law felt a strong urge to call the police. Lin Yi and Zhang Yining returned home. She went straight to the bedroom where Lin Yun was still sound asleep. She said nothing more. Lin Yun was mostly active at night, cooking fried rice, sometimes drinking with friends until dawn. Daytime was always his sleep time. Get up and check the message I sent you. There's a surprise. After saying this, Zhang Yining went to cook. Lin Yun, hearing the commotion, a surprise. It wasn't his birthday or any anniversary. He opened his phone and checked WeChat. A stranger had sent a friend. Lin Yun chose to ignore it for now. Then he opened the chat with his wife. What greeted his eyes were several videos, each dozens of seconds. Curious, Lin Yun tapped to play them. The scene in the video was none other than the sports center not far from their home. But the content made his eyes widen. Lin Yi kicked the ball powerfully from the corner flag, and the arc it formed in the air was unmistakably the crescent moon saber. Lin Yun couldn't believe it. He watched it over and over again. The one who delivered that kick was none other than his own son. Lin Yi wondered if he had gotten up too fast. His son was a football prodigy. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his cheek. It hurt. This was real. He remembered clearly that his son Lin Yi had never been exposed to football knowledge. At home Lin Yi had never even turned on the TV to watch a match. Forget about football training classes. He had never enrolled Lin Yi in any. Practiced at school. Lin Yi's teacher had told him that even during PE class his son slept in the classroom. How could his football talent be so extraordinary? Having only recently started playing at the age of 8, he could already execute a crescent. Lin Yi truly couldn't believe it. He continued watching the next video Zhang Yining had sent. Lin Yi dribbled past an adult with perfect control, showing off his ball handling and juggling skills. Until the last video. After juggling before the ball even touched the ground, Lin Yi struck it directly. A volley shot. Lin Yi jumped straight out of bed. He couldn't believe it was real. That volley, few could pull it off. Lin Yi had executed it perfectly and scored. That kick reminded Lin Yi of the World Cup final from last year. France versus Argentina. Mbappé of France had also scored a volley in that final. He remembered it clearly. Mbappé's volley equalized the score and also kicked away all the money Lin Yi had earned that day at his fried rice stall. Many in China, because of that volley, were probably still paying off loans. Calming himself, Lin Yi watched the next video. The entire sports center was chanting his son Lin Yi's name. This stunned Lin Yi even more. Such an atmosphere was rare. He got out of bed, didn't even put on shoes, and ran straight to the kitchen where Zhang Yining was. Honey, is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? You didn't Photoshop this video to cheer me up. Lin Yi rambled on, and Zhang Yining, busy cooking, was a bit. Photoshop a video. I can't even edit a picture. With her answer, Lin Yi was certain. His son was born for football. His son's talent was finally emerging. He had always thought Lin Yi was meant for academics since he scored full marks on every exam in first and second grade. But this year, Lin Yi had taught himself to cook fried rice and sing. And now his football talent earned cheers of approval from the whole crowd. Zhang Yining watched Lin Yi so excited he hadn't even put on shoes. Lin Yi, what are you doing coming to the kitchen barefoot? Get out. I need to cook for my precious son. Oh, a football coach added you on WeChat. Make sure to accept. He was the one teaching Lin Yi football just now. Everyone around said Xiao, he has amazing talent. Hearing this, Lin Yi picked up his phone and accepted Coach Chen's friend request on WeChat. He walked to the living room where Lin Yi was playing with a Rubik's Cube. Lin Yi didn't directly pressure Lin Yi into playing football. Instead, he turned on the TV and searched for football match highlights, beautiful hat tricks, game-winning goals, and the top 10 goals of the season. Lin Yi played those videos and had Lin Yi watch the TV. Xiao Yi, I found something useful for you. Take a look. Lin Yi looked up and glanced at the TV. It was playing a series of brilliant moments. Ronaldo's hat-trick free kicks curving into a C shape. Van Persie's flying header, Pavard's stunning volley, Son Heung-min's solo run from his own half, Messi slicing through top defenses, Neymar's rainbow, flick, Bale's bicycle kick. And many other iconic high-intensity scenes. Lin Yi didn't look away. Wasn't Lin Yi showing him these to maximize his foot? While others trained hard for years, Lin Yi could learn just by watching these highlights once and replicate them perfectly. Even the players who made those famous plays couldn't always repeat their own feats. For instance, Pavard's wonder goal. Internet fans joked that he proved with time that it was a fluke. Seeing Lin Yi completely absorbed, Lin Yi felt relieved. Maybe his son could become a rising star in the football world. Lin Yi opened his phone and greeted Coach Chen on WeChat, starting a conversation about Lin Yi. During the chat, Coach Chen learned that Lin Yi knew football, which made communication easier. He felt reassured. His biggest fear was that Lin Yi's parents knew nothing about the sport and would waste his incredible talent. Many families had children with natural gifts in certain areas, but those talents were often buried unintentionally. Coach Chen was worried the same would happen to Lin Yi. That's why he had insisted on getting Zhang Yinyan's contact information. He was afraid that if they lost touch, he would never see Lin Yi play again. To disappear from the green field. That would be a huge loss. From Coach Chen, Lin Yi learned that Lin Yi's talent was of the highest caliber. He learned everything instantly. Lin Yi still looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. How is this possible? He asked Lin Yi, Xiao, do you like playing football? Lin Yi casually nodded. Seeing his answer, the overjoyed father said excitedly, how about I go play football with you tomorrow morning? Hearing this, Lin Yi thought about his father. Never up during the day, never asleep at night. But then he recalled that the system task hadn't been completed earlier, and he had planned to finish it tomorrow morning anyway. They needed a goalkeeper, and this one was offering himself up. All right, I'll wake you tomorrow morning. Lin Yi didn't say much more. Since his dad volunteered to play if he couldn't get up, that was his own. After a while, Zhang Yining finished cooking and called out to the father and son in the living room. All right, wash your hands and come eat. After the family finished dinner, Lin Yi asked Lin Yi curiously, Xiao Yi, that volley shot, the curling free kick. How did you learn to do that? Lin Yi fell silent upon hearing the question. He couldn't very well, that it was a gift from the system. I don't know, I just kicked it casually, and it happened. Lin Yi's answer left Lin Yi baffled. A casual kick that produced a move others couldn't master after years of practice. No wonder Coach Chen called him a genius among geniuses. After the meal, the family watched TV in the living room. While scrolling through their phones, Lin Yi and Zhang Yining saw many trending local feeds about their son. The incredible football talent of an extraordinary kid. Can you believe this child has never played football before? I feel like I'm seeing a young Messi in him. This kid's football talent. Once he grows up, China's national team will usher in a new era. The videos trending were all from today's football field. The comment section buzzed with diverse voices. Please don't let this child eat sea cucumbers. At 8 years old, he's already earning cheers from the whole stadium. Could this kid be a flash in the pan? I hope to see Lin Yi wearing the number 10 jersey leading the national team into the World Cup. Within 10 years, Camp Nou will welcome its new king. Hey, don't go overboard. King of Camp Nou, he might just be another child who retires at 13. What's going on? All the NPCs in Earth OL got an upgrade, but none for me, right? Scrolling through Douyin left me speechless. This kid has been trending for 2 days straight. How big a capitalist is his family? Isn't this hype a bit too much? They'll say it again, national team. Talent means nothing if the money isn't right. Go herd cattle. In the comments, some exalted Lin Yi, as if he were the young king of Chinese football. Others made cynical remarks. In their minds, the environment of the national team couldn't be changed by talent alone. Lin Yi read the comments, but said no. Meanwhile, Coach Chen was live streaming, chatting with his audience. His stream had gained massive traffic after approaching Lin Yi early. Even without Lin Yi appearing on screen, the viewer count remained in the tens of thousands. Please stop with the tuition gifts. It makes it look like I'm scamming you. What you've already gifted is enough to cover years of private coaching for the kid. Coach Chen panicked, overwhelmed by the sudden wave. The screen was flooded with gifts. It put immense pressure on him. Pocket the money and run. His conscience wouldn't allow it. He had already decided to settle. He wanted to become Lin Yi's private football coach. He could face any challenge, but his greatest fear was that Lin Yi might give up football. He'll withdraw this money and give it to the kid's parents. He'll keep enough for his private coaching fees. If you're here because of the kid, please stop sending gifts. He'll ask his parents to open a Douyin account tomorrow. Send gifts to them. And Coach Chen wanted nothing more than for Lin Yi to dedicate himself to the sport and for the Chinese football environment to improve. Hey Ray, some good news. The kid will be out to play again tomorrow morning. His father told me that. This is a great sign. His interest in football means there's hope. Alright, that's all. I don't want this kid to attract too much attention. Signing off. Coach Chen decisively ended the stream. He also pondered. Lin Yi's current popularity was absurdly high, but on second thought it made sense. Though many online criticized the national team, deep down they yearned for its rise. Lin Yi's ball sense and talent. Anyone who understood football knew how terrifying they were. Coach Chen feared that before Lin Yi even entered domestic youth training, foreign clubs would come calling. Top overseas clubs had complete youth training systems and talent development pipelines. Domestic clubs could never compete in terms of poaching talent. They couldn't match the offers. The only advantage was that Lin Yi was Chinese and might not want to leave. That tipped the scales slightly. But now, the hype seemed unstoppable. Coach Chen went to bed early knowing he had to wake up early to meet Lin Yi. The next day, early morning, Lin Yi's alarm went off. He stretched, got up, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. Then he opened his parents' bedroom door. To the sound of snoring, Lin Yi paused for a moment, then decided not to disturb them. There would be someone at the sports center to act as a goalkeeper. Lin Yi grabbed his small football and headed out. Coach Chen was also up early, jogging toward the sports center after brushing his teeth and washing his face. Lin Yi juggled the ball along the roadside as he walked toward the sports center. Lin Yi challenged himself to see if he could juggle the ball all the way to the sports center without using his hands. At traffic lights, he stopped, balancing the ball on his foot, steadily waiting for the green light. When it turned green, Lin Yi started juggling across the crosswalk. With the protection of his beginner's blessing and the green light, he remained unfazed. The green light duration was enough for him to cross while juggling. Drivers waiting at the intersection, instead of watching the countdown, stared at Lin Yi calmly juggling the ball. They were stunned. Lin Yi's juggling showed no panic. The ball never flew off wildly. It seemed as if the ball was an extension. He controlled every movement of the ball. Oh my god. Is this kid the football prodigy from yesterday's videos? The ball controlled the juggling. Amazing. Record it. Hurry. So steady. My son has trained for 7 years and still can't juggle while walking. The drivers waiting at the red light watched Lin Yi in awe. By the time Lin Yi crossed the crosswalk and the green light ended, the drivers who had been waiting were completely mesmerized and no rush to drive, their eyes fixed on Lin Yi, who continued juggling. Until the cars behind honked, ignorant of what had happened. Those not in the front row couldn't see the boy juggling across the crosswalk. Horns blared loudly along the road. Only then did the front row drivers reluctantly drive away, one hand on the wheel, while scrolling through Douyin for videos of Lin Yi playing. Last night, he stumbled upon a video of the young prodigy and still found it hard to believe. But now, comparing the child kicking the ball in the video with the one who just juggled his way across the street, they were undoubtedly the same person. He parked his car at a good spot by the roadside and began to watch Lin Yi's videos intently. Seeing Lin Yi's curved free kick and volley shot, his eyes widened in disbelief. Looking at Lin Yi's height, he was at most in 3rd or 4th grade. My god, what talent! And in his heart he resolved to become Lin Yi's fan. In the future, as long as he was alive, if Lin Yi made it to the World Cup, he would sell his house to support him. Those who said China would lose in the World Cup could wait to lose their last pair of underwear. At that moment, Coach Chen, out for his morning jog, was nearing the sports center. He happened to encounter Lin Yi still juggling the ball as he walked. Coach Chen did not stop him. He just followed slowly, watching Lin Yi's ball control. Even Coach Chen was sweating profusely. Coach Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Too overpowered. He truly felt that the Lin Yi juggling before him was at a profession. But Lin Yi had only touched a soccer ball for the first time yesterday, and he was indeed 8 years old. Coach Chun had also learned about Lin Yi's personality from his father the day before. Coach Chun found videos online of Lin Yi singing and cooking fried rice. His talent in those areas was also extraordinary. Thus Coach Chun couldn't help but feel that Lin Yi was beyond the norm. What 80-year-old child could naturally cook fried rice? And his soccer skills were simply heaven-defying. The moment Lin Yi appeared in the livestream camera, the number of viewers in Coach Chun's livestream skyrocketed. Even from just a silhouette, the audience recognized who it was. Seeing the young prodigy walking steadily while juggling the ball, even the soccer players in the livestream were disheartened. The overpowered tune plays and the prodigy makes his grand entrance. Are you trying to kill me, little prodigy? Because of yesterday's video of you playing, my coach scolded me for an extra half hour. One casual kick from him shattered my soccer dream. I was once full of passion, believing that with enough effort I could reach the pinnacle of soccer, but now I'm a clown. I quit. Let it all burn. I'm tired. Does the prodigy have a system? Did EarthOL miss me when handing out system upgrades? The max-level prodigy is too insane. In the live stream, besides the curious onlookers, there were many still struggling on the soccer path. But seeing Lin Yi juggle and walk at that moment, they completely lost it. They knew Lin Yi had only touched a soccer ball yesterday, and his juggling had already reached the limit of human ability. Mind you, juggling trains ball control, a daily drill for them. Even juggling in place, they sometimes made mistakes letting the ball stray from its intended path, let alone juggling while walking to a destination like Lin Yi. Even if they followed the ball's lead, they would have crashed into walls countless. Juggling while walking requires not only awareness of the surroundings, but also controlling the ball to bounce as intended. Coach Chun, with years of soccer experience, couldn't even do what Lin Yi did. Coach Chun also admired Lin Yi's observational and judgment abilities. He initially judged that Lin Yi must have a good overall field vision. On the pitch, it's not just about ball control, but also teamwork with teammates. Having such field vision can greatly enhance a player's ceiling. Coach Chun was genuinely afraid that he had nothing left to teach Lin Yi. In his view now, Lin Yi only needed one demonstration to learn his techniques. Anyone could teach him that. That was also why Coach Chun dared not accept gifts from netizens yesterday. Accepting them would make him feel uneasy, not to mention offering paid private lessons to Lin Yi's parents. He felt it was fortunate enough just to be able to get close to Lin Yi now. When Lin Yi's influence expanded to rival those professional stars, he would be pushed 10 meters away by bodyguards if he tried to approach. Cherish the moment. Coach Chun slowly followed Lin Yi. Lin Yi, while juggling, had already noticed someone behind him. Coach Chun looked around in confusion. He remembered that Lin Yi's father said he would come out to practice with Lin Yi yesterday. Why wasn't he here? Coach Chun couldn't understand how Lin Yi's parents could let an 80-year-old go out alone. He had hoped to see Lin Yi's father accompany him. Parental support is a huge motivation to spark Lin Yi's enthusiasm for soccer. Before long, Lin Yi juggled his way to the entrance of the soccer field. He stopped the ball and turned around to see Coach Chun again, wearing his sportswear with a camera on his head. Coach Chun was a bit surprised when Lin Yi turned around. Did the little one finally realize he's being followed? Lin Yi had known someone was behind him all along, but not who. No, after crossing the traffic light, just now I heard the sound of your shoes on the ground following me. Coach Chun looked down in surprise. This kid's perception is so sharp. He was wearing ordinary sneakers, not the spiked shoes that make obvious sounds on the ground. His soccer cleats were still in his bag. Where's your dad? Didn't he say he would come with you? Yesterday he told me on WeChat he'd be your goalkeeper for training. Coach Chun asked why Lin Yi was alone. He's still sleeping, so I didn't wait for him. Hearing this, Coach Chun was at a loss for words. Come on, I said yesterday I'd be your goalkeeper. Do you remember how many goals you scored yesterday? 4. You only defended once, and you didn't save it. Lin Yi recounted their unknown record. Lin Yi shot, Coach Chun defended. Coach Chun only truly defended once. Hearing that, Coach Chun's competitive spirit ignited. Couldn't he handle a child? He had been involved in soccer for over 20 years. Oh, little one, you think I can't save your shots? Lin Yi wasn't being arrogant. No joke, from the highlights he watched yesterday, he had already learned banana shots, volleys, and even the legendary flower shadow falling divine sword. And Rabona kicks. Lin Yi nodded seriously. Seeing this, Coach Chun got even more fired up. Fine. When I save your ball, don't cry, okay? Today I won't let you score a single one. Coach Chun got a bit carried away and wanted to compete with Lin Yi. The viewers in the live stream also started cheering on. Oh my god, Coach Chun, why are you competing with a kid? Ha, don't let the kid make you rage, Coach Chun. I mean, is there a chance that the kid's shots are ones Coach Chun can't save at all? Then just let the kid go play in the World Cup. An 80-year-old playing in the World Cup. Are you crazy, or is the world crazy? The coach is really getting carried away. Coach Chun walked to the entrance intending to buy a pair of goalkeeper gloves. If he was going to do this, he might as well do it professionally. A goalkeeper without gloves just wasn't professional. Boss, how much? The expensive ones are 500, the cheap ones are 50. Then give me the 500 ones. Coach Chun didn't mind spending the money. However, Lin Yi blinked and looked at Coach Chun from the side. So he just spent 500 yuan. His family's fried rice stand couldn't even earn that much in a whole night, right? Lin Yi blinked, watching Coach Chun, who was about to scan the QR code to pay. Is this really necessary? Coach Chun was a bit puzzled by what Lin Yi meant. Gloves not necessary. It is necessary. Let me explain something to you. The purpose of goalkeeper gloves is to protect your hands and provide grip when contacting the ball. Get it? Hearing Coach Chin's explanation, Lin Yi knew he had misunderstood. That's not what I meant. What I mean is you won't even touch the ball. Buying them would just be a waste of money. For Lin Yi, a 500 yuan pair of goalkeeper gloves was indeed quite expensive. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Coach Chen froze in the middle of scanning the code to pay. It took him a while to snap out of Lin he wouldn't touch the ball. Wasn't he clearly saying that Coach Chen wouldn't even be able to touch any shot Lin Yi made? And that's why he thought the gloves were a waste of money and unnecessary. Coach Chen was momentarily speechless. Should he argue with Lin Yi? But Lin Yi's point about wasting money wasn't entirely wrong. He was a footballer himself, and he only occasionally played goalkeeper to practice with his private students. These gloves really weren't that useful. The viewers in Coach Chin's live stream also thought Lin Yi's words were a bit too arrogant. Oh wow, that's pretty cocky, kid. Football players always have some personality. This kid really dares to say anything. Saving the coach money. Yeah right. If Coach Chin can't save a single one, I'll eat my own hat. The live stream was getting more and more lively. Coach Chin thought for a moment and decided not to argue with Lin Yi. If it really is a waste, then I think that's great. It's just 500 bucks. Let me see your true strength. Coach Chin thought if he couldn't save any of Lin Yi's shots. Then before Lin Yi even started formal training, and even when he went global, wouldn't he be an unstoppable force? After paying, Coach Chen led Lin. Early in the morning, the sports center was nearly empty with only a few elderly joggers on the track surrounding the football field. The pitch was essentially theirs alone. Did you learn something at home last night? Coach Chen asked Lin Yi. Yesterday Lin Yi had still seemed so clueless. Coach Chen felt that today's Lin Yi knew much more about football. Yeah, I learned a bit from watching TV. They'll show you in a bit. Hearing this, Coach Chen was pleasantly surprised. Alright, a penalty kick from the spot, you know that. Give it a try. Lin Yi nodded, placed the small ball on the penalty spot. Coach Chen walked to the goal, put on his gloves, and gestured for Lin Yi to come on, signaling he was ready. Come on. Lin Yi stepped back a few paces, looked at Coach Chen, who was in position, and exchanged a glance with him. He also looked at the goal, deciding which corner to aim for. Coach Chen watched Lin Yi's gaze intently. Seeing Lin Yi's eyes searching for an angle, Coach Chen couldn't help but smirk. Seeing Lin Yi's move, Coach Chen felt confident. This was typical of someone with no penalty experience. Still looking for this was also a huge tell. Even a star like Cristiano Ronaldo wouldn't dare lock eyes with the goalkeeper during a penalty. And Coach Chen laughed. Indeed, a kid is just a kid. Lin Yi stepped back, took a few quick steps, and just as he was about to strike the ball, Coach Chen was certain Lin Yi would blast a powerful shot into the bottom left corner. He dove early in that direction to block it, but unexpectedly, Lin Yi merely gently chipped the ball. The ball arced gracefully into the goal. Having guessed wrong, Coach Chen was too late to react. He could only turn his head and watch the ball go in. Coach Chen's eyes widened. A Panenka penalty. A Panenka right in front of him. Coach Chen was both shocked and dumbfounded. He really couldn't believe that Lin Yi at such a young age would dare to attempt a Panenka penalty. Even in professional matches, only a few cool-headed superstars dared to take a penalty like that. Those who messed it up were ridiculed as the viewers in the live stream were also stunned into a frenzy. Holy crap. A Panenka. He actually dared to do a Panenka. What a to be this bold at his age. If he gets to a real game, won't he be unstoppable? The prototype of a clutch player is formed. The crown of China's football king awaits you when you come of age. I'm not saying anything else. I'm going back to work to pay off the debt from the last World Cup, where Mbappe scored on us, save up some money, and when he leads the national team to the World Cup, and going all in. Going all in is an art. Kid, you're the GOAT. Lin Yi smiled slightly. He had learned this from yesterday's highlight reel. This Panenka was also a clever deception. Since Coach Chen treated him like a child, he would naturally expect a child's thinking, a hard kick to the left or right. This feigned Panenka was perfectly executed. Coach Chen picked up the ball, staring at Lin Yi on the penalty spot in disbelief. Is this what you learned last night? Lin Yi nodded. Hearing this, Coach Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead with his gloves. He knew that the only things Lin Yi could have learned from watching videos at home last night. Without even testing it, he dared to put it into practice directly. Not to mention Lin Yi's commendable courage. The fact that his practice was immediately successful already made Coach Chen break out in a cold sweat. Maybe he should pay Lin Yi every month, spend money to be Lin Yi's practice partner. Who knows what he might learn from Lin Yi someday. Right now, he wasn't the private coach at all. Lin Yi was the real teacher. Wasn't this sudden Panenka a lesson for him? Coach Chen clapped his hands. Brilliant. A genius from whichever country would still get 2 hefty slaps from Lin Yi, right? Coach Chen tossed the ball back to Lin Yi. What else you got? Show me. He refused to believe that even if he had to rely on probability, he couldn't save at least 1 out of 10. Lin Yi calculated that this was the second genuine shot with the goalkeeper. He still needed 3 more for the task. He placed the ball and prepared for his third. Lin Yi had already decided how to kick the next ball. He smiled slightly at Coach Chen in the distance. Coach Chen was baffled by that smile. So confident. This time Lin Yi did not use a Panenka again, but chose a different technique. His foot was already gathering power. A run-up. He struck the ball fiercely. Power creates miracles. The ball skimmed the ground and entered the goal from the lower left corner at a tricky angle. This time Coach Chun dived in the right direction. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Yi's shot was a low drive. Coach Chun was stunned. How could he pull that off? A low drive. There were hardly any goalkeepers who could save it. Extremely difficult to defend. The ball had erratic bounces. Even top goalkeepers wouldn't dare guarantee they could stop it. That was the shot all goalkeepers feared most. Of course, the difficulty of executing that shot was also extremely high. Some could land it, but there were too many variables. It wasn't easy. What amazed Coach Chun was that Lin Yi could pull off a low drive just by watching once. This was beyond describing with mere top. The live stream audience exploded at that shot. Holy cow, a low drive. Did I see that right? He can pull off such a difficult low drive. The over-the-top kid, forget about calling him a max-level kid. Brothers play the over-the-top tune. Genius. Let my kid prodigy see what's up. The kid prodigy smashed my genius little brother's passionate football dream to pieces. If young Messi saw this kick, he'd be in awe for a long time. I call this shot the unstoppable low drive. Coach Chun walked toward Lin Yi with the ball. How about I pay you tuition and you teach me to play? Coach Chun really dared not claim he was teaching Lin Yi. He wasn't worthy. Truly, no one could claim to have taught Lin Yi. Too exceptional. It simply wasn't the kind of program a normal human should have. He would even believe Lin Yi had a system, if only that existed in novels. Coach Chun wasn't joking, he really wanted to learn football from Lin Yi. If Lin Yi could teach him to consistently pull off a banana shot or a low, he could live a second life on the national team pitch. The audience in the live stream were dumbfounded seeing Coach Chun apprenticing himself. Hey Coach Chun, you're a senior. How can you apprentice yourself to a junior? A true master always holds a student's heart right. A coach in reverse. Not being able to kick is the kid prodigy's lie. He comes out with low drives panenkas. Banana shots, who can withstand that? The kid prodigy turned Coach Chun into a primary school student with one kick. I showed my child the video of the kid prodigy's low drive. He told me he won't play football anymore. In the past couple of days, any random kick by Lin Yi left netizens devastated. Those teenage geniuses still in youth training who saw Lin Yi's videos couldn't handle it. One kick shattered their passionate football dreams. They retired overnight. Others withstood the pressure and trained even harder. They were also relieved that they were born earlier than Lin Yi. By the time Lin Yi ushered in a new era, they would almost be past their prime. Some were even excited. They had experienced friendly matches against youth teams from other countries, against Kimchi country, Sakura country, etc. And they were completely crushed, left with no face. Seeing how strong Lin Yi was, they already looked forward to the era of Lin Yi. The teenage geniuses of other nations trembling and becoming backdrop for the Chinese. Lin Yi looked at Coach Chun surprised. He said, "Teach. I only know these things. I've only scored 3 goals. Didn't you say you'd help me fulfill my little dream?" Hearing this, Coach Chun stopped joking. To really apprentice himself to Lin Yi, that was naturally a joke. He was already old. He wanted to see Lin Yi create a myth that truly belonged to a Chinese football king. How many Chinese people have been hoping for that for so many years? Over these decades, China had produced world-class talents, but they were all buried by stumbling blocks and their talent wasted, flashing across the scene and gradually fading from public view. He didn't want Lin Yi's path to end up that way. Hearing about fulfilling Lin Yi's little dream, Coach Chun dared not dawdle. After all, once the little dream was fulfilled, the big dream would quietly take root in the heart. For example, scoring 5 in a single match. Or competing against genius teams from other cities and scoring 5 in a single match. Even bigger dreams like the World Cup. Scoring 5 in a single match. Coach Chun also knew this dream was a bit unrealistic. After all, on the World Cup pitch, both teams were top-tier geniuses carefully selected from their countries. Anyone they casually dribbled past could be a professional player worth tens of millions from a foreign powerhouse club, let alone scoring 5 in a single World Cup match and achieving the 5-goal haul. Coach Chun knew Lin Yi had many tricks up his sleeve and could always surprise him. He also wanted to try his utmost. Could he save a shot from Lin Yi and bring him a little setback? Lin Yi then asked Coach Chun, "Can I not do penalty kicks?" Coach Chun nodded. "You can kick however you like." Lin Yi felt relieved after hearing that. Coach Chun, "Have you ever ridden an elevator?" Lin Yi's words made Coach Chun furrow his brows. Why did that sound familiar? He had certainly ridden in an elevator, but that was clearly not what Lin Yi meant. Coach Chun recalled that when he met Lin Yi yesterday, he had asked Lin Yi, "Have you ever seen a rainbow?" But what does it mean to have seen an elevator? Coach Chun quickly came up with an answer. Knuckleball. Before he could respond to Lin Yi had already started his rune up and kicked the ball fiercely. Coach Chun watched the small soccer ball flying toward him. The ball changed in the air, its trajectory so unpredictable that Coach Chun couldn't guess which corner it was heading to. The ball was also extremely fast, rising rapidly, wavering, darting left and right. Coach Chun was now dazed, watching the ball fly to the goal and then suddenly drop. It was simply too difficult to judge how the ball would go in. Coach Chun finally understood why top goalkeepers would just freeze in place and not dive when they saw a knuckleball. Or by the time they dove, it was too late. A knuckleball is called that because fans compare it to riding an elevator, rapidly ascending several floors, then instantly dropping back to the first floor. From the perspective of Coach Chun's livestream, he also saw the magical knuckleball's trajectory change in the air. Oh my God, how can a kid brother do this? 12 years later in the World Cup, a 20-year-old young man from Team Huaxia asked the strong French goalkeeper, "Have you ridden an elevator?" Brilliant, brilliant. Kid brother really knows how to play. Somehow it feels like a circle is closing. Yesterday Coach Chen asked him if he'd seen a rainbow. Today he asks Coach Chen if he's ridden an elevator. Kid brother don't show off. Coach Chen wiped his sweat, not expecting Lin Yi to pull this on him. Yesterday he had asked Lin Yi if he'd seen a rainbow. He had really wanted to show Lin Yi a rainbow flick. Never did he expect that karma would bring around today where Lin Yi asked him if he'd ridden an elevator and showed him a knuckleball. Lin Yi saw the ball go in. This soccer goal task was only one short. Coach Chen walked over to Lin Yi with the ball. You're invincible. Kid, Coach Chen said seriously. Lin Yi didn't need to practice anything more as long as he could maintain the state he had shown now. On the field he was unbeatable among his peers. It would be no problem even across age groups. The elementary school soccer team was no longer a place for Lin Yi. Coach Chen didn't know what else he could teach Lin Yi. Lin Yi could kick such insane balls. Those simpler techniques than knuckleball and low drive Lin Yi could learn with no effort at all. Xiaoyi, you're very strong, but remember to keep playing soccer, never let it slide. Coach Chen was afraid Lin Yi would abandon soccer, letting this incredible talent flash in the pan for just a moment. Lin Yi heard this, but didn't respond. The soccer moves once learned had already been etched into his muscle memory. Even if he took months or years off and then played again, he could still perform as he did now. Coach Chen could only do this much. There are many Thessanli horses, but a discerning trainer is hard to find. But Lin Yi, this Thessanli horse, might have a discerning trainer appear behind him at any time. He could not be called Lin Yi's trainer. At best he was a passerby who met him once. Those who could be called Lin Yi's trainer were perhaps only world-class coaches. Come on, let me see what else you've got. Onion will defend you, how about that? Coach Chen issued a Onion challenge to Lin Yi. He was serious. He couldn't treat Lin Yi like a child, but a true samage opponent. Lin Yi understood Coach Chen's intention. Okay. As Lin Yi said it, Coach Chen took off his glove. He earnestly assumed a stance, kicked the ball to Lin Yi, and signaled for him to begin. The live stream viewers saw this and grew excited. Wow, Coach Chen is getting serious. Coach Chen, don't go easy. A former teenage prodigy versus a new-age teenage prodigy. At least Coach Chen was once called a little genius of Huaxia. Go Coach Chen. All I can tell you is when the over-the-top tune starts, Kid Brother makes his epic entrance. No time to mourn Coach Chen's defeat. Which country's prodigy will be next? The audience in the live stream watched intently. Lin Yi took the ball and backed out of the penalty area with Coach Chen. Lin Yi stepped on the ball. Ready? Coach Chen nodded. He immediately closed in on Lin Yi, compressing his operating space. Lin Yi stepped back, rubbing the ball with each step, bringing it to his heel, then rubbing and pushing again, about to break through on the left. Coach Chen was no pushover either. Since he said he'd be serious, he naturally gave it his all. Not fooled by Lin Yi's feint, he instantly moved to the left to block Lin Yi's imminent powerful breakthrough from the left flank. From time to time, he stretched out a foot to intercept, disrupting Lin Yi's dribbling. Lin Yi again kept the ball under his control. Left rub, right rub. The ball seemed alive following Lin Yi's feet. Coach Chen saw Lin Yi's so smooth and agile dribbling and broke into a sweat. He seemed to see the shadow of a samba dancer. He himself had been a professional player, had experienced many matches, and had encountered many geniuses that crushed him. The samba dancer was also an opponent in one of his past games. Watching Lin Yi's perfect dribbling, he felt as if he had returned to those days on the field, watching from afar as his own team's defensive midfielder tried to stop the samba dancer who was about to break through. Until Lin Yi brought the ball to the space between his 2 feet at the heel. History seemed to be repeating itself. Coach Chen had no time to react further. Lin Yi trapped the football between his 2 feet at his heel. With a flick of his feet, Lin Yi leaned forward. The ball suddenly flew high from behind Lin Yi. Coach Chen's pupils dilated. He watched the ball go over him as Lin Yi also accelerated past him. Coach Chen was stunned. This scene was just like that match where he had been a background prop. The samba dancer Neymar had used the rainbow flick, going over his teammate. He had been a forward then witnessing this scene. But now, he experienced it firsthand. He couldn't imagine that Lin Yi at 8 years old dared to use a rainbow flick against him, who was 1.8 meters tall. What was even more outrageous was the ball went over his head. Lin Yi had already accelerated behind him, caught the ball, and completed the shot. Coach Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to be sad or happy about Lin Yi's rainbow flick. In the same era, he had been utterly crushed by geniuses from other countries. And now in this upcoming new era, he was being outclassed by the little genius Lin Yi, blown away to the point of numbness. He didn't know whether to be sad that his talent was worthless, or happy to witness the rise of a new era star belonging to Huaxia. When he turned around, Lin Yi had already chipped the ball into the goal. Coach Chen was utterly convinced by this fluid, seamless maneuver. He couldn't even touch Lin Yi's ball. He also recalled that world-class player, the field elf with a grand slam of honors. The only elf on the football field. Ronaldinho. At his peak, his opponents couldn't even touch his ball. Coach Chen felt the same now. Facing this 80-year-old Lin, he couldn't even get a foot on the ball. That despair-inducing dribbling. Coach Chen finally understood the helplessness of those professional players who became mere backdrops to Ronaldinho. At that moment, Lin Yi heard the system's voice in his mind. Task scored, 5 football goals completed. Lin Yi finally felt relief. When he turned back, he saw Coach Chen standing there staring at him in a daze. Coach Chen's live stream audience instantly erupted. From their perspective, they could see Lin Yi's perfect rainbow flick. Oh my god, a rainbow flick. What the heck? Kid, didn't you ask if I've seen a rainbow? Now you have. Ha ha ha, this forms a perfect loop with yesterday's first meeting. You asked the kid if he's seen a rainbow. The kid just created one for you. A rainbow? I don't know, but I can show you one. Oh my gosh. Is this really an elementary school student? Pulling off a rainbow flick right away. Are you sure he doesn't need to do some warm-up drills first? The number of viewers in the live stream surged. Some newcomers didn't know Lin Yi. In the newcomer's minds, an elementary school student, as young as Lin Yi, should in theory be following the gym teacher's moves in PE class for a vigorous round of football calisthenics. Not being as outrageously talented as Lin Yi mastering the rainbow flick in elementary school. This was also a jab at Chinese football. In other countries, elementary school students warm up for football by practicing dribbling, juggling, and such. In China, in some schools, if you want to see a football, you can only look through the window of the equipment room at the locked-up balls. Or during the only 3 PE classes each week, you can actually touch a football. Coach Chen snapped back to reality. His phone rang on the lawn nearby, and he went to answer it. Can you come over now? Sure, hold on, I'll be there soon. Coach Chen brushed off the person on the phone, glancing at Lin Yi. He knew he had nothing left to teach Lin Yi. Xiaoyi, I have to go. I hope to see you on the football field someday, okay? Coach Chen looked at Lin Yi, bidding him a serious farewell. Lin Yi found Coach Chen's words a bit odd and nodded perfunctorily. Coach Chen left with a smile, as if he had made a decision, and walked away with his gear. From then on, Lin Yi never saw the strange uncle with the camera on his head again. Lin Yi played football alone on the field. Coach Chen's sudden departure left the live stream viewers confused and wondering what he would. They flooded the chat with questions. Hey, what's going on? Why is Coach Chen leaving? What's he trying to do? This kid is a goldmine for views. What does Coach Chen mean? In response to the viewers' inquiries, Coach Chen just turned back and looked at Lin Yi playing alone in the distance. He explained to the audience, you have to understand him, just an average private coach. You all saw Xiaoyi's performance just now. Oh, I simply can't teach him anything. Streaming around him feels like I'm leeching off him. And I'm just a retired player with no money or connections. I can't offer him any help for his future path. Coach Chen thought he couldn't teach Lin Yi anything, nor could he help plan his football career. Lin Yi was like a swift horse waiting for a bull, and that bull couldn't be him. The best thing for Lin Yi now was to be noticed by a domestic club and enter their youth academy. To truly step into the eyes of fans and become known. Any top-tier coach at a professional club would set their sights on him. Perhaps then, Lin Yi's true bull would appear. Like Rexach, who defied all odds to sign Messi. Coach Chen believed he was just someone who could kick a ball. He had nothing left to teach Lin Yi. It was better to retreat to his ordinary life as a private coach, waiting as an ordinary person for Lin Yi to grow. That was the decision he made when Lin Yi rainbow flicked past him. Lin Yi's talent was too immense, too terrifying. It wasn't something he could handle. One misstep, and he might ruin Lin Yi's football path. He would also bear the blame for ruining the future of Chinese football. He had waited. If he devoted all his time and energy to Lin Yi, it would be worthless against the talent Lin Yi had already shown. He had experienced Lin Yi's performance firsthand and knew how terrifying it was. Standing in front of Lin Yi, he felt like he was facing a world-class superstar. He truly had nothing left to teach Lin Yi. The viewers didn't understand and kept commenting. If you don't stream the kid, where will I watch him? Wasn't there a college student streaming him before? Why overthink it, Coach Chen? Just stream and cash in on the views. You can make money off this. Why aren't you? Coach Chen, you're overthinking this. The viewers started saying he was being foolish. But Coach Chen didn't care about the money. He wasn't short of it. The money from streaming around Lin Yi he would withdraw and give to Lin Yi's father. If he kept streaming with Lin Yi, people would accuse him of using a child to make money. The internet was treacherous. It was better to step back and quietly wait for Lin Yi to grow. Waiting for Lin Yi to truly step onto the green field and make a name for himself. He would be Lin Yi's most loyal fan, cheering loudly for him. Some viewers just wanted to see Lin Yi on Coach Chen's stream. They didn't think from Coach Chen's perspective. No more watching the kid. Could it be that from today the kid will just disappear? At a future World Cup, when Chinese prodigy Lin Yi lifts the World Cup and is interviewed, is there someone you are most grateful for? The kid. The person I want to thank most is the strange uncle who, when I was 8, had a camera on his head and asked if I'd seen a rainbow. Commenter above this is a book, don't spoil it. Coach Chen, are you off to find the next genius somewhere else? You've already found a forward, now find a goalkeeper of the same age for the kid. The rest doesn't matter. Get a defender too to relieve some pressure. The viewers still remembered Coach Chen's original intention. Coach Chen smiled slightly at the comments. On the football field, it's not a one-man show. It's a battle between 2 teams. His original intention for streaming was to search for talents nationwide and show his viewers more Chinese football prodigies. Staying fixated on Lin Yi was already straying from his original goal. Don't worry, he'll come back to check on Xiaoyi when I get the chance. He'll come back and see how much he's grown on his own. With that, Coach Chen ended the live stream. Meanwhile, Lin Yi felt he had completed his football task and wanted to reward himself by just messing around. He left the sports center with the ball. Walking alone, he saw the park he often played in and entered. His parents weren't around, so he could go wherever he wanted. Back at home, Lin Yi had no idea that Zhang Yining, who had just woken up, was frantic upon seeing Lin Yi's empty bedroom. Didn't you say you'd go play football with him? How was I supposed to know? He said he'd wake me in the morning. Zhang Yining was speechless. Since when did the son have to wake up the father? If our son goes missing, he'll twist your head off. But seeing the newly bought small football missing from the living room, Zhang Yining told Lin Yi to go find Lin Yi at the sports center. At that moment, Lin Yi was walking through the big park with his football. He stopped when he saw an old man practicing Tai Chi. Lin Yi sat on a park bench nearby watching an old man practice his slow-paced Tai Chi for a while. Finding it somewhat dull, Lin Yi continued his stroll through the park. The old park was vast with a large pond at its center. Near the pond, Lin Yi noticed someone fishing. Curiosity piqued. He approached. Lin Yi had always been interested in fishing. The memory of his fruitless fishing attempts in his past life was still vivid. He walked over to the angler, crouched down, and quietly watched him fish. However, the angler had a live stream running on his phone nearby. Lin Yi saw it was a fishing stream, but didn't react much. In this internet age, live streaming anything was no longer surprising. Teachers streaming classes, lawyers sentencing netizens, public antique appraisals, and even virtual executions. All sorts of streams. Coach Chen teaching football live, and now fishing live. Nothing unusual. Lin Yi was just curious, could anyone actually catch fish in this small pond? Streaming here seemed pointless. The riverside had richer resources. Just then the system's voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Complete your first fishing experience. Catch 2 fish. Reward master-level billiard skills. Hearing this task, Lin Yi paused. Fishing. Catch 2 fish. Not too hard. Lin Yi pondered, but he had no fishing gear. No hook. How could he? Jiang Taigong fishing. Willing fish bite the hook. Lin Yi recalled a saying in the fishing world: beginners have a protection period, a newbie gift pack. It was a trap set by cunning fish. They give you a gift pack the first time, then hook you into buying all sorts of bait and gear. Sacrifice one to feed the school. Lin Yi thought about his beginner's luck. Would it boost his fishing success? Lin Yi looked at the middle-aged man streaming his fishing. Uncle, have you caught anything yet? The man shifted his gaze from the water to the elementary school boy beside him. He had been so focused that he hadn't even noticed Lin Yi arriving with a soccer ball. The man glared at Lin Yi, already frustrated from not catching anything. This question only added fuel to the fire. But the viewers in the man's live stream noticed the boy asking questions. The viewer count slowly began to rise. Regular viewers in the chat found the boy's question hilarious. Ha ha ha, the kid asks the best questions. Why is he holding a soccer ball? Kid, you've asked the right person. Ever heard of the Air Force Emperor? 100 sessions with 0 fish, an unbeaten record. I suddenly feel like the streamer is just a toy for the fish. Shows up every day to bait them. He's not a fisherman, he's a fish feeder. Whoa, isn't that kid bro? How'd he end up in a fishing stream? Who's kid bro? Some viewers who recognized Lin Yi flooded into the stream. The middle-aged man's stream already had a few thousand regulars. They came to watch him catch nothing. They couldn't believe someone could go fishless day after day yet persist so stubbornly. The man, already irritated from being mocked for his empty catches, grew annoyed at Lin Yi's question. He was determined to prove he wasn't a born Air Force saint. Kids, stay away from the water's edge. Step back. Where are your parents? The man warned Lin Yi to stay back, afraid the boy might fall in and be blamed on him. Lin Yi took a few steps back. They're at home. Uncle, can I borrow a fish hook? I want to fish too. Lin Yi thought he could just grab a hook, complete the task, and go home. Otherwise he'd have to ask his parents for money, go buy gear, and then come back. Would they even take him? Too much trouble. Better to just ask to borrow one. He would return it later. The fishing man frowned. No. He refused outright. Borrowing would cause trouble. What if Lin Yi got pulled into the water? If he fell in and caught a cold, wouldn't his parents curse him 100 times? A kid like you, what do you know about fishing? Go home and do your homework. Lin Yi didn't argue after the blunt refusal. Refusing was the man's right, he owed nothing. Meanwhile, the live chat buzzed. Tisk Air Force guy's getting salty cause he can't catch anything. No patience for a kid. No wonder you can't fish. Daring to tell kid bro to do homework. Bold move. Kid bro's giving up football to go astray and fish. It's over. China's football prodigy is falling. Wasting his talent. Some viewers mocked the frustrated man as usual, while others were drawn in by Lin Yi's appearance. The viewer count kept climbing. The man glanced at his phone. The number was growing and the chat was getting lively, mainly about kid bro. He was puzzled. He hadn't seen any trending news about Lin Yi, China's football prodigy. This kid. He looked at Lin Yi, who was holding a soccer ball, confused. Where did China get a football prodigy? They hadn't even made it to the World Cup in years. What prodigy? Pure fantasy. He ignored the chat comments. He refused to believe he could remain fishless forever. Every day, he changed his fishing spot. Wherever someone said there were fish, even if it meant driving dozens or even hundreds of kilometers, he would drive all night to get there. He had to break the curse of constant. Lin Yi, however, had an idea. Too much trouble. Maybe he could try something different. He sat on the grass near the water, dipped a finger. He tapped the water a few times with his finger. The man watched this display and shook his head with a chuckle. Fooling around. Fishing with a finger. Even Jiang Taigong used a rod, though his hook was straight and 3 feet above the water. Could a little brat? The man thought that if Lin Yi could catch a fish with just his finger, then all those fishing enthusiasts spending hundreds or thousands on gear. The live stream viewers found Lin Yi's stunt hilarious. Huh. Fishing without a hook. Can that even work? Jiang Taigong fishing. At least he had a rod and line. You're insane, kid. This is making my brain shrink. Ha ha ha. This kid is adorable. Give him a hook to play with, or he'll cry and roll on the ground when he doesn't catch anything. If he catches a fish, I'll eat live on stream. The middle-aged man watched as Lin Yi dipped his fingers into the water, occasionally wiggling them, creating the illusion of a living creature falling into the river. This little trick actually amused the man, and a classic line echoed in his mind. Dashikin, what are you doing? Did he really think fish were that foolish? The man dismissed Lin Yi's antics, knowing they wouldn't disturb his chosen fishing spot. Suddenly, the man's live stream audience began attacking him for his fruitless morning of fishing. He scrambled for an excuse. There's not a single fish here. No sooner had he spoken than a fish bit Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi swiftly pinched the fish's mouth with his other hand, lifted it from the water, and tossed it onto the bank. Hearing the commotion, the man turned his gaze to Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi catch a fish with just his hand, the man who had been about to argue with his stream that there were no fish here fell silent. His rebuttal died in his throat. The slap to his face came too swiftly, leaving him utterly unprepared. An awkward silence. The man's live stream exploded with comments upon seeing Lin Yi fish barehanded. Kid, did someone just say there are no fish here? Ha 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 ha, eating fish makes you smart. For this one, I'll need to braise it to be sure. Kid, just give it to me. This just atrophied my cerebellum. Damn, I told you there's a newbie protection in fishing. It's just a cunning trap set by the fish. Just throw him away. I remember catching fish without any gear back then. Now, I use bait expensive rods, and still come up empty almost every. Both those who can fish and those who can't are speechless. I told you Jiang Taegong's fishing was a bit too conservative. Is this the legendary newbie protection period? Are you sure it's not a pampering period? The man felt his pride wounded by Lin Yi. He had been live streaming fishing for half a month, enduring the mockery of netizens. When he went home empty-handed with no one else around, he could at least claim there were no fish. But now Lin Yi had caught a fish without even a hook. Amid the man's silence, the mockery from his live stream audience grew louder. Ha, come on, what excuse will our daily empty-handed uncle use today? The past 2 days it was no fish allergic to hooks fish. Find a good excuse today. First there was He Chong, who became the fishing emperor and never returned. Now, there's our uncle, the empty-handed emperor, coming back with nothing. That rhymes so well. Are you going on a show? Uncle, why is your face swollen? Uncle, why not start over? Maybe in the next life with newbie protection, you won't be empty-handed. The live stream audience checked in daily to watch the man's perpetual empty-handed fishing. They initially thought he was just putting on a show, but day after day they watched his gear improve. From being too stingy to even use bait or chum, he now regularly tossed in scoops of corn and used all sorts of miracle baits promoted by famous fishing influencers. Yet he still couldn't catch a single fish, even changing his fishing spot every day. Lin Yi's appearance today proved the man wasn't deliberately choosing fishless spots. Instead, the man was truly a fish repellent. Frustrated, he muttered, this fish. Maybe it's just stupid. Smart fish never take the bait. Right, it's either stupid or it's a piranha. Yeah, that must be it. The man's explanations only amused the live stream audience further. Ha ha. Uncle, you're ridiculous. You can't catch a single fish and you say the fish are stupid. Are you telling me there are piranhas in a city park? Uncle, open your eyes and see what kind of fish that is. Maybe you should just give up fishing. If you don't have the talent, don't waste your time. The live stream audience shifted from mockery to advising the man to quit fishing. After all, what was the point of fishing if you never... Feeling disheartened, the man forced a smile at Lin Yi. Kid, this fish is a piranha. You can't eat it. Why don't you let your uncle handle it? The live stream audience, seeing the man trying to trick a child, was outraged and flooded the chat with condemnation. You scumbag. Cheating a kid. Can't eat it. You'll handle it. Braised or steamed. You're invincible, uncle. Can't catch a fish, so you'll trick a kid out of his. What a disgrace to all anglers. Ha ha. A true angler never goes home empty-handed, right? Last time you took my grandma's cow, give it back. Kid, don't believe him. Lin Yi had heard the man's lame explanations to his live stream audience. And now he was trying to trick him by calling it a piranha. A stupid fish. A piranha. Anyone could recognize this fish. Besides, with his memories of 2 lifetimes, did they really think he was just an 80-year-old? Lin Yi held the fish up to the man. Uncle, it doesn't bite me. This doesn't look like a piranha, does it? My mom told me this is a carp. Uncle, why is your fish box empty? I guess all the fish are too smart, right? Lin Yi pointed to the box with an aerator running, filled with... Lin Yi knew it was the man's box for storing his catch. His rebuttal and pointed question left the man silent once more. Now it was perfect. Not only couldn't he catch a fish, but he also failed to trick a child on his live stream. The kid had even mocked him for his empty fish box. What face did he have left to live? No more playing. His body felt wrong. The man seriously considered jumping into the river to start over, vowing to fish like crazy in his next life, with newbie protection. He would catch the fish, spit in its mouth, and throw it back. The live stream audience, hearing Lin Yi's retort, was in hysterics. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Uncle, how pathetic. Can't trick a kid, can't catch a fish. Kid, well done. You've rendered Uncle speechless. Let me translate for you. Oh my, could it be that someone can't even catch a stupid fish? Ha ha ha, the kid is incredible. Uncle got mocked by a kid. Start over, empty-handed emperor. Kid, run. This guy has gone mad from catching nothing. He might throw you in as bait next. The uncle was so infuriated by Lin Yi that he nearly clutched his chest in agony. Whose child is this? Is there no one to stop this madness? The uncle roared, utterly enraged. He began shouting for Lin Yi's parents, hoping to witness them deliver a proper lesson to the boy, one that would leave a lasting impression. Only then would he find some solace. After all, Lin Yi was so young, still playing in the river catching fish with his bare hands. Which parent wouldn't reach for a leather belt at the sight of this? He vividly recalled his own childhood, where such antics with water invariably earned him a harsh reprimand. Even if his pockets were brimming with fish, a severe punishment was inevitable. Hearing the uncle's childish complaint, Lin Yi chose to ignore it. His parents were probably still asleep. No one could rein him in now. The livestream audience, upon hearing the uncle's petulant call for parental intervention, began to mock him mercilessly. How, sir, a loser? Calling for parents. Alright, so this is how you play, huh? Kid, run. The kid doesn't even want to acknowledge you. Lin Yi paid him no mind, setting aside the fish he had just caught. It was sizable enough for a steamed or braised dish at home. The task required 2 fish. He still needed 1 more. Lin Yi thought if he caught 1 more, he could complete the mission and have 1 fish for braising and another for steaming. Lin Yi returned to the riverbank and replicated his previous actions. The uncle, seeing Lin Yi's composure as he fished in the same manner, was taken aback. The uncle's arrogant demeanor returned. He convinced himself that Lin Yi's earlier success was merely beginner's luck. He refused to believe the same method could yield another fish. A fisherman's novice protection couldn't be so absurd as to make a foolish trick work twice. The livestream audience, seeing Lin Yi's repeat performance, buzzed with excitement. Hey kid, don't fish like that, it's making me look bad. I've spent thousands on gear and you're telling me this works. Ha ha, the fisherman's getting desperate. His fishing rod looks like a fire poker now. Uncle, sell your rod for candy and let the kid teach you how to fish. The uncle glanced at the comments. The audience was actually suggesting he learned fishing from a child. He scoffed in disdain. Lin Yi's success was just luck. Asking a child for advice. Wouldn't that render his decades of life utterly pointless? Watching Lin Yi repeat his actions without a bite, the uncle felt his assumption confirmed. See, the kid just got lucky with a Honestly, if such an easy catch came to me, I'd slap it twice, spit on it, and send it back to write an essay for its father. The livestream audience burst into laughter at the uncle's arrogant rant. Ha ha ha. An essay, what the hell? Ridiculous. No wonder you're a streamer. Fish, you think you're so clever, don't you? Easy fish. You've never caught anything. What fish do you think is hard to catch? A shark. What a sore loser, slapping a fish and spitting on it. No wonder you're always empty-handed. You must have disgusted the fish in a past life. The uncle happily interacted with the audience as Lin Yi replicated his earlier move. Once again he caught a fish. The uncle fell silent. Staring at the large carp in Lin Yi's hands after over 10 days of empty catches, his envy was palpable. He was genuinely envious. He yearned to catch a fish with his own hands, to feel the adrenaline rush of reeling one in and the overwhelming joy it brought. It had been so long since he last experienced that. All he faced these days were taunts from netizens. He couldn't take it anymore. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. Whose child was this so absurdly talented? Catching fish with bare hands. He no longer believed in beginner's luck. Could there be a secret technique? The uncle pondered. Maybe the child had a natural scent that attracted fish. He mused. What if he threw the kid in as bait? But then if the parents showed up, wouldn't they throw him in instead? A system notification echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Mission complete. Hearing this, he snapped a willow branch from a nearby tree and threaded it through the gills of both fish. With his other hand, he picked up the soccer ball beside him. Time to pack up, go home, and eat fish. He paid no heed to the uncle's envious gaze. The uncle could only watch Lin Yi leave. If not for the livestream audience, he would have knelt and begged Lin Yi to teach him the bare-handed fish. The livestream audience erupted at the scene. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The kid is a master at humiliating him. Uncle, does your face hurt? Maybe give up fishing. Did you see that look of envy? He really wants to catch a fish. This kid's beginner's luck is maxed out. Uncle, kid. There were too many people just now. I'll kneel for you now. Just teach me to. The uncle watched Lin Yi depart, abandoning his own rod to approach the spot where Lin Yi had fished with his hands. He stared at his own hands, hesitating for a moment. Since he was destined to catch nothing today, why not give it a try? Maybe he could break the curse of his empty streak. The uncle dipped his hand into the water, mimicking Lin Yi's actions. His fingers tapped the water's surface. The livestream audience was thoroughly amused. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. What the hell are you doing, you big fool? Uncle, don't do it. He has beginner's luck, you don't. Uncle, stop embarrassing yourself. The kid would laugh at you. After fiddling for quite a while, the uncle still hadn't caught any fish. He wondered if he'd made a mistake somewhere. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had the protection of a max-level beginner's luck. The uncle was the polar opposite of veritable fish magnet repellent. Lin Yi swaggered through the park, carrying his fish with an air of triumph. The old man, who had been practicing Tai Chi earlier, paused his movements as he watched Lin Yi pass by, his gaze lingering on the fish. Seeing Lin Yi's catch, the old man couldn't help but smile. He had just seen Lin Yi sitting on a park bench for a while. It couldn't have been more than a few minutes, could it? And already Lin Yi had fish. The old man wondered if there were anglers nearby. Maybe one of them had an overabundance of fish. Maybe he was giving them away. The old man had seen plenty of Douyin videos where fishing influencers, after a big haul, gave fish away for free. If he could get 2 fish, lunch was sorted. The old man ambled toward the park river. When he arrived, he saw someone crouching by the water. The old man approached slowly to see what he was doing. It was the same uncle from the livestream. The uncle had been studying for a while, his hands covered in bait as he dipped them into the river, but the fish weren't coming. The uncle was utterly dejected. The old man was taken aback by his technique. Can you even catch fish like this? The uncle turned around to see an old man. He fell even more silent. Caught any? Can you spare one? The old man asked. The uncle was speechless. Wasn't this just here to break him? No, there are no fish here. He snapped. The old man, unconvinced, thought him dishonest. He had just seen a kid walk out of the park with 2 fish. No fish. The old man clasped his hands behind his back. If you can't catch any, just say so. There's no need to make excuses about there being no fish. I can tell you're not the type to land a catch anyway. With that, the old man departed. The uncle fell silent once more. What had he done to deserve this? First a kid taunted him for not catching fish, and now a random old man came out of nowhere. And between the two, young and old, whichever he confronted would end with him on the losing side. He was exhausted. Let it all burn. The viewers in the live stream were beside themselves with laughter. They hadn't expected another old man to deliver a verbal jab at the uncle. Ha 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 ha, if you can't catch any, at least be honest. This is killing me. Why not lend that little prodigy your hook? Maybe don't blame the road if you can't walk, uncle. He's totally broken. Maybe you should just give up fishing. The uncle saw the stream of mockery from the audience and felt even more shattered. He stared at the park river before him. These wretched fish just wouldn't bite. They were toying with him. I can't take it anymore. They'll drain the river. I'm done putting up with it. The uncle pulled out his phone to call for a drainage service. Get someone to the old park near the city sports center with drainage equipment. They'll pay whatever it costs. The viewers were stunned. Ha 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 ha, he's mad. He's actually mad. This is hilarious. Why is he so worked up? He's broken, truly broken this time. Bro, are you serious? You're actually going to drain it? The uncle couldn't believe it. He refused to accept that he couldn't catch a single fish in this man-made river. Meanwhile, Lin Yi walked home carrying his fish. Every passerby couldn't help but stare at him and the 2 large carp. Holy moly, where did that kid get those fish? So young, and he caught such big ones. Lin Yi basked in the admiring glances around him. The feeling was no less exhilarating than the roaring ovation he got after a stunt. At that moment, Lin Yi understood the pinnacle of joy that anglers feel when they land a fish bigger than a child. In ancient times, Jiangxia fished with a straight hook. Today, anglers pass their homes 3 times without entering. Lin Yi had tasted the pleasure of fishing. As he approached the gate of his residential community, the security guard saw him with the fish and exclaimed, "Hey Xiao, where did you get those?" "They're huge." Lin Yi replied to the question. "What do you mean? How did you know I caught them with my bare hands?" The guard nearly burst. Catching fish with bare hands. The guard didn't believe it. That would be as miraculous as Jiangxia reincarnated. Better head home. Your parents seem to be looking for you. Lin Yi nodded and went home with his fish. When he got there, no one was home. He knew his parents were out searching for him. He hung the fish by the kitchen door, washed his hands, grabbed the family tablet, and sent a message to his father. "I'm home." Lin Yun and Zhang Yining had been frantically searching the sports center. When they saw Lin Yi's message, they breathed a sigh of relief and rushed home. They returned to find Lin Yi watching TV on the sofa. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining exchanged glances. They debated whether to give him a double parent scolding or a solo one. But they abandoned the idea. They were afraid of pushing their well-behaved son into rebellion. Zhang Yining noticed the 2 fish hanging by the kitchen door. "Where did these come from?" Zhang Yining asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi replied, "After practice, I caught them by the old park river." Zhang Yining and Lin Yun were bewildered. "Caught them? How?" "Just like this and like that, and then I caught them." Lin Yi mimicked the bare hand fishing maneuver. A tap of the finger, a flick, and the fish came up. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining catching fish with bare hands. And such big ones. Mom, one braised, one steamed. Zhang Yining was resigned. She couldn't scold him. She would cook first and talk about it over lunch. After the meal was ready during lunch, Zhang Yining broached the subject. "Xiao Yi, your mom will buy you a smartwatch. Before you go anywhere, remember to send me a message." Zhang Yining thought the watch would have GPS tracking. That way, even if Lin Yi went out alone, they could find him immediately. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Oh, a smartwatch would indeed be useful. Lin Yi heard this and said, "Okay. If I want to go out and play on my own, I'll let you know." Lin Yi figured that with this, he'd have more time to go out alone. Without them tagging along, he could complete tasks faster. Free time. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining didn't bring up the fact that Lin Yi had gone out alone to play soccer and catch fish today. They thought Lin Yi was sensible and far more mature than his peers. But his parents, they were worried about his safety when he ventured out alone at such a young age. With a smartwatch, even if they couldn't see him, they could check his location on their phones instantly. As long as he didn't stray too far from home, after lunch, Zhang Yining and Lin Yun took Lin Yi out to buy a smartwatch. They set up the GPS and linked a payment-enabled WeChat account so Lin Yi could buy whatever he wanted, because whenever they asked him if he needed something, Lin Yi usually said no. Compared to other kids his age, his toy collection was pitifully small. The toys Lin Yi had were those brought by relatives who visited. Seeing the payment feature, Lin Yi was satisfied that at least he could buy snacks when, after shopping with his parents, Lin Yi returned home. He played for half a day, but no new task arrived. Assuming the fishing task for today was complete, he figured there likely wouldn't be any more tasks. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Seeing it was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, he decided to go play soccer. "Mom, I'm heading out to play soccer," he said, grabbing the small soccer ball from the living room and heading out the door. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun didn't bother to stop him. The sports center was quite closed, so they weren't worried. Their only concern was Lin Yi wandering off somewhere random. Lin Yi left the apartment and waited for the elevator. The elevator doors opened, revealing people already inside carrying buckets and wearing rain boots. Lin Yi found it a bit strange. It wasn't raining, so why the buckets and waterproof shoes? Puzzled, Lin Yi stepped out on the first floor. The bucket-carrying individuals rushed out swiftly. Hurry, hurry. They're draining the water from the little river in the park. I heard there are tons of fish. Just pick them up. Lin Yi overheard them shouting as they ran. The little river in the park. Draining the water. Lin Yi was stunned, thinking of the sore loser uncle. No way. He's so petty he's actually draining the river. Lin Yi knew the uncle was a sore loser, but he never imagined he'd go this far. Couldn't catch fish, so he drains the entire river. Lin Yi immediately turned back and took the elevator home. Plans had changed. Catching fish was a rare opportunity, and he naturally wanted to join in. Back home, Lin Yi dropped the soccer ball, grabbed a small bucket, and dashed out. Zhang Yining watched him rush off with the bucket from the living room. She fell silent. What's that kid up to now? Bucket in hand, Lin Yi ran toward the old park. As he entered, he could hear the clamor of a crowd from afar. Returning to the spot where he had fished earlier, Lin Yi saw that the once water-filled river was now dry. Numerous pumps were still running. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, amazing. The pumping efficiency clearly showed the uncle was desperate. He had deployed over it. In less than half a day, the water was nearly gone. The uncle who had been live streaming his fishing was now surrounded by a crowd. He warned those preparing to wade in, you can go into the water. But be careful. There might be glass in the mud. Wear waterproof shoes before going in. Kids, if you can avoid it, don't go in. Just grab any fish you want, but remember, don't come to me if you get hurt. The uncle listed the precautions for those about to enter the water. He had leased this river in a fit of rage, spending a considerable sum. Not to mention the cost of running so many pumps simultaneously. Having already paid the price, he declared the fish free for the taking. However, he refused to be held responsible for any injuries sustained in the water. As he shouted, the onlookers nodded in agreement. Alright, don't worry, we all brought water boots. If I catch a turtle, I don't have to hand it over, right? I said whatever you catch is yours. You're such a nice guy. Come to my place later, I'll cook for you. The uncle didn't waste words, seeing that the water was almost gone. Alright, let's start. Any later, and I'll have the fish collectors take over. At his signal, everyone prepared and began wading into the river to catch fish. The uncle's live stream grew increasingly lively, with viewership skyrocketing. What's going on? Did the uncle get desperate from draining the river? Ha, as expected, a fisherman never accepts coming up empty. Oh my god, is the uncle doing charity out of desperation? So lively. Where's this? Him coming. You don't know. The uncle got provoked by a kid and another guy, and now he's furious. If you weren't in the stream this morning, you missed it. That kid demonstrated fishing with bare hands and shattered the uncle's worldview. Lin Yi watched as the crowd entered the water. He took off his shoes at the bank, placed his new watch in his pocket, and waded in barefoot with his bucket. He wanted to test if the so-called beginner's protection would shield him from minor injuries. Who knew what glass shards might be hidden in the mud? So despite the uncle's warning, Lin Yi was too lazy to change shoes. No time to explain. Next up is the fish-catching boy. Lin Yi stepped into the mud, unconcerned about getting dirty. He'd worry about that later. He entered the area with a bit of water left, searching for fish. Meanwhile, the uncle live streaming from the bank spotted the person he least wanted to see. The stream's viewers were sharp-eyed and immediately noticed Lin Yi with his bucket. Hey, isn't that the kid, eh? Did the kid get a beating for bringing home 2 fish this morning? He's not even dirty, but his family praised. He dares to come fish again. Isn't he afraid of getting covered in mud and getting a beating when he gets home? Ha, judging by this, he's in for a spanking tonight. The uncle stared at Lin Yi, unwilling to respond to the stream's comments. He had a bad feeling that Lin Yi's presence spelled trouble. His gaze locked onto Lin Yi. Just as Lin Yi reached the watery area, a large fish charged straight at him, crashing into him. Lin Yi lost his balance and fell into the water. One thought crossed his mind, him doomed. He had hoped to catch a few fish without getting, but now he was sitting in the water. The big fish, after colliding with him, flopped into his bucket. Lin Yi stood up, staring at the fish that had stopped struggling in the bucket. He was completely stunned. Fine, first a slap, then you give me your life. The adults nearby, frantically catching fish, noticed Lin Yi's incredible luck with the fish delivering itself. Hey kid, you're pretty lucky. Lin Yi stopped being cautious. Since he was already dirty, there was no point in holding back. While fishing, the uncle streaming nearby laughed out loud at the sight of Lin Yi being knocked into the water by the fish. Ha! But the next second, seeing the huge fish land precisely in Lin Yi's bucket, his laughter abruptly stopped. The abrupt laughter was silenced, as if someone had pressed a mute button. The smile on his face turned into speechless exasperation. The uncle had laughed too soon, expecting to see Lin Yi make a fool of himself. But how could that fish, after bumping into Lin Yi, leap right into the bucket as if throwing itself into a trap? Moreover, given the size of that fish, if Lin Yi had to catch it in the water, he would have had to pounce on it and hug it to even have a chance. The uncle could only wonder whose child is this. His luck was maxed out. He truly believed in the newbie protection period. The livestream audience, witnessing Lin Yi being struck by the fish and the uncle's abruptly stifled laughter, were beside themselves with joy. Ha, uncle, why did you stop laughing? Uncle, don't you like to smile? Why did your smile vanish? Oh, it's transferred to our faces. Uncle the empty-hander, though I'm your diehard fan, you know, I was born with a perpetual smile. I can't hold it in anymore. How can even the staunchest fans with moderator badges start mocking the uncle? Kid, your luck is truly heaven-defying. For a fish that size, if he had to catch it himself, it would take quite a while, right? The live stream was buzzing with excitement, while the uncle looked utterly speechless. Watching the stream, even his regular gift-giving fans had started to laugh at him. He couldn't take it anymore. As expected, nothing good ever happens when that kid shows up. He just wanted to have a laugh at the kid's expense, but in the end, the clown turned out to be himself. The uncle took a deep breath by the shore, feeling a bit dizzy. He decided to just ignore it all and stop. At this moment, Lin Yi was feeling around in the water for fish, hoping to catch some small fish or shrimp. As he stepped around, he felt something hard under his foot, like a piece of iron. Lin Yi frowned, crouched down, and reached for the object under his foot. Ding! Hazardous item detected. Please handle with care. Task reward, badminton mastery talent. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yi paused his hand. A dangerous item. Without thinking much, he pulled the object out of the mud. He pulled out an iron-like object from the mud. Lin Yi rinsed it in the water. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't looked, but when he did, he was shocked. Wasn't this the very mortar shell that had scared Xie Baoqing into a stutter? Lin Yi wasn't panicked upon seeing it. This shell had probably been soaking for years. It was unlikely to go off. Lin Yi thought he would deal with it after he finished fishing. He put the shell into the bucket. The big fish that had jumped in earlier began to flop around, quite intelligent. The fish seemed to say, "Thank you so much. I just bumped into you, and now I've given you my life. Do you really have to scare me with a shell?" Lin Yi continued feeling for fish, but after taking a few more steps, he stepped on another iron object. He pulled it out again. He rinsed it in the water once more. A glance, and he was speechless. This time he had fished out a melon-shaped grenade. Lin Yi paused for a moment, then placed it in the bucket as well. It seemed like a bad idea to keep feeling around like this. Who knows what else he might pull out? With so many people in the water, someone else might stumble upon a surprise too. Lin Yi simply put the grenade into the bucket and decided to make a run for it. He had his newbie protection period, so he wasn't afraid of these things. He just needed to figure out how to dispose of them. Lin Yi carried the bucket ashore and grabbed his shoes. He pondered for a moment, should he take it to school and give the principal a big gift? This would be a good deed. Turning it in might even win him an award. Giving it to the principal was a good idea. But then Lin Yi used his little brain and thought again. The principal, after the last gift, had warned him not to bring any strange things to school anymore. Besides, it was still the weekend, so the principal definitely wouldn't be there. Lin Yi remembered the police station not far from his home. He figured out what to do. If you find a penny, you give it to the police. If you find a mortar shell, you definitely give it to the police too. With his destination set, Lin Yi headed towards the police station carrying the bucket. The fish in the bucket flopped around in what seemed like shock. Meanwhile, the uncle, live streaming by the shore, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Yi leave. It was time for him to prepare and go into the water to catch fish. Once the nearby residents had their fill of fishing, the rest would be the content for his live stream. Folks, wait another half an hour and he'll show you how it's done. Who dares to call me the empty-hander saint now? Say it with me. Anglers never go home empty-handed. If there are vegetables, pick them. If there's a cow, lead it away. Lin Yi struggled to carry the bucket towards the police station. There was no one standing guard at the entrance. Lin Yi walked straight in. Entering the station, he arrived at the reception hall. Just then a policewoman at the front desk saw Lin Yi covered in mud walk in. "Little one, what's wrong? How did you get so muddy?" Seeing Lin Yi completely covered in mud, the policewoman came out from behind the desk. Lin Yi, holding the bucket, said, "Officer, I'm here to give you a gift." He set the bucket down with some effort. The policewoman was a bit puzzled, amused by Lin Yi's cuteness and the fact that he called her sister so sweetly. Seeing the lively fish in the bucket, the policewoman's first instinct was to refuse. "We can't accept this, little one. Sister doesn't really like fish either. You should take it back. Where are your parents?" Fearing Lin Yi might be lost, she asked about his parents. Hearing her response, Lin Yi realized she had clearly misunderstood him. The gift he wanted to give wasn't the fish. "No, sister, I want to give you this." Lin Yi crouched down and pulled out the largest mortar shell from the bucket. As the policewoman watched him pull out the mud-caked shell, her pupils dilated in shock. Her previously relaxed expression tensed up instantly. Where did you find this?" Lin Yi held the shell in his hand. "I found it while fishing for fish in the old park. There's also this one. It's a melon-shaped grenade with a safety pin. In a TV show, they said pulling it makes a bang." Lin Yi recalled a funny drama about a man who traveled back to the Three Kingdoms era with a grenade. The commentator explained it just like that: pull the pin and the whole camp gets knocked out. Hearing this, the policewoman looked into Lin Yi's bucket and saw the grenade. Cold sweat broke out on her back. The mortar shell wouldn't explode without impact, but that grenade in the bucket. One pull, and it was all over. At that moment, the policewoman felt death knocking at her door. "Little one, I'm scared. Please put it back and don't touch it anymore, okay?" Lin Yi thought that line should have been his. Shouldn't he be the one who was scared? He was actually afraid too. Despite having the newbie protection period, he was still freaking out. "Put it down first. Sister will have someone handle it, okay?" Lin Yi put the mortar shell back upon hearing this. The policewoman quickly ran to a nearby meeting room. The other officers were in a meeting. She looked panicked as she interrupted. "Quick, something big has happened. Stop the meeting. Come out." All the officers frowned, immediately stopped the meeting and ran out. They saw Lin Yi covered in mud standing in the hall. The officers were puzzled. What big event could a muddy kid possibly cause? "Let me see. What's going on here?" The policewoman, who had just received Lin Yi, dared not approach the bucket. There are grenades and shells in the bucket. The policewoman's words sent every officer on the scene into a state of high alert. They acted swiftly, notify the bomb disposal unit. Other officers scooped up Lin Yi and rushed out, disregarding the mud covering him. The other officers also quickly evacuated. They notified the professional departments to handle the situation. Are they really shells? Yes, a grenade, and what should be a mortar shell? There's also a lively fish inside. That should be fine, right? Hearing there was still a fish thrashing about, the officers on the scene grew. If the fish caused the grenade to explode, the mortar shell would also detonate in a chain reaction. One explosion, and this entire area would be blown sky high. But they lacked the professional equipment and the bomb disposal experts on site. This was beyond their capability to handle. Young man, tell me, where did you find these? The team leader among the officers asked Lin Yi in a gentle tone. He looked at Lin Yi covered in mud and guessed what had happened. Lin Yi pointed towards the direction of the park, not far away. The small river at the old park. Someone drained the water. Everyone was catching fish for free. I caught a big one and found those things in the river. Upon hearing this, all the officers panicked. Sweat drenched their backs. The team leader immediately issued orders. Quick, set up a cordon, stop everyone from fishing. Lock down that area, disperse everyone in the park. Yes, sir. All the officers on the scene gathered their gear and rushed to the old. This matter could be trivial or catastrophic. Lin Yi had fished out shells and grenades. Who knew what kind of triggered explosives might still? Faced with a threat to public safety, they had to act immediately. By now the bomb disposal unit had arrived with protective suits and blast. They swiftly entered the scene to handle the situation. The system's voice also chimed in at this moment. Mission complete. The police chief was frantic. This incident had to happen right in the vicinity. If something went off, this would be a huge disaster. The other officers had also arrived at the park, by then dispersing among the crowd of fishers. They set up the cordon. Quick, leave the park immediately. Dangerous items have been found in the park river. We are locking it down. Everyone fishing in the river was dangerous items. What kind of dangerous items? With so many police, this seems serious. Let's go back. Everyone dispersed. The middle-aged man who was live streaming had just finished putting on his waders to catch fish. He watched as the police cordoned off every accessible spot near the water. Seeing the officers urgently dispersing the crowd, the man was dumbfounded. What had he done to deserve this? He just wanted to not go home empty-handed for a day. Oh, what crime was that? The viewers in the live stream were baffled and started commenting. What's going on? Why did they suddenly put up a cordon? So, is this guy still going to catch nothing today? Ha ha ha. Please forgive me for laughing unkindly first. What happened? Can the curse of catching nothing never be broken? These uncontrollable factors, will they make him catch nothing for life? So many police, what's wrong? Amidst the confusion in the live stream, the man was also puzzled. Just then an officer walked over. Are you the one who leased this small river? The man nodded blankly. Yes, what's the matter? The officer then explained the whole situation to him. It's like this. A child just found some more relics in the river you leased. A mortar shell and an old-style grenade. This river is now under lockdown. We are officially notifying you. We will contact you with further information. The man frowned deeply upon hearing this. A child found a shell and a grenade. The man was completely stunned. Don't do this. He just wanted to avoid catching nothing. Why did it have to be this serious? Even grenades and shells showed up. Thinking of the child, he remembered Lin Yi, who had left early. A child. A little brat about 8 years old. The officer nodded. Yes, that's right. Now please leave the park area as soon as possible. For other matters you can inquire at the police station. The officer expelled everyone. The park would be closed for several days for hazard removal. This wasn't the wilderness, this was the center of Magic City. If dangerous items were found in the city center, it would scare the public no end. Upon hearing the officer's confirmation, the man felt suffocated. He didn't know whether to thank Lin Yi or what to do. The curse of catching nothing remained unbroken. He had spent a fortune to drain the water and got nothing in return. He hadn't even stepped into the water before it was sealed off. Who had he wronged? If he had gone into the water, wouldn't he have been dancing in a minefield? He could have lost his life at any moment. Thinking this, he pinched his The feeling of suffocation was overwhelming. He felt that all this trouble stemmed from him not lending his fishhook to the child. The live stream audience exploded with comments upon hearing that an 80-year-old had found the dangerous items. Wait, 8 years old? Kid bro. Huh, wasn't he scared? A mortar plus a grenade. Really? He's truly fearless, kid bro. As expected. The beginner's protection period lets you get away with anything. Catching a fish and finding a shell doesn't scare him. Unbelievable, kid bro. The live stream audience, upon hearing the man's inquiry and the officer's affirmative answer, immediately thought of that incredibly overpowered max-level kid bro. Apart from this extraordinary kid, they simply couldn't imagine which 80-year-old child could touch mortar shells and grenades without being. The uncle didn't recover for a moment. After thinking about something, he was drenched in sweat. If those dangerous items had exploded while the people were still fishing in the river just now, it seemed he also bore joint responsibility. The uncle wiped the sweat from his forehead and retreated from the park area. The entire park was sealed off and no one was allowed to enter. Even the park fences were draped with caution tape. Meanwhile, at the police station, the bomb disposal unit had loaded the grenades and mortar shells into an explosion-proof barrel, and the danger was neutralized. Their work still required clearing the park of potential hazards. Meanwhile, the female police officer staying at the station asked Lin, "Little friend, where is your home? They'll take you back. Lin Yi pointed to his residential area not far away. My home is over there quite close. Sister is there. Lin Yi thought about washing the mud off his body before going home. Otherwise returning covered in mud like this, he was afraid he'd get. The policewoman saw that Lin Yi was covered in mud and led him to a faucet to help him wash clean. After washing she insisted on, after all this matter was quite serious. Parents also had the right to know. Alright, I still need to take you back. Lin Yi didn't refuse. Lin Yi seemed to think of something, but didn't mention it. He had performed a meritorious act, hadn't he? Shouldn't he get a reward? The female police officer carried the bucket containing Lin Yi's fish and walked toward his home. Back home. Zhang Yining saw the policewoman bringing Lin Yi back. She thought Lin Yi had done something wrong, and suddenly, hello, did my child do something wrong? Zhang Yining thought that if he did something wrong she as a parent would have to deal with it. The policewoman saw how nervous Lin Yi's mother was, and spoke in a gentle tone. Don't worry, your child didn't do anything wrong. Is the child's father home? Hear what's wrong. Lin Yun also came out from the bedroom. Seeing the policewoman in the house, he felt that something major had happened. Oh, okay. Let me tell you what happened just now, and don't be nervous. The policewoman began to recount to Lin Yi's parents how Lin Yi had been fishing in the Park River and ended up with a grenade and a mortar shell. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun's pupils dilated after hearing this. Lin Yun glanced at Lin Yi and his forehead was covered in sweat. Mortar shell. Grenade. Even he wouldn't dare touch them. Although the policewoman said that these items had been soaked in water for a long time and might not be, but Zhang Yining heard that Lin Yi had dared to pick them up and put them in a bucket to take to the police station. One must know better safe. If something went wrong and the grenade exploded, wouldn't her precious son be gone? Zhang Yinin's face turned pale. Listening to the policewoman, she felt like crying. The policewoman kept telling her that it was safe now, everything was fine. Don't be angry either. Children don't understand the danger of them. At least he didn't take them out to throw around or hit them violently. The reason I came is to inform you of this and also to remind you as parents not to let your child play in the water alone and to fulfill your supervisory responsibilities. Alright, the station needs more hands, will go back to work. In that bucket are the fish the child caught. After saying that, the policewoman left. In fact, when the policewoman came, she was thinking, why were this little guy's parents so carefree? They actually let such a young Lin Yi go out to play by himself, even playing in the water and fishing. But after she finished telling the dangerous story, seeing the mother's pained expression and the father's sweating face, they didn't immediately grab a feather duster to beat him. The policewoman understood something. She vaguely remembered that in the past, whenever she did something wrong, there was almost no room for explanation like what Lin Yi did today. Playing in water, fishing, getting dirty, and touching dangerous things. If it were the old-fashioned parenting, wouldn't it be a double-team beating? Zhang Yining stared at Lin Yi in silence. Her eyes were already red. Lin Yi sensed trouble. He had been so focused on his novice protection period that he forgot about how his parents would feel. The system's novice protection period indeed allowed him to act recklessly without feeling the approach of death. Lin Yi looked at his mother's tearful expression and remembered that saying, some discard me like weeds, while others cherish me like a precious treasure. At this moment, Lin Yi was not being discarded like weeds. In his mother's eyes, he had just narrowly escaped death. As her only child, Zhang Yining couldn't even bear to scold Lin Yi on ordinary days, let alone hit him. Hearing that Lin Yi had gone through such a dangerous experience, she suddenly felt guilty. It wasn't that she blamed Lin Yi for going out to play, but she blamed herself for not following him. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was watching his wife's tearful expression. He knew that what was done, and the danger was over. Scolding Lin Yi would be useless. He and Zhang Yinin's parenting of Lin Yi was virtually non-existent, because Lin Yi had been too obedient in these 8 years. When other children were fighting over toys, Lin Yi would quietly watch. Even when a neighbor's child came to their house and took toys that belonged, he wouldn't cry or make a fuss as if those things didn't matter to him. His academic performance at school brought them much face. He was only in 3rd grade, but he had already received so many awards. Lin Yun didn't scold Lin Yi. Instead, he comforted his wife Zhang Yining. Zhang Yining looked like she was about to cry. It's okay, it's all over. Look, Xiaoyi specially caught the big carp you love. Do you want it braised or steamed tonight? He'll cook it. Lin Yun lifted the bucket to show Zhang Yining the large carp. Zhang Yining indeed loved carp, and Lin Yi hadn't specifically caught it, it had swum into the bucket on its own. Zhang Yining remained silent. She even wondered if their ancestors underground had kowtowed to the king of hell until their heads bled to keep Lin Yi safe. Zhang Yining looked at Lin Yi and said, promise Mama not to do such dangerous things, okay? Lin Yi was silent for a moment. Indeed, with his novice protection period, he could do whatever he wanted. But he also needed to consider the feelings of his mother, who cherished him like a... Lin Yi thought that next time he would need to weigh dangerous tasks more carefully. Okay. Hearing Lin Yi's answer, Zhang Yining didn't say anything more. When Lin Yi answered her seriously, he would keep his word. Seeing the atmosphere ease up, Lin Yun said, he'll go cook. Steam, braised. After dinner, Lin Yi's family gathered in front of the television to watch the evening news on Magic City Satellite TV. The news anchor began reporting on the discovery of a bomb-laden park. Today, in the heart of Magic City, residents of the surrounding area participated in draining a small river in an old park to catch fish. A chilling incident occurred according to real-time information from local police officers. An 80-year-old elementary school student retrieved an old-fashioned pineapple grenade and a mortar shell from the river. The items are now scheduled for centralized destruction in a safe designated area. The grenade had been rendered inert due to prolonged immersion, but the mortar shell remains capable of detonation. The park has been completely cordoned off, surrounded by caution tape, and relevant authorities are urgently conducting hazard mitigation operations in the river. Lin Yi and Zhang Yining, watching from their living room, recognized the familiar park on the screen. They immediately understood it was the incident the policewoman had mentioned that afternoon. Hearing the anchor say the mortar shell could still explode, Lin Yi choked on his water. Indeed, his son had just brushed past the gates of death. If Lin Yi had fooled around striking the shell against stones or roasting it over a fire, the entire neighborhood might have seen their ancestors beckoning them. Lin Yi quickly turned off the TV, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Yet when he opened his phone, the trending searches were all about his son. Is this the novice protection period? Catching fish with bare hands. Reincarnation of Jiang Zia. This is the pinnacle of his life. The ultimate fishing prodigy has arrived. The new emperor after the legendary He Chong, who never returned from fishing. The incredible kid who brought a shell to the police station, terrifying a policewoman. Shocking. The kid fished out the shell from the 2nd Battalion Commander's Italian cannon. Seeing this dazzling array of trending topics, Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Was his child truly destined for internet fame? Trending every other day. He opened each trending post, the first one showcasing Lin Yi's barehanded fishing feat. Lin Yi was also curious about the 2 fish Lin Yi had brought home at noon, claiming he caught them without a hook. He knew his son didn't lie, but he truly couldn't believe catching fish with bare hands was possible. Yet watching the video, he saw Lin Yi tap the water surface a few times and fish bit his hand. Lin Yi was rendered speechless. Damn, how is that even possible? His pupils dilated as he glanced at Lin Yi, who was playing with his phone watch. Lin Yi even suspected his son was the reincarnation of Jiang Zia. He remembered the story of Jiang Zia fishing. A straight hook with no bait could still catch fish. But Lin Yi was even more extraordinary, tapping the water twice with his bare hand, and fish would bite. This wasn't Jiang Zia fishing willing to be hooked. This was fish scrambling to be caught. Lin Yi watched the video repeatedly. In the comments section, countless fishermen were devastated. I can't take it anymore. I just went home empty-handed and got scolded by my wife. Seeing this video makes me even more hopeless. I'm thinking, if we use this kid as bait, will we catch more fish? Criminal. The guy above is too bold. That kid is a minor internet celebrity now. If you mess with him, aren't you afraid he'll use you as bait to catch sharks? Wait. What can't this kid do? Is this novice protection period really this insane? He's already amazing at soccer, and now this. Are you trying to kill me, kid? I admit the kid's barehanded fishing is impressive, but I tell you on Douyin you still need more practice. Lin Yi watched as countless videos praised Lin Yi as the fishing prodigy. He felt a bit bewildered. His son possessed talents, singing, fishing, cooking, soccer, and courage, that other children lacked. Was it really as netizens said? Could it be that his son was truly the ultimate child prodigy? The comments under the video about Lin Yi fishing out a mortar shell were even more lively. Many netizens, after hearing the news anchor narrate Lin Yi's discovery and seeing the video of him bringing the shell to the police station, were utterly stunned. Huh, wait. Is this how the novice protection period works? At first I thought it was nothing, but hearing it could still explode, I was dumbfounded. Incredible. Is the novice protection for modern human cubs this solid? Ha 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 ha, when the policewoman said she was scared, I couldn't help but laugh. It's not like the kid was afraid. There's no novice protection period. It's just that the kid's ancestors in the underworld collectively begged Yin Wang to extend their labor contracts by centuries to protect this sole descendant. The kid's ancestors, the novice protection period, is your lie. Lin Yi decided to stop reading these news items. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. Meanwhile, in a certain neighborhood, the uncle, who still hadn't broken his empty-handed streak, was drinking alone at home, feeling dejected. Watching the news video of the detonated mortar shell, the uncle couldn't sit still. His pupils dilated. He knew that if the shell had exploded in the river where it was found, he, being by the riverbank, might have been saying goodbye to the world. Seeing countless comments about the kid's novice protection period, the uncle grew curious about Lin Yi. Lin Yi's appearance that morning had made his usually calm live stream lively. The number of people mocking him had doubled. The uncle searched for the ultimate child prodigy on Douyin. The news he found included not only today's barehanded fishing and bringing shells to the police station. There were also many football accounts posting about the kid. The uncle remembered that when Lin Yi had asked to borrow a fish hook today, he was holding. The uncle took a serious look at the videos. The future of national football. The kid's rainbow flick. Incredible footwork, top-notch dribbling that puts adults to shame. Such a young age, such a big heart. Facing an adult goalkeeper, he dares to take a Paninka penalty. The uncle watched these videos with such titles. Opening them, he saw Lin Yi's soccer skills in action. Though he wasn't a player himself, he was a fan of the World Cup, held every 4 years. He could tell at a glance whether the play was good or not. Seeing Lin Yi's agile dribbling, managing to get past an adult and holding his own in an unknown, he knew the kid was only about 8 years old. He had watched countless World Cup matches, yet players with such flawless dribbling were exceedingly rare. Not to mention Lin Yi, this 80-year-old child. He suddenly regretted not lending Lin Yi the fishing hook. If he had, perhaps that little one might become a superstar footballer in the future. Even lying in his rocking chair, he could boast to other old folks. You know the guy who plays football best in our China. He once borrowed a fishhook from me. A night passed. The next morning Zhang Yining prepared breakfast early for Lin Yi. She feared Lin Yi might pull off some dangerous stunt again, so she insisted on escorting him to school. Lin Yi said nothing and followed Zhang Yining out the door. Zhang Yining watched Lin Yi enter the school with his breakfast before leaving relieved. Lin Yi wasn't late today, as students were already lined up on the playground for morning exercises. But Lin Yi noticed several extra people standing where the principal usually gave speeches and teachers often stood, holding cameras and microphones. Behind them was the policewoman who had sent him home yesterday. Lin Yi sensed something was off. The morning exercise bell rang. It was that same familiar broadcast calisthenics routine. Everyone did the exercises until the bell ended, then stopped and lined up. The principal cleared his throat and stepped to the front. Ahem. Good morning, students. There are a few important matters to address. First, regarding the old park near the sports center. Those who watched TV last night should know what happened. At the principal's words, the students in the field began murmuring among themselves. What? Wasn't the old park cordoned off? I went there yesterday and saw lots of police. Don't know what happened. Did someone die? No, I heard a bomb was found. Huh, a bomb. Yeah, really. I heard a kid our age found a bomb, while some below knew the situation, others were clueless. After all, in this era, watching the news was rare. They were either playing Timmy or launching Yuanshin. Who had time to watch the news? Some girls who heard about the bomb were instinctively scared. Having seen the terror of firearms in TV dramas, a single bullet could end a life. A big nuclear bomb could turn Sakura Tokyo into a gathering of acquaintances. These fears were etched into their bones. Unlike cold weapons, hot weapons had range and single-target capability, all deadly. Humans were mere flesh and blood. How could they not fear such weapons? The principal heard the students' discussions and knew some were unaware of the details. Ahem. Alright, everyone quiet down. It seems some of you regularly watch the news. Others are diligent in their studies. Not watching the news is understandable. For those who don't know, you can catch the news when you get home. The principal didn't elaborate further, turning to look at the policewoman behind him. Meanwhile, the cameraman beside them positioned the camera on the stage. Suya, who had just arrived late, saw police officers on stage along with people holding microphones and cameras. Suya was a bit bewildered. After 2 days off, elementary school was back in session, and she had to complete her live streaming assignment again. Even without streaming, her followers had surged. Suya had also seen recent news about Lin Yi playing football and catching a shell while fishing. She opened her phone's live stream and moved near the teachers broadcasting the scene. As soon as she went live, a flood of viewers entered. Finally, waiting for you. I never gave up. Kid Bro. I want to see Kid Bro. If I don't see Kid Bro for a day, I feel terrible all over. Isn't this Kid Bro's school? Where is he? Hey, why are there police? What's going on? Looks like there's some drama. The viewers who came to see Lin Yi in the live stream saw the police at school and sensed drama. Meanwhile, the policewoman stepped to the front and picked up the microphone. Good morning, students. A major incident occurred yesterday. Lin Yi from Class 2 Grade 3 found an old hand grenade and a shell in the drained river of the park. He handed these dangerous items over to the nearby police officers. While protecting himself, he also protected many unsuspecting citizens. He is very brave, a role model among us. I hope all students learn from him. Come on up, Lin. The policewoman finished speaking and looked toward Lin Yi in the crowd. She spotted him instantly. His impression on her was too deep. Last night, even after falling asleep, she was jolted awake by the imagined blast of the shell in her dream, recalling how Lin Yi calmly carried the bucket with the shell and told her he had a gift. Hearing his name called and receiving praise, Lin Yi knew it sure enough something was about to happen. At that moment, classmates from nearby classes who knew Lin Yi all turned their gazes toward him. Lin Yi had no choice but to walk up. Suya, streaming live, couldn't help but laugh unkindly as she saw Lin Yi take the stage. Because she saw the police officer beside him holding the reward. What a fine item it was. The officer holding the prize had a grin harder to suppress than an AK. It seemed he was recalling something joyful. But he was professionally trained. No matter how amusing, he wouldn't laugh. Really. The livestream viewers went wild upon hearing Lin Yi was receiving an award. Holding a mortar shell in his hands. In wartime, Kid Bro would at least be a private second class. This is absolutely explosive in any era. Why isn't Kid Bro sticking his hands in his pockets? Ha ha ha. I still prefer his cocky attitude. Hands in pockets. Principal, you're not afraid, but I am. If he sticks his hands in his pockets, in the one panicking. On stage, many teachers applauded to encourage Lin Yi. The principal also felt proud. Lin Yi had caused trouble, but this time it was. The principal beamed with a smile. He now had bragging rights when meeting other school principals. His student dared to hold a mortar shell. Lin Yi stepped onto the stage. The policewoman gestured to her colleague who was bringing the award. Lin Yi had no idea, yet what a huge surprise awaited him. Standing beside the officer, Lin Yi guessed there would be a reward. But seeing the uncle policeman carrying the item whose smile was as hard to suppress as an AK. Lin Yi immediately sensed trouble. As Lin Yi had guessed, the policewoman had her colleague bring over the carefully prepared rewards, a new school bag and a stack of exercise books. The policewoman handed them to Lin Yi while speaking to the camera. To commend Lin Yi's courageous spirit, we have specially prepared a new school bag and exercise books for every stage from 3rd grade to junior high graduation. We hope Lin Yi will study hard and make progress every day. As she spoke, the apples of her cheeks betrayed her barely suppressed smile. The police were indeed professionally trained, but their facial expressions and the corners of their mouths were truly hard to restrain. The policewoman thought that this little fellow Lin Yi actually dared to go fishing in the river alone. Although it was the weekend, she still felt that Lin Yi probably had to. So when her superiors mentioned preparing gifts, the first thing that came to her mind was these. They were extremely helpful for his studies, even covering the next few years. That way Lin Yi wouldn't be naughty enough to go out playing alone. The colleague who brought the gifts couldn't hold back his laughter and quickly hurried off. He hadn't expected his female colleague to be so ruthless. She had even arranged junior high homework for an elementary school student. Listening to the policewoman, Lin Yi stared at the pile of exercise books completely dumbfounded. Fine. So this was the reward. This wasn't a reward, it was a death sentence. From elementary school to junior high grade, everything was laid out so clearly for him. Lin Yi looked speechlessly at the gifts being handed to him. The teachers present were all beaming with smiles. Great. Absolutely great. Students should study hard. From their perspective, this reward was perfect. Meanwhile, the students in the audience burst into laughter. Everyone had smiles on their faces. In the venue, aside from Lin Yi, who couldn't be happy, everyone else was overjoyed. Ha. So many exercise books you can't even throw them away. Oh dear. I'm glad this reward isn't for me. ID rather not. So thick, how long would it take to finish? Some of the elementary school students present thought that doing good deeds could earn such wonderful rewards. Naturally, some also felt the pressure of studying and thought this reward was better off avoided. Suya, who was live streaming, was overjoyed and the audience in the live room was buzzing. Hilarious, why isn't the kid brother laughing? Is he born without a sense of humor? Kid brother, rewards are your lies. Kid brother, thank you so much. Oh, when I grow up, I'll thank you profusely. An innocent child is about to turn dark. Kid brother, alright, I should have let the mortar shell explode in the river. What a sly dog. The officer's smile is harder to suppress than an AK. Look, that police sister can't hold back her smile. The live room was lively. Seeing Lin Yi's pained expression made the audience even more amused. Netizens also felt that from today onward Lin Yi would just set off any shells he saw. He'd even bring out the 2nd Battalion Commander's Italian cannon. Lin Yi was truly speechless at this point. Let it all end. He was exhausted. Looking at the gifts before him, the policewoman gestured for him to take them. Lin Yi recalled something. If he accepted these gifts, he would have extra homework at every stage of his studies. Lin Yi treated the assignments from his teachers as mere tasks given his memories from 2 lifetimes. These assignments were a piece of cake for him, merely something to appease his teachers and parents. If he accepted this, both his teachers and parents would supervise him to finish them. He was truly exhausted. Lin Yi gently pushed the items back. Thank you, police sister. I'll accept your kindness, but you can take. Lin Yi's sudden refusal caught everyone off guard. The policewoman was also a bit bewildered. At Lin Yi's age, he actually understood this routine. It was like how adults exchange red envelopes for favors. Oh, one party, out of politeness, always declines a bit. Accept the kindness, but return the gifts. Where would she take them back to? Write them herself. The principal's previously beaming smile turned a bit peculiar. He felt that these words sounded so familiar. Naturally, because this same scene had occurred here before. Lin Yi still vividly remembered the gifts he had carefully prepared and the teacher's polite refusals. He had learned well. He had even developed new combos, planning to use them whenever the occasion arose. For example, I accept the gift, you can take back the kindness. The students Lin Yi's age were stunned. They had initially watched Lin Yi receive so many exercise books and thought he would be exhausted from writing them. They were just enjoying the show. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi refused outright. This took them by surprise. If it were them, most would shock. Reflecting on Lin Yi's words, they realized they couldn't say such things. The host, who was recording the scene and preparing for an interview, was also bewildered when he heard Lin Yi refuse the gift. Was this still an elementary school student? He could even decline. The host had done many episodes where elementary school students did good deeds and were rewarded with homework. He had grown accustomed to it. The children he had encountered all dared not refuse, only politely thanking, though inwardly reluctant. They never said no. It was then the host realized this little fellow was no ordinary. After all, an 80-year-old who wasn't afraid of mortar shells and grenades couldn't be an average elementary school student. Before arriving, he had learned about Lin Yi online. Known on the internet as the incredible kid brother with max-level newbie protection, a football prodigy, a fried rice genius, and an excellent singer. He had watched all the videos about Lin Yi, but since none happened before his eyes, he always felt something was missing. But now, hearing Lin Yi's words, he understood what it meant to be an over-the-top kid brother. The teachers, upon hearing Lin Yi's refusal, exchanged surprise. Suya, standing nearby, found the kid brother increasingly fascinating. This kid brother had worldly wisdom, but it seemed misapplied here. Declining a valuable gift, or one you don't want, is fine. But Lin Yi used it to reject a commendation reward from the police. How could the officers not feel awkward? The audience in Suya's livestream erupted into chaos. Wow. Kid bro, are you trying to defy the heavens? Give the officers some face, hey. Ha. As expected, kid bro always has to do something different. If he accepted it, he wouldn't be kid bro. The officer is totally dumbfounded. Kid bro had something up his sleeve. He was actually holding back a card of worldly wisdom. So next time I receive a red envelope, could I say, I'll take the gift, but you can keep the gesture? Alright, isn't that just being a complete jerk? No. Lin Yi's refusal was something the policewoman hadn't anticipated. She also knew Lin Yi was no ordinary child. But today was a special occasion. Reporters from the Shanghai TV station had come for interviews and such. The policewoman whispered something softly and Lin, "Give me some face, little one. We're being filmed here. We'll deal with the exercise books later. Ooh, just accept it for now." The policewoman gestured for Lin Yi to look at the large camera behind them. Lin Yi knew when to stop and not make things difficult for others. "We'll deal with it later." Did that mean he could exchange the gift? Lin Yi reached out and took the exercise books. No one present understood why Lin Yi had accepted after hearing just one sentence from the policewoman. Even the principal was baffled. Suya was also puzzled. What had the policewoman said to Lin Yi? The live stream audience was equally confused. Hey, why did he accept it? Streamer, go ask Kid Bro if he was threatened with a gun. If he's being threatened, have him blink. Don't panic, Kid Bro. The tacticians are on their way. The look of reluctance on Kid Brother's face as he accepted the gift, ha ha ha. After Lin Yi accepted the gift, the prepared TV station host approached with a camera and microphone to interview him. Everyone before us now is Lin Yi from Shanghai Sunshine Primary School, the student who was fishing when he stumbled upon dangerous wartime items and bravely handed them over to the police. Now let's have a quick interview. Hello, Lin Yi. Hello. Lin Yi was actually not fine at all, but he still forced a smile onto his face. Lin Yi, could you tell us the process of how you found the hand grenade and mortar shell in the... Lin Yi answered without holding back. That morning there was still water in the river. In the afternoon, a weird uncle who couldn't play fair drained the water, so I went home to grab a bucket and went down to catch fish. I stepped on something hard in the river. I felt around and found a big bomb along with hand grenades, so I threw them into the bucket and continued fishing. After I finished catching fish, only then did I think that this stuff might be really dangerous. The interviewer broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. These details hadn't even been learned at the police station. Lin Yi had actually found them, put them in the bucket, and kept on fishing. Only after finishing did he realize the danger. His nerve was truly extraordinary. Should we call Lin Yi brave, or just ignorant? When the policewoman heard these details, she was also shocked. She hadn't misheard Lin. He had found the dangerous items, put them in the bucket, and only after catching enough fish did he think about turning them over to the police. The classmates his age below, listening to Lin Yi's thrilling account, were also stunned and began whispering among themselves. Is he crazy? Didn't he know those were bombs? Why didn't he run? I would have dropped them and run. Exactly. He actually put them in the bucket and kept fishing. Oh my god. He's way too brave. Some of the young girls present were drawn to Lin Yi's courageous charm and became interested in him. They also began to admire him. So brave. The teachers couldn't help but sweat. Even they would be afraid in that situation. Lin Yi had actually dared to touch the items and put them in the bucket to continue fishing. The principal was also sweating profusely today, surely required another class period on safety. Suya was also shocked after hearing this. No wonder he was called Kid Bro. No ordinary kid could compare. The live stream audience, while hearing this, makes me even more convinced that Kid Bro is extraordinary. It's like his newbie protection buff was maxed out. Newbie protection? No. Kid Brother's ancestors must have been banging their heads against the king of hell's door. Your Highness, we have a single male heir. You can't take him down here. If he comes down, our family is finished. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. This Kid Bro, could he be the grandson of the village chief in the newbie protection village? If you ask me, it's already a huge favor that Kid Bro didn't sell them as scrap. As the busted tune plays, Kid Bro makes his grand. The host paused to compose himself before continuing the interview. Lin Yi, when you realized how dangerous these items were, how did you... Were you scared? Or... Lin Yi heard this question. How did he feel after knowing the danger? Scared? No. He had top-tier newbie protection. Why would he be scared? He even wanted to have the 2nd Battalion commander bring out his Italian cannon to see if the thing could make a bang. He was only thinking after turning them in, would he get a whipping from the belt at home, or how should he cook the fish? I don't know. At the time I was thinking about getting rid of the dangerous stuff, then going home to eat fish. The host fell silent after hearing that. How obsessed with fish was this kid? Even Gao Qiqiang from Jinghai wasn't this crazy about the dangerous items. Weren't even his first priority. It was the fish. The policewoman was dumbfounded. She had no idea that Lin Yi's first thought wasn't about turning them in, but about whether to braise or steam the fish in the bucket. The students below burst into laughter after hearing Lin Yi's answer. They never expected Lin Yi to be thinking about eating fish instead of being afraid of bombs. The teachers and the principal were speechless. His nerve was truly extraordinary. Suya was amused too. The livestream audience was absolutely thrilled. Ha, he really does love fish that much. Didn't he catch 2 fish with his bare hands this morning? He had them for lunch, and now dinner is fish again. He really does? I'm crying. He wasn't even thinking of selling the shells to buy marbles. He was just thinking about how to eat fish. Seriously, is Kid Bro truly fearless? Is this what the newbie protection period lets him get away with? Newbie protection just keeps spoiling him. The interviewer, having calmed down from the shock, continued the interview with Lin Yi. When you realized the danger, what was the first thing that came to your mind as a way to handle it? Lin Yi, upon hearing the question, answered truthfully. Me. At that moment, I thought about whether the principal's birthday had passed, and I wanted to take it to school as a birthday gift for him. But I remembered that last time when I gave him a Teacher's Day gift, the principal told me not to bring strange things to school. Since it was the weekend, I was afraid he might not be there. So I thought if you find a penny on the road, you hand it to the police officer. This thing is so precious I had to hand it to the police officer too. Lin Yi finished speaking with a serious expression. For Lin Yi, handing over this shell was equivalent to earning a merit. And giving this great opportunity to the principal was perfectly logical, wasn't it? Everyone present was dumbfounded. Huh. The interviewer was completely stunned. Handing a shell to the principal as a birthday gift. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Even in the realm of explosive news, this was exceptionally explosive. This gift was far too heavy. Who could handle it? The interviewer's gaze shifted to the school principal, standing not far away. The policewoman also looked at the principal. Was this principal so beloved by his students that even such a weighty gift made him the first person she thought of? The policewoman began to scrutinize the young principal. This young principal must have exceptional qualities. Managing the school, he must have an extremely good relationship with the students. Otherwise, how could Lin Yi as his student think of giving him a gift at the very first moment? Even on Teacher's Day at such a naive age, this elementary school student would give him a gift. As for what Lin Yi meant by the principal not allowing strange things at school, the policewoman didn't understand, but she knew. There must be another story behind this. The policewoman also felt a sense of respect for the principal. The other officers who came along, this principal was definitely not ordinary. Meanwhile, after hearing Lin Yi's words, the principal was drenched in sweat. Wait. How did this get dragged onto him? Lin Yi actually wanted to give him a shell and a grenade as gifts. What kind of sin had he committed? Having such a good student like Lin Yi was truly his blessing. The principal also recalled the time in the office when he calmly told Lin Yi not to bring strange things to school. He was also grateful. That was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Even passing the civil service exam wasn't the best decision of his life. Rather, it was discussing things gently with Lin Yi. If his tone had been even slightly off, or the meaning hadn't been clear, he might have inadvertently ended his career. Who knew what strange thing Lin Yi would bring him next? At that moment, the vice principal behind the principal swore. This was the first time in his life he had seen the chance for a promotion so close at hand. The other teachers were drenched in cold sweat. Good heavens, having something like this and thinking of the principal first. The dean of discipline beside the principal adjusted his glasses and approached him. Principal, think about it. Have you offended this little one somehow? The dean thought this was not about thinking of the principal at all. If there wasn't a grudge from a past life, or the principal hadn't offended Lin Yi, he really couldn't believe it. The principal listened to he really truly hadn't offended this little Lin Yi. Where did this deep-seated hatred come from, wanting to give him a mortar shell and grenade? He had seen the news and knew that these things, if not handled safely in the wild, would go off. The students Lin Yi's age were all stunned. Was this really a gift for the principal? Could this actually be given as a gift? They were still young, understanding only at the surface level. They just knew it was dangerous and shouldn't be taken out carelessly. Giving it to the principal meant wanting him dead. Their understanding differed from Lin Yi's. Lin Yi's thinking was on another level entirely. He handed over this dangerous item and received a reward. If the principal handed it over, the credit would be his. So it was like a gift, perfectly reasonable. Plotting against the principal, wanting him dead. How could that be? He was the principal he admired most. Well, the viewers in Su Ya's livestream were also in an uproar. After all, they had witnessed the last gift incident on Su Ya's stream. Lin Yi had even given a venomous snake as a gift. That legendary scene was still vivid in their minds. Ha ha ha, the principal is sweating bullets, isn't he? I can't hold it in anymore after hearing the kid speak so seriously. Principal, wait. What heinous crime did I commit in my past life to have you sent to my school as a student? Principal, listen to me. Thank you. I was wondering why the principal's smile disappeared. It's because it's transferred to my face. The viewers in the live stream also witnessed through the camera the school principal's expression shift from initially proud and joyful as he looked at Lin Yi. His eyes were full of hope and light, with an expression of this child is teachable, to now a face full of worry and complete bewilderment. The audience was thoroughly amused. This reversal in such a short time was something they hadn't expected. Teacher Chun, who taught Lin Yi Chinese, wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had taught Lin Yi lessons about gratitude. But was this Lin Yi's way of showing gratitude? This was purely revenge. Lin Yi, just tell me, did I give a gift or not? Teacher Chun was also a bit panicked. If the principal delved into Lin Yi's mindset, he would definitely be held responsible. Who knew if this stable job might be gone one day? Lin Yi's move had the whole school in a panic. The interviewer glanced at the principal, whose expression was complicated. He also couldn't hold it in. This kid Lin Yi was truly unlike any ordinary child. Too outrageous. Giving a shell as a gift to the principal. It was unprecedented. The interviewer forced a smile and quickly changed the subject. Lin Yi, can you tell us why you refused those reward workbooks earlier? The interviewer asked Lin Yi for his reason. Lin Yi sighed, looking deeply weary. Sigh. You wouldn't understand. When you reach my age, you'll know how hard studying is. Lin Yi put on a worldly wise demeanor, leaving the interviewer utterly bewildered. Wait until he reaches the age of an elementary school student. But he was already in his 20s. Was he an elementary school student going in the opposite direction? The interviewer paused, taken aback. The other elementary school students of the same age below, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, nodded in agreement. After all, they would return home in the evening, eat dinner, bathe, And without even a moment for a leisurely stroll, they had to do homework until 11 o'clock, or even midnight. They didn't even have time for a single round of Timmy. They empathized deeply with Lin Yi's words about the immense pressure of studying. Yet with so much homework already, why would anyone want extra workbooks? If it were me, I wouldn't want them either. I can't sleep until I finish my homework every day, or it's all tears when I talk about it. My hobbies have been squeezed out of existence. All that's left in life is homework. For Lin Yi, the homework was indeed plenty. Even with the memories of 2 lifetimes, forcing himself to rush through his homework still took a considerable amount of time. Let alone those who didn't listen attentively in class or didn't grasp the material. The teachers would assign homework to parents, requiring them to supervise and help complete it. But how could parents have that much time? Not everyone came from wealthy families. Adults had to work hard to earn a living and cover household expenses. After a long day's work, they were already exhausted, yet they still had to tutor their children. When they encountered something they couldn't explain, some parents would even close their eyes in frustration and fall asleep. Lin Yi treated homework as if it didn't exist, but this extra workbook was essentially encroaching on his leisure time. How could the pressure not be immense? It definitely was. You say my life is like walking on thin ice, doing homework late into the night. This workbook. Can I really finish it? Lin Yi clasped his hands behind his back, as if resisting the ultimate will of the Tao. And that Tao was the root of evil that oppressed so many of his peers, suffocating them. A strong youth makes a strong nation. That's true, but a strong youth doesn't come from being oppressed by homework. The interviewer stared at Lin Yi dumbfounded. Walking on thin ice, staying up late to do homework, and then being rewarded with this workbook. It was indeed the source. As everyone knows, the last straw that breaks the camel's back is very, very light. The interviewer thought from Lin Yi's perspective and felt that this reward was indeed unreasonable. A backpack, stationery, and toys were understandable. But this workbook, what kind of reward was that? Wasn't it just forcing a pure young boy to mature prematurely? If such a situation occurred again, would the youth still take action, seeing an opportunity to do a good deed? Remembering that he had done something that shook the entire city, but the reward he received didn't make him happy, instead it made him depressed. Seeing these opportunities, wouldn't he just turn a blind eye? The interviewer suddenly felt that the police officer who prepared the gift had been too hasty. Perhaps a new school bag and a simple certificate of merit would have made the child happy. At this moment, the principal, having heard Lin Yi's words, was also stunned. He was shaken by the aura of a formidable figure emanating, walking on thin ice. But the principal thought, walking on thin ice. His own life was the one truly walking on thin. Lin Yi had been at his school for less than a week, and this little guy had already given one gift, and another time it was just an idea, not yet. The first grand gift, the spicy strip that hissed like a snake, was still fresh in his memory. The second time, he even wanted to give him a mortar shell. Any one of these, if something went wrong, would ruin his life. Wasn't this walking on thin ice? That was his line. The principal's lips twitched as he looked at Lin Yi. Pressure from studying. Which elementary school student with study pressure could still go? If Lin Yi had been at home playing games quietly and hadn't known about those news stories, he might have actually believed Lin Yi's nonsense. The principal also thought to himself, do I look like thin ice to you? And you talk about walking on thin ice. The policewoman, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, also reflected on the situation. But thinking about how Lin Yi went fishing on weekends, was the study pressure really that great? The policewoman thought about buying Lin Yi some other rewards later and giving the purchased workbook to a student at the school who might need it. Suya, upon hearing Lin Yi's speech, couldn't help but chuckle. Walking on thin ice. She remembered that Lin Yi, the one who went in the opposite direction, had his dad do his homework for him. Was there really any pressure? Every time she saw Lin Yi at the fried rice stall, he spent very little time on his homework. It was like he was rushing through it. She had also glanced at Lin Yi's homework. What took his peers an hour to complete, Lin Yi could finish in under 20 minutes. When Lin Yi talked about the pressure being immense, she thought he was just spouting nonsense. The audience in the live stream, hearing Lin Yi's walking on thin ice, was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, well done, deserves a reward. The walking on thin ice kid brother got it. A max-level kid navigating society with more life experience than his grandpa. Another case of pressure in the opposite direction, right? How about this kid brother? I'll give you my mortgage, and you let me do your homework. Alright, the comment above your abacus beads are practically hitting me in the face through the screen. The pressure of homework is your lie. The audience in the live stream knew a bit about this kid Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi's weekend activities, they knew that with such an outgoing personality, how could he ever be stressed by homework? If he were truly oppressed by homework, Lin Yi would probably have stopped playing soccer, put on glasses, and ignored everything but studying. The interviewer then changed the subject again. Alright, that's it for today's interview. Let's take a photo with the police officers. The interviewer asked Lin Yi to pose with the rewards he had received and the officers who had come to the Come on, smile. Smile? What was there to smile about? With so many workbooks, if they didn't change the reward, he would just, I don't eat beef. But Lin Yi still gave the policewoman some face, forcing a smile to cooperate for the photo. The interviewer looked at the principal, signaling him to continue the meeting. His first phase of work was done, and next he would follow the arrangements from the TV station leadership. That is to document the learning atmosphere at Sunshine Elementary School in Shanghai and shoot a documentary. They might have to evaluate all elementary schools in Shanghai to determine. Lin Yi stepped down from the stage as the principal commenced his daily morning lecture on moral education, this time focusing extensively on safety issues. Standing beside a police officer, Lin Yi listened to the safety talk, feeling as though every word was directed at him. He was somewhat bewildered. What fault was his? He merely wished to present his beloved principal with an unforgettable gift. Thus, when he returned to school in his tight uniform, the mention of his gift would instantly remind the teachers and principal of him. Unlike other students whose gifts of roses or televisions were easily forgotten. Like the character Big Spring in the movie, who gave a calendar that the teacher couldn't recall at all. His gift was designed to be truly unforgettable. Setting aside the composition of the gift, the fact remained that it was given. At the very least, the teacher would remember his present even on their death. In this second chance at life, he needed to leave his mark, unlike his previous uneventful existence. As the principal droned on, the policewoman beside him looked at Lin Yi and asked, "What size shoes do you wear?" Hearing this, Lin Yi assumed the policewoman intended to buy him new shoes. This reward was far more practical than a workbook. Lin Yi gave his shoe size, and the policewoman handed the remaining workbooks to the teacher, instructing them to distribute them to interested students in each class. She left the new school bag for Lin Yi before departing the campus with her colleague. Meanwhile, the TV host continued recording inside. This resulted in a half-day break for the entire school. Classes would only resume in the afternoon. The principal's announcement was met with cheers from the students. "Awesome. No class. Sweet. Let's go play badminton and ping pong. I want to play basketball. Let's ask the PE." During this free time, Lin Yi wandered around the campus. Suya followed him, and upon seeing many students playing football on the field, she asked him, "Kid, aren't you great at football? Why not join them?" Lin Yi glanced at the students on the field who were playing chaotically without much professional training. They relied on brute force and luck. He didn't want to play, nor did he need to practice to maintain his skills. He feared that if he joined, "No, I want to play something else," Lin Yi said, recalling the system's rewards for badminton, ping pong, and basketball. All of which came with top-tier talent. Compared to football, ping pong was easier and was China's national sport. Hearing this, Suya scanned the campus. Looking for other activities for Lin Yi, she noticed a crowd near the ping pong tables, including teachers and the TV host. "Let's check it out. They seem to be playing ping pong." Intrigued, Lin Yi followed Suya to the ping pong table. The area was crowded with students, but Suya squeezed through with Lin Yi. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the other students made way. Lin Yi was notorious throughout the school. Who else would gift a snake to a teacher? Even the ruthless Ho Guifan couldn't compare. Even the 6th graders deferred to him, admitting they lacked his audacity. Lin Yi and Suya reached the front where the dean of discipline and the principal were playing ping pong. The match was evenly matched until the principal broke the deadlock with a powerful smash. The dean lost, but wore a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Excellent shot, principal." Lin Yi had been watching ping pong matches on TV. He had been catching up on sports as the system's max-level talents required only a single glance to learn. Football, basketball, ping pong, all of them. He needed to enrich himself. Seeing the dean's professional fake smile and insincere praise, Lin Yi almost laughed. The dean wasn't just holding back, he was practically letting the principal win. The principal's gentle returns were impossibly slow. The dean had numerous chances to smash, but chose to return the ball softly each time. The other teachers and students applauded the principal. "Great shot, principal." The principal was delighted, gesturing for everyone to calm down. Suya smiled knowingly. That's the workplace. One must flatter their superiors to pave a smoother path. Suya's livestream audience also found it amusing. The dean is letting the principal win by an ocean. I counted at least 5 missed smashes. The dean is really paving his way. His year-end bonus just doubled. The applause is making the principal embarrassed. Ha 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 ha, who would dare beat the principal? That would mean getting fired tomorrow. Just then the dean had an idea. He picked up a ping pong paddle and addressed the watching students. "Students, anyone want to play a round with the principal? Come on, challenge him." The dean planned to arrange a friendly match between the principal and a student for the TV host to record, showcasing the principal's approachability and rapport with the students. He extended the paddle, but the students shook their heads and stepped back. "How about you? Don't be shy." The dean clicked his tongue as the students hesitated. Then the paddle came to a stop in front of Lin Yi, who stood beside Suya. Seeing it was Lin Yi, the dean's smile instantly froze. Looking at Lin Yi's innocent, cute expression, the dean thought, no way, absolutely not. He couldn't let Lin Yi play against the principal. He suspected the kid might be a reincarnated nemesis of the. If Lin Yi played against the principal, who knew what might happen? He might get too excited and throw the paddle. Such incidents had occurred among students, with several losing teeth from flying paddles. If the principal lost his teeth, chaos would ensue. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Suya's livestream audience erupted upon seeing the dean offer the paddle to Lin Yi. Is there really such a good thing? Go for it, kid. Show the principal what real table tennis looks like. Wait, does the kid even know how to play table tennis? If that kid goes up, I'm afraid he might not even hold the paddle steady and knock the principal's teeth out. Ha, you guys have quite the imagination. No way, didn't everyone get hit by a friend's paddle in elementary school? Well said, my front tooth was knocked out by my brother's swing. I still remember that smash came with a shout. Thunderous half moon slash. Thunderous half moon slash. That's insane. Lin Yi stared at the paddle as the system's voice echoed in his ding. Defeat the principal in table tennis. Reward full-level question bank knowledge. The system chimed. Lin Yi's mind was flooded with knowledge he had never encountered even in his past life. Lin Yi was taken aback. With his memories of 2 lifetimes, if he didn't study, he might hit a dead end in the college entrance exams. In other words, a genius in elementary, middle, and high school. But in college, he would become a fallen prodigy. This system reward came at the perfect time. Lin Yi had already planned to work hard on consolidating knowledge in middle and high school. But now the system's reward was clearly shaping him into a peak-level human. With all the knowledge and question banks flooding his mind, he had nothing to fear. He was determined to complete this task. At that moment, the dean regretted handing Lin Yi the paddle. Just as he thought to take it back, Lin Yi swiftly grabbed it. "Let me challenge the principal." Lin Yi took the paddle and walked over. The dean watched him take it, and suddenly felt a sense of dread. Some female students in the crowd erupted with excitement. "Wow, Lin Yi's going for it. Does Lin Yi even know how to play? I don't think I've ever seen him play. I'm in his class, and I've never seen him do it." Amid the girls' excitement, Suya smiled. She was curious to see how Lin Yi would perform at table tennis. Could it be as astonishing as his football skills? No time to explain. Next up is the football prodigy, the kid. He's about to face off against our school's principal. Let's look forward to the kid's performance. Suya narrated for her livestream audience. The livestream audience buzzed with excitement stirred by Suya's words. Seeing the dean's reluctant and bewildered expression, they started teasing. "Ha ha ha, I bet the kid will throw the paddle. Principal, don't do this. I want to live a few more years." The principal is already trembling. That dean is brave for handing the paddle to the kid. If something goes wrong, the dean's job, no time to mourn the dean. Next up is the incredible kid. The livestream audience was eager for drama. The principal's once bright smile had turned into a look of utter bewilderment. "Well done, Dean. Great job. You pick a student to challenge, and you choose the toughest one. This isn't a challenge. It's like the black and white impermanence coming from my soul." The principal stared at the paddle in Lin Yi's hand, as if it were a death. He was genuinely panicked. Meanwhile, the host recording the video began his spiel. "Hello everyone, we're live at Sunshine Elementary School in Shanghai, where Principal Qin is interacting with students. You can feel the harmonious atmosphere here." The principal was reluctant, but he had to force a friendly demeanor in front of the camera. "Bring it on, Lin Yi. By the way, how good are you at table tennis?" The principal asked before they started, genuinely fearing Lin Yi couldn't even hold the paddle. That would be a disaster. He braced himself to dodge the paddle. His question made the teachers and dean understand his concern. He was truly afraid Lin Yi would spring another surprise. The dean also thought caution was wise. The livestream audience laughed at the principal's question. "Ha ha ha ha, he's panicking. He's really panicking. I'd panic too. What if the kid says he can't play? How will the dear principal? Why is this like baseball with so much panic? I get being scared of a baseball bat, but a paddle, eh?" The livestream audience interpreted the principal's words as fear of Lin Yi, and that fear was indeed justified. The students turned their gaze to Lin Yi, wondering if he really could play. Lin Yi looked at the paddle in his hand, then at the principal. "Principal, this is my first time playing table tennis." It was true. In this new life, he had indeed never touched a paddle before. Hearing Lin Yi's answer, the principal was stunned. The dean was already sweating profusely. This was a disaster. Not only did he pick Lin Yi the troublemaker, but Lin Yi claimed it was his first time. The dean noticed Lin Yi's grip on the paddle was completely unorthodox. The principal thought he might need a helmet. Relying on dodging alone, if his reflexes failed, he could get hurt. The other students were surprised Lin Yi had never played table tennis. In China, table tennis is a sport almost everyone encounters. Even first graders get a chance to use a paddle. Lin Yi was in 3rd grade and had never touched it. Indeed, until recently, Lin Yi would sleep through PE class, avoiding football, badminton, and table tennis altogether. So he was also surprised. Lin Yi had never played table tennis, but dared to challenge the principal. Still, she thought it was good for him to try. The TV host recording the video hadn't expected Lin Yi to drop such a bombshell. He didn't say he could play, nor modestly claimed it. He outright said it was his first time. In China, if someone says they've played a bit, they might be an expert. If they say occasionally, they can hold their own against the old masters in the park. If they modestly say it's okay, run, they're professional level. Few Chinese dare to claim they're great at table tennis because they never know when a white-haired grandpa from the next neighborhood will crush them. Even professional players would break a sweat when challenging local masters across various neighborhoods. When Lin Yi said it was his first time playing table tennis, the TV host said nothing and simply signaled for the camera to follow. Suya, standing nearby, heard Lin Yi claim he had never played before. She didn't think much of it at first. Lin Yi had shown extraordinary talent in soccer and everything else. But people always think that God opens one window while shutting another. Since getting to know Lin Yi, Suya had never seen him fail at anything. Now that Lin Yi said it was his first time playing table tennis, it essentially meant he couldn't play. Perhaps this was the window God had closed. The audience in Suya's livestream felt that if Lin Yi were perfect at everything, they would be somewhat uncomfortable. Watching streams and videos every day, seeing these outrageously talented kids, they felt like they were NPCs sent by Earth Online to populate the world, and the kind who just shout 666 from the sidelines. The dean of students was the most panicked of all. If Lin Yi accidentally flung the paddle and hit the principal, causing a scene or an injury, he would be the culprit. Why did he have to come up with the idea of having a student challenge the principal? The dean, drenched in sweat, approached Lin Yi. Lin Yi, my student. Hold the paddle like this. Remember to grip it tight. Don't let it fly out of your hand. Lin Yi indeed had never learned the proper grip. He only knew how to hit the ball from watching TV. He paid no attention to such details. The dean racked his brain for every bit of table tennis knowledge he had, focusing on how to hold the paddle so it wouldn't slip. Teaching Lin Yi, because if Lin Yi threw the paddle, it would be throwing away his own job. After finishing, the dean wiped the sweat. Sweat trickled down his back. The principal, seeing the dean teach Lin Yi how to hold the paddle, breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Su Ya's livestream audience noticed the principal's expression soften, while the dean's brow remained furrowed, and they understood. Ha ha ha, I thought the principal was the most nervous, but I was wrong. The dean is sweating buckets, isn't he? Cold sweat is streaming down his forehead. This is hilarious. The dean is the real walking on thin ice guy. The dean, my whole life has been walking on thin ice. Can I get my pension? The dean must be regretting everything. He shouldn't have given the paddle to that little prodigy. The dean didn't know that the kid had never played table tennis, but still dared to step up. Contrary to everyone's expectations, only the dean's heart was in his throat. Even after teaching Lin Yi how to hold the paddle, he was still terrified. Who knew what that mischievous little Lin Yi would do next? Like giving the principal spicy strips as a gift for Teacher's Day? Or thinking of sending the principal a birthday present when he first touched it? From the moment Lin Yi grabbed the paddle, his life truly became walking on thin ice. The principal figured Lin Yi probably couldn't serve, so he picked up the ball. Since it's your first time, I'll go easy on you. How about this? If you win a point against me, I'll have the cafeteria add chicken drumsticks for everyone. Lin Yi had never played before. The principal beating him would be as easy as blowing your nose. Totally under control. A pure stomping. In kids' online slang, it's like farming a bot. The students in the crowd erupted in cheers when they heard that if Lin Yi won a point, they'd get drumsticks. Yeah. Go Lin Yi. You can do it, just win 1 point. But Lin Yi said it's his first time playing table tennis. The principal has been playing for years. Some were excited while others thought it impossible to beat the principal. With the age gap and Lin Yi saying it was his first time, the odds seemed stacked. Lin Yi heard the principal's offer, winning a point meant such a good deal. With so many witnesses, the principal wouldn't dare to cheat. As for whether he could win, that was up to him. Lin Yi smiled enigmatically in self-confidence. You keep your word, principal. The principal heard Lin Yi's words and saw his innocent smile. Something felt off. He sensed that he might lose. But looking at Lin Yi, so young and playing table tennis for the first time, even geniuses need instruction, right? He had just been taught. How could he lose? He couldn't imagine losing. I mean what I say. All of you here are witnesses. Su Ya watched Lin Yi smile, also feeling something was off. But she couldn't pinpoint it. Su Ya's livestream audience grew lively. Place your bets. Wait, he can't lose, can he? If the principal loses to a kid, he'll lose face, right? Is the little prodigy hiding something? What can a kid hide? He's already outrageous at soccer. Table tennis too. Can we even play? I feel like everyone is leveling up except me. The principal looked at Lin Yi. Ready. I'm serving. Lin Yi nodded, set his stance, and signaled for the principal to serve. The principal casually served an easy ball. Lin Yi effortlessly returned it. The principal saw that Lin Yi could return. Not bad, but the weak shot made him smile in satisfaction. He hit the ball back, and Lin Yi, seeing a high lob, stepped back. A high ball. He knew how to smash that. With a ferocious smash, the ball hit the principal's side of the table and rocketed off. The principal was too slow to react. The entire crowd fell into stunned silence. No one expected Lin Yi, playing table tennis for the first time, to smash the ball right. The principal was dumbfounded. You call this a first time? That smash would have hit him square in the head if it had come straight. Only then did the students realize Lin Yi had won a point against the principal. Remembering the principal's promised lunch today would include chicken drumsticks. Wow, wow, wow. Lin Yi won. Drumsticks, here we come. Lin Yi really won. That kid is amazing. Lunch drumsticks, yay. Waha. Didn't he say it was his first time? How did he know how to smash? Did he learn from the principal just now? Some older students were puzzled. How did Lin Yi execute such a precise smash? But those focused on the drumsticks cheered for Lin Yi's victory. The dean, seeing the perfect smash, breathed a sigh of relief. Joy welled up inside him. The worst-case scenario he had imagined didn't happen. Excellent shot, little one. The dean clapped enthusiastically, celebrating Lin Yi's smash without restraint. He genuinely thought that smash was brilliant. But he seemed to have forgotten something. Other teachers tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to tone down his excitement. Lin Yi's shot was good. Applause was fine. But the person Lin Yi had just defeated was the principal. The disciplinary director felt someone tugging at his clothes and shifted his gaze to the side. The teachers nearby dared not show any expression on their faces. Only then did the disciplinary director realize. Damn. Seeing that Lin Yi hadn't thrown the racket, he was so overjoyed at keeping his job that he got carried away. The disciplinary director now looked at the principal across from Lin Yi. The principal saw the director clapping so enthusiastically. Naturally, he felt his face was lost. He hadn't even beaten that brat Lin Yi, so why was the director clapping? Was he celebrating his defeat? The disciplinary director saw the principal's livid expression fixed on him. His face changed instantly, the earlier joy vanishing as he assumed a serious demeanor. Now he was in trouble. His job might really be at stake. Indeed, letting Lin Yi hold the racket was the worst decision he had ever made. Ahem. The principal played well too. The disciplinary director tried to divert attention, but with the principal's unrelenting stare, he broke into a cold sweat. Amid the jubilant atmosphere among the students, none of the teachers dared to show joy. They feared narrowing their own paths. But Lin Yi's victory truly showed no regard for the principal's dignity. His very first game of table tennis, and he smashed the principal's shot. Indeed, children are still so innocent. When they played with superiors, they always filled the game with social grace. They would all praise the leader. Old Ginger is spicier, truly admirable. But the student seemed to mock the principal, implying he should practice more if he couldn't keep up and not play if he couldn't take it. The principal didn't expect any social tact from Lin Yi, a primary school student. The audience in Su Ya's livestream, seeing Lin Yi's perfect smash, all exclaimed in shock. Holy crap. 666. Holy moly, the kid brother knows this move. Didn't they say it's his first time playing? Principal, first time touching a racket is your lie. Kid brother bro, what skill do you even have? Sit down right now. The principal's skill is really lacking, can't even beat a primary school student. Proving the saying bad at it, but loves to play. Suya was also amazed by Lin Yi's smash. She didn't play table tennis, but she could tell the skill behind that shot. The force and speed were both sufficient. Suya joined the excited students in applauding Lin Yi. Lin Yi had known the principal's skill level before stepping up. The disciplinary director had deliberately thrown the game, letting him win with a gleeful smile. But Lin Yi simply wanted to have a chicken leg for lunch. He was not in the wrong. The principal let out an awkward laugh, thinking he had been careless not taking Lin Yi seriously and being too relaxed. That's why he missed Lin. I guess I'm really old and useless. One more round. Lin Yi heard the principal's words and felt a chuckle rise. Lin Yi wanted to retort. No, it's useless, you're not old. The disciplinary director saw an opportunity. It seems the principal was careless. Principal, get serious. The principal said, Lin Yi, your serve. Give him the ball. The disciplinary director took a ping-pong ball from the side, handed it to Lin Yi, and signaled with his eyes for Lin Yi not to be so serious. Go easy. He had played with the principal many times and knew exactly how skilled he was. He could also tell that Lin Yi knew how to play. That precise smash alone outclassed most people, including the principal. Lin Yi caught the disciplinary director's eye signal. Go easy. The disciplinary director eased up because the principal was his superior. He had to save face. But the principal wasn't Lin Yi's superior, so why should he go easy? Principal, catch my serve well. The principal heard Lin Yi's thought-provoking words and frowned slightly. Catch it well. What's so hard about catching this serve? Lin Yi then mimicked the teaching serves he had seen in videos. He used that, the racket cut from the inside out as the ball was served. The principal was puzzled by Lin Yi's strange grip, but seeing the ball's trajectory, he thought it looked ordinary. This should be easy to catch. The racket predicted the ball's arrival point. Just as the ball touched the racket, the principal began to feel, but the ball hit his racket, spun off it, and veered to the side. The principal was stunned. Lin Yi saw the ball behave as he expected. The principal hadn't caught it. This serve was known as a reverse spin serve. The disciplinary director, who often played table tennis, saw Lin Yi's serving technique and how the principal's racket touched the ball, yet it slipped away. He knew what this serve was. A reverse spin serve. The disciplinary director frowned at Lin Yi, looking at him as if he were a monster. Before the game started, Lin Yi had to be taught how to hold the racket. Now he could pull off a reverse spin serve. What kind of prodigy was this? The students in the field couldn't understand Lin Yi's serve. They just saw that the principal couldn't even return Lin Yi's ball. Some older students in the higher grades directly booed and mocked the principal. They were 6th graders and weren't afraid of the principal. They were about to graduate anyway. TSK. The principal really can't cut it. Ha ha ha, bot principal. Let me. I want to crush the principal too. I want to play. The surrounding 6th graders all volunteered to take the stage. They also wanted to crush a noob. In their eyes, the principal's skill level was something they could easily handle. The principal's face darkened. What was happening? He had clearly touched the ball, so why did it curve away and miss? The principal frowned. Meanwhile, many knowledgeable viewers in the live stream, since in China, everyone was an expert in table tennis, commented. Holy crap, an outward spin serve. The kid brother is amazing, he knows this too. Can anyone else compete? He's a top talent in football, and now he's this good at table tennis. I can do this move too, but why is his ball spinning so much? The principal is just bad, he needs to practice more. Ha ha ha, the principal who wanted to crush a noob is now mentally broken. The TV host recording the video never expected to capture the scene of the principal of Magic City Sunshine Elementary School being crushed by a student. He shook his head at this part would have to be edited out. The disciplinary director was also speechless. That brat Lin Yi really had no sense of social grace. Now he had left the principal with no face at all. The principal would probably suspect that he had gone easy. Meanwhile, the principal was thinking when he played against the disciplinary director, it went so smoothly. How could he now not even beat a 3rd grade primary school student? The principal stared at his racket, lost in thought. Lin Yi didn't want to keep playing. Seeing the eager volunteers wanting to crush the principal, he handed over the racket. Crushing the principal was such fun, he couldn't keep it all to himself. You have to give it back at the school gate. Okay. Lin Yi figured it was fine to let her carry it for a while, since the gate wasn't far. Huangfu Xiaomei was beaming with joy, her little fangs showing. Suya looked at Lin Yi and asked, Kid, didn't you say you can't play ping pong? Lin Yi nodded. That's right, I really can't. Suya was left dumbfounded after hearing this. Really can't. He could even serve a spin shot, and he called that not knowing how to play. This wasn't the modest nature of the Chinese people in action. Now Suya finally understood why those who could play ping pong always said they just fooled around occasionally. Because claiming to be skilled would only invite humiliation if the next opponent crushed them, making them lose face. Thinking this, Suya felt Lin Yi's humility was indeed wise and smiled awkwardly. It's good to be humble. And this was exactly Lin Yi's way, saying whatever he pleased. His principle was to grow stronger against the strong with unpredictable power. The livestream audience erupted upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Ha ha ha, the kid still has some modesty. But he hasn't fully grasped the social graces of the Chinese world. The kid hasn't entered the workplace, yet so social graces haven't kicked in. I'm dying laughing. Thinking about giving gifts to the teacher isn't that social, though a bit. Ahem. The kid was drooling over extra chicken legs, so forget about social graces. The kid just wanted a chicken leg, he's not wrong. Lin Yi and Suya watched from the sidelines as students from other classes and grades took turns challenging the principal. But the principal lost every match. The students overwhelmed him with aggressive smashes, leaving him drenched in sweat. I'm getting old. The students today have really trained well in ping pong. The principal, embarrassed, explained to the camera. Alright, that's enough for today. Class teachers, take the kids back to class, let the bell ring. Lin Yi understood the principal's words. The dean also sent a message to trigger the class bell, calling all students roaming freely back to their classrooms. All the students reluctantly headed back. What's going on? Didn't they say half a day of free time? How long has it been? So annoying. The principal can't handle losing. It's all your fault. If you'd held back a few points, this wouldn't happen. Some understood what was happening, while others walked back to class bewildered. Lin Yi also headed to the classroom. At that moment, Lin Yi only wanted to raise his two pincers and unleash a combo on the principal. If you're bad, just practice more. If you can't take losing, don't play. The past is the past, the present is now. In Suya's live stream, the audience was in stitches. Ha ha ha, so savage, they really got under the principal's skin. These kids are so mean. They have no social grace at all. TSK, TSK. All I can say is if you're bad, just practice. These kids and netizens are really awful. How can they mock such a good principal? Didn't your teachers teach you to respect your elders? No respect for the principal or teachers at all. What kind of decent person will you become in society? Next time let me do it, I'll show you a shutout against the principal. Wow, just wow. That twist caught me off guard. Pay up. Lin Yi returned to the classroom, with Suya sitting nearby to observe. The teacher came in to begin class. A lengthy session on safety education. Clearly it was a task assigned by the principal. After the principal finished his interview, the host left with the equipment. In the office, the principal was nearly in despair. Would his glorious image ever remain intact in the students' eyes? At lunchtime, the chicken legs promised by the principal were not missed. After eating, Lin Yi rested in the classroom. The police officer who had promised to exchange his gift bought a pair of soccer cleats in the size Lin Yi had mentioned. Before coming to the award ceremony, she had learned that Lin Yi played soccer, so she bought him soccer shoes. Lin Yi politely thanked her, and the officer left as she had work to do. Suya curiously asked Lin Yi, kid, since you're so good at soccer, doesn't your school have a team? Lin Yi thought about it. The school soccer, it did exist, but it seemed it wasn't for a third grader like him. Most members were 5th and 6th graders. There's one, but I'm too young. The coach doesn't pick third graders. Hearing this, Suya nodded with a hint of understanding. Lin Yi was young, so it was normal not to be selected. Maybe by 5th or 6th grade, he would be chosen. Lin Yi was indifferent about it. Being selected or not didn't matter. Joining the school team didn't pay. If he really wanted to use his soccer talent to earn money, he could compete in middle school, high school, and college. He could pursue a soccer career. But he didn't just have soccer talent. Basketball, ping pong, and more were all maxed out. In this life, he could use any single talent to make money. So he had no worries about finances. He would do as he pleased. His principle was freedom. Soon the lunch break ended and students who had gone home for lunch returned ready for afternoon classes. Before the class bell rang, a girl from his class approached Lin Yi's seat. Lin Yi, this is for you. Lin Yi looked over. A classmate with a high ponytail handed him a box. Lin Yi vaguely remembered her. The other classmates called her the class beauty Xiao Mei. She was special in the class. Her name had 4 characters. Huangfu Xiao Mei. When Lin Yi first heard the name at the start of the semester, he thought this girl came from a wealthy or noble family. Lin Yi looked at the box Xiao Mei handed him. A red box looking somewhat mysterious. An ordinary person would have taken it. But Lin Yi wasn't just a naive kid. What is that? Lin Yi didn't take it, he just asked. Meanwhile, Suya's eyes sparkled. Were kids Lin Yi's age already giving gifts? Could it be a token of affection from this little girl? Suya watched quietly, not interrupting Lin Yi's interaction with the ponytailed girl. Suya's livestream audience went wild. Holy moly. Unbelievable, the kid is so young and already has a crush. At this age, they're already giving tokens of love. The kid is already attracting romantic interest. To be fair, the kid is quite... I agree, but he's still a bit behind yours truly, Yinzu. At Lin Yi's question, Huangfu Xiaomei pondered for a moment. This is a gift for you. Hearing it was a gift, Lin Yi became even more reluctant to take it. He only considered giving presents to the principal or teachers on special occasions. Why would Huangfu Xiaomei give him a gift? Today wasn't his birthday. It wasn't his birthday by the lunar or solar calendar either. A gift? It's not my birthday today, why are you giving me this? Lin Yi's question made Huangfu Xiaomei think for a moment. She had prepared this gift for Lin Yi while having lunch at home. To make friends, of course you need a gift. Huangfu Xiaomei's reply left Lin Yi deep in thought. Make friends? By giving gifts? What kind of twisted worldview is? Wasn't making friends about getting to know each other and gradually growing closer? Why did you need to give a gift before even becoming acquainted? She was also taken aback. She felt this little girl might have a crush on the young boy. That's why she wanted to win his favor with a gift. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. So she used the excuse of gifts for friendship. Su Ya's livestream audience erupted. Whoa, you need to give a gift before making— This girl is probably from a wealthy family. Kid, this is your chance to be a kept man. That box looks really expensive to me. Expensive? What valuable thing could a kid give? I bet it's a doll. Or maybe a bug. Lin Yi couldn't accept her gift, not even if it were his birthday. He shook his head and said, take it back. I won't accept your gift. Hearing Lin Yi's refusal, Huangfu Xiaomei pouted, looking unhappy. Then can you hit me? She suddenly asked, smiling as she leaned her face close to his, as if wanting him to touch her cheek. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. He cursed inwardly. What kind of person was this? Hit her. Did she have some strange fetish? But they were still young, so how could that be? Her move left Lin Yi's mind in a complete meltdown, unable to figure out what this girl— Hit her. Lin Yi would never strike a girl, unless it was for self-defense or other circumstances. But her taking the initiative truly baffled him. If he hit her, the little girl's parents or the teacher might come after him. Suya, watching from the side, was stunned. Huh. She was complete— What was up with this girl? She was actually asking to be hit. Even as an adult, she found it hard to watch. Among adults, couples with peculiar tastes kept it private. What was this little girl up to? Su Ya's livestream audience went wild with question marks flooding the screen. I get it. The innate simp saint has appeared. Whoa. Isn't this just like Mei Yangyang fawning over Shi Yangyang? Oh my gosh. Urgent report to the simp sect. We found the whereabouts of the simp saint outside the sect. The simp sect has produced a saintess with an innate saintly body. How rare. In this age of awakening, even the simp saint can't hold back anymore. Meanwhile, Huangfu Xiaomei thought that if Lin Yi would just touch her with his hand, she could be happy all day. But Lin Yi frowned at her look. He was genuinely afraid this might be a setup and she'd call her parents. Go back to your seat, I'm scared. Lin Yi was truly terrified because he couldn't fathom Xiaomei's intentions. It couldn't be a fetish, nor did it make sense as a scheme. He hadn't provoked this girl. Hearing Lin Yi say he was scared, Huangfu Xiaomei looked at his furrowed brow. Don't be scared, I don't want to do anything really. Then I'll find you after school. Afraid of leaving a bad impression, Huangfu Xiaomei reluctantly picked up her gift and left. The other classmates found the scene strange, but they didn't understand what was happening. Suya beside Lin Yi asked with a smile, could she have a crush on you? Hearing this, Lin Yi replied from his age perspective, early romance is bad. That's not a good question. Suya felt she had been They were only in elementary school, such thoughts weren't appropriate. Only in college at the right age was free love reasonable. Early romance was harmful. Suya even slapped her own mouth. Lin Yi was also scared. This was a new start, he didn't want to encounter any weirdos. The livestream audience marveled that Lin Yi already had a romantic interest at such a young age. What would happen when he grew up? When school let out, the bell had barely rung when Huangfu Xiaomei ran to Lin Yi's seat. Lin Yi packed his homework and things into the new backpack from the policewoman. Huangfu Xiaomei snatched his new backpack. Let me carry it for you. Before Lin Yi could refuse, she had already hugged his backpack to her chest. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. You have to give it back at the school gate. Okay. Lin Yi figured it was fine to let her carry it for a while since the gate wasn't far. Huangfu Xiaomei was beaming with joy, her little fangs showing. So you didn't know what to say? She just held back a laugh. It was clearly a crush. But children's affections were more innocent. The livestream audience went wild seeing Huangfu Xiaomei snatch Lin Yi's backpack. What in the world, this is a true simp saint. No way, sir, this simp saintess actually has something going on. Helping the little bro carry his bag made her overjoyed. If Boiling Sheep woke up and found himself dropped to second on the simp list, even Double-Faced Turtle would kneel and call him Grandmaster. Indeed, versatile guys are popular. My tears couldn't help but fall. Why does such an adorable girl have to be the little bro's simp? If you could sing and play soccer, I'd simp for you too. Those little fangs of hers are so cute. Damn, I'm actually jealous of a kid's life. The little bro's life is my dream. Some viewers in Su Ya's livestream began to envy Lin Yi for having such an adorable little girl. Suya also knew that children were simple. They didn't overthink like adults. At this moment, Lin Yi watched as Huangfu Xiaomei's little fangs were revealed in her joy. He frowned in confusion. Was carrying a bag really that enjoyable? But Huangfu Xiaomei's thoughts were simple. Lin Yi didn't refuse when she offered to carry his bag. This surely meant he was willing to be friends with her. What a triumph. Like a general returning victorious from battle, of course, she would be happy. Huangfu Xiaomei looked at Lin Yi with a beaming smile. Lin Yi walked out of the classroom. He wanted to hurry to the school gate so everyone could go home to their own families. Lin Yi led the way with Suya following beside him. This time Suya didn't question Lin Yi much. She just watched Huangfu Xiaomei's cute little fangs. Such a lethal charm for little boy. When this little girl grew up, wouldn't she bewitch those boys into fools? Yet Lin Yi seemed to be avoiding her. Lin Yi's principles didn't allow him to have a childhood romance. He didn't want any foolish romantic love story now, he only wanted to meticulously plan his perfect life. Falling in love might become a stumbling block. Love consumed a massive amount of time and energy. Huangfu Xiaomei following behind saw that neither Suya nor Lin Yi looked. She took out the gift she had intended to give Lin Yi at noon, but was rejected from her little backpack. She quietly slipped it into Lin Yi's bag. This was why she had insisted on carrying Lin Yi's bag. That way Lin Yi would unknowingly take it home. Once it was home, there was no reason for him to refuse. Right at the school gate, the crowd was heavy. Lin Yi and Suya moved to a less crowded spot. Lin Yi reached out to take his bag back from Huangfu Xiaomei didn't hesitate and handed the bag which she had been clutching back to Lin Yi. I'm heading back now, Lin Yi. See you tomorrow. Okay. Huangfu Xiaomei spotted her father's car and walked straight toward it. Meanwhile, her father, who had been waiting in the car for some time, had already witnessed his precious daughter carrying a little boy's bag. Huangfu Xiaomei's father furrowed his brow, staring intently, afraid that his precious daughter might be taken advantage of. His mind churned with several suspicions. That kid was bullying his daughter at school, making her his bag-carrying lackey. He had seen with his own eyes his daughter following that little boy like a shadow. But when he saw Huangfu Xiaomei bidding farewell with a smile, he dismissed that guess. His worst fear had come true. He wasn't afraid of his daughter being bullied because he would step in. But this clearly wasn't bullying. There was only one other possibility. This was the worst scenario he could imagine, that his precious daughter was having a childhood romance with that little guy. As a father, his greatest worry was his daughter being hurt, but he never expected her to be so precocious. She was only in 3rd grade, and already she was going to give him such a surprise. Huangfu Xiaomei's father glared at the innocent Lin Yi with a murderous look. Lin Yi, now with his bag on his back, felt something was off. He watched as Huangfu Xiaomei headed toward a luxury car. From the driver's seat, a man was staring at him. Given the intensity of that gaze, it wasn't hard to guess that this was likely Huangfu Xiaomei. Lin Yi finally understood what they meant on TV, that the desire to kill someone couldn't be hidden from the eyes. Just like now Lin Yi, Huangfu Xiaomei's father's eyes wanting to kill him. Lin Yi didn't dare meet his gaze, but after thinking it over, he hadn't done it. What was he afraid of? Huangfu Xiaomei had insisted on carrying his bag herself. Why glare at him with such murderous intent? Maybe it was a misunderstanding about his relationship with Huangfu Xiaomei. With that thought, Lin Yi wasn't so flustered anymore. Suya stayed by Lin Yi's side waiting for his parents to pick him up. She found Lin. She glanced at Huangfu Xiaomei, who was getting into a car. It was a conspicuous luxury vehicle. Suya saw the driver staring at Lin Yi. Suya found it amusing. She immediately understood what was going on. Any normal father would be somewhat angry seeing his precious daughter getting close to another little boy, let alone seeing his daughter carrying a little boy's bag. What every father of a daughter fears most is the appearance of a yellow-haired punk. The viewers in Suya's livestream also saw through the camera a middle-aged man with a murderous glare fixed on Lin Yi. They didn't know if it was an assassin targeting Lin Yi, but then they saw Huangfu Xiaomei get into the car. The sharp-witted netizens in the livestream understood everything. Ha 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 ha, this is going to be good. That must be the cute girl's father or something, right? That look of wanting to kill Lin Yi is definitely the little girl's father. Oh no, the little bro has been mistaken by her father for the punk trying to steal his cabbage. So this is what it means to want to kill someone with your eyes. Streamer, tell the little bro to go over and greet that uncle. Ask him, old man, can I park my Ghostfire bike under your... If you get the little bro to do it, he'll give you a supercar gift. Ha 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 ha, that's such a vivid image. So you saw the livestream viewers stirring up trouble, but ignored them. However, the netizens' antics made her even more amused. Netizens these days were too funny, telling the little bro to go ask if he could park his Ghostfire bike downstairs. Whether he could or not she didn't know, but that uncle driving a luxury car could definitely put someone's life on hold. Lin Yi waited at the spot for his parents to pick him up, no longer acknowledging Huangfu Xiaomei's father's glare. He hadn't done anything wrong. He just felt that next time he should keep his distance from Huangfu Xiaomei to avoid unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, Huangfu Xiaomei's father stopped staring at Lin Yi and turned his attention to his precious daughter, who got into the car with him. As a father, he always paid attention to his daughter's daily mood. She wasn't usually this happy after school. Today she was smiling so much that her little fangs showed. Xiaomei, what's up? Why so happy today? Huangfu Xiaomei's father asked tentatively. Huangfu Xiaomei, still by the car window after getting engaged at Lin Yi, who was waiting for his parents not far away. Only when her father spoke did she reluctantly shift her gaze away from him. Why was she so happy? Of course, because Lin Yi had just carried her school bag. I've made an incredibly amazing friend. In her eyes, Lin Yi was the great. Upon hearing his daughter's words, her father's brow furrowed even deeper, but he still feigned a casual joke, hoping to glean something. Oh, an incredibly amazing friend. Are you sure it's not a little boyfriend? Huangfu Xiaomei's face flushed instantly. She was still young. How could she have a boyfriend? Dad, what are you talking about? He's really just a friend. Seeing his daughter's reaction, the father became even more certain of his suspicions. His precious daughter must have a crush on that boy. Is it the little boy who made you carry his bag? He doesn't seem all that impressive to me. Huangfu Xiaomei was displeased when her father said he wasn't impressive. In her heart, Lin Yi was the most powerful being in the universe. Ever since school started, she had been watching Lin Yi, that peculiar boy. He slept in class, but never missed an assignment, and always school. Her family was well off, as she had a phone and a tablet at home, and had been exposed to the internet early. She had seen many videos about Lin Yi on Douyin recently. Her favorite was the video of Lin Yi playing soccer. She thought he looked incredibly cool playing, and she had even downloaded and saved it. Oh dad, you just don't know him. He's really amazing. As she spoke, Huangfu Zaimaya's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi in the distance. Hearing his precious daughter's words, her father thought, Fine. He didn't know him. Indeed, he didn't know Lin Yi. But he could certainly take care of him. Teach that little brat a lesson he wouldn't forget. Daring to court his precious daughter. Alright, dad doesn't know him. Can you tell me what makes him so great? Huangfu Zaimaya's father mused, wanting to see what was so special about this kid. My idol Neymar does the rainbow flick, and he can do it too. It's super cool. He'll show you the video when we get home. My idol Neymar does the rainbow flick, and he can do it too. It's super cool. He'll show you the video when we get home. Huangfu Xiaomei spoke of the videos she had seen on Douyin clips edited from Coach Chun and Lin Yi's live soccer stream. There was one video of Lin Yi pulling off a rainbow flick against Coach Chun. That was her favorite scene. In him, she saw her idol Neymar. No. From now on, Lin Yi was her idol. She was his #1 fan. Huangfu Zaimaya's father frowned as he listened. Looking at Lin Yi in the distance, who seemed to be the same age as his daughter, he could do a rainbow flick. Wasn't that a joke? He didn't believe it. What other virtues does he have? He's great at studying, and he plays table tennis too. Today he even got our principal all riled up. And then he sings really well, but he's only sung once. I want to hear him sing again. Huangfu Xiaomei spoke earnestly to her father about the Lin Yi who shone so brightly in her eyes. Huangfu Zaimaya's father listened, but didn't fully absorb any of it. He just watched his daughter, her eyes full of light, joyfully talking about that little boy. As her father, he felt as if his precious little cabbage was about to be taken. He was grinding his teeth in frustration. It seemed he would have to pick up his princess from school every day from now on. Including middle school, high school, and college. She had to be home by 8 in the evening. Alright, I understand. He also made a mental note his daughter wanted to hear that little boy sing. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's mother Zhang Yining had arrived to pick him up. She took his school bag and noticed Suya beside him. Zhang Yining didn't know Suya, only Lin Yun did. Xiaoyi, who is this? She's sister Suya, a regular at Dad's fried rice stall. She came to our school to finish an assignment. Lin Yi introduced Suya to Zhang Yining. Suya smiled slightly and extended her hand to greet Zhang Yining. Zhang Yining, being warm and hospitable, and since she wasn't working that night, invited Suya to their home. Come on, let's go to my place. Huh, really, can I? It's fine, I bought a lot of food tonight. One more pair of chopsticks won't be a problem. Suya was pulled into the car by Zhang Yining. Meanwhile, Huangfu Zaimaya's father, still in his car, not far away, didn't rush to leave. He waited until Lin Yi was picked up. Seeing that Lin Yi got into a domestic car worth about 1 or 200,000 yuan, Huangfu Zaimaya's father roughly understood Lin Yi's family background. His Huangfu family, while not exceedingly wealthy, had some assets in this part of Shanghai. He judged Lin Yi's family to be at most not good enough for his daughter. But he looked back at his daughter, who was still staring out the window in the direction Lin Yi had left her eye. Huangfu Zaimaya's father was exasperated. His daughter was clearly love-struck. Such a young age, and she was already so smitten. He regretted letting her have access to electronics and the internet so early. She was maturing too fast. Back at home, Lin Yi didn't procrastinate. His first thought upon arriving was always to finish his homework before playing. Suya followed him in and saw him place his school bag on his dedicated homework desk in the living room, then pull out his assignments to start working. Suya was a bit surprised. Was Lin Yi really doing his homework? The livestream audience couldn't believe it either. After all, they had witnessed him sleeping through class all day on Suya's stream. Huh, the kid brother actually does homework. Smart kid, putting on a show for the family. He's got it figured out. Wait, didn't he sleep all day? How can he learn anything? Yeah, there's no way he can actually write it. Streamer, go tutor him. Amidst the audience's confusion, Suya, feeling a bit reserved in Lin Yi's home, asked Zhang Yining's sister, does Xiao Yi always do his homework like this? Zhang Yining nodded. Yes, Xiao Yi never needs me to help him. He always does it himself. She walked over to Lin Yi's desk and looked curiously at his new school bag. Hey Xiao Yi, where did you get this new bag? Lin Yi explained the bag's origin. The policewoman who came to our house yesterday gave it to me at school as a reward. She said I did something great. And there are soccer shoes too. Lin Yi took out the new shoes from his bag and set them aside. As he opened his bag, he felt there was something. He never brought his pencil case home, as there was always a spare one at home. Lin Yi pulled the contents out of his bag. Lin Yi took it out and glanced at it, only then realizing that this extra box was exactly the gift Huangfu Xiaomei wanted to give him. How did it end up in his school bag? Lin Yi recalled the joyful look on Huangfu Zaimaya's face when she hugged his bag. He understood something. Apart from that moment when she could have slipped it in, there was no other chance. Suya and Zhang Yining saw the box Lin Yi had taken out. Suya asked curiously, isn't that the gift from that little girl? Didn't she take it back? Suya thought for a moment. Apart from when she went to the restroom, she had been by Lin Yi's side in the classroom almost the entire time. Recalling why the cute little girl who hugged Lin Yi's bag was so delighted. She got it too. That little girl was quite clever. Sneaking it into Lin Yi's bag. Zhang Yining, hearing what Suya said, grew curious as well. Her precious son had a girl giving him a gift. Zhang Yining beamed with joy. Well, looks like my little Yi has a little girlfriend. Let me see what the gift is. Zhang Yining wanted to see what token of affection kids exchange these days. Meanwhile, the audience in Suya's livestream erupted. Wow, no wonder that cute girl was so happy to carry his bag. So that's it, forcing a gift on him. If only certain people would try as hard as that little girl when I politely refuse a gift. Brilliant. Even a kid gets gifts while I'm over 20 and receive nothing. Destined to be alone. I want to know what's in that box. And what could a little girl give? Probably some toy or something. But that box looks quite expensive. The audience stared at the box, all curious about its contents. Lin Yi, however, had no interest in what was inside. Toys. Or something commemorative. He didn't need any of it. He planned to return it to Huangfu Xiaomei at school tomorrow. Lin Yi stuffed the box back into his bag. Hey, let mom see what it is. It's nothing, and she's not my little girlfriend. She's just a classmate. Mom, don't talk nonsense. I clearly refused the gift, but she slipped it into my bag. He'll give it back to her tomorrow. From his past life, he knew one thing: one should not accept favors without reason. This principle applied even in his current age group. Not to mention that at his age he lacked nothing materially, but also he wasn't even friends with Huangfu Xiaomei. Lin Yi understood well the saying, he who takes gifts has a short handle. Hearing this, Zhang Yini knew that Lin Yi was sensible and wouldn't casually take others' things. Alright, just a classmate. Can mom take a look at what it is? It won't hurt to just look right. Since you're returning it tomorrow, let mom see what gifts kids your age give each other. Zhang Yini guessed it would be something that appealed to Lin Yi's age, like anime cards or some toys. The content didn't matter. Zhang Yini just wanted to satisfy her curiosity and take a peek. Suya felt the same way. She wanted to know what was inside. She felt it must be something special. Yeah, it's fine to take a look, kid. Lin Yi saw the two women, Suya and Zhang Yini, looking at him with such eager curiosity, hoping he would show them the gift. Lin Yi, however, had no expectations about the contents and had already suppressed his own curiosity, seeing his mother and Suya both wanting to see. Lin Yi took the box out of his bag. Go ahead, but don't damage someone else's property. Zhang Yini and Suya took it and gently opened the box. They could feel its weight in their hands. Zhang Yini thought it couldn't be a simple toy. When she opened it, 2 gold bars appeared before her eye. The gold bars were engraved with the words, Huaxia Gold. Suya and Zhang Yinyan's pupils dilated. Suya couldn't help but blurt out, holy crap. Suya was stunned. She had guessed the little girl's family was well off. After all, she rode in a luxury car. The gift must be quite valuable, but she never expected that little girl to give away 2 gold bars outright. Everyone knew that gold in Huaxia was priced by the gram. Even a small ring from a jewelry store cost at least 1,000 yuan. These 2 large gold bars, just the box in hand, felt heavy. Suya didn't know much about gold, but she guessed it was worth at least tens of. Zhang Yinyan's pupils dilated even more. She found it hard to believe. Zhang Yinyan picked up a gold bar. Each weighed 100 grams. Seeing characters engraved on both sides, investment gold bar on one side and Huaxia gold on the other. The logo was. Zhang Yinyan didn't suspect it was counterfeit. She was just deeply shocked. What kind of young lady had her son attracted? This wasn't a gift at all. It was like a betrothal gift for Olivian's son-in-law. Lin Yi turned around and saw the 2 women exclaim. He looked at the box's contents. It was gold. Lin Yi was speechless. Indeed, Huangfu Xiaomei was a true heiress. Gold was extremely valuable in Huaxia. These 2 bars. Huangfu Xiaomei had actually dared to give them as a gift. If her family found out, that girl would be in big trouble. Lin Yi decided to return them to her as soon as school started tomorrow. Otherwise, if her family discovered the gold missing and traced it to Huangfu Xiaomei and then to him, they might accuse him of instigating her to steal the gold. That would be a huge mess. The audience in the live stream watched Suya and Zhang Yinyan open the gift box from Huangfu Xiaomei and saw the gold bars inside. They went wild. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Are those real? How could that little girl give away something so valuable? A classic mom would freak out little girl, ha. Wow, the thickness, the logo. This is real gold. I work at a bank, but trust me, it's real. Give it back quick, or this could blow up. Holy crap, it's definitely real. I just compared it with mine. Exactly the same. I work at a bank, but trust me, it's real. Give it back quick, or this could blow up. Holy crap, it's definitely real. I just compared it with mine. This is no gift, it's clearly a bride price for Olivian's son-in-law. The audience included people from various professions. A bank employee immediately recognized the gold as genuine. It wasn't. This made the adult viewers gasp in shock. Were elementary school kids these days so sincere and reliable when making friends? Zhang Yinyan took out her phone to contact Lin Yi's homeroom teacher. She planned to ask for the phone number of the little girl's parents. She intended to communicate with them lest a big misunderstanding arise and her son be falsely accused. Xiao Yi, what's the name of the girl who gave you the gift? Huangfu Xiaomei. After stating his name, Lin Yi ignored the startled Suya and Zhang Yinyan, focusing on his homework. The live stream viewers watching him calmly write began discussing. Whoa, doesn't that kid know the value of that gold? Ha, what value? It's just a betrothal gift for Olivian's son-in-law. If he knew, would he still be so calm? If it were me, I'd be sucking up to Xiaomei. That little girl's name is Huangfu Xiaomei. Such a unique name. That name screams rich family. That kid's so unflappable, he'll regret it when he grows up. When he's older, he'll probably want to slap himself for ignoring a rich, beautiful girl who came to him. I can picture it, but maybe not. He's got such great football talent, making money shouldn't be a problem, right? The viewers from their own perspectives thought Lin Yi would regret it. After all, Huangfu Xiaomei's family seemed incredibly wealthy. They wouldn't mind him becoming Olivian's son-in-law. They figured if Lin Yi did that, the old man's assets would eventually be his. As Lin Yi did his homework, Zhang Yinyan called his homeroom teacher. Teacher Chen. I'm Lin Yi's mother. there's something I need to discuss. It's like this: my son found an expensive item in his bag, and he says a classmate named Huangfu Xiaomei gave it to him. Since it's valuable, I'd like to get Huangfu Xiaomei's parents' phone number from you. I'll text it to you. Okay, thank you, Teacher Chen. Meanwhile, at a villa in Shanghai's Thompson Riviera, at Huangfu Xiaomei's home, she took her tablet to the living room to show her father Lin Yi's skills. All the way home, Head told her to keep her distance from boys. He didn't believe the Lin Yi she described could really be that talented. After all, what 80-year-old could be so multi-talented? If Head seen Lin Yi get into a luxury car, he might not have been so dismissive. But seeing him get into a cheap domestic car, he was sure his daughter. How could an ordinary family raise such a gifted son? With all his wealth, Head spent a fortune on various interest classes, and only his precious daughter's piano skills had improved. Dad, look. Huangfu Xiaomei played a video of Lin Yi playing football. Her father reluctantly glanced at it. But seeing Lin Yi's dazzling dribbling and perfect shots, he watched all the clips that had amazed his daughter: the rainbow, flicks, the bending shots, the volleys. Huangfu Xiaomei's father sat up straight, grabbed the tablet, and scrutinized it. His eyes were full of disbelief. This isn't. He usually played football with friends as a hobby. Seeing Lin Yi's ball control and shooting, he shook his head in astonishment. He couldn't believe a third grader could play at that level. But the video his daughter showed him had millions of likes. And it was a live stream. It couldn't be staged. He knew football well enough to tell real skill from acting. Oh my God, when did China produce such a prodigy? Huangfu Xiaomei saw her father's shocked expression after watching the video and smiled with satisfaction. See, isn't he amazing? People online call him the Max-Level Kid. Search it on your phone if you don't believe me. After she spoke, her father searched for Max-Level Kid on his phone. Many related videos popped up. The most recent ones included him playing table tennis with the principal and news about him bringing a shell to the police station. The little boy from the school gate was in all of them. Max-Level Kid. Max-Level Newbie Protection. That's what netizens called Lin Yi. A tiny kid who wasn't flustered even when handling a shell. After watching Huangfu Xiaomei's father broke out in a sweat. It wasn't some punk trying to marry up to his precious daughter. After seeing those videos, he felt it was his daughter who was reaching above her station. Netizens hailed Lin Yi as a future football king. Most online agreed, though a few thought he might be a prodigy who'd retire at 13. A common phenomenon in China. If Lin Yi's football career went smoothly, China would have another football king. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since China had won. If his daughter married a Chinese football king, it would be a blessing from the ancestors. His family's wealth was nothing compared to the glory and earnings of a football king. Huangfu Xiaomei's father no longer wore that arrogant look as if his precious daughter was too good for Lin Yi. Instead, he smiled. Xiaomei, this classmate of yours is truly amazing. You should get to know him better if you can bring him home, and he'll cook you both a feast. Huangfu Xiaomei, holding the tablet, watched her father's attitude shift. All the way home, had been warning her not to get involved with just any classmates, and not to get too close. Now, just after watching a football clip, Head changed his tune. Dad, weren't you just saying earlier that I shouldn't hang out with little boys? Her father was a bit embarrassed by her question. Oh, I hadn't seen how good he was at football then. If Head known about Lin Yi's incredible talent, he would have gotten out of the car earlier and invited him home. He also remembered glaring at Lin Yi. He felt it was rude to give such a look to a prodigy. If Lin Yi got scared and stopped interacting with his daughter, He'd be kicking himself forever. If China produced a world-class football king, watching his matches would be like a national. Xiaomei, you must be good friends with this classmate. You're still young. Oh, I only said those things because I didn't want you to get hurt. Huangfu Xiaomei naturally understood what it meant to suffer a loss. He won't do anything to me, she thought, recalling how she had asked Lin Yi to hit. Yet Lin Yi had refused to strike. A romantic obsession began to form in her mind. It must be that Lin Yi couldn't bear to hit her. At this thought, Huangfu Xiaomei felt even more delighted. Huangfu Xiaomei's father too had developed a favorable impression of Lin Yi. The netizens were calling him kid brother. Surely he must be a good person. Alright, remember to invite him to our place this weekend, when you're at school. Huangfu Xiaomei nodded in agreement. She also wanted to bring Lin, that way the weekend wouldn't be so boring. Huangfu Xiaomei's father also wished to get to know this football prodigy Lin Yi up close. Meanwhile, class teacher Chen sent Huangfu Xiaomei's parents' phone number to Zhang Yining. Without hesitation, Zhang Yining dialed. She certainly didn't want her son to accept this gift. Lin Yi was her only precious son. Was she supposed to let him become a Livian who would take care of her in her old age? She had raised a son to support her in her twilight years. She couldn't possibly sell her most beloved child for a bit of money and then start over. Not to mention thinking of those TV dramas where Livian sons-in-law were bullied in their wives' homes. Zhang Yining shuddered with fear. She was afraid that Lin Yi would live a life without dignity or freedom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huangfu Xiaomei's father received an unfamiliar call. Without overthinking, Huangfu Xiaomei's father answered the phone. Hello. Hello, may I ask if you are the parent of Huangfu Xiaomei? Oh yes, I am. What's the matter? Huangfu Xiaomei's father glanced at his daughter. Could it be that the child had gotten into trouble at school? Was the teacher calling? But the number wasn't saved. He remembered he had saved the teacher's number. Zhang Yining heard his response. She then brought up the matter of the gold. It's like this. I'm the parent of your daughter's classmate, and my child's name is Lin Yi. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. On the other end, when Huangfu Xiaomei's father heard Lin Yi, he only knew him as kid brother. He had no idea who Lin Yi was. Huangfu Xiaomai's father looked at his daughter and pointed at the phone as if asking, "Is that the little guy?" When Huangfu Xiaomai heard the person on the phone mention Lin Yi, her eyes lit up. She nodded eagerly. "It's him. His name is Lin Yi." Huangfu Xiaomai's father was puzzled. What was going on? Why was the other? Was it because he had glared at the little guy a few times at the school gate? Had it caused psychological trauma? Was she calling to scold him? "Please go ahead. My Lin Yi told me that Xiaomai gave him a gift." Huangfu Xiaomai's father glanced at his daughter. He gave a thumbs up, his face beaming with joy. He praised his beloved daughter. This was the right thing to do. To make friends, one must show sincerity. Giving a gift was nothing. He had plenty of assets, and it didn't matter what his daughter gave away. Moreover, Lin Yi had the potential to become a football king. Seeing her father's praise, Huangfu Xiaomai was so happy she could. But Huangfu Xiaomai's father's joy was short-lived. Zhang Yining continued. Then, when he got home, I saw an extra item in his backpack. I opened it and found 2 gold bars. This is too valuable. The child must have been mischievous and taken them from home. I thought I'd let you know, and tomorrow I'll have the child bring them back to school for Xiaomai to return to you. Huangfu Xiaomai's father's eyes widened in shock. 2 gold bars as a gift. He stared at his precious daughter in astonishment. He hadn't expected his daughter to be so bold. She had taken the investment gold bars he kept at home and given them away. But then he thought of Lin Yi's potential to become a football king. What were 2 gold bars compared to that? Consider it an investment in the future king of Chinese football. The returns would far exceed those 2 gold bars. While Huangfu Xiaomai's father was astonished at his daughter's generosity, he remained silent. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yining heard nothing and feared that Huangfu Xiaomai's father might be reaching for a belt to give his daughter a sound thrashing. She didn't want her phone call to cause Xiaomai to get beaten. If fate truly brought them together, who knew? Xiaomai might become her future daughter. In truth, she didn't have to make this call. She could have just had Lin Yi return the gold bars to Xiaomai at school tomorrow, and everything would have been fine. But considering how valuable the gold bars were, she felt she had to inform the parents. "Hello. Xiaomai's parent, please don't hit the child. She's still young and innocent." The live stream audience listened to Zhang Yinin's call. Because it was on speakerphone, they could hear the person on the other end. When silence fell, the viewers assumed that the father had muted the call to start beating Xiaomai. Oh no, Xiaomai is going to get a beating. Ha ha ha. Kid brother, go save her. Good grief, if she hadn't called, Xiaomai would have been fine, but this beating is so unfair. He could have just had kid brother return it tomorrow, but he had to call. Wah, poor cute Xiaomai is going to get. Suya, who was nearby, watched Lin Yi quietly doing his homework. He seemed unfazed by his mother's phone call. Suya couldn't help but smile. This kid brother really had charm. Huangfu Xiaomai had braved the threat of punishment to take gold bars from home and give. She had to admit, at this age, elementary or middle school, having a talent made boys popular with girls. Singing. As long as you didn't sing like that self-absorbed thunder brother, you'd have priority in choosing a partner. Someone like Lin Yi who could play football, sing, and had a uniquely captivating aura. Huangfu Xiaomai was already completely infatuated. It was no wonder netizens called her the ultimate simp. After a moment of silence on the other end, hearing what was said. Beat his daughter. No, he wouldn't. He could only admire his daughter for daring to give away gold. I'm not hitting the child. I was just. Well, since the child has already given the gift, there's no reason to take it back. Don't have the child return it. Let the 2 kids be friends. We parents shouldn't interfere. Alright, that's it. Make sure you don't send it back. Huangfu Xiaomai's father repeated several times not to return it before hastily hanging. The gift was given. He was determined to have Lin Yi as his son-in-law. He didn't regret the 2 gold bars at all. Instead, he felt his daughter had remarkable foresight. He was also determined to invest in Lin Yi, this football prodigy. In China, a football wasteland, raising a player from childhood required a massive amount of money. It was often said in China that you needed to own a mind to play football. So he, as the future father-in-law helping his future son-in-law, was perfectly reasonable. In his view, Lin Yi's family was moderately well off. How could they possibly endure the financial strain of investing heavily in his training under such abysmal football conditions? Those 2 investment-grade gold bars, when tallied up, were only worth around 100,000, a mere pittance to him. Consider it an early investment, of course. Also a betrothal gift for his daughter. Huangfu Xiaomai's father hung up the phone and looked joyfully at his beloved daughter beside him. Thumbing up, he said, "Xiaomai, you're truly incredible." As a seasoned veteran of the world, he couldn't help but admire his daughter's insight and audacity. In terms of insight, at the tender age of 8, the little boy she had set her sights on was an ancient-century football prodigy. As for audacity, she had managed to give away the most expensive and smallest item in the house. Huangfu Xiaomai's father pondered, and it seemed that in this exchange, his daughter had become the reckless girl while Lin Yi was the precious gem. Huangfu Xiaomai's face radiated with joy. She had thought that if she were discovered, she'd be scolded or something. But she was wrong. She never expected her father not to scold her, but to praise her instead. Huangfu Xiaomai understood now. It seemed her father also liked Lin Yi. She planned to tell Lin Yi at school tomorrow to come over to her place this weekend. Meanwhile, Zhang Yining was about to say no, that they couldn't accept it. When the other party hung up, Zhang Yining fell silent. Could this be a gift orchestrated by the parents using their child as a messenger? Zhang Yining was exasperated, but regardless of what the other party said, she still intended to have Lin Yi return the gift to Huangfu Xiaomai tomorrow and tell her to take it back. Suya, who had overheard the entire conversation, was also somewhat astonished. Was that really Huangfu Xiaomai's father? She vividly recalled seeing the car Huangfu Xiaomai had gotten into at the school gate, and the driver had been glaring at Lin Yi with him. Could that not be Huangfu Xiaomai's father? If it was, wasn't the change in attitude a bit too drastic? At the school gate he looked at Lin Yi like he was some lowlife after his precious daughter. Now it felt like a doting father-in-law cherishing his. The livestream audience was also in an uproar as they all assumed the old man glaring at Lin Yi at the school gate was Huangfu Xiaomai's father. Huh, you can't return a gift once it's accepted. Ha ha, little bro should tell Xiaomai at school tomorrow I accept the gift, but you can keep the sentiment. I'm dying of laughter. What kind of genius move is this? Little bro, if you put it that way, I'm all too familiar with this hand. What kind of family is this? Giving away gold bars worth over 100,000 without blinking. Holy moly, Uncle Huangfu, I heard you have no sons. How about giving me a chance? You sure have some nerve. Zhang Yining then said to Lin, you remember to return it tomorrow. After saying that, Zhang Yining packed the items away and placed them back into Lin Yi's school bag. Although their family was ordinary, they wouldn't casually take things from others. Lin Yi also understood the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. That was why he had always refused Huangfu Xiaomai's gifts. Making friends. It was best to let the bond grow naturally. Could a friendship bought with money still be considered true friendship? Zhang Yining led Suya aside to ensure she wouldn't disturb Lin Yi while he did his homework. Suya silently aimed the camera. The livestream audience was there to watch Lin Yi, not her. Zhang Yining went to prepare dinner. The viewers were curious about what homework Lin Yi was doing. His pen seemed never to stop scribbling away furiously. Sis, let us see what little bro is writing. Could he be just doodling? You can doubt little bro's age, but never his skills. At this speed it feels even faster than me copying. Go take a look. Seeing the audience's excitement, Suya tiptoed behind Lin Yi and positioned the camera above his head. This allowed the livestream audience to see clearly what Lin Yi was writing. They saw the homework problems. All basic third-grade math questions, simple enough for the viewers. For Lin Yi it was even simpler. Thanks to the system rewards from earlier, which included a complete question bank, he could glance at these problems and instantly know the answers. The audience fell silent watching Lin Yi's speed. Holy sh! Why is it that even as a college student I have to read the questions carefully, and he's already done? Wait. Are young brains these days really this sharp? I'm a college student still looking at the first question and he's already finished If I'd known young brains worked this well, I'd have restarted my life earlier. Little bro, give us a break. Among the livestream audience, several college students were left speechless, musing about wanting to start over. Suya, standing nearby, also felt a cold sweat. She suddenly doubted herself. Even as a college student she had to think over third-grade problems, yet Lin Yi just breezed through them. She wondered how she even got into university. Maybe little bro should take her place. Before long Lin Yi finished his homework. Suya curiously checked Lin Yi's work. Not a single mistake. Suya was dumbfounded as she even began to wonder if Lin Yi was some kind of alien. The livestream audience erupted. Little bro is definitely an alien. Not a single error. His teacher says he always gets full marks. Hey, even with the system, don't go this overboard. How am I a college student supposed to feel? Damn, I can't even tutor third. Dissect him. We must dissect him. Cue the overpowered theme song. Little bro makes his grand entrance. No time to mourn for the fragile college students. Next up is the maxed out little bro. The livestream audience started joking around. Soon Zhang Yining finished cooking and Lin Yun returned from buying supplies for the evening street stall. After dinner he set out for the stall. Suya also had a meal at Lin Yi's house. Lin Yun wasn't surprised to see Suya. She had already told him at the fried rice stall that she was live streaming Lin Yi's daily life. Uncle, why haven't you been bringing little bro to the fried rice stall lately? Suya asked, voicing the question on her mind. In recent nights, she had been leaving school to visit Lin Yi's father's stall, yet she never caught sight of Lin Yi there. Her classmates also yearned to see the prodigy in person rather than through a live stream. Many at their school were fans of the young genius. Upon hearing Suya's words, Lin Yun was bring Lin Yi to the fried rice stall. He had no desire to relive the reverse father scenario. Every time he brought Lin Yi, customers clamored for the boy to cook instead. Beyond that, he feared malicious reports of child labor. Moreover, he toiled at frying rice to save for Lin Yi's future, a good university, and a decent job. He held no grand prospects, and didn't want his son wasting his youth at the stall. Of course, each time Lin Yi cooked, his own pride took a passers-by and regulars alike claimed his son's fried rice tasted better. And then there was Lin Yi making him do homework. Strangers might think their souls had swapped. Oh, the kitchen fumes are too strong, so I won't let him come, Lin Yun replied. Suya was startled by Lin Yun's response. The excuse was somewhat flimsy yet plausible. Her livestream audience flooded the screen with question marks. That excuse doesn't quite hold up, does it? Haha, the truth is the middle-aged man can't stand being upstaged by the kids, so he won't let him come. Spot on, bro. Kid fried rice has no future. Come play table tennis with me. Suya glanced at the tens of thousands of viewers in her livestream and remembered something. By the way, I have something to tell you. I never had the chance before. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun exchanged puzzled looks. What could it be? Suya pulled out her backup phone and opened her streaming account. This is the revenue from my recent live streams featuring Xiao Yi. It doesn't include my previous earnings. Take a look. I can withdraw this money now and transfer it to you. I can't keep this money with peace of mind. Initially, she thought it was just from those 2 days at the stall and planned to cash out and give it. But during her graduation thesis livestream, she coincidentally ended up at Lin Yi's school, where many fans flocked and showered her with gifts. She dared not take them. She didn't need the money. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun glanced at Su Ya's recent streaming earnings and fell silent, stunned. Silently counting the digits, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Over 100,000. Over 100,000. They exchanged astonished looks. As adults, they knew the streaming industry could rake in big money with high traffic, but they never imagined it would be this staggering. Lin Yi knew Su Yi had only been streaming Lin Yi for a few days, yet she had already earned over 100,000. The livestream audience was dumbfounded. Holy crap, is the kid this lucrative? While little bowties gold bars are worth over 100,000, and the streaming revenue is too. This kid isn't human. He's a living, breathing Lucky Charm. I recall Coach Chen also transferred his streaming earnings to Lin Yi's dad. I swear this is the god of wealth incarnate. The viewers were utterly shocked. Netizens knew Coach Chen had transferred his streaming revenue from Lin Yi to the boy's father, a transaction done live on stream. Now classmate Huangfu Xiaomei had gifted gold bars worth at least 100,000, and Su Yi wanted to hand over her streaming earnings to Lin Yi's parents. The audience was dumbfounded, believing Lin Yi was a fortune-bringing coy. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining recalled Coach Chen forcing the streaming money back on them. And now this. With the gifts from Lin Yi's female classmate, their household had seen nearly 100,000 flow through in just a No, we can't take this. It's yours from your stream. Coach Chen said Xiao Yi's skills were limited and he couldn't teach him. We don't understand what happened. It's baffling. You're a college student. Keep the money for your studies. We don't need it. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun firmly refused the money. Watching Lin Yi eat, they were both bewildered. Was their precious son some kind of coy reincarnated? He had been incredibly lucky lately. Between the stall, Coach Chen's sudden transfer of over 100,000 as tuition fees from netizens, and now a female classmate gifting something worth over 100,000. Kids usually considered sharing a bag of spicy strips as true friendship. A gift worth over 100,000. And now Su Yi wanted to give them her streaming earnings. The couple refused in unison. This money isn't mine to keep. It's from netizens for Xiao Yi's future tuition. If I took it, I'd be internet shamed. You should take it. Oh, Sister Ian, give me your phone. Su Yi insisted. Zhang Yining handed it over, puzzled. Su Yi deftly registered a Douyin streaming account on Zhang Yinin's phone and transferred the entire withdrawn streaming revenue. I've set up your Douyin streaming account. You can stream whenever you like. My thesis is done, so I might not stream Xiao Yi anymore. With that, Su Yi returned the phone. Zhang Yining stared at the extra 100,000 in her WeChat, lost in thought. Su Yi continued. I've gained so much from Xiao Yi. I suggest you stream his daily life. Maybe quit your job. At his age, for Su Yi, if Lin Yi's parents streamed him for a while, they could earn what they used to make in a year. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun listened to her advice. Alright, if you have questions about streaming, just WeChat me. I've already added you. They realized Su Yi seemed to be cutting ties with Lin Yi. Wait, Xiao Yi, do you mean you won't visit Xiao Yi anymore? Su Yi nodded, implying they could watch Lin Yi on her streaming account. After graduation, she'd be busy with work. Zhang Yining said, we're not savvy about streaming. If you enjoy streaming Xiao Yi's daily life, go ahead. Keep the revenue. Take what you need, give us the rest. You're graduating. Why not treat it as a job? It's hard for me to quit my job, and his dad's stall does well. We've thought about streaming Xiao Yi before, but we worried about instability. Being an internet celebrity, we heard it's fickle. If Xiao Yi loses popularity, our life rhythm would be disrupted. We need to save for Lin Yi's future. Zhang Yining felt Su Yi, being younger, understood the internet better than them. Let the professional handle it. Su Yi thought it over. Fine, I'll use your account to stream Xiao Yi's daily life and manage it. How about a monthly salary of 10,000? Zhang Yining was taken aback. 10,000. Too small. She had earned over 100,000 in just a few days. Lin Yun added, money is trivial. We're busy with work, so please look after Lin Yi. He couldn't bear to part with his stall. It held years of sentiment. Despite customers' heart-wrenching remarks about Lin Yi's bed, he still loved frying rice. That night, Su Yi reached an agreement with Lin Yi's family. They hired Su Yi to stream Lin Yi's daily life on a new Douyin account, while Zhang Yining and Lin Yun kept their jobs. The couple also planned to give Su Yi a larger share, as she would double as Lin Yi's caretaker. Lin Yi had no objections. Who streamed him made no difference. Su Yi realized this was perfect. Without Lin Yi, her streams barely covered electricity costs. Now she skipped the job-hunting struggle and landed a role she loved, streaming, watching Lin Yi's daily joy. And getting paid for it was a dream come true. Su Yi returned to school delighted. Lin Yun had also packed up his things, preparing to head out and set up his stall. Honey, him off to the stall. Alright, go ahead. Lin Yi sat in the living room, watching TV, utterly perplexed. He couldn't fathom why his father was so obsessed with fried rice. Meanwhile, Zhang Yining, who had the morning shift today, was working from morning until Lin Yi got out of school. Now it was her time to accompany Lin Yi. Zhang Yining opened her phone, and her Douyin account was already blowing up. It was flooded with red dots, countless follows, and private messages pouring in. During Su Yi's live stream earlier, she had accidentally revealed her newly registered account. Zhang Yining glanced at it and was stunned. Oh my! How are there so many people? Zhang Yining still didn't fully grasp Lin Yi's popularity online. At this point Lin Yi was practically the internet's joy bundle, bringing laughter with every look. Of course it was also because people saw the unexpected in Lin Yi. Zhang Yining didn't reply to those private messages, instead she scrolled through videos on Douyin. She didn't bother browsing, she directly searched for Kid Bro. She knew the nickname netizens had given Lin Yi. Searching for Kid Bro brought up many recent related videos. Kid Bro who found a shell in Shanghai receives generous reward from police. Kid Bro is overjoyed. Kid Sis is way too powerful. Her gifts start at 100,000. Are modern elementary school kids this wealthy? Gotta say elementary schoolers are sincere, gold worth over 100,000 as a meeting gift. Zhang Yining found it hilarious. She glanced at the gifts Lin Yi had received. They were all practice books. How did the video report it? It actually said her son was overjoyed with the gifts. Zhang Yining turned to Lin Yi. Xiao, didn't the police sister give you gifts? Where did they all go? Lin Yi replied, I didn't like them, so she swapped them for sneakers. He pointed to the shoes under his desk. Zhang Yining didn't press further. Practice books and sneakers didn't matter. What mattered was what Lin Yi preferred. And she continued watching videos and read. She wanted to see what others thought of her son. If anyone badmouthed him, she'd lash out. I'm dying of laughter. Kid Brother's face looks like he's chewing on bitter melon, and that's called overjoyed. If Kid Bro knew the reward was practice books, he should have let the shell rot in the river. Those police officers must have been struggling not to laugh, right? I saw it. They must have received professional training. Don't post that meme. It's been circulating on Douyin for years. As for the other video about the gold, Zhang Yining also took a look. Everyone was saying that little girl was clever for claiming her precious son, Kid Sis, by accepting the gold bar. You're mine now. Even Jing girl wouldn't dare give that much. Tens of thousands up front. Accepting doesn't mean I agree. Instant rejection. Let me go back to elementary school for a few days. Where does Kid Sis study? I want to be a simp. Kid Sis knows what a quality guy is. Kid Bro is multi-talented and destined for greatness. Kid Sis is really worried about the marriage market after adulthood. Zhang Yining found the netizens amusing. Lin Yi, realizing it was late, went to bed on his own. The next morning, Suya left school early, heading straight for Lin Yi's house. She intended to take this job seriously. The salary felt well-earned and matched her efforts. Lin Yi had just finished brushing his teeth when the doorbell rang. Puzzled, he opened the door. Seeing Suya, he greeted her politely. Good morning, Sister Suya. Would you like some breakfast? Suya was a bit surprised by Lin Yi's greeting. Seems like you got plenty of sleep. She remembered that many kids his age had morning grumpiness, either drowsy or irritable upon waking. Zhang Yining was also surprised to see Suya. Oh, you're here so early. Suya replied, it's fine, I'm used to waking up early. He'll take Xiao Yi to and from school from now on. She felt fully capable of handling the job, which seemed simple, and wanted to expand her responsibilities. Zhang Yining was taken aback. Voluntarily escorting Lin Yi to and from school. It seemed the salary couldn't be too low. They couldn't shortchange Suya on this. Alright, as you wish. First have breakfast with Xiao Yi before heading to school. Okay. Suya and Lin Yi had breakfast, and Suya asked Zhang Yining to log into her Douyin account on her phone. She wouldn't be streaming on her old account anymore. Zhang Yining also gave Suya a spare set of house keys. She trusted Suya. Why don't you move in with us? There's an extra room here. The house had 3 bedrooms and a living room, and the empty room was usually for guests. Suya shook her head. No. He'll move out of the dorm in a while and rent a place nearby. She preferred living alone. Staying at someone else's place felt awkward. Zhang Yining didn't insist. After all, a young woman might have a boyfriend or want her own freedom. Alright, let us know if you want to stay here. After breakfast, Suya and Lin Yi left, and Zhang Yining hurried off to work. On the way to school, Suya walked with Lin Yi while tapping on her phone, preparing to start a live stream. We won't be late, will we, shall we? Lin Yi shook his head. He had a good sense of time. From the neighborhood to school, he could calculate the maximum time accurately. The only time he was late was because he was pondering what gift to get. Suya started the live stream. Though it was a new account, the viewer count slowly grew. Those who had followed yesterday were already waiting for this account. Suya followed behind Lin Yi, streaming his back. Viewers instantly recognized the legendary Kid Bro. We'll be streaming on this account from now on. Everyone follow. I'm now Kid Brother's assistant. Hearing Suya's announcement, Lin Yi's old fans in the live stream buzzed with excitement. Will it be long-term? Don't pull a Coach Chun and disappear after 2 days. Yeah, that's what worries me. I heard Coach Chun went scouting for talent elsewhere. Coach Chun is definitely forming a soccer team. Lately, he only takes private lessons with 8 or 9-year-olds. Coach Chun is really committed. I'm tearing up. Coach Chun has a plan. I think he's preparing future teammates for Lin Yi. After all, soccer isn't a one-man game. It seems Kid Bro is too overpowered, so he doesn't need to worry. He's just concerned that Kid Bro will have to carry 10 others, and his talent will be dragged down. The audience in the live stream was discussing the man with the camera on his head, Coach Chun. Many of Lin Yi's fans had a deep impression of Coach Chun. They were also speculating whether Coach Chun was playing a long game. After all, football is a team sport of 11 players, not an individual. Lin Yi and Suya soon arrived at school during morning exercise time. Suya had long become a regular at the school, and the principal had grown accustomed to her presence. During morning exercises, the principal pulled Suya aside for a chat. I saw online that some netizens say you'll be Lin Yi's assistant. Suya nodded after hearing this. What's wrong? Do you think we can't stream his daily life anymore? The principal shook his head. He was quite open-minded about the streaming. Given Lin Yi's current popularity, becoming an internet celebrity was a simple matter. I wanted to tell you. Please keep an eye on that little rascal Lin Yi. Last night when I went to sleep I dreamed he came to me holding a bomb. I was terrified. The principal was genuinely sweating. No joke, if it hadn't been the weekend, that outrageous kid Lin Yi would have really brought a cannonball to his office as a gift. He was human, not a god, and he feared death too. Hearing this, Suya struggled to hold back her laughter. It was enough to give her internal injuries. The live stream audience laughed at the sight of the frightened principal. Ha, I couldn't help but laugh unkindly. How could the principal not be afraid? The kid really wants to give him a gift. The principal is terrified Lin Yi might give him a special, turning a birthday into a death day. How ruthless. The principal must have owed the kid hundreds of thousands in a past life. This old man is sweating buckets, dreaming at night of the kid showing up with gifts under his blanket. To reassure the principal, Suya said, I know. His mother also told me to keep an eye on him. I promise I won't let him touch anything dangerous, rest assured. Suya knew Lin Yi was bound to have a beginner's protection period, but as his assistant, she couldn't broadcast him doing dangerous things. The principal relaxed after hearing Suya's guarantee. That's good. That's good. As long as Lin Yi didn't touch dangerous things or think about giving him a big gift, he would be his obedient student. Morning exercises ended and the students returned to the classroom to prepare for morning reading. Lin Yi took the gift box Huangpu Xiaomei had given him yesterday and returned it. Keep this safe, don't lose it. Huangpu Xiaomei looked at the gift she had given being returned. She felt a bit unhappy. After putting the item back in her seat, she came to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi, don't you want to be friends with me? Lin Yi shook his head. That wasn't what he meant. Anyone could be friends with him. He wasn't some untouchable deity. Then why won't you accept my gift? Is it because you don't like it, eh? Lin Yi shook his head again. My mom told me one should not accept favors without merit. This thing is too valuable. Please take it back. Want to be my friend? You are now? Let me introduce myself. I live at Fondo Garden, and my name is Lin Yi. Remember that. Lin Yi's words made Huangpu Xiaomei laugh. Fondo Garden. Isn't Fondo Garden where Hu Tutu lives? Lin Yi shrugged. You got it. I'm joking, which means I see. Remember to take the gift back, or don't talk to me. It was a little combo. Tutu, the little rascal, smoking, drinking, and getting tattooed. But Lin Yi didn't want to scare the little girl, so he didn't go all out. Hearing this, Huangpu Xiaomei cheered up again. Okay, I understand. I'll take it back. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, girls at this age were hard to please. He had to use a little threat. Suya watched from the side, smiling happily. The live stream audience also laughed at the scene. This cracks me up, the kid really has moves. Who taught him to introduce himself like that? Ha ha ha. Tutu, don't look back, I'm your grandpa Nyo. What the hell, don't look back, you guys are disgusting. Who invented this little trick the kid uses? It's so fun. The kid just rejected something worth tens of thousands. He'll probably regret it later. Years later. As a delivery guy, the kid will slap himself thinking about this. I was so pretentious when I was little. 80-year-old Lin Yi clever. 16-year-old Lin Yi confused. 18-year-old Lin Yi awakening. 20-year-old Lin Yi regret. 58-year-old Lin Yi remorse. Lin Yi on his deathbed, dying with eyes wide open. The clever little soldier won't be tempted by bad influences. The antics of the netizens in the live stream amused Suya. Those few words summed up Lin Yi's entire life. Suya thought that if Lin Yi wanted to take the easy way out, he'd have to stand firm. She said nothing as morning reading began, and she didn't. Lin Yi just leaned over and looked at the scenery. After morning reading, came time to hand in yesterday's homework. Soon the first class began. Teacher Chen arrived with the teaching materials. All right, class begins. Hello, teacher. Hello, students. Take your seats. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Teacher Chen looked at Lin Yi, and seeing he hadn't started sleeping felt relieved. Perk up your ears. Students, have you ever truly gone? The entire class shook their heads. Shanghai was a city that had seen snow, but the snow there would melt in your hand, nothing like the north where you could ski. Teacher, I've skied on artificial snow. Does that count? A wealthy kid in the class raised a question. Teacher Chen nodded. Artificial snow does count as skiing, but the real experience is completely different from natural snow trails in the artificial snow was skiable, but the experience wasn't as smooth as natural snow in the north. Does anyone dream of skiing in the north? Raise your hand. Let me see. Almost the whole class raised their hands. Some wealthy kids who had experienced it didn't comment. Lin Yi quietly watched Teacher Chen perform. What was he beating around the bush about? Lin Yi was a bit curious. But Lin Yi's mind was clear. Teacher Chen mentioned the north many times. Either it related to the lesson materials or another possibility, taking the class to realize their dream of skiing in the north. Lin Yi reconsidered and dismissed the last idea. The class was too large, the cost of transportation and expenses for everyone would be enormous. Either there is a limit on the number of people, which is more likely. Alright, the teacher understands. Put your hand down. You see, Modu is located in the south. The temperature difference with the north is enormous. Now the teacher has received reliable news that Modu has started selecting this year's outstanding elementary schools. The schools selected as outstanding will be given 20 spots for a northbound trip by the director of the Modu Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Under Teacher Chen's words, the elementary students below all began to ponder with their little heads. 20 people. We can go play in the snow in the north. Outstanding elementary school. There are so many schools around here, aren't there? Yet 20 spots, it won't be our turn. My grades are bad, I'm afraid I have no chance. Wow. If only I could go once. Lin Yi smiled slightly after hearing this. Just as he thought. A northbound trip with limited spots. Only by being rated as an outstanding elementary school could they get 20 spots. Suya on the other hand recalled the journalist who came to interview last time. After the interview in theory they should have wrapped up, but she still followed the principal to learn about the school's history and learning atmosphere. It was clearly recorded footage preparing for the scoring competition among schools. Some fans from the north in Suya's livestream became excited. Come to the north for tourism. Where exactly? Wow, so there's a chance we can see the little brother come to our place. Haha, want these southern little potatoes be so cold that even earthworms shrink. Holy earthworm. Admin. Drag the guy above out and execute him in public. Modu is also pretty cold, right? This teacher really knows how to stir emotions. She said it even before it's settled. The viewers in the live stream felt that Teacher Chin spoke a bit too early. It would be more reasonable to say it after being selected. Suya also glanced at the bullet comments and saw what the viewers said. Suya guessed something. At this moment Teacher Chun continued speaking. If you want to go, everyone must behave well. Recently some leaders will come to inspect the school. It depends on your academic performance and helping others outside, following the example of Lin Yi and doing good deeds. If you find any danger, remember to report to the police uncle first. Only then will our school have a chance to get those 20 spots. The specific allocation will most likely be given to grades 1 through 5. Actually, Teacher Chun had already received confirmed news from the principal. Because of Lin Yi's incident of taking artillery shells to the police station coupled with recent popularity, their school had already been rated as an outstanding elementary school. She was only piquing the interest of these little ones. Hearing Teacher Chin say this and mention him, well, doing good deeds, that he was too good at, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Received a northbound tourism spot. This quest has no time limit. Reward complete recipe book. Upon hearing today's new quest from Brother Tongzi, Lin Yi fell silent. A northbound tourism spot. Where was he supposed to get that? Wasn't Brother Tongzi making things difficult? But hearing that this quest had no time limit, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As for the rewards from Brother Tongzi, Lin Yi had long been accustomed to them. Just do the quest, and whatever Tongzi produces. Looking at Teacher Chun at this moment, Lin Yi raised it, respecting teachers and valuing the way Lin Yi always raised his hand before asking. Although he usually slept in class, he still had respect for the teacher. Teacher Chin rarely saw Lin Yi not rushing to sleep and even wanting to ask a question. Lin Yi, do you have a question? The whole class eyes collectively turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi stood up. Teacher, when will the rating for outstanding elementary school be announced? Hearing this, Teacher Chen felt something. Why was Lin Yi suddenly interested in the trip? Could it be that he really wanted to travel north? Well, I heard the rating will come out next week and the departure is also next week. Upon hearing Teacher Chen's words, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Today is Tuesday, next week is still far away. This gap of time was enough for him to do something. Okay, thank you, teacher. Lin Yi sat down after speaking. The classmates were all a bit confused. They were all thinking about whether they had a chance to get a spot, but they overlooked whether the school could be rated as outstanding. Teacher Chin thought for a moment, feeling that something was off, but couldn't pinpoint. Seeing Lin Yi's thoughtful gaze, Teacher Chin thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that he would bring local specialties to school to bribe the teachers or send gifts to the Modu Cultural and Tourism Bureau? Suya was curious on the side. Xiao Yi, do you want to travel to the north? Lin Yi nodded. Actually, he also wanted to go to the north and experience the culture there. The regret of his past life was exactly this. Working in one place until old age, unable to leave the province. He never saw the magnificent rivers and mountains of the motherland, nor the beautiful scenery and local customs of other regions. Coincidentally, Brother Tongzi's quest was just right for him to try. Even if he couldn't complete this quest, he would choose to ask his parents to take him to the north during winter break. The live stream viewers also erupted. Little brother, come quickly. I have big cats here. Roaring fierce. And white foxes, the little brother will definitely like them. Come to our harbin, I'll teach you to ski. Hurry up, let the Northern Culture and Tourism Bureau quickly collaborate with Modu. I want to see the little brother come to travel. With such cold weather, can the little brother bear it? No worries, I'll steal my grandma's mink coat and give it to the little brother. I'm dying of laughter. Northern viewers were looking forward to Lin Yi's northbound trip. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was planning how to increase his school's influence in Modu. Wouldn't that make it easier to be rated as an outstanding? Lin Yi was considering not only whether the school could get the outstanding rating, but also how to obtain one of the 20 northbound spots from. What if he prepared special gifts for both the principal and the Modu Cultural and Tourism Bureau? Lin Yi thought for a moment. The rating probably had nothing to do with the Tourism Bureau, so he'd just prepare one for the dear principal. In matters of human relationships and etiquette, he had way too much experience. After a lesson had passed, the bell rang. Watching Teacher Chin leave, Lin Yi got up and walked out of the classroom. Suya, puzzled, could only fall, afraid that the little rascal Lin Yi might find some spicy snack to play with in some corner of the school. The audience in the live stream wondered where Lin Yi was going. What's this kid brother up to? He's been thinking all class at who knows. You notice too, he's been spacing out. Maybe he's plotting to do a good deed. After all, his teacher said good deeds bring good fortune. Now that you mention it, I feel something's about to happen. Meanwhile, Lin Yi expertly headed toward the principal's office. Arriving at the principal's office door, Lin Yi saw it was open. He stealthily peeked around the corner into the office. Seeing the principal inside, he pondered what nice words to say. If the school could be rated an excellent elementary school, and he secured this in advance, surely the principal wouldn't leave him out of the quota. Lin Yi was afraid that the parents of the wealthy kids in school might use their influence to snatch the spots. So it was better to settle this. Suya following behind didn't disturb Lin Yi. She just silently followed, watching his sneaky movements. She had a bad feeling about this. The livestream audience erupted when they saw Lin Yi heading for the principal. Oh no. He's charging at the old principal. Principal, run. The kid brother's coming. Ha ha ha. The old principal must owe the kid brother something from a past life. Principal, don't come near me. The kid brother's all sneaky again, giving the principal a surprise, right? You call what the kid brother prepares a surprise? That's a fright. Meanwhile in the office the principal felt a chill down his spine. He looked back wondering. With this weather he hadn't even turned on the air conditioner. The principal glanced around the office in confusion. Looking toward the office door, he saw two innocent, guileless eyes. Those eyes were all too familiar. Lin Yi. Seated in his office chair he was startled. Seeing Lin Yi now was no less frightening than encountering the Grim Reaper. Sweat suddenly beaded on his forehead. Lin Yi, what are you doing here? The principal called out his name. Lin Yi knew he couldn't hide any longer and stood at the office door. Lin Yi grinned, hands in his pockets. He needed to behave well to secure that quota from the principal. Seeing Lin Yi with his hands in his pockets and a cheerful grin, the principal grew even more alarmed. He quickly stood up, drenched in sweat. Don't come near me. You don't have a snake in your pocket again, do you? Take your hands out. Lin Yi extended his hands, showing they were empty. He had only touched the cool wall and put them in his pockets to... He hadn't expected to startle the principal so much. Suya behind him almost burst out laughing. This kid brother really knew how to... Seeing Suya laughing and Lin Yi empty-handed, the principal breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow. The livestream audience was in stitches watching the principal. Ha ha ha, the kid brother is the principal's nemesis. Just putting his hands in his pockets scared the principal that much. I'm new here, what happened? I can put my hands in my pockets too, but the principal's 7-strip whip just crushes my spirit. The kid brother's hands in pockets means no rival. Yours is just a clown's crotch grab and iodine, and a 7-strip whip will have you not recognizing your own parents. Principal, it's fine as long as you didn't bring a gift. Principal, new school rule, no gift giving at school. What brings you to me, eh? The principal sat on the sofa and gestured for Lin Yi to sit. In a proper chat, he could see Lin Yi as a quiet, good student. It was just that his baffling antics sometimes left him dumbfounded. Lin Yi sat down, and the principal poured him some tea, filling his... Have some tea, then speak. Lin Yi looked at the tea pushed toward him. Wow, I get tea. He firmly believed his social savvy was paying off. Just as he was thinking of giving the principal a gift, the principal was so courteous. Next time, head, bring something extra special. If the principal secured the excellent school rating and gave him a spot for a trip north once he grew up and made something of himself, he'd definitely get the principal some cool stuff. Like a big brown bear from the southern mountains or a polar bear from the north. To liven up the school. What a wonderful tragedy that would be. Fellow student, a reincarnated devil. Principal, having you is truly my blessing. Enough said, off to be bear chow. Brother bear hunting time. By then, returning to school in glory, he could walk with his nose in the air. He could shout, I've bled for this school. Made contra... Before Lin Yi could drink his tea, the principal's office door was crowded with curious elementary students. Lin Yi. The principal is pouring tea for him. Oh my gosh. I want a sip too to know if the principal's tea is sweet or bitter. You've never given the principal a gift. I guess that's true. The noise at the door was too much. The principal found it annoying. He stood up and looked outside. Go play or do your homework in the classroom. At the principal's words, everyone scattered. None of them had Lin Yi's audacity to sit in the principal's office. In their hearts, they still held absolute respect for the principal. Except for the graduating 6th graders whose minds were more mature, about to enter middle school. 100 pounds of person, 99 pounds of rebellious spirit. Seeing everyone gone, the principal thought to ask Lin Yi why he had come. He knew this little rascal wouldn't visit him for no reason. Lin Yi took a sip of tea, finishing it politely. Principal, your tea is really good. It's sweet. The principal was speechless. This didn't seem like Lin Yi's usual style. The rebellious kid saying nice things. That spelled trouble. Then Suya remembered something. Principal, isn't it bad for a kid to... The principal waved his hand. A sip to perk him up won't hurt. After all, whenever he passed Lin Yi's classroom, the boy was always... or gazing at the birds outside chirping. Speak up, little one. What do you need to tell me? Hearing the principal get to the point, Lin Yi thought indeed adults were adults. It's nothing major, principal. You know? I've dreamed of seeing snow since I was little. Lin Yi's voice even turned a bit melancholy. Watching Lin Yi's heartfelt act, the principal twitched his lips in exasperation. After all, it had snowed in Magic City just last year. If he didn't know Lin Yi's elf-like nature, he would have truly believed the act Lin Yi was putting on. Suya, standing by, also smiled as she recalled the dream Lin Yi had mentioned online with Coach Chen. Kid, wasn't your dream to lead the national football team into the World Cup? How come it changed again? Lin Yi turned to look at Suya. Oh, sister Suya, it's different. That's a big dream. This is a small dream. Just like in ancient times one could take multiple wives. There's the distinction between the main wife and concubines. Dreams could be categorized like that too. Makes sense. Suya nearly burst into laughter. This little Lin Yi was too clever coming up with big and small dreams. The audience in the live stream was going wild. Ha, brilliant, what a big and small dream. Alright, if you're going to put it that way, I have a small dream too. Going north to see snow is your lie. Didn't it just snow in Magic City last year? I didn't expect this from the kid. Haven't they announced the outstanding schools yet? Why is the kid in such a hurry for a spot? Can you blame him? He's afraid the principal won't give him a spot because of the heavy gift he sent, so he's speaking up now. Got it. The principal was speechless listening to Lin Yi talk about big and small dreams. It snows in Magic City too. You just want to travel north, right? What? Is the snow up north sweeter? Or is the snow in Magic City sour? Lin Yi replied. Exactly, maybe the snow up north is sweet. The snow in Magic City can't even hide stones, you can't have a snowball fight. The principal was stunned, recalling the internet joke about hiding stones and snowballs. Wives hide men behind your back. This isn't a snowball fight, it's a bloodbath. That's a dangerous thought. Yes, principal. Hearing it was a joke, the principal sighed in relief. This wasn't a snowball fight, it was a setup for disaster. The live stream audience, who the hell taught him to hide stones and snowballs? Could he be a natural-born snowball fighter? Alright kid, go ahead and have your snowball fight. Your friends won't make a peep after one hit. So ruthless, one hit, and they're out cold. Right kid, the snow up north is sweet, even the power poles are sweet. Go ahead and lick one. To get back on track, Lin Yi really wanted to secure a spot, which was why he came every recess. Even if the outstanding elementary school rating hadn't been awarded, yet he still wanted the principal's promise first. He couldn't change the school's rating, but he could still fight for this spot. Principal, my true dream is to go north. I want to experience the local culture and scenery of our Huaxia North. When the school gets 20 spots for the north trip, could you give me one? Respected principal. Lin Yi was practically ready to write an essay about his longing for the north, filled with eager anticipation for the principal to read. Suya was dumbfounded. Lin Yi's impassioned speech left her bewildered. Was this really a third grader? No wonder Lin Yi was a top student. Homework was a breeze for him. A fresh brain works wonders. She, a college student, got scolded by the older generation and couldn't measure up to the younger one. Let it all burn. So tired. Some northern viewers in Suya's stream were moved. Wow. He really moves me to tears. He just wants to see snow in the north. What's wrong with that? Tell you what'll record a video for the kid, and his dream will come true. Now go lead the national football team into the World Cup. Is the person above a genius? If you're going to fulfill dreams like that, I might as well open my study materials and fulfill my dream with my Tsangshan Yujing Duzikong teacher. Kid, come to me. They'll cook you a goose. Enough said. Him sending 10 supercars. Fragile college student, bring the kid over for a few. I'm sending gifts too. Don't pretend you can't see. The audience flooded the screen with gifts. They wished Suya could charter a plane to bring Lin Yi to them. Suya's eyes widened at the flood of gifts. In just this short time, it had already amounted to tens of thousands. These northern big shots really threw money around. Not a single one was bluffing. Suya thought she'd wait until Lin Yi finished talking. Even if Sunshine Elementary didn't get the outstanding school rating, she could still talk to Lin Yi about taking him north on the weekend. But little Lin Yi's goal wasn't just to travel north. There was also Brother Tong's mission. The principal looked at Lin Yi now. His words were beyond what a third grader could manage. The nouns, the tone, the longing for the north, all perfectly expressed. No wonder Lin Yi was the top student in third grade. The principal looked into Lin Yi's innocent eyes. If it weren't for his single-minded obsession with giving gifts, he would be an absolutely outstanding student. The principal also caught on that Lin Yi didn't know their school had already earned the outstanding elementary school rating because of the grenade and shell he fished out of the river. And for this north trip, Lin Yi was already first on the list. The rest would be selected. Alright, once the rating is confirmed, I'll write your name. But you have to promise me one thing. Lin Yi heard the request. Go ahead, principal. The principal then brought up Lin Yi's dream. He patted Lin Yi's shoulder. I saw the video Coach Chen posted online. You told him your dream is to lead the national football team into the World Cup, right? Lin Yi nodded. That was indeed the dream he set for this life. But at his age now, there wasn't much he could do. Lin Yi knew that at most he could join a youth training program, then maintain his ball sense, hone his on-field instincts until he could play in real matches. The principal, like everyone else in the country, longed to see the Huaxia anthem echo across the World Cup green field. He also wanted to see the Huaxia yellow race sprinting freely on the green field. He had seen Lin Yi's astonishing talent in the So, without affecting your studies, how about you train and play with the school team? You'll be free, train whenever you want. How about? The principal proposed a condition, one that was not for his own benefit. He didn't even mention that Lin Yi must never ever send surprise. He was merely thinking about Lin Yi preserving his extraordinary top-tier talent. How many years had it been since a yellow race Chinese talent like this emerged? For the greater good. He didn't want Lin Yi's football talent to go to waste due to a lack of training. As long as it didn't affect Lin Yi's studies, he would help. Suya also longed to see Lin Yi on the grand stage. In the future, there would surely be a moment when all of China cheered for him, right? Meanwhile, the livestream audience buzzed with excitement, none of them expecting the principal to bring up this matter. Isn't the principal afraid of the kid's surprise gift package? I thought had asked the kid to never ever give gifts again. I'm literally laughing my head off. The principal is truly righteous. To let the kid persist in football, he's not even afraid of receiving the kid's big gifts. The principal is a really good guy. This condition, practice whenever you want. Damn, Isn't this practically being a royal? If it were me, I'd skip class altogether. Lin Yi heard this. There was such a good thing. Go whenever he wanted. Not attend class at all. Lin Yi thought of something else. Principal, I recall the school team doesn't accept students below 3rd grade, right? The principal waved his hand. You're overthinking it. Kids from 1st to 3rd grade are welcome to play if they want, but there aren't many. Oh, and remember to inform your family before joining the team. That's the thing. Those 1st to 3rd graders, their parents don't allow it, afraid it'll affect their studies. I see you sleep through class every day. If you really find the current studies unchallenging, then go ahead and practice football. He'll talk to the team coach. If you want to practice, just go. Lin Yi nodded in understanding. He could skip class to practice ball. Lin Yi realized practice time would take up the afternoon classes. Mornings he still had to attend lessons. Suya also grasped something from the principal's words. The live stream audience did too. In China, most parents shared the same view on football. Chinese men's football had no future. No family wealth, no point playing. Are you trying to bankrupt your parents? Thoughts like that. Because a football career in China required not just hard training, effort, and talent. It also demanded money. The absurd part was, even the chance to step onto the big stage had to be bought with money. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary your talent, you'd sit on the bench watching your team get utterly crushed. Even if you could turn the tide, you'd just be a spectator. The live stream audience grew animated. Yet parental disapproval plus the current state of Chinese men's football. It's really hard to produce an absolute star. Go for it, kid. Ride the wave, break through all the criticism and doubt. Charge to the top. We'll lift you up as king. If the kid becomes a football king, then I can brag, right? You know China's football king. I watched him grow up. Kid, look north. Let uncle hug you so I can boast later. The live stream audience had absolute faith in Lin Yi's talent and ball sense. As long as he didn't give up halfway, they believed Lin Yi would surely claim the honors his abilities deserved. Lin Yi left the principal's. The principal watched Suya and Lin Yi leave. He sipped his tea on the desk. At that moment, it seemed he had accumulated a great deal of virtue. He also believed this small request he made to Lin Yi was absolutely a good thing. The principal recalled Lin Yi's gift-giving scenes, and his mind had been so full of Lin Yi's future football glory that he forgot all about Lin Yi's love for sending gifts. But after thinking it over, this seemed like a good thing too. Lin Yi already understood the ways of the world, and when he grew up he could give the team coach surprises to secure playing time. Until evening dismissal, Lin Yi didn't practice because he hadn't brought his soccer shoes today. He planned to practice tomorrow. On the way home from school, Lin Yi and Suya didn't wait for Zhang Yining to pick them up. Suya had already arranged with Zhang Yining that for elementary school they wouldn't need their help. Unless something came up, they'd call them. Heading towards home, Lin Yi strolled leisurely with Suya watching him. Xiaoyi, your fan uncle sent you a lot of gifts. They all gave you travel money, wanting you to visit the north and play with them. Suya brought up how earlier that morning in the office, northern netizens in the live stream showered gifts wanting Lin Yi to go north. Lin Yi was a bit surprised. So enthusiastic. How about we first see if the school can earn an excellent elementary school title? That way we can go for free with the school. Suya was taken aback by Lin Yi's suggestion. So frugal. Indeed. Good men are cultivated from a young age. The live stream audience flooded with question marks. Damn, this little guy knows to save where he can and spend where he should. But I'm speechless. Kid, are you trying to kill me? Money not spent, earned just to wipe your butt. Kid, give me the gift money. I want to taste the sweet snow. You guys are ridiculous asking a kid for money. Save where you can, spend where you should, ride a vintage bike to the bar. Indeed. The kid is the kid. Suya then asked Lin Yi, what about me? Boss Lin Yi, I want to travel north too. If you go with the school, I can't exactly tag along, can I? Suya also wanted to taste that sweet snow up north, just like the live stream audience. She could only plead with her little boss Lin Yi. The gifts from netizens were enough for countless round trips. Lin Yi thought for a moment. We'll see. If we really can go, we'll talk to the principal. He's a good guy, so he'll definitely let you come along. The principal was a good man, and he had been very kind to him. When he grew up, he'd definitely repay the principal with a tight surprise. Tattoo a shrimp line, and wear some Dowda shoes, making the Hearing this, Suya was delighted. The principal of Sunshine Elementary was a really nice person. Adding one more person to accompany and look after the kid shouldn't be a problem, right? If not, shed just chip in some money. This kid hadn't seen much of the world. Going north would definitely make for great livestream content. Just then, as Lin Yi walked along with his backpack, he noticed something intriguing in a nearby villa. Lin Yi stared at the sausages hanging low by the villa's entrance. A big yellow dog was lifting its head to sneak bites. Lin Yi thought the owner must be really careless hanging sausages so low. And keeping a dog at home. Was this a test for the household's cadre with sausages? The sausage looked so tempting that even Lin Yi found his mouth watering, let alone the household's primary authority, brother dog. Using such a treat to test an official. What official could withstand such a test? Lin Yi crouched at the doorway watching the big yellow dog sneak bites of the sausage. Suya stood nearby, not disturbing him, understanding that his curiosity about the world was natural at his age. Seeing the dog sneaking food inside the villa, Suya remained calm. A wrought iron gate separated them, so the dog posed no threat. Moreover, the little boy was widely recognized by netizens as a child under beginner's protection. He watched intently as brother dog savored the treat. He politely greeted the dog. Brother dog, you're stealing food, aren't you? At his words, the dog stopped, lowering its head with a hint of guilt as it looked at Lin Yi. Its mouth still smacking, it wished Lin Yi would leave quickly. It feared the owner might hear the commotion and come out. That would surely earn it a beating. Brother Dog's eyes seemed to plead, please don't tell. The live stream audience found the scene utterly hilarious. Ha ha ha, little bro, you've ruined Brother Dog's fun. He's so polite, even asking if the dog is stealing. Brother Dog, please just go, I haven't had my fill yet. Oh my god, this family has some nerve testing their primary authority like this. What official could withstand such a test? ID, even want that sausage and the dog's ruined it. Ill report, ill expose. Suya could only laugh, finding the dog's desperate expression, as if begging Lin Yi to leave, even more amusing. Lin Yi watched the dog, which seeing him silent stretched its head out to steal again. He recalled his teacher's lesson. To be a good person, one must do good deeds. If you see someone doing wrong, you must report it. The dog had already ruined much of the sausage. If he didn't stop it, the owner would find most of it gone. This was likely the owner's preserved food for winter airdreed and saved. Losing it would require time and money to remake. How heartbreaking that would be. With the frugality ingrained in Chinese nature, Lin Yi felt he must report and expose. Anti-corruption starts young. Is anyone home? The dog is stealing sausages. Lin Yi shouted toward the villa. Hearing his sudden yell, the dog stopped its theft. Guilty as charged, it lowered its head again, silently cursing Lin Yi 100 times. Suya, hearing his intention to expose, could barely contain her laugh. Good child. You did nothing wrong. But a dog holds grudges. Suya knew this was Lin Yi's daily route to school. If the dog bore a grudge and blocked his way, wouldn't that be disastrous? The live stream audience buzzed with excitement at his plan. Well done, little bro is a model student. Alright, you're a model student now, but what about Brother Dog? You're so great, so noble. Ha ha, I'm dying, the dog's about to bark. I'm laughing too hard, the kid even knows diplomacy before force. He greeted first, then reported when the dog kept stealing. He understands social graces. I saw panic on the dog's face. Doesn't the little bro take this road to school every day? Hearing no response from inside, Lin Yi called out again. No one home. Your dog will finish all the sausages. He raised his voice and shouted once more. The dog couldn't take it anymore. It rushed to the gate and barked at Lin Yi. Woof woof woof. As if saying, go away. Did I eat your food? Mind your own business. It barked at Lin Yi several more times. It was clear the insults were harsh. Suya was in stitches. Ha ha ha. Little bro, it's not happy. She was nearly in tears as the dog grew frantic. Lin Yi stood at the gate, separated by the iron door, unfazed by the dog's charge. With the gate in place and the beginner's protection from his system. Even if he stuck his hand in the dog's mouth, it wouldn't dare bite. He laughed, pointing at the dog, and turned to Suya, who was roaring with laughter. Sister Suya dared to curse me? It's done for. It won't poop for a week. Suya doubled over at his gesture, and the absurd. You reported it for stealing, of course it's cursing you. I'd do the same. The live stream audience was in hysterics. Ha ha ha, little bro, you're too funny. He's born for live streaming, so full of antics and crying with laughter. Dog, fine, you report me, and I can't even bark a few words. Dog, I'm not human, but you're truly a dog. Reporting is one thing, but cursing it not to poop. Ha ha, too much. Be human, little bro. Lin Yi watched the barking dog. Bark all you want. I was going to let it go. But if you curse me and don't apologize, I'll keep reporting. As he finished, Suya laughed until her face ached. Demanding an apology from a dog, truly a first. Ha ha ha. The dog seemed to understand him, and with no sign of an apology. That word didn't exist in its dictionary. Woof woof woof. It barked again, louder and more viciously. With many requests and gifts, an extra chapter is added today. Lin Yi paid no heed to the dog's barking, as if he didn't understand its language. The dog could yap all it wanted. It grew louder. Lin Yi remained unruffled. Go on, keep barking. He'll complain to your owner later and have him beat you. Lin Yi resolved to wait outside the villa until the owner returned, even if he had to squat there till then. He was determined to settle the score with. Besides, he could finish his homework quickly. He could do it tomorrow if need be. Meanwhile, the villa's owner heard the commotion and rushed out concerned. The middle-aged man who emerged looked puzzled. He saw Lin Yi crouching by the door and the dog barking at him. What's going on? Lin Yi immediately complained about the dog's behavior. Uncle, you're finally out. Your dog ate a whole lot of sausages. I told it to stop, but it just kept barking at me. Lin Yi said. The uncle glanced at him, feeling that the boy looked familiar. He then saw the sausages he had painstakingly cured. More than half were bitten, with only stubs remaining. As the uncle stared, the dog grew anxious upon hearing Lin Yi's report. It really grew anxious. It continued barking at Lin Yi. Woof woof woof, as if saying, mind your own business. This is my stuff. The uncle approached, looked at the barking dog, and smacked it on the head. The barking stopped abruptly. The dog retreated behind its owner, its eyes suddenly becoming clear, barely avoiding having its remaining brain matter knocked out. Lin Yi found it amusing. Uncle, I tried to stop it. My teacher at school told me to report any wrongdoing I see. Be a warm-hearted kid. I thought I had to tell you. But it kept howling and cursing at me. It was really unpleasant, and my young heart suffered a heavy blow. Beside its owner, the dog drooped its ears and lowered its head. The slap seemed to have taught it a lesson. It looked at Lin Yi, pleading. It was like hearing a recitation of the golden hoop spell. Lin Yi saw the dog's expression. Dog sweating bullets now. If it had barked less, he would have let it go. Suya, standing by, crouched down, laughing so hard her stomach ached. Lin Yi was too mischievous. This complaint might get the dog. The viewers in the live stream were in stitches. Ha 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 ha, this is killing me. When it comes to trolling, our little bro is unbeatable. Ridiculous. That dog's going to hate you. Dog, go ahead, live your life. Who can outlive you? The owner's slap cleared the dog. Dog, please stop, or he'll be homeless soon. Dog, you wait. Better not let me see you again. The uncle then delivered another slap. The dog dared not bark, only glared at this warm-hearted boy. Don't worry, kid. It won't bark at you again. You did the right thing, good child. Your teacher is a good teacher too. The uncle gave Lin Yi a sincere thumbs up. Looking at him, he seemed to recall something. Wasn't this the kid who had found a shell in the park river a few days ago? Thank heavens for this child, or that leftover war relic in the river might have exploded any time. You're the kid who picked up the shell, right? I remember you. You were in the news. Want some sausages? They'll cut some for you to take home. The uncle thought students with such good qualities as Lin Yi's were rare. Without further ado, the cured sausages were right there. He could let the boy take some home. Hearing that Lin Yi would get sausages, the dog grew anxious again, guarding. Woof woof woof. It barked frantically again. The uncle kicked the dog, and it fell silent once more. Bark again. They'll send you to the Panhong shelter. Suya was laughing hysterically. This dog was too funny. Still trying to protect its food at a time like this. The live stream viewers were buzzing. This dog still hasn't read the room. Still trying to guard its food. Ha ha ha, hilarious. For every genius there's a fool. The uncle's approval, a thumbs up, meaning if ID known ID, have raised you instead. The uncle installed such a big iron gate locking the thief inside. As the old saying goes, guard day and night. Inner thieves are hardest to catch. The dog then circled around and lay by the door, hoping its owner would open it. It wanted to apologize properly. When the uncle offered sausages, Lin Yi declined. No need, uncle. I should go home and do my... Lin Yi believed in the lei feng spirit. Do good deeds without seeking recognition and take nothing from others. He turned and... The dog lay by the door waiting for the owner to open it, so it could go out, wait for Lin Yi outside, and find a chance to properly thank him. The uncle looked at the dog, now obediently lying down, and said nothing more. After all, it was an old hand in the family. A couple of... No need to break the dog's heart. As Lin Yi walked back, Suya beside him was still recovering from the incident. She had a stomachache from laughing, especially at the dog's look at Lin Yi. Little bro, aren't you afraid that dog will ambush you on your way to school? Lin Yi, hearing this, was unafraid. He had faith in the system's newbie protection. It's fine. If it dares to block me, you'll just tattle to that uncle again. Suya still felt uneasy. After all, the dog had been at the door earlier looking for any gap to slip out and have a proper taste of this warm-hearted boy. The live stream viewers chimed in. With newbie protection, our little bro is cocky. Dog reported there's a cheat. Too overpowered, not even afraid of a dog. I remember fleeing at the sight of a dog, even in elementary school. The terror of being dominated by dogs and geese still vivid. Dog, this grudge, ill remember. Lin Yi saw the sky wasn't too dark yet. Sister Suya, how about we go back a bit later? I want to go fishing. Suya checked the time. Lin Yin was likely preparing the evening stall, and Zhang Yinin had probably already come home from work to cook, waiting for Lin Yi to return. Your mom probably has dinner ready by now. Lin Yi heard this. Forget it, let's go home and eat. He and Suya returned home for dinner. Back at the villa, the dog remained by the door, lying in wait. Its grudge with Lin Yi was far from over. After finishing her meal at Lin Yi's place, Suya left. Back in her dormitory, she edited the footage of Lin Yi's live-streamed expose of the dog owner. She uploaded the video to Lin Yi's Douyin account, giving it an eye-catching title, Warm-Hearted Kid Brother Doggo You're Souther Than. No sooner had the video been posted than fans following Lin Yi's Douyin account flocked to see it. Within a single night, the clip of Lin Yi confronting the dog owner went viral online. Before turning in for the night after her shower, Suya checked the Douyin account. In just a few hours, the likes had already soared past 100,000. The comment section was buzzing with activity. Even passers-by who didn't know Lin Yi were drawn to his warm-hearted nature. The comment section erupted into heated discussions. Here I am. I was there laughing my guts out. Ha 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 ha, this kid is hilarious. Where's he streaming? He's at Amidst. Huh, that's wild. Dog, hurry up, let me taste that warm-heartedness. This is pure gold, oh my god. The uncle's thumbs up wasn't approval, he was thinking how great it'd be to have this kid. This dog's got brains. It can even understand human social cues, and it got mad when the uncle offered a sausage. In dying of laughter using that to test a cadre, and then hitting the cadre. That uncle's hands should be for earning money, not hitting it. Suya watched the video and read through the comments again. Her follower count was skyrocketing. Satisfied with her work, she drifted off to sleep knowing she had to get up early to pick up Lin Yi for school. She considered getting a car. Otherwise, the vengeful dog on Lin Yi's route to school might bite him, and she'd be in trouble. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, disciplined as ever, drank a glass of warm milk and went to sleep. After all, he was at a growing age. Early to bed and early to rise made for a healthy body. In the early morning, Suya came to pick up Lin Yi for school. After breakfast, they set off as usual. Walking down the street, Suya still worried whether that dog from yesterday would seek revenge on Lin Yi. Maybe we should take another route. I'm afraid that dog might bite you. The livestream audience gradually grew, with old viewers and new ones from yesterday flooding the comments. Chickening out. The fragile college student is chickening out. Ha ha ha, you don't even have the guts of that kid. The kid's not scared. Fragile female college student. Sister Suya, that nickname kills me. You didn't offend that dog, so what are you afraid of? Fight it. Suya glanced at the lively barrage. Was she scared? Of course she was. If it bit her, fine. But if it bit Lin Yi, how would she explain to his parents? She had rather the dog go after her. Lin Yi thought for a moment. Taking a detour will make us late. Lin Yi had his morning schedule down to a T. He only had a few minutes of leeway. Going around meant taking a longer route via another main road. It's fine. That dog. I see it locked behind that iron gate every day. It doesn't have a chance to get out. Lin Yi remembered clearly before any trouble had seen that dog lying in the villa's courtyard every day on his way to school. Lin Yi figured he had beginner's protection against the dog, and besides it might not even be let out. Suya had only laughed yesterday without provoking it, so the dog had no reason to bite her. The grievance had a clear target. So since the dog couldn't get out, and even if it did it couldn't bite him, and wouldn't bite Suya, it was safe. The equation was solved instantly. Hearing this, Suya was convinced. After all, Lin Yi walked this route every day. He knew it far better than she did. She walked slowly beside him. Soon they arrived at the scene of yesterday's warm-hearted incident. Lin Yi spotted the big yellow dog lying outside the gate fast. Lin Yi paused thinking the dog was asleep. It should be fine. Suya, seeing the dog with its eyes closed, wanted to pull Lin Yi awake. The livestream audience noticed Lin Yi and Suya frozen in place along with the sleeping dog. They knew something exciting was about to. Oh, the kid brother's in for it. Hilarious, the dog's waiting for you. No one will wait forever for you except the sneaky bastard. Ha ha, this dog really holds a grudge against the kid. It's sleeping outside just to ambush him. Kid brother, I can't believe this sneaky bastard. Fragile college student, the dog can't get out. What a lie. Lin Yi hadn't expected the dog to be so vengeful. It was lying in wait for him outside. In all his days going to school, the dog had always been inside. Now with its eyes closed, its keen nose seemed to catch the scent of its mortal enemy. Opening its eyes, it spotted the two familiar figures from yesterday. It immediately stood up, took a step back to maintain a safe distance, and barked loudly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was speechless. He remembered the old saying, dogs that bite don't bark and dogs that bark don't bite. The dog seemed to sense something about Lin Yi. All it could do was exercise its greatest canine right. Barking. Woof, woof, woof. This time it barked even more fiercely than yesterday. Suya watched the dog bark without biting. And this time there was no iron gate between them. Lin Yi didn't want to bother with it as time was short. Let's go. It won't bite. Lin Yi and Suya walked on, but the big yellow dog followed them, barking relentlessly. It paused whenever someone passed by. Lin Yi found it amusing. This dog was hilarious. The system's beginner protection could only prevent physical harm to him. But this barking was a form of magical damage that the system couldn't block. Lin Yi didn't intend to do anything to the dog. Since barking was its only remaining right, he let it be. After all, he couldn't cruelly take away its last privilege to bark, could he? Yesterday both he and the dog were at fault. Lin Yi had been meddling and the dog had been derelict. The livestream audience was in stitches. Ha ha ha. Now I get the old saying, dogs that bite don't bark and dogs that bark don't bite. This dog's too pathetic. It doesn't even dare to bite. Dog, you try it then, it can I even talk trash. If that dog bit the kid, its whole dog life would be over. Now it's only got the right to bark at him. Just let it be. I'm dying of laughter. Suya kept looking back at the dog, afraid it might charge at them in a rage. The dog only dared to bark at Lin Yi, keeping a distance from both of them. Just then Lin Yi thought of something, stopped, and turned to look at the barking dog. When the dog noticed Lin Yi had stopped, it also halted, but that didn't stop it from barking. Suya felt a bit puzzled. Why did Lin Yi suddenly? Was he about to pull something again? Lin Yi addressed the still barking dog. Brother dog, will I have good fortune this year? As soon as Lin Yi spoke, Suya, standing nearby, instantly understood what Lin Yi was up to. But the dog, which had been barking non-stop, seemed to grasp exactly what Lin Yi meant. It paused its barking. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. This dog had something special. It truly possessed intelligence. Smiling, Lin Yi pointed at the dog. All right, you dog. You're too much. You really know how to be a dog, you're incredible. The dog had embarrassed him like this, and Lin Yi had originally planned to buy it a sausage after school today. Never mind. Whether a dog says you'll be prosperous or not is all superstition. Just like when Peng Yuyan asks a fan if he's handsome, and the fan frantically shakes his head. Suya was thoroughly amused. Ha ha ha. She never imagined that when Lin Yi asked if he'd be lucky, the dog would simply stop, considering that this dog had barely paused all along this road except when someone passed by. The livestream audience was in stitches. I'm dying of laughter, the kid's got some real tricks. The dog knows exactly when to bark. I'm cracking up, this dog understands humans. Didn't they say no animals can become spirits after the founding of the nation? I told you, within 3 feet of a recluse, there's bound to be a genius. Dog, do you really think I'm stupid? I'm so clever. Will I be rich this year? I'm gonna be super duper rich. Lin Yi ignored it and continued walking toward school. The dog followed, still barking. The big yellow dog's barking became the soundtrack of the live stream. Lin Yi treated it like music. After all, he couldn't understand it, so what did it matter? When Lin Yi reached the school gate, the dog stopped barking only after seeing him enter. Lin Yi turned back to look at the now silent dog. Seeing that it was about to leave, Lin Yi spoke up. All right, no need to see me off anymore. I've made it to school safely. Thank you, brother dog. Hearing Lin Yi's voice, the dog turned back to face him at the school gate and barked a few more times. As if to say, who's joking with you? Get lost. Lin Yi laughed at the dog's impotent rage. The live stream audience was in hysterics. Are you teasing a fool? Go buy that silly dog some sausage. This is such good entertainment I'm following. I didn't laugh before, but you saying the dog escorted you to school. I just lost it. Dog, are you asking for it? It's still so attuned to human nature I'm crying. Dog, alright fine, play it like this should have bitten your butt. Lin Yi genuinely wanted to thank the dog with no pretense. He mused that even if Suya weren't around walking to school alone with the dog cheering him on would be quite impressive. Any trafficker passing by seeing the dog's fierce demeanor wouldn't dare mess with him. They'd be lucky to run away fast. Suya and Lin Yi entered the school just in time for morning exercises. Lin Yi did the exercises, and the principal didn't ramble this time. They were dismissed to head back to class for morning reading. In the classroom, Lin Yi had just... When Huangfu Xiaomei walked over, Lin Yi, want to come play at my place this weekend? Lin Yi frowned slightly. He recalled the look her father gave him that evening after school. A scene flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Long time no see. I recognize you, cool friend. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. If he went to Huangfu Xiaomei's house, her father might pull that stunt. Not even the system's beginner protection could save him. Had only known Huangfu Xiaomei for a short time, he wasn't keen on going. Visiting as a guest, he couldn't show up empty-handed, and preparing a gift was such a hassle. No, I have a ton of homework this weekend. Lin Yi came up with an excuse to refuse. Huangfu Xiaomei didn't press further. With grades so good, yet not paying attention in class, he must be secretly working hard, where no one sees, stunning everyone. Huangfu Xiaomei returned to her seat. Suya said, nothing, having no right to interfere with Lin Yi's choices. She also believed Lin Yi's decisions were wiser than those of her less clever college self. The livestream audience buzzed with excitement as Lin Yi turned down Huangfu Xiaomei's invitation. While the kid's already attracting romantic interest at this age, when he grows up, how can my foolish little brother compete with him for a girlfriend? By the time he hits college, even passing dogs will be charmed into idiots. Brother dog, no way, he's not worthy. He'll have my kind take. The kid's so mature, I love it. Young and unaware of the sweetness of an easy life. He'll regret it later. The morning classes passed, and after lunch break, it was time for soccer team practice. Lin Yi changed into his cleats in the classroom, and Suya could only follow. Lin Yi politely went to the teacher's office, found Teacher Chun, and reported, Teacher Chin, the principal told me to go. Teacher Chin glanced at Lin Yi's already worn shoes. The principal had informed him that Lin Yi could join the team anytime, so he nodded, go ahead, and be careful. Teacher Chin reminded Lin Yi, worried he might collide with older students during play. After all, soccer wasn't just about shooting and dribbling. It also required coordination, physical contact, and more. Lin Yi nodded, okay. Leaving the office, he headed to the school's soccer field. Suya simply followed without comment. She recalled that Lin Yi hadn't touched a ball in days. The little soccer ball at home hadn't moved from its spot in 2 days. Lin Yi's new cleats were still spotless, proof he hadn't kicked a ball recently. The livestream audience buzzed with excitement at the prospect of Lin Yi playing soccer. Kid, how many days has it been since you kicked a ball? I haven't seen him play once in Suya's stream. Yeah, not even in replays. What a waste of talent, not even practicing. If I had his talent ID, only rest 1 hour out of 24. Stop being so competitive. Why soccer? No future. Come north, bro, it'll show you the joy of skiing. Lin Yi strode toward the football pitch. Sunshine Primary School, a first-tier institution in Modu, boasted both basketball and football fields. The football pitch itself was designed for 11-a-side matches. Lin Yi quickly arrived at the field, coinciding with the school team's training session. The coach, surveying the assembled players, cast his gaze once more upon Lin Yi standing not far. He wasn't wearing a jersey. All school team members had jerseys, and during class hours training was underway. Anyone loitering outside could only be a team member. As Lin Yi drew nearer, the school coach discerned his features. The principal had already spoken to him about this beforehand. Let the young lad Lin Yi join the school team to practice. No need to force him. After all, Lin Yi's academic performance was perfect, and in the principal's eyes his football talent was equally flawless. Balancing studies and football, the principal worried about overwhelming Lin Yi. Thus he hadn't insisted Lin Yi must train. The priority remained academics, to reassure his parents. Here in Huaxia, most parents fixated solely on academic results. Few seemed to care about their child's athletic potential, no matter how remarkable. Other team members followed the coach's gaze. They saw the recently prominent Lin Yi, who had become quite a celebrity at school. Lin Yi was no stranger to them, having made the morning assembly headline twice. He approached and greeted the coach politely. Good morning, teacher. The principal sent me to train with you. Lin Yi offered a courteous greeting, respecting all teachers and elders. As long as no one provoked him, his gentle nature would always maintain respect and politeness toward any elder. But cross him. Then Lin Yi would make them experience what it meant to be purely offensive with no defense and manners unknown. The school coach nodded in satisfaction at Lin Yi. At least he had good manners. Regardless of Lin Yi's football skills, the coach appreciated a polite young man. Some team members, despite many days of coaching, never even greeted him when they saw him. All his hard work coaching them wasted. You're Lin Yi, right? Line up with the others. Lin Yi glanced around at his new teammates and stood alongside them. The team originally had 15 members. With Lin Yi's addition, it became 16. The coach added Lin Yi's name to the team. The board featured a hexagonal radar chart for football abilities used to record each player's performance. Areas of strength would be enhanced through focused training. Deficiencies would be noted and addressed promptly. Alright, warm-up time. Jog a few laps around the pitch first. Begin. The players started running around the field. Lin Yi followed closely behind. The coach observed him gauging the boys' physical stamina at this age. Suya trailed them with her camera from the sidelines. The teachers at this school were no strangers to her. Suya wasn't worried about Lin Yi overexerting. Training meant growth through exertion. Relying solely on talent could never take one to the pinnacle of football. What was needed also included luck, growth, and bonds between teammates. This was what she had learned about football during her late-night research. In football, individual brilliance could indeed dazzle the crowd. Yet it was a team sport. As Lin Yi warmed up, the principal glanced. It was time for the football team's training. The principal left his office and headed to Lin Yi's classroom. Seeing both seats of Lin Yi, the principal nodded in satisfaction. He was delighted that Lin Yi had taken the initiative to join training. He had seen many batches of students graduate from this school. He didn't know how they fared in middle and high school. He only wished that perhaps one day someone would remember this primary school for the education. Like netizens upon witnessing Lin Yi's talent, he fantasized about the boy setting foot on the green field, drawing cheers and applause from the entire nation. He longed to see Lin Yi, a product of Sunshine Primary, achieve supreme glory. Not expecting Lin Yi to repay the alma mater, but hoping that in his twilight years he could boast to old friends. That little rascal, I remember him. He used to be quite mischievous at school. The principal walked alone toward the school football. Seeing people running on the field without a team jersey, he suddenly remembered he hadn't instructed the coach to prepare a uniform for. The principal approached the coach and watched Lin Yi jogging with the team. The coach nodded in greeting upon seeing him. The principal asked, "What number jersey are you planning to give the little guy?" Though he wasn't deeply versed in football jersey culture, he knew each number carried significance. Since they had a school team, even at primary level, albeit a large one, they followed standard practices. The coach hesitated. Lin Yi was the latecomer. Assigning him a number would mean replacing another child, which might cause discontent. Suya, overhearing their conversation, grew curious and drew closer. She had researched football culture the night before. Jersey numbers were indeed a subject worth knowing. Each number held secrets and represented corresponding positions: winger, striker, defender, goalkeeper, and so on. In the live stream, many football fans among the viewers buzzed with excitement. They engaged in heated debate over which number Lin Yi should wear. The number's fate is tied to the player's role. No jersey, hands in pockets. What no jersey prepared for our little prodigy. Looking down on him. He should wear number 9. These post-2010 kids are all about attack, never defend. With his shooting ability, just attack. Defending would waste his legs. Number 10 is the soul of the team. What do you think? I think 19 suits him better. The number worn by the team's most promising rising star. I recall Messi wore 19 in his World Cup debut as a youngster. Hilarious. At our school you wear whatever number you want. The know-it-alls in the live stream voiced their opinions. Suya stared at the barrage dumbfounded. There was so much to jersey number. Indeed. Football was far from simple. The coach replied to the principal, "Let's see if this kid can earn the respect of the other players. If he can wear whatever number he wants." The coach had been training the other players all along. He couldn't upset the balance, head carefully maintained, because of a newcomer. The principal nodded and quietly observed Lin Yi warming up. The coach also noticed Lin Yi's running pace. He kept up with 5th and 6th graders a year or two older. This kid has decent stamina, the coach remarked, then stepped onto the field to end the warm-up. Lin Yi stopped, catching his breath, sensing the limits of his current physique. Lin Yi mused that from now on, besides homework, he should add a morning routine, a jog to strengthen his body. Thinking of jogging reminded him of the dog that had seen him off to school today. Tomorrow he would sprint past the villa, letting the dog chase him. Urgency combined with morning exercise. Lin Yi's little genius CPU had devised an unconventional training method. The dog, you're something else. Lin Yi had seen on videos that when being chased by a dog under that extreme terror, one could easily activate their own explosive power. Lin Yi mused. It seemed that in his dictionary the word fear was slowly fading away. Brother System's beginner's protection had made his self-awareness maintain a calm demeanor towards fearful things. Brother System, so should we lift the beginner's protection to see how fragile you are? Lin Yi could only think that when he started running he would forget about the beginner's protection and just run for his life. The coach's voice gathered them. Come on, bounce in place a few times. Stretch your legs. The coach followed the usual training intensity, having them warm up normally. Running, bouncing, stretching to loosen muscles and bones. These were all daily warm-ups. Without warming up, it was easy to get cramps during subsequent training. The coach saw they had finished warming up. All right, today our team has a new member. Come on, listen up. Number 7, number 10, give your jersey numbers to the new member Lin Yi. The coach's words left the team members silent. Lin Yi was stunned. Jersey numbers. Number 7, number 10. Although Lin Yi hadn't been exposed to football for long, he had seen on TV that big stars like Messi, Ronaldo, Mbappe, and Modric wore numbers 10 and 7. Numbers that made people feel hope when they saw them. Moreover, Lin Yi knew that in football, especially among the younger generation, many would admire the star players of the previous era who had strength and created miracles, holding them as their most revered idols. For the numbers worn by their idols, they felt that wearing them was a kind of honor, or perhaps a surge of passion in their hearts to inherit the glory of the previous generation. Lin Yi had some inkling of the coach's intention. The principal, not far away, remained silent. Hearing the coach's words, he knew this old fox of a school team coach must have his reasons. Suya was also stunned upon hearing this. She felt the coach was setting up enemies for Lin Yi. If the coach really took the jersey numbers that other players liked and gave them to Lin Yi, who had just joined the team, the other members would surely be dissatisfied. Lin Yi might even face ostracism. Sui sighed but thought that these were some of the strange things Lin Yi had to experience in life. Perhaps minor conflicts between friends or jealousy from others causing him trouble. Everyone goes through these things to some extent. Sui could only choose to watch in silence. After all, coming to train was Lin Yi's own will. She couldn't get angry and step in to make decisions for him or drag him away just because of a coach's words. Sui asked. Livestream chat exploded. Oh damn, the coach pulled a big move. What the hell is he doing? I'm in 4th grade, my idol is Messi. If he wears the number 10 jersey and it gets taken away, he'll definitely cause a scene. What is this? Is he making enemies for my little bro? Will the ones wearing 7 and 10 accept this? On the field, the players wearing number 7 and number 10 looked very displeased. Wearing the jersey numbers their idols had worn felt like their teammates who spent time with them daily also frowned. The player wearing number 7 was taller as 6th grader. He stepped forward. Coach, I don't accept this. Why should he get to wear number 7 just because he's here? I've been playing at school for 2 years. I only got to wear number 7 after the last batch graduated. The player wearing number 10, hearing number 7's protest, also stepped forward. I don't accept this either. They knew nothing of Lin Yi's They thought, how could someone as small as Lin Yi possibly be better than them? If he showed more skill and the team scored more goals and was stronger than them, they would willingly swap jersey numbers. The coach heard number 10 and number 7 statements and smiled slightly. Sure enough, football players all had a bit of character. Without some spirit on the pitch, they'd just be sheep with the ball at the mercy of opponents. Good, it's right to not accept this. That's the attitude you should have in football. Don't let anyone push you around. The coach used this to teach. You need to know on the green field it's not just about kicking the ball. There are rules like malicious fouls, yellow cards, and red cards. If you get the ball and are constantly fouled and violated without any spirit, opponents will see you as a soft target when you have the ball. Easy to push around. Actually, I didn't mean to make you swap jersey numbers. But Lin Yi is new and he needs a jersey number. Come on, you tell me how to settle this. The team members fell silent, looking at each other. Lin Yi understood the coach's intention. It wasn't directed at him, it was just that the jersey number issue was hard to resolve by asking other players to give them up. So he used this method. But Lin Yi thought, was this really necessary? He was just here to practice. Taking a jersey number was equivalent to taking someone's starting spot, wasn't it? The principal in the distance also remained silent. This wasn't just about jersey numbers. Giving the jersey number to Lin Yi was like giving up the starting position. They would have to sit on the bench, waiting for the starters to tire in the first half before getting a chance in the second half, playing for just 10. Suya, watching from the side, also understood. This was the teacher's teaching method. Indeed, every teacher has their own different way of teaching. Different styles, different personalities. Suya's livestream audience stopped complaining, realizing the school team coach was genuinely. So that's how it is. Changing the jersey number is like giving up the starting spot, isn't it? If they don't learn to resist, won't they just be pushed around on the field later? It's good to have some spirit. This reminds me of Wei Sure Hao. He even curses at the referee, doesn't care who it is. Ha ha ha, he's quite interesting. The players in number 7 and number 10 listened to the coach asking how to solve it. How else could it be solved? On the football field, it was solved with strength. Field rules unknown. Number 7 spoke. The coach heard and got the answer. On this green field, strength reigns supreme. Without strength, step aside. Alright, let's settle this with an unknown match on the field. Number 7, you're in 6th grade. It would be too unfair for you to guard him. He's only in 3rd grade. Let Xiao Chun from 4th grade take your place in the unknown. His defense has been improving lately. After hearing this, No. 7 looked at Xiao Chun, a 4th grader who had been there for half a semester. His defensive reflexes were strong, so it was fine for him to substitute for a while. A 4th grader and a 3rd grader. There was still a gap. He didn't know Lin Yi, but he knew Lin Yi was only in 3rd grade and had never seen him on the school football field. But Xiao Chun was different. Having trained together for so long, he had confidence in Xiao Chun. As for Lin Yi, hearing that he was going to be substituted, he didn't want to. The principal watched from the side and smiled with amusement. You see, Coach Chun online was a retired professional, and even he couldn't defend against Lin Yi. So a kid just 1 grade above Lin Yi was supposed to guard him unknown. Could he stop him? Meanwhile, the school team coach didn't know Lin Yi's abilities. He only heard from the principal that Lin Yi was extremely talented. He was usually busy and had no time to browse online videos. Suya beside him was also eager to see Lin Yi play football again, because the way Lin Yi played always amazed her. She couldn't explain why she liked it. Meanwhile, the viewers in Suya's livestream became lively. Huh, unknown. Kid bro, I've never seen such a request in my life. I can only say unknown with kid bro. Get ready to go home and cry under the covers. This will make them give up on football. What? You all just make assists for kid bro, guaranteed win. If I were born in kid brother's era, I'd cling to his leg, even if it kills me. So rare. The coach looked at Lin Yi. Can you play football? Do you know how to dribble past someone? Lin Yi heard about the unknown and the coach's question. Can play football. Dribble. If playing like in Shaolin soccer counted as playing, then he really couldn't. Not sure what the coach considered as being able to play, he could only say a little bit. A coach taught me a tiny bit a few days ago. The coach nodded at Lin Yi's answer. Bring the ball. A small ball was kicked in front of Lin Yi. Everyone retreated near the goal. Score by dribbling past the defender wins. Xiaochen, the fourth grader, also took a stance not far in front of Lin Yi. The coach looked at Lin Yi begin. Lin Yi didn't plan to give any chance, whatever way was best to get past head use it. He moved the ball, he used the rainbow flick again. With a similar height, he could get past effortlessly. Not like Coach Chun, who was tall and needed great strength to flip the ball over. Lin Yi clamped the ball and accelerated backward. The ball moved with Lin Yi. Xiaochen was stunned. What was this? He looked up to see the ball flying over his head. By then Lin Yi had already passed by him and reached behind a gentle kick, and the ball went in. Done in one smooth motion, effortless, as if the rainbow flick was just basic routine for him. The players on the field were silent, eyes wide open, staring at the calm scene. The school team coach's pupils dilated. He stared at Lin Yi in disbelief. Was that a rainbow flick? A third grader using a rainbow flick. So smooth. You see, in domestic youth training, they were only practicing basic dribbling and teamwork. Who the heck trains fancy dribbling at age 8? Without solid basics, who would practice tricks? One wrong move, and you'd look like a clown. Even if done well, it would be like Neymar the Samba dancer. Opponents would see it as disrespect, leading to targeting and dirty fouls. So few people did tricks, just mastering dribbling and cutting was enough. Someone like Lin Yi showing off tricks at 8. In his decades of life, he had only seen such talents on foreign forums. The other players were dumbfounded. They had only seen this on TV used by Neymar the Samba dancer. The rainbow flick. They knew it looked cool, but it was hard to control. One mistake meant losing the ball and a scoring chance. So they subconsciously felt it was better to just practice dribbling properly. Doing these flashy moves was likely to take the blame. No. 7 and no. 10 watched Lin Yi's display. The rainbow flick proved his skill was clearly above theirs. The principal, watching from the side, saw Lin Yi use the rainbow flick again and smiled with satisfaction. It further solidified his inner. As long as Lin Yi grew to the age suitable for big competitions, he would use all his connections to get Lin Yi a chance to play. He knew. With Lin Yi, the gains would always outweigh the costs. If the Football Association's internal corruption kept Lin Yi out, he would find a way to recommend Lin Yi to a foreign club. Let his talent shine, let the Chinese people see this ray of light. Make all Chinese realize that China does have geniuses. It's just that geniuses are shrouded in darkness. Let Chinese football embrace the light. The principal also knew that this internet age might be an opportunity. Lin Yi's popularity was rising. As long as Chinese people knew him, there was a chance. Suya clapped happily on the side. She would be Lin Yi's first loyal fan. The viewers in the live stream erupted. Holy crap. I'm new here. Is this kid always this insane? The rainbow flick is just a small skill for kid bro. Oh my god. You'd only see such a genius abroad. No, talented geniuses like Lin Yi in China might be delivering food. No, they're wearing glasses, staring at screens, working. What others use as a special move, kid bro, you're using it as a basic skill, right? Kid bro, just basic, no need to praise. The school team coach also walked over to Lin Yi. Can you do that rainbow flick a few more times? Lin Yi nodded, thinking the coach must like watching rainbows. Then let him watch. Lin Yi dribbled and flicked the rainbow again, catching the ball precisely every time. The coach watched Lin Yi's fancy footwork, utterly amazed. What kind of genius was this? That previous coach of yours, what was his name? Lin Yi thought for a moment. He only remembered Coach Chun. Coach Chun with the camera on his head. That's all I remember. The school team coach fell silent after hearing that. Was it that Coach Chin's teaching was incredible? Or was it Lin Yi's talent? Who in their right mind teaches an 80-year-old the rainbow flick? Basic skills alone would take years to master. The coach didn't ask more. He had Lin Yi dribble across the field, shoot, chip, long pass, and control the ball. After watching Lin Yi's perfect performance, the coach's hands trembled. He couldn't find any flaws. Their school actually had such a genius. The school team coach looked at Lin Yi's ability chart and wrote nothing. But in his heart, he had already rated Lin Yi as a hexagon. For now, Lin Yi only lacked stamina and height. In reflexes and speed, Lin Yi was already top among his peers. However, the coach wasn't worried about Lin Yi's stamina and height because Lin Yi was only 8 years old. As he grew older, stamina and height would gradually improve. There was no need to worry as long as he kept training hard. Ball control and talent were not something easily gained through effort. After seeing Lin Yi's precise shooting, the whole team's plan, they changed to make Lin Yi the core for training. He thought that with practice now, letting Lin Yi as a secret weapon appear in next month's friendly match might surprise the opponent. Until evening, when school ended, training time was over. Suya, having nothing to do, had prepared a towel for Lin Yi. She was, after all, Lin Yi's assistant. Not only did she handle account operations and live streams, but she also had to pay attention to trivial details concerning Lin Yi. After Lin Yi finished, Suya handed him the towel. He wiped his sweat, went back to the classroom to change shoes, grabbed his stuff, and went home. At the school gate, many parents were picking up their children. This time Lin Yi also had someone to pick him up. Just after Lin Yi and Suya left the school gate, at a turn they saw the guy who had been lying in wait for him, Dogsy. The dog seemed to have been waiting for a long time, deliberately avoiding the crowded area at the school gate. Instead, it chose the corner on Lin Yi's right. The moment Lin Yi saw the dog, he was stunned. He couldn't help but mutter 6. Indeed, that saying was true. No one will wait for you forever except for a treacherous ambusher. Lin Yi was speechless. Wasn't it just reporting it for stealing food? It wasn't like he had stolen its puppies, so why such deep hatred? The dog, so you think I got 2 slaps and a kick which left me dazed, but not brain damaged? What about my dignity? The dog bore a grudge against Lin Yi but couldn't bite him. It knew that if it bit Lin Yi, it would lose its dog life. But it still had its right to bark. Was barking illegal? No. The dog, upon seeing Lin Yi, immediately launched into barking. Woof woof woof. Lin Yi twitched his lips. Why didn't it bark when he asked if it was prosperous? This dog was indeed clever. Suya, standing nearby, was no longer afraid of its barking. She had listened to it all morning and had already gotten used to it. What surprised Suya was that the dog truly hated Lin Yi. It actually waited for him to be let out of school. Wasn't it just that Lin Yi reported it for stealing sausages, and it got a couple of beatings? Was that enough to make it bare its teeth in hatred? Lin Yi didn't understand its barking, and neither did Suya. But the dog had been diligently guarding the house at home, and just because of one remark from Lin Yi, it got beaten. Its self-esteem was wounded. It never occurred to it that stealing the sausages was its own fault, because those sausages belonged to its owner. In its eyes, Lin Yi's meddling made him an enemy. The viewers in Suya's livestream were overjoyed to see the dog waiting for Lin Yi after school. Ha ha ha, it really makes me cry. The sky is blue waiting for rain, the dog is waiting for you. Who says little bro has no one to pick him up? Isn't the dog human? I can only say it's more punctual than my girlfriend who's about to go on a date. Dogs have a sense of time, but she doesn't. Girlfriend then go live with the dog. Tears in my eyes, I'm crying. The dog, because of a small incident, became friends with little bro and decided to escort him to school every day. Huh. What kind of unofficial history is that upstairs? Haha. If I hadn't heard the dog's filthy barking, I might have believed. The dog is angry that little bro is late getting out of school, so it's throwing a tantrum, right? Hey netizens, don't misinterpret, you're misleading people. The viewers in the live stream interpreted this scene as a touching story of the dog picking Lin Yi up and dropping him off to school. It even came early to wait for Lin Yi to finish school, worried that Lin Yi might encounter traffickers. Lin Yi was amused to see the dog escorting him all the way home. Mom would never worry about him meeting traffickers again. Lin Yi walked happily ahead, with Suya following beside him. The dog kept barking incessantly behind. Lin Yi was also moved by the dog's escort service to and from school. At that moment, he understood why people always say online that dogs are man's most loyal friends. No matter wind or sun, no matter how early, the dog would escort him all the way. Lin Yi thought maybe tomorrow he could bring a sausage to reconcile with the dog. The dog was steadfast, its eyes filled only with its conviction, truly worthy of being a friend. It escorted him all the way to the entrance of Lin Yi's residential complex. Watching Lin Yi enter the complex, it stopped following. It turned back and headed home. Tomorrow it would wait for Lin Yi again. It had a sense of territory. On the street where Lin Yi went to school, it was the boss. If it entered the complex where there were other bosses, it would inevitably have a fierce battle. It chose to avoid the fight and save its energy for scolding Lin Yi. Lin Yi and Suya entered the complex and heard no more barking. Suya found it peaceful. The viewers in the live stream felt this. Little bro, why did you have to provoke a dog with such perseverance among all dogs? Did you just see the dog? Does it remind you of the line, you are the only one in my eyes? It barks only at Lin Yi. Woo, it's so. I told you, people with love-obsessed brains shouldn't go online. Ha ha ha, damn, is this a human? The angles of his thoughts are all extremely twisted. What you said upstairs makes sense. To be fair, the dog really does bark only at little bro. Little bro, why don't you go to that villa, uncle, and buy the dog? See if it still barks then. Suya glanced at the live stream comments. Some ridiculous netizens actually suggested Lin Yi buy the dog. How wicked. Suya was amused. Wasn't that just taking away the dog's right to bark? The dog had been beaten so much that it lost its dignity, and the kid didn't dare bite. So even the remaining barking rights were to be mercilessly taken away. What meaning was left in a dog's life? Suya could only say, netizens be human. Once home, Lin Yi thought of a question. Sister Suya, do you think I can outrun the dog? Suya was speechless, guessing what Lin Yi was up to. Don't do anything rash. If you run, the dog might get more excited and bite you. Suya was afraid Lin Yi might pull some trick again. Lin Yi gave an embarrassed smile upon hearing Suya's words. She had guessed it. I was thinking that if I go for a morning run, it would probably chase me, and I could see if I can improve my speed. Suya twitched her lips. So this was beginner's protection period, reckless death-seeking. Don't mess around. If you get bitten, how will you explain to your mom? A bite could mean a mild case of getting shots or a severe case of having your flesh torn off. Aren't you scared? Suya thought that the usual tactic of scaring kids would definitely, but Lin Yi said nothing more. Fear. In his dictionary, the word fear had been erased by Brother Tongzi. When Suya brought up his mom, Lin Yi abandoned the idea of having the dog as a training partner. For him, with beginner's protection, there was nothing to fear. It was fine to play like that when alone, but Suya was live streaming and his parents would watch the replays in their spare time to see what he was up to. The viewers in Suya's live stream heard Lin Yi's question and responded with full-screen question marks. Big fool Chun, what? Really just testing the edge of death. Dog, just live your life, who can outlive you? The dog is really too kind, escorting you to and from school, and you want it to accompany you for a run. Little bro is too dog-like. Damn, he knows he has the beginner's protection period, so he's being so arrogant, not even taking the dog's. Oh, if he travels north and meets a tiger, wouldn't he think of patting brother tigers, but to see if it's soft. Tiger, don't come here. Suya waited for Zhang Yining to return from work, having turned off her own live stream, and returned to the dormitory. Throughout the night, Suya's phone buzzed incessantly. The sounds were the notifications of new followers and private messages on Douyin. Suya was bewildered. She hadn't gained that many followers during the live stream. She opened Douyin and saw that Lin Yi's account had gained tens of thousands more followers. This new account had already surpassed 500,000 followers, and it was brand new. It had only been a few days. Suya looked at the video posted yesterday, which now had over 1 million likes. Suya was startled, then glanced at the private messages. Among them were many fans from the north, all urging Suya to bring Lin Yi up north. They insisted on hosting Lin Yi, covering all expenses like travel fees. Suya politely replied to each one, mentioning that the thrifty kid brother was saving money and planned to wait and see if the school would offer a spot before going. If Lin Yi's school didn't get the slot, he had told her he would just go with her and her parents. Meanwhile, the follower count was still surging, and her roommate urged her to check an updated video from another blogger. The kid brother, after reporting a dog for stealing food, was held a grudge by the dog, which blocked his path to school every day and barked at him. Suya curiously clicked on it. It was all footage from today's live stream. Suya didn't mind the infringement, because if other bloggers were posting about Lin Yi, it proved he had traffic. To become a top streamer, one shouldn't worry about such material being used by others. Suya commented, "I was there." The comment section was lively. "Ha ha ha, that dog really knows how to act like a human. It barks, but dog, do you know how much damage that big slap caused me? The kid brother is hilarious, I was there." The kid brother says woof or not, and the dog shakes its head. Dogs are really strange these days. They know not to bother the old, not to bite the young, but they go after the middle-aged. My stupid dog is like that. No one will wait for you forever except for a dog. Tears streamed down. It reminds me of the dog that used to pick me up from school, but then it was targeted by dog thieves and taken away. I cried all night. The night passed. As usual, Lin Yi and Suya left the house. At the entrance of the residential complex, Lin Yi said to Suya, "Sister Suya, I'm going to jog to school. Do you want to come along?" Suya hesitated. She was a fragile college student. Even running 100 meters left her breathless. She glanced at the shared bike. "You'll ride this, go slowly and follow behind you, okay?" Lin Yi didn't mind. He wanted to jog for exercise, and it didn't matter if Suya ran or not, she could do okay. After Lin Yi spoke, Suya went to scan the code for the shared bike. Lin Yi waited for her to finish before starting to run. Suya fixed the camera and rode behind Lin Yi. The viewers in the live stream room became lively as they watched Lin Yi start his morning jog. Oh, the kid brother is training himself. This is good. A strong body is good for everything. Yes, you know, football requires not just talent, but also physical strength. Without training, if you go on the field with a weak body, an opponent's tackle will knock you apart. Go, kid brother. He'll always cheer for you. Sister Suya, cheer for the kid brother too. Suya glanced at the comments, pedaled slowly, and cheered for Lin Yi. Come on, go. Lin Yi kept his pace steady, running until they reached the dog's villa. The dog was lying at the doorstep as if it had been waiting for Lin Yi all night. Seeing Lin Yi sprint past, the dog was momentarily stunned. But the moment it caught Lin Yi scent, it instantly snapped awake, stood up, and before it could bark, Suya rode by. Seeing the dog standing up, Suya panicked. Oh no, she had forgotten about this dog. If Lin Yi ran, wouldn't the dog be evil? The dog then started chasing after Suya, and Lin Yi barking loudly. Suya wasn't panicked at first, but then she saw 2 more dogs from the neighbor's house running out, heading straight for her and Lin Yi. Suya's pupils dilated. Bad. The dog had called for backup. Suya immediately stood up on the pedals and pedaled furious. Showy, there are other dogs. Run. Suya was terrified. She had become immune to the silly dog from the villa and wasn't afraid of it, but 2 unfamiliar dogs appeared. She panicked. Suya stood up to pedal, caught up with Lin Yi and rode alongside him. Lin Yi looked at Suya, who was pedaling furiously while standing up. He was dumbfounded. Was this really necessary? Standing up to pedal. He turned his head to see the 2 extra dogs chasing and barking behind them. Lin Yi immediately sped up his running. The viewers in the live stream room were amused seeing Suya stand up to pedal. Ha ha. Standing up to pedal. Dog sweating bullets, huh buddy? Feeling like a python is coiling around you, suffocating. You teased brother dog yesterday. Fragile college student, don't bite me, I'm fragile. Bite the kid brother, he has beginner's protection. Dog didn't expect that, buddy. I've got brothers. Dog on the west side of the magical city, ask around, who's the boss? Dog'll make you fly if you act tough. Dare you stop and spar with me? 1 bite from me and you'll know what nightmare feels like. You run. It chases you, can't escape, even with wings. Lin Yi sped up, and Suya followed suit. Lin Yi wasn't panicked. He just mentally told himself to be afraid to train his speed. But Suya was in a panic, drenched in sweat, constantly looking back to see if the dogs were catching up. But the dogs seemed to be controlling their speed and distance. Suya was terrified. 3 dogs bared their teeth and barked. She was a fragile college student. If a dog bit her, her medical insurance would probably be maxed out. Not until they reached the school area where there were more people did the dog stop chasing. Suya looked back and saw that the dog was no longer following, and she finally felt relieved. Standing up to pedal had already left her panting heavily. And now it wanted to chase again. You stupid dog, are you trying to kill me? Her usual exercise aside from walking Lin Yi around was just scrolling through Douyin with her fingers. This sudden burst of activity was going to take a long time to recover from. Huff. I'm exhausted. Lin Yi, watching the dog turn back, also steadied his breathing. 3 dogs still felt somewhat intimidating. The village bullies top dogs, and 3 of them at that. He glanced at Suya, who was drenched in. Wasn't that fun, Sister Suya? Suya was speechless at this. What was fun about any of this? She had been afraid of dogs and geese since she was a child. She had just gotten used to the barking of that one dog yesterday, and today it had multiplied. 2 more had shown up. She knew that stupid dog didn't bite, but the other 2 were baring their teeth as well. Did she dare to stop and gamble on whether those other 2 would bite? She wasn't Yin Shuangying, gambling that a dog wouldn't bite. She wasn't stupid, but it was better to be safe than sorry. If she got bitten with her fragile constitution, who knows how much money it would cost. Let's take a different route next time. That dog can't take a joke. Suya proposed changing their route to school from now on. If she couldn't win, she could at least avoid. Lin Yi thought that stupid dog had just called its friends over to bluff. They would get used to it. Meanwhile, Su Ya's live stream audience was having a— When the dog was chatting with the neighbor dogs, I just asked Xiao Hei and the others to come over and bark for support, just a few barks, and she pedaled like crazy. Hilarious. What a riot, even the fragile college student is afraid of death. Got you sweating now, little bro? Still dare to mess with brother dog? Well, now the dog can't take a joke and called its friends over. ID just call the police. It's not on a leash. Send it where it belongs. Lin Yi really hadn't expected the dog to call its friends over to cyberbully him. Lin Yi thought about finding a way to have a proper chat with the dog someday. Entering the school, it was time for morning exercises. After the exercises, it was time for the principal's morning assembly. The principal stepped onto the stage and began his address for the day. I have good news today. Our Sunshine Elementary School, thanks to the performance of our students, has been awarded the title of Outstanding Elementary School in Moda City. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau has allocated 20 spots for a trip to the north. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi, who was listening attentively below, raised an eyebrow. It was already settled. Didn't Teacher Chen say next week? Lin Yi wondered if the principal would reserve a spot for him and stopped thinking about what Teacher Chen had said earlier. The students below buzzed with excitement. A trip north. I want to go to the north too. I heard the snow in the north is sweet. Only 20 spots, who knows how they'll be divided. ITLL definitely go to the top students. We don't stand a chance. The students were all calculating their odds. To some, such rewards were always reserved for the top few in academics. The principal then announced, the specific allocation of spots for the northern trip will be decided by the homeroom teachers of each grade and class. Your homeroom teacher will also inform you of what you need to prepare for the trip. Don't think this trip is just for relaxation. The temperatures in the north are very cold. Students who are afraid of the cold should proactively inform their homeroom teacher that they wish. Alright, dismissed. With that, the morning assembly ended. Lin Yi understood now that every grade would be included, not just the lower grade. If it were only for grades 1 to 3, as Teacher Chen had suggested, the students from grades 4 to 6 would surely be resentful. Lin Yi didn't follow the crowd, but instead went to find the principal. The principal looked at Lin Yi without the same fear as before. At least Lin Yi had been behaving much better these past 2 days. He had even been practicing seriously with the school team, earning 10,000 favorability points from the principal. Lin Yi approached the principal and greeted him cheerfully. Good morning, principal. Oh, Lin Yi, is there something you need? Don't worry, I've already asked Teacher Chen to reserve a spot for you. Based on your grade 3 rankings, you are the top choice. The principal spoke to Lin Yi. He had thought Lin Yi's earlier request to reserve a spot was somewhat unnecessary. Lin Yi had always been first in his grade, so, by academic ranking, he was guaranteed a spot. Forget grades, in terms of contribution, the incident where Lin Yi had accidentally fished out a shell had brought the school attention, putting them far ahead of other elementary schools in the rank. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Lin Yi said, okay. Just then the system's voice chimed in after the principal's words. Mission completed. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The mission had no time limit, but the price was that he couldn't proceed to the next. Now that it was done, it meant the next mission would come. In a good mood, the principal continued chatting with Lin Yi. When you go north this time, remember to capture the beautiful moments and truly experience the local customs and culture there. And no causing trouble over there. The principal was genuinely afraid Lin Yi would find some strange animal to give as a gift, or bring one back for him. Lin Yi nodded. By the way, principal, would it be okay if Sister Suya came along to livestream? We could edit the footage later to show the other students who didn't go. At least it would make them feel a bit better about missing out, right? Hearing this, the principal was surprised. Oh, you little fellow, you've got quite the big picture thinking. The principal really hadn't expected someone Lin Yi's age to have such vision, to not only secure a treat for himself, but also ensure the other students got a taste. Alright, well, add one more to the teacher group. Let your sister Suya come along to record the footage. Just then Suya arrived, and overheard the principal agreeing to include her. She immediately thanked him politely. Thank you, principal. The principal was in an exceptionally good mood today. It's nothing. Most of the teachers still have to teach at school, and since this northern trip will take about 2 weeks. The teacher group is small. Your travel expenses for the trip will be reimbursed. While you're there, I'll also need you to help the other teachers look after the children. Suya was naturally happy to hear this. Okay, I understand. She wouldn't have to pay for transportation or meals, and she could follow the students wherever they went. Her goal of live streaming with Lin Yi was achieved, and all she had to do was keep an eye on the other kids. Satisfied with Su Ya's response, the principal nodded and left. The live stream audience, having just heard the principal announce the northern trip spots, and that Lin Yi was guaranteed to go, burst into a flurry of excitement. Here they come. Xiao Hage is going north with gifts for the trip. Xiao Hage, we appreciate your kindness from afar, but don't prepare gifts for the big brothers in the northeast, okay? Panicking. The northern brothers are panicking. Afraid. Let Xiao Hage bring Lei Xiao go over, and he'll show you what cruelty means. Hell wear spicy sticks as a belt. Are you sure that's all the gifts he can prepare? Aren't you afraid he'll improvise with local materials in the north? Find a northeast tiger brother, or a polar bear. Lin Yi and Suya walked toward the classroom. Suya was also planning to check when the teacher said they would depart, so she could find time to buy Lin Yi more warm and cold-resistant clothes. Children are afraid of the cold. If they depart next Monday, then there's no rush. After morning reading, the first class was Teacher Chen's. Teacher Chen also brought up, our class has obtained 2 spots for this northern study trip. Let me announce the names in advance. Lin Yi, Chun Hao Yuan. The classmates in the class heard these 2 names and had nothing much to say. They just felt it was a pity. Lin Yi and Chun Hao Yuan were respectively first and second in their second class. At that moment, Huangfu Xiaomei turned around to look at Lin Yi behind her. Her grades were only in the upper tier of the class, but she couldn't compare at all to the 2 top students Lin Yi and Chun Hao Yuan. She didn't have a chance to go. She really wanted to travel north with Lin Yi to see the snow together. To experience the northern culture. Teacher Chen continued speaking. Classmates who didn't get the chance don't have any complaints. Also, the principal just told us something. Those interested can go home and ask your parents to find the live stream replay of this northern study trip on our classmate Lin Yi's streaming account. Classmate Lin Yi will record the entire trip for everyone. This is classmate Lin Yi's live stream account, Max-Level Little Brother. Teacher Chen wrote on the blackboard the nickname Suya had registered for Lin Yi's Douyin live stream account a few days ago. This Max-Level Little Brother was also Su Ya's idea out of interest. The students in the class perked up upon hearing this. In this internet age, they could definitely find a live stream. The instruction for students to follow Lin Yi's live stream was given by the principal before class, asking each homeroom teacher to inform their classes. Watching the replay of the trip could be done anytime. Moreover, without leaving home, it allowed students who couldn't go on the trip to see the outside world through the internet. Lin Yi and the other 19 students would serve as the eyes for those who couldn't go to witness this prosperous China. Alright everyone, now Lin Yi and Chun Hao Yuan, listen carefully. This matter is very important to you. Other classmates who might have a chance to travel north in the future, you can also listen attentively. The climate in the north, as everyone knows at this time, it's sub-zero snowy weather. One word, cold. Teacher Chen wrote down the character, cold. Classmates Lin Yi and Chun Hao Yuan, for this northern study trip, you must seriously talk to your families after school today. If they don't understand the location of the trip or are worried, they can call me and I'll explain to them. If your family doesn't agree, then unfortunately, we'll have to replace you with other classmates. The duration of this trip is 14 days. The places we'll visit might be quite a few who follow the accompanying teachers and obey their arrangements. What you need to ask your parents to prepare are cold-resistant and warm clothes, as well as a change of clothes. The expenses for this trip are fully covered by the Magic City Culture and Tourism, free of charge. Departure time is this Saturday morning. Gather at school before 10 o'clock. Did you understand? Chun Hao Yuan, Lin Yi. Chun Hao Yuan and Lin Yi nodded seriously. Lin Yi thought. It seemed Teacher Chen had lied to him before. He said Monday, but now it's been moved up to Saturday. This matter was simple, inform the parents. Because this time there would be no parental accompaniment, only school teachers going north for half. If parents were uneasy, then there was no choice. They also needed to prepare some cold-resistant clothes. Suya understood even if the teacher hadn't informed them, she would still go buy them for Lin Yi. The weather in the north could really freeze a person to death. It's not. The audience in the live stream also became lively. What if Xiao Hage's parents don't agree? Haha, wouldn't that be all for nothing? Crispy college student, remember to dress Xiao Hage warmly, don't let him freeze to death. This teacher really is something, not saying where the first stop is. If he comes to my Yinji, he'll go to the station to block Xiao Hage. With so many kids, he'll just seize the chance to snatch Xiao Hage. Alright, snatching a kid in the great northeast. How tough is your life? To be honest, last time a kidnapper appeared in our village, the villagers beat him half to death. Then, at the police station, he got another dose of memory restoration. Understand. Some old fans from the northeast in the live stream were already thinking about going to the station to block Xiao Hage. Teacher Chen continued then. Not done yet, Lin Yi, Chun Hao Yuan. There's also a small assignment for this trip. Hearing there was still homework, Lin Yi was a bit speechless. Going on a half-month trip, he didn't know how much homework he could escape. Was the small assignment Teacher Chen mentioned really small? Teacher Chen wrote a line on the blackboard, Northern Travelogue. Lin Yi and Chun Hao Yuan, you have a small task for this trip, to write an essay on this topic. After returning from the trip, you'll have 3 days to write it, and then hand it in. This is something every student going on the trip in our school has to write. They will be collected and placed in the exhibition area for classmates and teachers to view and grade. Lin Yi was speechless for a moment after hearing this. Alright, a public execution, huh? Northern Travelogue. Might as well let him write Northern Expedition Travelogue. Everyone in the class looked at Lin Yi and Chun Hao Yuan. Alright, gather your thoughts, let's begin today's lesson. Teacher Chen started the lecture. The audience in Lin Yi's live stream became lively seeing the essay topic Lin Yi had to write. Alright, a public execution on top of that, well done. I want to see Xiao Hage's essay. Xiao Hage's essay. Let me tell you, it's definitely like this. Today is sunny. On the way to school, a dog called its friends and chased me all the way, and after school chased me again. Upstairs, you're too much. Xiao Hage is at least a top student. Would he write such trashy essay? Looking forward to Xiaohage's essay. Okay. Xiaohage travels south instead. Don't go north. That place will freeze Xiaohage so much he want no north from south. Come to our Goaching, it'll take you to cut sugarcane 100 a day, you have to finish by dark. The morning classes ended. In the cafeteria, Lin Yi ate his meal, his mind wandering to the dog. Suya, who was eating with him, noticed. What are you thinking about, Xiao Yi? Lin Yi was snapped out of his thoughts by Suya's voice. He continued eating. I'm thinking maybe I should go and make peace with the dog after school. Otherwise it's gotten used to ambushing me these past few days. When I go on my northern expedition. I'll know my northern trip for half a month, and it stays behind guarding the house. Will it miss me so much it can't eat? Or will it pace back and forth on the road I take home searching for my trail? Lin Yi said earnestly. Suya nearly choked on her. Lin Yi treated the dog like a brother, heart to heart. Yet this morning the dog had played him for a fool, bringing its pack to bark at him. And Lin Yi still thought the dog might miss him so much it couldn't eat. Suya couldn't help but laugh. The dog, have I given you too many smiles? The audience in the live stream was also in hysterics, hearing Lin Yi's words. Kid bro really thinks of that dog as his brother. Ha ha ha, my stomach hurts from laughing. The dog, yes, I miss you to death. The dog just wants a bite of you, that's all. He's so sincere it makes me cry. The dog even brought its buddies to bark at him, and he still treats it like a buddy. The dog, alright, you think of me like that. The public toilets around here are under my protection. Dog bro will take you to an Alley-O-Caniate buffet. Commenter above, that's enough. What the hell, an Alley-O-Caniate buffet? Wait, what did Kid bro just say? Northern expedition. Rebel, will you little potato. Kid bro on a northern expedition. They'll just pick him up with one hand. Suya made no comment. The two dogs that chased them today following that stupid dog were definitely sent by it. Lin Yi bore no grudge. He couldn't be bothered with that. The barking was just a bit of magical damage. But the damage was negligible anyway since he couldn't understand a word of it. Holding a grudge against a dog. His tolerance wasn't that small. It was time for the noon routine of football practice until school let out in the evening. Lin Yi packed up to leave school. He walked out the gate and headed the other way. Suya assumed he wanted to avoid the dog's barking and was taking a detour home. Lin Yi arrived at the small shop near the school gate. At the entrance he said to Suya, "Sister Suya, wait for me here." Lin Yi, wearing his children's smartwatch, went into the store and bought 2 medium-sized sausages. He planned to have a proper chat with the dog. After all, the dog saw him to and from school. It was a good dog, really. Even though it had brought its buddies to cyberbully him today, Lin Yi still thought it was a good dog. Lin Yi paid and put the sausages in his school uniform pocket. Let's go. Suya watched him buy the sausages. She knew Lin Yi rarely ate snacks. Since she had been live streaming beside him, she had never seen him eat any snacks. At home, aside from 3 meals a day, he only occasionally drank plain water or milk. At school he never bought snacks, only water. Suya asked him, "Do you like sausages?" Lin Yi shook his head. He remembered dogs love this stuff. It was Wednesday. In 2 days he would be leaving for his northern trip for half a month. He didn't want the dog not knowing he was going to keep waiting for him by the roadside. It was too dangerous. Though it wasn't as good as a proper meat stick, it was still a sausage, and it was the thought that counted. The dog loves them. I want to go find the dog and have a proper talk. Suya was startled. Well. Was this the end of the dog's story? She thought it was a good idea. Bribing the dog with sausages to stop barking and following them every day would be nice. Otherwise the dog, unchained, kept loitering around this area. It might get targeted by dog thieves or caught by the dog-catching squad as an unlicensed dog. That would be troublesome. Besides, the public sentiment about dogs online was very volatile lately. Shanghai was a first-tier city. With the dog barking every day, it would likely be caught. And this morning the dog had brought 2 others to chase them, which was extremely stressful. Suya also thought it was better to make peace. The live stream audience also became lively. Oh, Kid bro is going to make peace with the dog. The dog who wants to make peace with you. I'm waiting for your beginner's protection period to expire. What are you waiting for? The dog really won't make peace easily without biting Kid bro once. Kid bro is pretty nice to the dog. The story of Kid bro and the dog's love-hate relationship, haha, it's not bad to watch it to the end on the stream. Kid bro got chased all the way this morning and doesn't hold a grudge. He's so sincere it makes me cry. Kid bro is too forgiving. If it were me, I'd prepare a dog-beating stick born to beat dogs. One whack and that stupid dog shuts up. Lin Yi and Suya walked towards the road they usually took home. But this time Lin Yi didn't see the dog. It wasn't at its usual ambush spot either. Holding the sausages, Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. He had been all set to pull them out and have a good chat. Suya was also stunned. Where was the dog? Had it been taken by dog thieves? Lin Yi searched the whole way but didn't see it. The live stream audience also started to worry about the dog. Oh no, has the dog been caught? I think it's possible. The commotion it made chasing Kid bro this morning was too big. Maybe it got arrested. Is it over? We won't see the dog anymore. Whoa, I really like that silly dog. It's over barking. The barking costed its life. The audience all thought the dog had been taken away. Lin Yi walked along the roadside searching for the dog. Then under a tree by the road, he spotted the dog sound asleep. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it. At that moment the meaning of that saying dawned on him. I searched for it 1,000 times in the crowd, and suddenly turned back. There it was in the dim light of the setting sun. This time the dog had come alone. Lin Yi looked at it. Seems like your buddies aren't that loyal, leaving you here waiting by yourself. Hearing Lin Yi's annoying voice and catching his scent, the dog jumped up. It began its daily venting barking. Lin Yi was speechless. Hadn't it cursed enough in the past 2 days? This silly dog, were those 2 slaps really that damaging? And it wasn't even him who hit it. If you have a grievance, find the one responsible. Why not go bark at its owner? Suya breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the dog start barking. At least it hadn't been taken away. A bark was just a bark, no big deal. She hadn't brought a dog this time, so it was fine. The viewers in the live stream heard the dog launch into its familiar barking rhythm. The cadence of its barks eased the tension that had gripped the audience moments before. Oh, hearing that bark feels so good. At least it wasn't caught. My old dog at home was taken away once, and I can't bear to see such suffering anymore. Kid, try to communicate nicely with the dog. The dog is actually a good guy, but you kid are the one acting like a dog in a bad way. The comment above must be from a hater. Drag him out. Lin Yi pulled a sausage from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and spoke to the dog. Dog, look, you've been cursing me for 2 days now. Let's just let this go. Inhuman, you're a dog. We'll take a step back. How about we make peace? You've worked hard seeing me too, and from school these past 2 days. Let's each have our own terms. You call me big brother, and he'll call you. After saying this, Lin Yi held out the sausage to the dog, thinking that since the dog was younger in dog years, it was only right for him to be the elder brother. Suya watched this scene and chuckled. Was he seriously trying to swear brotherhood? But Suya remained silent. Dogs were man's best friend, and it would be good for Lin Yi to have one more friend. The live stream audience also became lively. Kid, he really moves me to tears. Dog, you're testing a cadre with this. What cadre can't withstand such a test? The sausages the dog eats on its own are dripping with oil. Last time its mouth was all greasy. This sausage of yours full of chemicals and shortcuts probably won't bribe a cadre, right? Ha 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 ha, I think the dog will never forgive him. 2 big slaps and a kick shattered its pride. It's hurt badly. There's no way one sausage will bite off. Dog, you think one sausage makes you my big brother? The dog now stared at the sausage Lin Yi offered. It stopped barking and slowly approached Lin Yi. Suya, worried Lin Yi might get bitten, warned him to drop the sausage on the ground. Don't hold it, it might bite you. Drop it on the ground for it. Lin Yi complied and tossed the sausage in front of the dog. The dog snapped it up, ate it, and barked no more. Lin Yi smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, dogs were simple creatures. But after finishing the sausage, the dog looked at Lin Yi's smile and moved its tongue around in its mouth. The sausage vanished like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit, as if it hadn't eaten at all. It wasn't full. The dog started barking at Lin Yi again. Woof woof woof. You test a cadre with this. Not nearly enough. Lin Yi roughly understood the dog's meaning. One sausage wasn't enough to test a cadre. Lin Yi pulled a second sausage from his pocket, peeled it, and tossed it in front of the dog. This time the dog savored it, eating with satisfaction. Though still not full, it had tasted something, so it stopped barking. The live stream audience was amused. Ha ha ha, this dog won't bark after 2 sausages. Dog, I do not eat food given in contempt, unless there's enough. Dog, have you forgotten your conviction? Will the rain or shine barking be paused? Has the kid bribed it with just 2? This cadre really can't withstand the test. And this time the dog barked no more. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Alright, from now on, no barking at me. And don't call your friends to cyberbully me, okay? The dog didn't bark, and Lin Yi took that as agreement. Suya watched the dog's reaction and knew it wouldn't bark at her or Lin Yi anymore. This put her at ease. If they hadn't made peace, 2 sausages would have been wasted, and she'd still be terrified of the dog chasing them too. When Lin Yi mentioned not letting the dog cyberbully him, the live stream audience went wild. Ha 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 ha, cyberbullying my ass. The kid really understands cyberbullying. Isn't this barking exactly like cyberbullying? Perfectly fitting. I'm dying of laughter, this kid is gold. The dog cyber blacklist has unblocked the kid. Lin Yi walked ahead with the dog following behind. But this time, unlike before, the dog didn't bark. Instead, as if indebted by the favor, it dared not show any displeasure toward Lin. This was why Lin Yi didn't casually accept gifts from others, like the sausage from the dog's owner or Huang Fu's Maya's gold. Accepting them would create a debt of gratitude. This debt was far heavier than the gift itself, even if it was just a small bit of food. The dog accompanied Lin Yi all the way to the entrance of the residential compound, stopping only when Lin Yi entered, then turned back. Suya then said to Lin Yi, later he'll take you out to buy some clothes and supplies for our trip north. Lin Yi nodded. Let me finish my homework. Okay. Meanwhile, the dog slowly made its way home. Its owner had just returned from an early morning outing. A neighbor, seeing him come back, mentioned witnessing Lin Yi being chased by the dog that morning. Uncle Jean, I need to tell you something. This morning your dog chased an elementary school student and a girl on a bike down the road. Oh my, it was terrifying. Luckily no one was hurt. You should lock the door properly and not let the dog out to bite anyone. The neighbor had seen everything clearly from the balcony that morning. The man's foolish dog had chased people fiercely. The uncle's face changed when he heard this. A girl. An elementary school student. He remembered Lin Yi, who had reported him that day. He also recalled why the dog had been running out to guard the front door these past few days. Alright, I understand. When it comes back, I'll deal with it. The uncle said this, already planning how to discipline the dog. Little did he know that Lin Yi and the dog had already made peace. Soon the dog returned home. The uncle locked the door, took the dog to the kennel by the entrance, and tied it up. He wasn't really keen on leashing the dog. But if the dog ran out and hurt an elementary school student, the parents would come demanding compensation. Luckily, it could still be remedied. No one was hurt. After tying the dog up, the uncle pointed at its head and scolded. Are you crazy? Why did you chase the kid? He then grabbed the dog's head and yelled at it. If you hurt a child, will you lose your dog life over it? From now on, you'll stay right here. Don't even think about going out. If you bark at the kid again, it'll tape your mouth shut. After saying this, the uncle gave the dog a slap on the head, one that stunned but didn't harm. The dog was completely bewildered. Beaten again. The poor dog could only lie on the ground whimpering. It could only recall that wretched child who had reported and exposed its misdeeds. Ever since Lin Yi appeared, it had been beaten twice in just 1 week. Before, its owner had never struck it, let alone tied it up with a rope. Thinking of Lin Yi's face, it bared its teeth again. Little did Lin Yi know that his reconciliation with the dog would last less than a day before the dog bore a grudge against him once more. Lin Yi finished his homework and his parents returned home. Suya informed Lin Yi's parents about the school's arranged 15-day northern study tour. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun felt reassured upon learning it was free, with teachers accompanying them, and Suya also joining. This is a great opportunity. Xiao Yi must truly see the world outside. The world outside is splendid. As parents, how could they not wish for their child to witness more beautiful things? Lin Yi nodded. Suya continued, I was thinking of taking Lin Yi to the mall later to buy some warm clothes. Would you like to come along? Zhang Yining and Lin Yun exchanged glances. Please take him yourself. We have some matters to attend to. Suya understood it was time for them to enjoy some couple time. Alright. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun, a long-married couple usually busy with work and taking care of Lin Yi, rarely had time for them. With Suya's arrival, they felt much more relaxed. Suya took Lin Yi out. After a moment's thought, she decided to take a taxi to the mall a few kilometers away. They quickly arrived at the mall. Suya led Lin Yi inside. Want to play around a bit before shopping? Lin Yi replied, let's just look. Lin Yi thought that the system had been silent all day. There were still no tasks for today. Based on past patterns, a task would likely be triggered by some event. Lin Yi also figured that wandering around might bring surprises. He and Suya strolled through the mall. Just then, several people approached them. One held a miniature microphone, while another carried live streaming equipment. They stopped in front of Lin Yi, crouching down. The microphone was thrust toward Lin Yi. Hello, little friend. May I interview you? Do you feel any pressure regarding the college entrance exam? Lin Yi frowned at the question. How rude. What kind of weirdo was this? He was only 8 years into this new life. The college exam was ages away, and this guy was already stressing him out. Suya couldn't help but laugh. What kind of person was this? How presumptuous to ask a primary school student about exam pressure. The streamer was hosting a live broadcast, and the audience in both rooms erupted with excitement. Oh wow, this guy's even grilling a kid. Ha ha ha, don't trigger the kid's bad memories from his past life. Kid, don't mess with me, old man. This is my new account. Those dead memories are attacking the kid fiercely. This old man is truly inhuman. Why is there always a pressure monster everywhere? Can't stand it. Lin Yi stared at the interviewer before him. Pressure? None at all. With the system's max-level question bank, his mind was packed with knowledge. The college exam was like an old lady blowing her nose. Effortless, no pressure whatsoever. Before the system arrived, Lin Yi had already held back during elementary school. According to his past memories, he was a genius who could skip grades effortlessly before high school. Lin Yi dared not skip grades, fearing he'd overdo it and end up a failure in high school, ridiculed as a fallen genius. Now he feared nothing. He could skip grades whenever he wanted. The streamer interviewing Lin Yi was taken aback by his reply. Oh, he says he has no pressure. What arrogance. Never seen such an arrogant kid. The streamer stood up, ready to challenge Lin Yi. Never seen such arrogance. Lin Yi simply said, well, today you have. Alright, little friend, I run a live quiz challenge. Answer questions, win cash. They'll only ask questions for your current grade. Want to give it a try? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Was there really such a good thing as someone handing him money, and had only asked third-grade questions? That was practically stuffing cash straight into his pocket. Indeed, wandering around brought surprises. The system finally stirred, its voice echoing in Lin Yi's mind. Answer all the live quiz questions correct. Task reward, unlock new physique. Koi physique. Lin Yi was startled upon hearing the system's task. After days of silence, the system's new reward was this overpowered Koi physique. If the beginner's protection made him invincible, adding luck-based Koi physique would be even more insane. The system was intent on turning him into a true anomaly. The system gifted him a physique, and the streamer in front of him was handing out cash. This was a massive win. Meanwhile, the streamer's chat was buzzing. Oh my god, isn't that the kid genius? Streamer run. He's a third-grade prodigy. A genius. Don't give him your money. This streamer probably thinks he's found an easy target. Ha ha ha, the kid will teach him a lesson. The quiz streamer's chat was in an uproar. But the streamer paid no heed to the so-called kid genius. A top student. He specialized in crushing top students. In his view, what knowledge could a primary schooler possess? Alright, our show's motto is pay for China's knowledge. See this stack of red envelopes. Answer correctly, and they can all be you. With that, the streamer pulled out a stack of red envelopes, each stuffed with cash. Little friend, first tell me, what grade are you in? Third grade. Good, third grade. He'll only ask third-grade questions. Totally fair. Ready. Lin Yi already regarded the red envelopes as his own. Even without the system's question bank, third-grade questions were a breeze for him, as long as he didn't get asked about the color of Su Shi's or Li Bei's underwear, or when Lady Whitebone had her period. He could answer them all. Ready. Suya merely aimed the camera at Lin Yi from the side, allowing the livestream audience to behold his performance clearly. She remained silent. She feared that if she laughed, the streamers might sense something amiss. She knew full well the extent of Lin Yi's current knowledge. He could answer third-grade questions in a flash without hesitation. That streamer was practically handing money to Lin Yi. Lin Yi would show him what it meant to truly pay for Chinese knowledge. The streamer before Lin Yi had already searched for third-grade questions. Alright, let's begin. For every correct answer, it'll give you a red envelope. First, a warm-up. A passerby asks from afar, beckoning with a hand, fearing the fish will be startled and not heed the call. Which poet is this from? Hu Lingming, Tang Dynasty. Lin Yi answered without hesitation. The streamer opposite him was taken aback. He had only asked for the author, but Lin Yi even mentioned the dynasty. This kid has some skills. Hey, race the first one. With that, he handed the red envelope to Lin Yi. He didn't believe a primary school student could have such a vast knowledge base. Surely there would be questions he couldn't answer. Looking at daunting lake from which dynasty's poet? Also Tang Dynasty Lu Yushi. Lin Yi's decisive response made the streamer sense something extraordinary. The onlookers gathering around watched as Lin Yi answered without spending much time thinking. Sui sighed from the side, remarking how sharp a young mind was. If she were grilled with these questions, she estimated she'd ponder for half the day. The livestream audience listened to these questions. After all, they were primary school problems. Some had even forgotten them, while others had vague answers lingering in their minds. The kid prodigy is indeed the kid prodigy, answering at this speed. That's 2 red envelopes already. Where can we earn money like this? Give me the address. I can bankrupt that streamer. Give me third-grade questions. Are you crazy? An adult asking for third-grade questions. The streamer gave Lin Yi another red envelope. He searched for questions above third grade. He searched for fourth-grade questions. Farewell to Dongda, from which poet? Lin Yi frowned slightly as he looked at the streamer. This wasn't a third-grade question, but one from the first semester of fourth grade. The last line of the poem, "Who in the world does not know you?" left a deep impression on Lin Yi. In his past life, he memorized it mechanically without understanding the meaning. Seeing Lin Yi's hesitation, the streamer thought he couldn't answer. He sneered contemptuously, believing that primary school students were just that. Rote learn. But Lin Yi answered the next second, Tang Dynasty Gao Shi. Uncle, you're cheating a bit. This is a poem from the first semester of, not third grade. Lin Yi pointed out that the streamer had violated the earlier agreement by asking questions beyond third grade. The surrounding audience grew excited. Huh, is this really a fourth grade question? Yes, I remember seeing this poem when tutoring my son. Didn't this kid say he was in third grade? He can even answer fourth grade questions. This kid has some real talent. Suya was also shocked. Lin Yi's knowledge far exceeded her expectations. Suya had thought that Lin Yi only memorized third grade material. But he remembered fourth grade content too. The streamer wiped his sweat as the live stream audience was bombarding him. Comments flew across the screen. You're not being fair. Bullying even a primary school student. Didn't you say only third grade? Amazing, the kid prodigy still got it right. Is this kid prodigy a time traveler? Streamer asked him what will happen in the future. Exactly, he must be a reincarnator, or the soup of forgetfulness was diluted. The streamer was embarrassed. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to expose him ruthlessly. He handed Lin Yi a double red envelope. About that. Sorry, I searched the wrong question and accidentally got a fourth grade. This time he'll give you double compensation. Lin Yi looked at another red envelope in hand and checked how much was inside. All red. If it weren't limited to the cash the streamer had on him, Lin Yi would have answered until he went bankrupt. The streamer now realized Lin Yi was no ordinary kid. He could even answer fourth grade questions. Let me ask again, are you really in third grade? Lin Yi nodded. He was indeed in third grade, no doubt. Suya chimed in. I'm his sister, he really is in third grade. Hearing Suya's words, the streamer wiped his forehead. What kind of kid prodigy was this? Recalling the comments telling him to run, he now understood what they meant. He only knew that recently there was a kid prodigy who played football exceptionally well. He remembered that much, but not the face. Do you think you can answer sixth grade questions? Want to try a higher difficulty? For each question beyond your grade, it'll give you an extra red envelope. For questions above sixth grade, if you answer correctly, it'll give you 10 each time. Before Lin Yi could respond to the streamer's words, the adults around all thought it impossible. Isn't this bullying a child? A third grader? How could he possibly answer? Don't make it hard for the kid. Oh, just let him answer third grade questions. Exactly. The live stream audience also felt this was bullying a child. However, the streamer saw nothing wrong with it. After all, he was offering red envelopes, double amounts. If the kid had the skill, he could take them. The money didn't matter. Suya frowned slightly at that moment. But Lin Yi wanted to finish quickly, as he already had a stack of red envelopes, and answering each question one by one would take. The system's task required him to answer all of them. That meant continuing until he had no more red envelopes in hand. I can give it a try. Lin Yi's reply astonished everyone present. A try? A primary school student with such courage? The streamer was almost incredulous, but seeing Lin Yi's confident gaze, he didn't ask further. He led Lin Yi to sit on a rest chair in the mall. Alright, I'll start asking. The poem Spring in Jiangnan. Which dynasty and which Tang Dynasty do move first semester of 6th grade? Lin Yi's answer made the streamer's eyes widen. He even knew poems from the first semester of 6th grade. What kind of monster was this? The streamer felt that the person sitting before him was no third grader at all. He was practically an answer machine. Earlier he suspected Lin Yi was in 4th grade, but now he dismissed that doubt. Looking at Lin Yi's height and age, he certainly didn't seem like a 6th grader. The streamer's live stream audience erupted. Sweating bullets, old man. Testing my little prodigy. You're asking for it. He's practically throwing money away. Can't help it. When the little prodigy goes out, he easily meets a money-giving angel. This kid is way overpowered. Streamer, I suggest you search for Supreme Kid Prodigy. The streamer noticed his livestream fans reminding him of something, but he paid no heed. He gave Lin Yi 3 red envelopes, sneering, "What max-level kid? Come on, recite Song of the Moon over Mount Amay. The moon over Mount Amay is half autumn, its shadow enters." Lin Yi recited it verbatim. The uncle's pupils dilated as he stared at the question he had just searched. This is a 7th grade question. Does a primary school student even memorize this? Isn't he afraid of brain capacity shortage? The uncle panicked and gave Lin Yi 10 red envelopes. He continued to ask Lin Yi 7th grade Chinese and math questions. But Lin Yi answered fluently, without a single mistake. The uncle was completely stunned. Holy crap, whose child is this? How can they raise such a genius? He counted dozens of red envelopes from his hand and gave them to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the red envelopes and neatly stacked them one by one on the table. The uncle's envelopes grew fewer. At this moment, the uncle looked at the calm Lin Yi as if the questions he gave were just child's play to the kid. The uncle was panicking. He had thought these red envelopes would last for many more questions, but running into this kid. They were about. The principle of his stream was that as long as the answer was correct, they could keep going until all red envelopes were gone. Suya looked at the pile of red envelopes Lin Yi had stacked up and couldn't help snickering. It seems Lin Yi's luck is good today. His parents just transferred money for him to buy clothes, but now there's no need for it. The money from these red envelopes won by answering questions could let Lin Yi buy whatever clothes he wants. The viewers in the uncle's live stream saw that Lin Yi's stack of red envelopes was already larger than what the streamer had left, and they became lively. Why did you provoke him? He's a max-level kid. This streamer cracks me up. He wanted to pick on a soft kid, but ended up kicking an iron plate, huh? Ha ha ha. He didn't kick an iron plate. This is the future pillar of the country. A 3rd grader can answer middle school questions. Shouldn't he skip grades directly? Oh my god, a human answering machine. He's stacking red envelopes like he's mocking the streamer. You're so bad. The questions you asked, I'm dying of laughter. I'm really afraid this kid might raise his dual pincers and say if you're bad, practice more. The uncle recalled his viewers always talking about the max-level kid. He said, wait a moment, he'll ask again later. He opened his phone and searched for information about max-level kids. The data he found made his jaw drop. Football talent off the charts, perfect exam score. Max-level beginner protection period. The uncle was dumbfounded. Is this human? He said to the livestream camera, please leaders of the Modu Education Bureau pay attention to this kid. He's the future pillar of the nation. This kid is truly too over the top. One last question. If he gets it right, all these are yours. As he spoke, the uncle lifted the remaining dozen or so red envelopes, which were fewer than those in Lin Yi's hands. Question: what was the surname of Qin Shi Huang? Before Lin Yi could answer, viewers from both live streams thought the question was easy and started shouting answers. Shirt Song Zhe. I know this one. I know too. I know too. Of course, Qin Shi Huang is surname Qin. What else could it be? Zez fans all about limited culture, right? This answering level at least a Genshin Impact postdoc. Lin Yi heard this last question and found it so simple. Surname Ing Clan Zhao. Lin Yi answered decisively. The streamer was completely convinced and pushed all the remaining red envelopes to Lin Yi. Off the stream. Off the stream. He really broke down and ended the stream. He couldn't believe that picking on a primary school student could lead to hitting a real iron plate. The surrounding crowd cheered and applauded for Lin Yi. Amazing kid. They looked at the red envelopes Lin Yi had won and were so envious. They wanted to answer questions too. But Lin Yi had answered them all. They didn't stand a damn chance. They couldn't believe they were actually starting to envy a child. Suya looked at the red envelopes in Lin Yi's hand. At least a few thousand yuan. The surrounding people dispersed. In Lin Yi's mind, after the streamer left, the system's voice sounded. Mission complete. Lin Yi heard that the mission was complete and felt relieved. The koi physique was obtained. Lin Yi handed the red envelopes to Suya beside him. Suya didn't say much and kept the red envelopes for Lin Yi. With so much money, have you thought about how to spend it? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. We're going to the north. Didn't they say there are fan uncles and aunties who want to host us? As guests, we should prepare gifts for them, right? Suya smiled when she heard Lin Yi talking about preparing gifts. She hadn't expected that Lin Yi's etiquette for visiting the Northeast was so well thought out. No wonder the livestream viewers love this little guy so much. Setting aside his ability, Lin Yi has his unique personal charm. Some older fans from the Northeast in the livestream were all in an uproar. Upon hearing Lin Yi say gifts, some got flustered. Oh my god. Crispy college student, quickly tell the kid, we don't need gifts. Just come. Yes, yes, yes. We appreciate the thought, but forget the gifts. If possible, just send the money to me. I'm not unwilling to accept. Enough from the one above. You dare to think about the kid's money. I'm really afraid he'll stuff another spicy strip brother from Modu's specials into his suitcase again. Don't make a fuss. We Northeast men don't even fear fierce tigers. Oh, what's there to fear from spicy strips? Suya glanced at the live comments and was amused. Xiaoyi, your fans, uncles and aunties, say there's no need to bring gifts. They appreciate the thought. Lin Yi listened to Suya's relay. He just paused in silence and didn't say anything. Gifts and such still need to be prepared. It's impossible to go empty-handed just because the host said a few polite words. A little preparation is necessary. He is very skilled in the ways of human relationships. Lin Yi thought of the protected snake he had before. Unfortunately, if he went north, the snake would hibernate. Without any vitality, such a gift would be meaningless. Lin Yi decided to take his time preparing, as there were still 2 days before departure. At that moment, Suya, who was beside him, curiously asked Lin Yi, "Xiao Yi, how can you recite so many poems that are beyond the curriculum?" At present, Lin Yi was only in 3rd grade. Even if he recited poems meant for 4th grade, she simply thought he had previewed the 4th grade material. But as it went on, it became increasingly absurd. When the streamer tested him with poems from middle school, Lin Yi still recited them accurately, without any hesitation. Hearing this question, Lin Yi smiled faintly. He couldn't tell Suya about the vast knowledge in his mind. Even if the streamer had tested him on high school subjects or history, he could have answered fluently. Well, I usually search for some questions to look at in my free time, and I memorize them after just one glance. As for poetry, I only know a tiny bit. If that uncle had quizzed me a little longer, I would have been stumped. Lin Yi's answer made Suya's lips twitch. She couldn't believe how casually he could say he memorized things after just one glance. It was as if studying was as easy as drinking water. Like when she played Honor of Kings and encountered an overpowered hero who entered her jungle as if it were a backyard. Effortless, relaxed, and you couldn't do anything about it. Now, as a college student, she actually felt admiration for a primary school student in the realm of knowledge. The viewers in the live stream were also shocked by Lin Yi's photographic memory. No wonder he gets such good grades while sleeping in class all the time. This kid is like a human robot. Check if there's a charger on his butt. Enough, you guys. Memorize after one glance. Can this skill be passed on to me, a fragile college student? I really need it. Overpowered. Way too overpowered. This kid is truly an OP. Suya didn't say anything more. Let's go browse around and see what clothes to buy. Suya bought many cold weather clothes for Lin Yi, including scarves and hats. After shopping for a while, Suya's hands were full of bags. Lin Yi had to take over and hold the phone for the live stream. It was his first time seeing the barrage of comments and the viewer count. The comments were scrolling like crazy, and there were over 1,000 viewers. Gifts were also coming in non-stop. Lin Yi and Suya strolled through the mall floor by floor. Suya was carrying too many things, and on the 2nd floor in front of a store, the owner had set out various scratch-off lottery tickets. Seeing how much Suya had bought, he assumed she was very wealthy. "Beautiful lady, want to try your luck with a scratch-off?" Suya looked over after hearing this. Lin Yi's attention was also drawn to the man, and he walked over. When Lin Yi suddenly entered the scratch-off store, Suya followed him. Seeing Lin Yi come in, the owner chuckled and said, "Kids can't play, you know." He had to abide by the rule of not selling to minors. Lin Yi knew he couldn't buy them, but Suya could. He wanted to test if his koi fish physique was effective. The beginner's protection period was already so overpowered, defending against all physical damage. And this koi fish physique, was it a money-attracting koi? Suya looked at Lin Yi, who was eyeing the scratch-offs. She put her things down on the floor and walked over to him. "Xiao Yi, which one do you want to scratch? Big sister will buy it for you." Suya knew Lin Yi wanted to have some fun. He couldn't buy it, but she could, and then he could scratch it. Lin Yi pointed to a 20 yuan scratch-off. "I want this one." Suya said to the owner, "Give me this one." Suya paid for it. The money Lin Yi had earned from the quiz streamer today had already covered the clothes and other items, and they hadn't spent. There was still plenty left to tell Lin Yi's parents about what happened today. A 20 yuan scratch-off was still affordable. One for fun was fine, but getting carried away was not. Suya took the scratch-off to a nearby table, put it down, and handed the scratching tool to Lin Yi. "Go ahead, scratch it." Lin Yi wanted to test his ability this time. He had touched this ticket earlier. He wanted Suya to scratch it, and see, "Sister Suya, you scratch it." Lin Yi asked her to do it, and Suya didn't refuse, as she always went along with Lin Yi's wishes. Maybe he didn't want to scratch, and just wanted to watch. She would do it for him then. Winning seemed unlikely to her. Even if he won, it was bought with Lin Yi's money chosen by him, so it was all his. Suya decisively scratched it, finishing in one go. When she checked the winning numbers, her eyes widened. Seeing a winning number with a large amount, Suya was stunned. She silently counted the digits. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000, a million. "Oh my god. Xiao Yi, you won. 1 million. Oh my goodness." Suya jumped up. Looking at the prize amount, she couldn't contain her joy. The shop owner was dumbfounded. After a brief daze, he checked the payment record on his phone. If the woman hadn't paid, the prize would have been his. But seeing the 20 yuan payment record, the owner's expression turned desolate. A 1,000,000 yuan prize appeared in his store. He had beckoned customers only to end up giving away a big prize. He had truly become a bringer of wealth. Lin Yi was also somewhat surprised. He didn't care much about the 1,000,000 yuan prize. He was more interested in the koi fish physique. Was it this powerful? He had only touched the scratch-off, and Suya scratched it, yet it still triggered. Lin Yi roughly understood the use of the koi fish physique and didn't want to try another scratch-off. After all, winning 1,000,000 was a huge sum in this society, enough to cause a stir. If he kept winning, he might be taken away for dissection and experimentation. The livestream viewers were also full of questions. They could only hear Suya's joyful shouts and her words about winning 1,000,000. What? Won 1,000,000? Holy crap. Is this for real? Was that ticket chosen by the kid? This kid is 100% a human koi. Quick, 1,000,000 bounty. I want to kidnap this kid into my heart. I suddenly have the urge to keep this kid as a pet. Am I perverted? This luck. is insane. First he cleaned out the quiz streamer's money, and now he wins $1 million. The audience in the live stream exploded into a frenzy. Recalling the streamers who had brought fortune before and now Lin Yi, whoever broadcasted him garnered immense popularity and traffic. Even if it wasn't Lin Yi's own account, as long as he appeared in the stream, viewers would frantically send gifts. This ability to attract wealth led netizens to speculate whether Lin Yi was a koi fish incarnate. Suya confirmed once more that she had indeed won, and that the prize redemption wasn't at the store, but at the headquarters. She carefully put away the winning scratch card, gathered her things, and took Lin Yi home in a hired car. Suya couldn't calm her shock throughout the journey. Looking at the indifferent Lin Yi beside her, she almost wondered if he was a time traveler. A random pick and he won $1 million. During her boring university lectures, she had read those satisfying tales of rebirth and transmigration. In those stories, the male protagonist would always intercept events from his past lives' memories. For instance, lottery tickets and scratch cards with big prizes would always be snatched away. However, Lin Yi didn't rely on remembering such things. It was his koi-like constitution that brought the gains. Suya asked Lin Yi, "Shao, no brother, are you a time traveler?" Hearing this question, Lin Yi looked at her, activated his 80-year-old persona, and played dumb. Time traveler. Sister Suya, what's that? I don't know. The driver up front had no clue what was happening. He only thought the girl was amusing, asking if Lin Yi was a time traveler. Had she read too many novels? Hearing Lin Yi's reply, and seeing Suya abandoned the time traveler theory. The live stream audience, upon hearing Suya's question and Lin Yi's answer, also burst into excitement. What the hell, a time traveler? Come on, if the kid were a time traveler, would he admit it? I suggest implementing the great memory recovery tech. You might as well ask him which lottery numbers to buy tomorrow. You're overthinking, maybe it's just the kid's beginner's luck. None of this is scientific. Suya kept thinking all the way. Lin Yi's ability to attract wealth. Was he some kind of lucky cat or koi fish? Recalling how her first stream with Lin Yi brought a flood of traffic and income. Wasn't he just a lucky cat or koi fish? She didn't believe it. Could Lin Yi be like those in novels? A lucky cat or koi fish in human form? Soon Suya arrived home with bags full of shopping. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun had already finished their deep conversation. Seeing Suya had bought so much for Lin Yi, they didn't ask much. Suya spoke up, "Sister Yin, uncle, I have amazing news." Zhang Yining and Lin Yun exchanged glances. Amazing news? What news could be bigger than the sky? Did a pie fall? Suya pulled out the winning scratch card worth $1 million that Lin Yi had chosen. She wouldn't embezzle his money. The temptation of $1 million was great, but she felt the daily rewards of being with Lin Yi were even greater. Lin Yi won $1 million on a scratch card. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun took the card Suya handed them. Upon closer inspection, it indeed showed $1 million prize. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with disbelief. $1 million. He had no idea how many years of frying rice had needed to earn that. Recently, Lin Yi had brought so much unexpected wealth to the family. The over 100,000 from Coach Chin, the over 100,000 from Suya, and now $1 million grand prize. At this rate, had become a self-made man thanks to his son. Lin Yun stared at Lin Yi in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Zhang Yining was even more stunned. Could her son really be a koi fish sent to their family? How many people could boast such luck? The live stream audience saw Lin Yi's parents' expressions and burst into laughter. Ha ha, the dad's shocked face is absolutely priceless. I'm dying of laughter. The dad never thought had become rich thanks to his son. Let the kid make his dad the next generation of. How about this? The kid becomes the first generation rich and his dad becomes the second generation rich. Sounds reasonable, right? Second generation rich is your lie. Can I ask, is this kid for sale? It took Lin Yun and Zhang Yining a long while to calm down. They sat in the living room trying to ease their shock. And then there was this windfall of $1 million. Seeing it was late, Suya handed over the few thousand Lin Yi had won from the quiz to Zhang Yining. This is the money Shao Yi won from the quiz at the mall. I used part of it to buy him clothes. He'll transfer back the money you sent me for the clothes. You can go redeem the prize whenever you want. I should get off work now. With that, Suya left without further ado. It was time to clock out. She ended the stream and went home. At home, Zhang Yining and Lin Yun kept staring at Lin Yi. Now Suya had handed over a few thousand from the quiz. This only made Zhang Yining and Lin Yun more convinced that their precious son was a lucky koi. Could our son be a koi re? I think so. Ever since he fried rice at my stall, there have been long queues every day. And my performance at work has doubled. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun recalled how smoothly their work had been going lately with incomes rising, not counting the windfalls from Lin Yi. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun looked at Lin Yi, then at the winning scratch card worth $1 million. Lin Yun asked Lin Yi, "Shao Yi, what do you want to buy with this money?" Lin Yi thought for a moment, but didn't want anything. A car. At most he could buy a small bike, but that was unnecessary. Better to strengthen his body by running more. Just save it. Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to shower and go to bed. Lin Yi stretched lazily, not wanting to fuss. This $1 million was just pocket change to him. If he wanted, he could have his parents bet heavily on numbers he picked. Tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions in prizes might be winnable. But Lin Yi felt it was better not to be too flashy, and to keep a low profile. Hearing Lin Yi wanted to shower and sleep, Zhang Yining stood up. "I'll get your clothes ready." She prepared his pajamas and a glass of warm milk before bed. Zhang Yining and Lin Yun waited until Lin Yi was asleep before returning to their room. Staring at the $1 million yuan scratch card, they found it even harder to sleep. $1 million. After taxes, that's 800,000. That's enough for our Xiao Yi to find a wife when he grows up. Lin Yi's parents discussed his future, their thoughts solely focused on paving a smooth path ahead for him. Even though they were ordinary people, they were determined to ensure that his future would be free from the obstacles that poverty often brings. The couple worked tirelessly, yet they never expected Lin Yi's ability to attract fortune to be so formidable. They truly hadn't anticipated that all their decades of hard work couldn't match the wealth Lin Yi had drawn in over just 1 week. Before bed, Zhang Yining opened her phone and saw a pushed video news about a prodigious child. Shanghai stuns with lucky koi child helps sister pick a scratch card and wins a $1 million grand prize. Zhang Yining glanced at the content, then showed her phone to Lin Yun. The video captured Lin Yi picking a scratch card at a store for Su Ye to scratch open. And just like that, a $1 million prize was revealed. The video seemed to have been deliberately promoted by someone paying for official push, and within just a few hours it had soared to the top of the trending list. They say winning is the best advertisement, and the comments section beneath the video erupted with excitement. Holy crap, what kind of divine child is this? Picking just 1 card and winning $1 million. He must be a time traveler. Definitely not just some lucky koi. We must dissect him. Slice him up as a warning. Sharing this. Hope I can win too. Share this lucky koi child, and you'll have a surprise in 3 days. Beneath the video, some netizens dabbled in superstition, sharing the clip of Lin Yi's win. It spread from person to person, the buzz snowballing. Lin Yi earned a new nickname, Lucky Koi Child. He lost the title of the Ultimate Child. Pains. Lin Yun and Zhang Yining also thought that with the income from Lin Yi's live streams, now paying Su Ye too little to care for him was no longer appropriate. They planned to renegotiate Su Ye's salary after claiming the prize, as well as discuss the $1 million win. Su Ye had been meticulous and dedicated in looking after Lin Yi, and they had noticed it all. Even tasks like buying clothes, which should have been their responsibility, Su Ye handled on her own. Meanwhile, Su Ye had just showered in her dorm and was preparing to edit the day's footage. Watching the video of her own big win, Su Ye smiled faintly. She didn't care much about the prize she had personally scratched open. The selection was made by Lin Yi. She had nothing to do with it. Between $1 million prize and watching Lin Yi grow, she chose the latter. Perhaps one day when Lin Yi becomes a top-tier celebrity in China, the pocket money he casually gives her could start in the millions. A living human koi. To her, he was the embodiment of fortune's favorite. Being the personal assistant to this koi would yield far more than that $1 million prize. Just then her other roommates saw the video of Su Ye winning the big prize. Although Su Ye's and Lin Yi's faces were blurred in the video, her roommates were too familiar with her voice. Hearing it along with the prize location being Shanghai, they were certain it was Su Ye. Su Ye, that winner is you, right? A roommate brought the video down from her bed to Su Ye's side. Faced with their questioning, you could still recognize me from that. Her answer sent the roommates jumping with excitement. See, I told you it was you. Winning $1 million, and you want treat us to bubble tea. Mom Su, I want a taro bubble tea, no tea please. The roommates were being playful again. Su Ye was speechless. Hey, didn't you see it was the kid who picked the scratch card? He's the one who won. I gave the ticket to his parents. The roommates exchanged astonished glances after hearing this. But thinking it over, Lin Yi made the choice while she scratched it open. That was true. They didn't say much more, knowing well Su Ye's integrity. Mom Su, can I ask you something? We want to meet the lucky koi child in person. Let us touch him, even just a pat would do. If possible, let me hug him. Just once. Yes, let us soak up some of his koi luck, maybe we'll win big too. They had often seen online posts about lucky koi. Touch the koi's head, no worries ahead. Touch the koi's tail, smooth sailing. Maybe if they touched Lin Yi, wealth would flow to them, and all their wishes would come true. Su Ye, who interacted with Lin Yi daily, had breezed through exams and her thesis with ease. While they were still slogging away. Ever since Lin Yi first appeared at the fried rice stall, they had wanted to get close to him. But after Lin Yi became famous at the stall, his father stopped bringing him out. Their best chance was gone. Now that Lin Yi was growing more, Su Ye had become Lin Yi's personal assistant, and they felt that the only way to get close to this lucky koi child might be through her. Su Ye was exasperated. Her roommates were calling her mom. Whenever they needed something, they'd call her that, otherwise it was just Su Ye. Hearing their requests, Su Ye found it difficult. Hug Lin Yi. Touch him. She rarely had physical contact with him herself. She was just an assistant handling chores, not his mother. Hug him. Touch him. He's not a 3-year-old you can just pat and cuddle. Remember that girl netizens called the ultimate simp? The one who gave gold to the kid. Su Ye's roommates nodded. They remembered everything about Lin Yi, and that simp girl was She had given Lin Yi a lavish gift right away. Su Ye continued. That girl was so forward, but he still kept to the principle of no physical contact between genders. Do you think he'd let you hug or touch him? It's not that I don't want to help you. We've been sisters for years and just being honest. Hearing this, they grew a bit disheartened. They felt Lin Yi was miles away from them. Moreover, Lin Yi was heading north for a 2-week trip in 2 days, and they'd only see him in the live streams again. They truly longed to. It always felt harder than chasing celebrities. Su Ye ignored their moods. As Lin Yi's assistant, she couldn't exploit him to gain favors for herself. She had to find ways to refuse when necessary, avoiding any unnecessary trouble for Lin Yi. Su Ye opened her Douyin account, which as usual had been flooded with new followers. There were also many comments from followers that night. Most had come from trending news and viral videos believing the footage was blurred. After some online sleuthing, netizens discovered that the legendary child prodigy was none other than that auspicious coy child. Many flocked to visit, leaving countless private messages. Coy child prodigy, bless me to pass my driving test on the first try. Please bless me to pass my CET4 English exam. The money I've spent on retaking the written driving test is more than the tuition fees. Coy child prodigy, save me. Suya stared at the myriad of wishes, utterly speechless. How could these netizens worship Lin Yi like a deity? Suya shook her head in resignation. Could wishes be granted just like that? There was no such thing. The fortune-bringing koi was a fortune-bringing koi, but it all depended on the mood of this human koi Lin Yi. Whether fortune could be attracted was decided by the koi. Suya watched the follower count skyrocket, observing netizens tagging Lin Yi as the koi child prodigy. She understood that in the realm of internet trends, staying current was paramount. Suya promptly changed the nickname of the Douyin account she managed for Lin Yi. Koi child prodigy. As an assistant managing the account, she wasn't a professional, but she was authentic. After changing the name, Suya began editing the livestream footage from that day. She split it into 2 videos. Sunshine Elementary School campus tour. The child prodigy is about to march north. Are the northern big shots ready? Child prodigy and dog reach an out-of-court settlement. The dog escorts the child prodigy home from school. If the dog and the child prodigy can make peace, let us all make peace with our past flawed selves. Once the 2 videos were edited, Suya posted them. As soon as they were released, longtime fans came to show support. Come on, child prodigy, the North welcomes you. A real northern march. Then prepare the Northeast Tiger Bro to host the child prodigy. What the heck is Tiger Bro? Child prodigy, are you trying to kill me? With the tiger's roar, child prodigy, your fate hangs in the balance. Tiger Bro beginner's protection period. Let me see what's going. The video about the child prodigy's northern march surged in popularity. Many older brothers from the Northeast brought out their guardian tiger. For them, the Northeast tiger, the king of beasts, was a significant display of respect. This striped creature was on a different level from the snake family. In the eyes of the Northeast big brother's beginner's protection, that depended on whether Tiger Bro was willing to play along. If not, the child was just a piece of meat stuck between teeth. If he was willing, it was a matter of understanding the worldly wisdom of distinguishing between a full meal and a lifetime of meals. After all, the world wasn't just about fighting and killing. The other video was also buzzing with activity. Many who had followed the child prodigy due to the dog incident were in an uproar upon seeing the reconciliation between Lin Yi and the dog. Holy moly, the big series has its finale. Dog out-of-court settlement. 2 sausages only by forgiveness for 1 day. No tribute tomorrow, and he'll start barking again. Dog, I'm just at a disadvantage because I can't talk. You say it's settled, so I'm dying of laughter. What the hell is an out-of-court settlement? If a dog can make peace with the child prodigy, I still can't make peace with my past garbage self. Suya was tired. She glanced at the surging popularity of the videos and quietly fell asleep. Overnight, the topics of the koi child prodigy winning the lottery and the child prodigy's school Northern March tour stormed the trending list. In the morning, Suya took Lin Yi to school as usual. On the way, she shared the joy of her followers exploding to 1 million overnight. She distinctly remembered it was just over 60,000 last night before bed. Waking up this morning, it was already 1 million. If not for the video trending, she would have thought someone paid for bots. See, hey, you have 1 million fans now. Koi child prodigy. Suya happily called out Lin Yi's new nickname. It sounded more impressive. The max-level child prodigy seemed a bit off. Lin Yi listened to Suya calling him the koi child prodigy, showing little reaction. He was already used to nicknames. It seemed System Bro was intent on stacking his buffs to the max, adding athletic skills, academic skills, culinary skills, and now the koi physique. System Brother's sole purpose was to push him to the pinnacle of human anomalies. As Lin Yi walked past the dog's villa, he was relieved to see the dog wasn't at the gate. At least the dog wasn't roaming the streets anymore. Through the iron gate, Lin Yi saw the dog tied up near its doghouse. Curious, dog, what's the deal? Lin Yi recalled the dog had never been leashed before. Hearing Lin Yi's voice, the dog woke up instantly. Here he was, the root of all evil, the reason for 3 beatings in 2 days, and being tied up. Woof woof woof. Lin Yi was baffled by the familiar filthy barking. Hadn't they made peace yesterday? What was going on? Did the dog have a goldfish memory? Had it forgotten they'd sworn brotherhood over 2 sausages in just 1 night? Suya was also confused. Many viewers in the live stream knew a settlement had been reached yesterday. So why were they fighting again today? Huh. Wasn't there an out-of-court settlement? Maybe 2 sausages weren't enough. TSK. Child prodigy, time for your worldly wisdom. The dog is a bit greedy. 2 sausages aren't enough. Unbeknownst to the netizens, the dog had been beaten and was still fixated on Lin Yi's snitching face from the day before. The taste of the sausages had long faded. Lin Yi was bewildered, not knowing what was wrong with the dog. Yesterday, it had escorted him back to the neighborhood, so why was it cursing him out today? Suya was equally clueless. Lin Yi ignored the dog and headed to school. All the way he pondered, but couldn't figure out that after being chased that morning and making peace that evening, a neighbor had come forward to snitch again, rendering the reconciliation pointless. Lin Yi didn't dwell on it. The dog was tied up now, what else could he say? Back at school, he resumed his routine of morning study and afternoon training. Meanwhile, tourism bureaus across various cities in the Northeast had spotted the trending topic about the koi child prodigy's upcoming school trip to the north. At the morning meeting of the Harbin Tourism Bureau, have you seen the trending topic? That human koi child prodigy from Shanghai is coming on a trip to the north. Should we plan to invite their school to bring the students to Harbin and host them? I think it's a good idea. This koi child prodigy might really bring fortune. If we treat them, well, maybe we can revive our city's tourism economy. Can these little southern potatoes handle the cold? Shanghai is pretty cold too. Let's vote, should we allocate funds to host them? The Harbin Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism unanimously voted in favor. While other regions' tourism bureaus were still hesitating, Harbin's bureau began preparing for the reception. They released a video calling on local scenic spots, tourist areas, and food establishments to warmly welcome the new southern visitors. Do not overcharge tourists or bear the consequences. The Harbin Bureau also invested significant funds, posting a video that day tagging the Shanghai Tourism Bureau and the Lucky Child Project. Hello everyone, I am Director Li of the Harbin Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism. We sincerely invite the students from Shanghai Sunshine Elementary School to travel and study here. We have chartered a plane for the Little White Rabbit candies from Shanghai. We will wait at the Shanghai airport, and Harbin tourism staff will welcome the Little Milk candies from Shanghai at the local airport. We also welcome all Chinese people who wish to travel to Harbin. Harbin welcomes everyone. Director Li of the Harbin Bureau filmed a video at the Harbin airport. He chartered the plane behind him solely to host the 20 students from Shanghai Sunshine Elementary School. Once the video was released, it went viral within a day. Before the Shanghai Bureau and Sunshine Elementary School could respond, the local Harbin residents coined a line, "A stranger in my hometown." The comments under the video mostly erupted from locals in northeast China. Wait, who did you say you were? The Harbin Tourism Bureau Director. You're doing all this just to welcome the Little White Rabbit candies from Shanghai. Alright, chartering a plane directly. Binzi, you feel so unfamiliar. Locals have to pay to go home. And outsiders get free rides. A Little White Rabbit candy's such an affectionate name, brother. It feels like your own mom doesn't love you and grandma doesn't care. Binzi, don't do this. This level of treatment is too high. Are you crazy? All Northeasterners were stunned by Harbin's move to charter a plane. Netizens nationwide were also surprised by the video. Was the Tourism Bureau really willing to spend so much money? But Harbin's bureau focused on sincerity. If they were determined, they would go big and strong. Other tourism bureaus in northeast China were shocked by Harbin's swift plan. While they were still deliberating, Harbin had already begun executing a grand strategy. Seeing Harbin's enthusiasm, the Shanghai Tourism Bureau notified Sunshine Elementary School to set Harbin as their first destination in the Northeast. After all, with such a warm invitation, and since their destination was still being discussed, someone had already chosen for them, so they would go. All the lead teachers at Sunshine Elementary School received the notice. Suya was in class watching her phone buzz with messages as livestream viewers urged her to check the video tagging the Lucky Child Prodigy's account. Curious, Suya clicked on it. It was the invitation video from the Harbin Bureau Director. After watching, she was astonished. A chartered plane. They were coming to pick them up today. But today was only Thursday, meaning the plane would be chartered for at least 3 days. The money invested just for their pickup was enormous. Harbin's Tourism Bureau had also given their little ones from Shanghai a nickname, Little White Rabbit candies. Suya found this name more endearing than Little Potato. Among Shanghai's specialties, there was a beloved white rabbit candy, which inspired the Harbin Bureau's choice of nickname. The teacher informed Suya and the other students heading north for the study trip that their destination was Harbin. Lin Yi didn't care where they went. Every region had its unique style and scenery. He wanted to use his heart and eyes to truly appreciate the magnificent landscapes of China and experience the local customs of each place. In the future, he hoped to travel not only north, but also south. Suya asked him, "Aren't you afraid of big tigers?" Lin Yi found the question unnecessary. It should be the tigers, fearing his beginner's protection period. Probably afraid. I've read in books that the tiger's roar shakes the forest, and when the Tiger King roars, all beasts tremble. Suya was amazed by Lin Yi's thoughtful answer. As expected of you, child prodigy. Other elementary students might just say tigers are big and scary. Some Northeastern viewers in the live stream began to chime in. Don't worry, kid. Our brother Tiger in Harbin knows more about social graces than you think. He knows the difference between a snack and a full meal, so don't be scared. But we have more than just brother Tiger. There are polar bears, reindeer, snow foxes. All kinds of animals. Polar bears. You mean that polar bear I bought a ticket for and never saw? Ha ha, I've never even seen it go in the water. That bear, brother, doesn't. Suya glanced at the comments where the northern brothers mentioned various animals. She showed Lin Yi. After seeing them, he couldn't wait to encounter those animals. Online, many thought Harbin's investment was unwise. With such a high initial outlay and no visible returns, they deemed it a major strategic mistake. On Saturday morning, Zhang Yining packed Lin Yi's clothes and northern trip essentials into a suitcase and drove Suya and Lin Yi to the school gate. A bus was already waiting at the school gate to take the students from Sunshine Elementary School on the study trip to Shanghai Airport. Zhang Yining urged them to be safe and watch them board before leaving for work. Suya and Lin Yi got on the bus and started the live stream. Viewers watched Lin Yi on his journey, and the chat buzzed with excitement. Kid will wait for you at the airport. Glad to see the kid didn't bring gifts. Glad, oi. Aren't you afraid he'll pick something local and bring you brother Tiger home? Hiss. Now I'm scared. Harbin's Tourism Bureau really splurges. Once everyone was assembled, the bus departed for the airport where the chartered plane awaited. After boarding, a flight attendant reminded the teachers, everyone, the plane is about to take off. Please switch your phones to airplane mode. Children with phones should also adjust them or hand them in until after landing. The teachers instructed the children with phones to put them away. So you closed the live stream. Meanwhile, at Harbin Airport, the Tourism Bureau staff were already waiting for Lin Yi's arrival. They had specially prepared warm hats. Remember, put this golden hat on the little one named Lin Yi and give the white ones to the others. Why, oi? So this Lin Yi is the legendary koi kid. If what's said online is true, isn't this little one practically a god of fortune? Mark him, and when you guide them through the sites, keep a close eye on him. Don't let any traffickers snatch him away. I hear the people of Magic City hold this kid in high regard, calling him some kind of football prodigy. The leader gave instructions, and all the staff from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau listened attentively. Afraid of traffickers? In our great Northeast, are there even traffickers? Yet they felt it best to err on the side of caution. Better safe than sorry, for no place is ever truly secure. But they only remembered Lin Yi as a human-shaped koi, forgetting his penchant for springing big surprises. After a long while, at Harbin Airport, Lin Yi and his school's teachers and classmates arrived. The students gasped with excitement at the snow outside the window. We're here. We're here. We can play in the snow. After disembarking, porters handled the luggage with ease. Neither the students nor the teachers had a thing to worry about. Led by the teachers, the group headed toward the exit. Suya turned on her phone and started a live stream. Viewers flooded in quickly, and she greeted them warmly. Hello, everyone, we've arrived at Harbin Airport. Come on, shall we say hi to them? Lin Yi looked into the camera and said, watch me march north and strike Harbin. Suya was amused by Lin Yi's quip about striking Harbin. The live stream chat buzzed with excitement. Alright, a northern march to strike Harbin, huh? Lock the doors, release the Siberian tigers. Siberian tigers. No need for tigers. They'll just send in an alpaca for a magical attack. This little potato's got some tricks, how entertaining. An 8-year-old marching north on Harbin. Put that in the family tree. The live stream's popularity skyrocketed. Lin Yi and the group entered the exit corridor where the stairs were covered with non-slip carpet. Some northern viewers in the stream were baffled by the carpet and Suya's shot. Wait, did you go to the wrong place? Are you sure this is Harbin Airport? What the heck, since when does Harbin Airport have carpet? Damn, this Harbin feels so foreign. I remember breaking my leg on those stairs last time. So when these little potatoes visit, they get non-slip carpet, huh? Alright, pamper outsiders to death, but tell locals to get lost, right? The Cultural and Tourism Bureau sure knows how expensive orthopedics are in the Northeast. They're terrified these little potatoes might break a bone. Damn, even when the Bear Emperor came last time, he had to tread carefully down those stairs. This treatment. It's over the top, absolutely over the top. The Northeastern folks in the chat were green with jealousy. It felt like their own mother was doting on someone else. Knowing how pricey orthopedics were up north, they'd laid out non-slip carpet just for the little potatoes. They'd lived here for years and never seen anyone get carpet on the stairs. Suya glanced to see why the stream was so lively. Spotting the fresh carpet, she understood it was all for them. Seeing such thoughtful preparations, Suya felt pleasantly surprised. Tagging along with the kids had been the right call. At the exit, staff from the Harbin Cultural and Tourism Bureau were already waiting. They held a long banner reading, "Welcome little white rabbit milk candies from Magic City to Harbin." Seeing the group of children, they knew these were the ones they were waiting for. They waved enthusiastically at Lin Yi and the others. The live stream audience erupted in chatter at the banner. Southerners all get called little potatoes, but now Magic City's little potatoes have a new nickname: little white rabbit milk candies. What about other regions? Gichings are called little sugar oranges. Gizis are called little mitai. Whoa, I declare Gizis the most badass, hands down. Jiangshangs are called little guardians. What the hell, little guardians? The teachers led the students over. Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, these little white rabbit milk candies are so adorable. Alright, follow us. We've got a private car to lead the way. The bureau staff guided everyone toward the airport entrance. Some of Lin Yi's Northeastern fans' uncles and aunties had already been. Oh, the koi kid. Have fun, kid. If you can't think of any good spots, just tell your uncle. Uncle will take you to some fun. Wow, this little guy is so handsome. Those fragile college students really didn't use any filters. Some of the Annie fans got excited again, seeing Lin Yi's charming face. Lin Yi smiled faintly and waved back at their greeting. But the teacher was in charge, so he had to follow orders and couldn't wander off. Under the bureau's guidance, they reached the airport entrance. A bus was already waiting outside, ready for the little white rabbit milk candies from Magic City. Alright, kids, hop on. They'll give you each a warm hat. On the bus, everyone found their seats, with Suya sitting beside Lin Yi. Then a bureau staff member called out from the front. I'm going to hand out hats now. Can the kid named Lin Yi raise his hand? Lin Yi was puzzled when he heard his name. What's this about? Why are they looking for him? The teachers pointed to Lin Yi. He's the one. Suya was also curious. Was this staff member a diehard fan of Lin Yi? The staff member brought over a glowing golden milk candy-colored hat to Lin Yi. They put it on him, then handed out non-glowing milk candy hats to the other kids. Lin Yi noticed his hat was different from theirs and was exasperated. This was targeted. Blatant discrimination. This hat made him stand out like a sore thumb among the 20 students. His northern campaign was doomed before it even started, all because of a single hat. Had been planning to prepare some special surprises for the warm-hearted Northeastern folks, but now had been turned into the center of attention. How was he supposed to pull anything off? The live stream audience was in stitches at the sight. Ha ha ha, brilliant, who came up with this? Giving the Kid Prodigy such a conspicuous color. Alright, I approve of this move. Well done. Kid Prodigy, heard you're going on a northern expedition. How's that going to work? It's like a binding spell, once it's on you can't cause any more trouble. You better behave, lucky Kid Prodigy. The audience in the live stream felt that with Lin Yi being so conspicuous, he wouldn't be able to stir up any Just then the tour guide from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau announced their destination from the bus. Now our destination is the Harbin Ice and Snow World. An ice and snow world crafted by human hands. Do you all want to see it? The many elementary school students present were filled with it. Yes. Then let's set off. A luxury car escorted a bus with traffic police clearing the way all the way to the ice and snow world scenic spot. Along the way the locals watched the scene lost in thought. Who are these people? Such high treatment. Even a president doesn't get this kind of treatment, right? You don't know? These are the little white rabbit candies from the southern magic capital. Little white rabbit candies. Aren't those just... Soon, the bus arrived at the ice and snow world scenic spot. Everyone got off. As soon as they got off, the elementary school students saw a sea of people and the magnificent entrance. Wow, so beautiful. Look, there's a Ferris wheel over there. I want to ride it. I want to ride it too. I heard there's a super long slide here. Teacher, we want... The teachers all smiled gently. Alright, be good, we'll play one thing at a time. Come on, let's count the number of people. The teacher counted the number of students present. Everyone was accounted for. The tour guide from the Harbin Cultural and Tourism Bureau began introducing the place to the children. Alright children, this is the ice and snow world. All the attractions here will be free for you. Let's go. With that, the guide led the way into the ice and snow world. The elementary school students, heeding their teacher's words, lined up orderly to enter. Amidst the crowd, a row of elementary school students wearing white candy caps appeared. This also piqued the curiosity of the locals. Oh, what adorable little ones. Could these be the ones the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau called from the magic capital? The lucky Kid Prodigy is also part of it. Look, that little head shining with golden light. Isn't that the Kid Prodigy? The lucky Kid Prodigy has become the center of attention. Most of the crowd's eyes were fixed on the extremely conspicuous Lin Yi. Seeing people around him taking photos with their phones was speechless. Lin Yi thought about how to get rid of this hat. While following the group, the elementary school students saw a roadside stall selling popsicles. Seeing others eating, they wanted some too. The teacher had no choice but to buy some for them. Lin Yi couldn't understand why anyone would want to eat a popsicle in the sub-zero temperatures of Harbin. It would be more practical to lick a lamppost. Lin Yi's attention wasn't on the popsicle shop. He looked around, noticing a spot at the base of a lamppost covered with a large patch of ice hidden under the snow. Lin Yi seemed to have spotted something interesting and walked over there. Suya watched Lin Yi with curiosity but didn't stop him. The audience in the live stream saw Lin Yi about to do something mischievous again and erupted in chatter. Hey, fragile college student, stop him. Don't let him go play by himself. If he pulls out some strange thing again here, it'll be hilarious. Is the Kid Prodigy going to lick a lamp? Ha, not that popsicles are unaffordable, but lampposts offer better value. The Kid Prodigy can't go a day without causing trouble, it's unbearable. The teachers were all buying popsicles for the other children and didn't notice Lin Yi had left the group. Lin Yi went to the pile of ice shards and saw something amazing. Lin Yi grabbed it with his hand. The moment he saw it, a spark lit up in Lin Yi's eyes. More spirited than when he saw a fish, it was a sword hilt. Lin Yi pulled it out of the snow pile. It turned out to be a complete ice sword. Every boy in his childhood dreams of wielding a sword and roaming the world, but most have that dream shattered by a few harsh realities. Lin Yi looked at the ice sword covered in snow, turned around, and walked towards Suya. Using his gloved hand, he firmly gripped the blade and wiped off the snow from the ice sword. Suya, watching this scene, widened her eyes. Cool. So cool. At that moment, Suya saw a heroic spirit, a domineering aura, so domineering. Suya declared in her heart that Lin Yi was the coolest in the entire world. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream had also witnessed Lin Yi's move. For boys, the perfect ice sword in Lin Yi's hand was truly irresistible. For girls, the more they looked at Lin Yi, the cooler he seemed. Holy moly! Exclamation. Cool. So cool, damn. Is this really the aura an 80-year-old should have? The Sword Dao Saint body has appeared. Quickly report to the Sword Dao sect. This is an innate Sword Dao Saint body. Buddha Vigo. Pain. Too much pain. Isolde. Why does this look so much like Akiji's ice saber? Honestly, only guys understand the true value of the Kid Prodigy's move, right? I really need this sword, give it to me quickly, or it'll blow up Harbin. It's really too cool. My verdict, it's a bit inferior to my Frostmourne. The people around also saw this scene, and some guys directly applauded Lin. How cool is this little guy? He's just a bit cooler than me after my shower. Is this sword for sale? It'll offer $100. It'll offer $1,000. Are you crazy? Fighting over a piece of ice a kid is playing with. You don't understand the sword and you don't understand her. Lin Yi heard the prices offered by the surrounding locals, but ignored them. Indeed. This lucky saint body, just by touching a piece of ice, turns it into a perfect sword. Lin Yi really found it too incredible, like stepping on dog poop on the road, and finding a huge valuable gold nugget inside. Suya was also looking at Lin Yi at this moment. Cool. So cool. Strike a pose, and he'll take a picture for you. Suya offered to take a photo of Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at the sword in his hand, recalling a line of poetry. With inspiration, he raised the sword and pointed it at the sky. Today the sword points to the stacked clouds, refining goo, refining people, and refining the heavens. Suya watched as Lin Yi suddenly recited this line of poetry. Hearing these words, she found him not only handsome, but also sensed in him the momentum to ascend to the peak on his future path. Although Lin Yi still appeared young, Suya couldn't help but perceive in him the confidence of one destined to stand atop the summit. In both the online world and reality, she had never encountered anyone with such commanding presence. The livestream audience erupted upon hearing Lin Yi's verse. Elegant. Utterly elegant. A distinguished guest in the has the great love, immortal, venerable reincarnated in the modern era. Oh my gosh. I see the shadow of an immortal venerable in him. Damn, this kid has the bearing of an immortal venerable at 8 years old. Someone stop him from reciting poetry. Why didn't he recite the whole poem? How infuriating. This kid is genuinely handsome, holy crap. Before he drew the sword here, he goes with his Chinibu phase again. After reciting a seat of honor on the soul-shattering mountain. I think this scene calls for the line, one sword's chill frost, 14 prefectures. Kid, give me that sword. He'll take it home and keep it in the fridge as a family heirloom. Hey kid, didn't you say you'd give gifts to our fans heading north? I want this. If you don't give it to me, he'll throw a tantrum. The surrounding locals watching Lin Yi at that moment could only think of one word. Handsome. If they had to use 3 words, utterly handsome. Fellow students from the same school who had come on the trip after buying popsicles and eating them while watching such a dashing Lin Yi suddenly found their popsicles tasteless. The younger girls from other classes were completely mesmerized by Lin Yi. Suya also found material for tonight's video update. This northern trip had already yielded results at the beginning at the ice and snow world. The teachers watching Lin Yi holding an ice sword didn't say much. This little Lin Yi always loved doing strange things. They didn't dare to interfere either. If they did, Lin Yi might hit them with it. Lin Yi held the sword, admiring this gift of nature. He wondered if he could pack it up and send it back to Modu to have that silly dog hold it in its mouth for a cool photo. But then among the noisy tourists nearby, someone was arguing. Suddenly a loud shout of baka. A beast's tongue rang out. Lin Yi frowned at this jarring sound, gripping his sword tighter, his gaze fixed on the direction of the commotion. At that moment, something deep within Lin Yi's DNA seemed to awaken an impulse he couldn't suppress. Suya was also puzzled. Were there people from the Little Cherry Blossom country here? Suya followed Lin Yi's gaze toward that direction. Everyone present did the same. When it came to people from the Little Cherry Blossom country, the people of Huaxiao had a hatred etched into their DNA. If anyone from the Little Cherry Blossom country came to Huaxiao looking for trouble, the Huaxiao people wouldn't waste words. They'd throw a punch first. The famous McDonald's battle was a case in point. Once in Huaxiao, whether it was the Yamada no Orochi from Cherry Blossom country or some national saintess, they had better behave. Everyone present turned their gaze toward the guy who had shouted baka. He felt the killing intent. Covered in warm packs and thick clothes, his body had been pleasantly warm, but after that baka, he felt only an intense, bone-piercing chill. When he scanned his surroundings, he saw everyone looking at him with eyes that wanted, especially that kid holding the ice sword. He sensed killing intent from the child. The livestream audience also saw Lin Yi through the camera gripping the sword tightly, ready to strike. Ha ha ha, look. Look at the kid, he's got his sword already. Kid, what's going on? Some little bastard making trouble. That beastly tongue just activated the bloodline in our kid. Confirmed a true native Huaxiao seedling. Kid, the beast sleeping inside me has awakened. The middle-aged man who had shouted the beastly tongue curse looked around at the unfavorable stares. And with a strong survival instinct waved his hands repeatedly, saying, let me explain. I'm Chinese. Really Chinese. Hey, raise my ID card. I watched too many anti-little bastard dramas, and I've gotten used to learning this line. Sorry everyone. He was genuinely panicked. If he didn't explain, he might end up buried alive in this ice and snow world. Or they'd dig an ice hole and shove him in. That kid holding the ice sword looked like he really wanted to stab him. No matter how you looked at it, it was incredibly oppressive. How could he not panic? Under his explanation, the people around looked at the ID card. The explanation sounded reasonable. Because in those dramas, when the little bastards from Cherry Blossom country scold their subordinates or get angry, they always start with baka. They just love seeing that furious look, so learning that line for fun made sense. The people around stopped looking at him and went back to their. Lin Yi loosened his grip on the sword a bit. If it had been a real little bastard causing trouble here, he would have charged in. Watch closely. This slash will be very cool. The atmosphere eased under the young man's explanation. The livestream audience also started. TSK. If he were a real little bastard, the kid might have made him cosplay Louis XVI. Ha ha ha, confirmed the kid. What if that guy had actually gotten into a fight and he was a real little bastard? What would the people around do? What kind of question is that? What would they do? They'd make cold salad out of him. In Harbin's climate, making cold salad out of him is a piece of cake. The kid almost went complete. If he hadn't explained, someone might have kicked him. Suya looked at Lin Yi holding the ice sword and reminded him, this is a bit dangerous to hold. Why don't you put it somewhere? Suya thought, looking at the amusement facilities around, Ferris wheel slides, all kinds of things to play with. If Lin Yi ran around with an ice sword and hurt another kid, he'd be in big trouble. Lin Yi looked at the sword in his hand. Suya was right. He scanned his surroundings and found a crack in the ground at the center of the square where he could stick the sword. Lin Yi inserted the blade into the crack, standing it perfectly upright in the center of the square. Lin Yi gazed at the sword, a trace of reluctance lingering in his heart. Yet he recalled the warmth of Harbin's local hospitality, how well they had treated their school. Throughout the journey, Lin Yi felt the fervor of the Harbin people coupled with the meticulous care from Harbin's cultural tourism. Carpets laid on staircases, warm air upon boarding the bus, and even a hat for each person. Entering the ice and snow world where everyone queued to buy tickets and pass through the gates, they were granted direct entry for free. Lin Yi felt compelled. Lin Yi looked at the sword in his hand. A fated one shall earn the sword's recognition. The sword in the snow. Art had been. Lin Yi wondered inwardly if the fortune of the koi fish could bless this sword, allowing only a destined person to draw it. He thought though the gift seemed modest, it was his heartfelt offering. It must not be casually taken. This ice sword was inherently cheap. If none could pull it out, or only a truly fated soul could, then the gift would transcend into something immeasurable in value. Lin Yi released his hand and walked straight towards Suya, uncertain if the koi's fortune had taken effect. The livestream audience buzzed with excitement at the scene. This is the gift the kid left for us. Any brothers on site? Pull it out and take it home as a family heirloom. Let me do it, I'll take it home. Is the kid willing to just give it away? Don't let someone snatch it. Crying out, my sacred sword. My sacred sword. Ha ha ha, that paints a picture, but the kid shouldn't be that way. This is a gift from the kid to Harbin. Hope the ice and snow world officials preserve it, not let it be damaged or removed. The livestream audience directly appealed to the ice and snow world officials to take action. Suya looked at the sword standing there, then at Lin Yi. Maybe hide it in a corner. We can take it back later. That's an option too. Leaving it here, some other kid might take it. Lin Yi shook his head. Let them take it, consider it my gift to them. Lin Yi had made up his mind. A gift was a gift with no reason to reclaim it. Some middle-aged fans following in the ice and snow world thought Lin Yi was waiting for fans to take it. One approached, reaching out to pull it out. But gripping the hilt, he exerted force and couldn't budge it. The man frowned in confusion, unable to fathom what was happening. He had just seen Lin Yi insert the sword with minimal effort. Puzzled, he scratched his head. Miraculous. Truly miraculous. Like the sword in the stone from films, only a fated one could draw it. Lin Yi and Suya witnessed this. Suya was stunned. Can't pull it out. Suya found it hard to believe. She had seen Lin Yi gently insert it without using all his strength to press down. Lin Yi saw the man, unable to pull it out, and smiled faintly. The koi physique. Could it work like this? He found it intriguing that the koi's fortune could bless the sword. A sword that couldn't be drawn. Was this a fitting gift for Harbin? Onlookers seeing the man fail stepped forward to try. Like the man, they couldn't pull it out. Even with both hands, the sword stood rooted like a mighty tree, immovable, as if they were ants trying to. Several people tried in succession, none able to move it an inch. Amazing. Truly amazing. The crowd gathered. Lin Yi watched calmly, his earlier thought blessing the sword like a spell. Only the fated one could draw it now. The livestream audience erupted in chaos. Huh, what's this? Really can't pull it out. Wait for me, I'm heading to the scene. Holy cow. The kid's truly giving a grand gift to Harbin. It's bound to go viral, mark my words. A sword in the stone. No. A sword in ice, right? Draw it and become king. King. Who's king? The kid's king. Art has been. Don't pull it out so fast or I want to check in at the scene. Local fans in the live stream clamored to go out and try drawing. Suya asked other teachers to watch Lin Yi. Let me try. She entered the crowd and gave it a go. Using all her strength, even with gloved hands, the sword didn't budge. Suya found it miraculous. Emerging from the crowd, Suya stared at Lin Yi like he was an anomaly, scrutinizing him closely. She began to suspect he wasn't human, a robot, an alien. She thought it impossible. He showed emotion at the Japanese scum's words and behaved normally otherwise. Suya racked her brain, unable to understand why this little brat Lin Yi was so extraordinary. Other schoolmates also curiously tried to pull Lin Yi's sword, but all returned empty-handed. The teacher didn't dwell on it and led the group to the next activity. Due to height restrictions on the long slide, the younger kids couldn't play. They moved to the children's area for small slides. Lin Yi showed no interest. The teacher took the students through the Ferris wheel, ice bikes, and other rides until someone mentioned penguins. That piqued Lin Yi's interest. The teacher led the students to the penguin exhibit. Penguins with backpacks waddled in the enclosures surrounded by crowds. Lin Yi watched the penguins with curiosity. In his past life, he had only seen them on TV. Now he could see live ones. Many around were tourists drawn by the fame, pulling out phones to snap photos. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Mission: Drill the penguins. Mission: Reward Animal Affinity Physique. Credited. Lin Yi listened to the mission and reward. Drill the penguins. Here. Lin Yi looked at the crowd. How could he drill them in public? How socially fearless would he need to be? But hearing the reward was already credited, and it was an animal affinity physique. Lin Yi had no idea what this affinity entailed. With this constitution, when he returned to Modu, would his dog stop barking at him? Could they play together happily? Thinking that everything from Brother Tongzi was top-notch, Lin Yi decided to go all out. Social butterfly it was. He would become a social terrorist. While everyone else was exclaiming over how cute the penguins were, Lin Yi stared at them. Hey, look over here. He raised his voice, and the surrounding teachers and students were stunned. Was Lin Yi talking to the penguins, asking them to look over? Since when did penguins understand human speech? Suya shared the same thought as the other teachers. But the next moment, as if they understood Lin Yi's voice, the penguins halted their forward march and turned their heads in unison to look at it. The zookeeper nearby was also baffled. What was happening? The teachers and students stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they watched the row of penguins fix their gaze on Lin Yi. And also on Lin Yi beside them. Suya was utterly confused. Could Lin Yi have some sort of sacred constitution again? The netizens had just mentioned the innate sword Tao sacred constitution. Now was it going to be the innate beast taming sacred constitution? The livestream audience erupted in excitement. Holy crap. Holy crap. This old man has no culture, but holy crap. The penguins actually understood that kid. Holy moly, could that kid be a beast taming saint? Quick. Report to the beast taming sect. A beast taming saint has arrived. Ha ha ha. Kid, stop messing around. The messenger is exhausted. Just tell us what other sacred constitutions you have. Let me say it for him. Chaotic sacred constitution. He's got a bit of everything, a complex mix. Kid, hurry up and take the penguins back to Modu to open a zoo. Oh no. If he has the beast-taming sacred constitution, will the Siberian tiger at the zoo end up trained into a Hello Kitty? Everyone present watched as the penguins faced Lin Yi without making a move. The zookeeper called out for them to move so other visitors could see, but the penguins remained unmoved. Lin Yi, however, wanted to finish quickly, otherwise if the penguins were taken away his mission to drill them would fail. Come here. Line up. The penguins quickened their pace and marched resolutely toward Lin Yi. Attention. Stand still. They stood very straight, forming a neat row in front of Lin Yi. Everyone present, including the students and teachers, was stunned. They watched the penguins as if well-trained stand at attention before Lin Yi. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Holy crap. How do these penguins listen to him? My god, these penguins can even stand at attention. Quick. Record a video. He's the lucky koi kid. The max-level kid. He can tame beasts too. Suya along with the other teachers and students stared wide-eyed as Lin Yi put on his show. They had thought Lin Yi was just fooling around trying to communicate with the penguins. Who knew the penguins would actually obey him? Lin Yi watched the row of penguins fix their determined gaze on him. As if they wanted to join the Chinese nationality. Lin Yi almost laughed. The live stream audience also burst into excitement. Ha ha ha, looking at these penguins, I'm half afraid they'll pull out an AK and ask me right in the face, do you want to recharge coins? Innate beast taming sacred constitution confirmed. Kid, how many tricks do you have up your sleeve? Wait. Kid, are you Nangong Wenya? I always get the feeling this kid is max level. Is there anything he can't do? Tears in my eyes. The more I watch this kid, the more I feel like a waste. Holy moly. Kid, how many coins did you recharge? Why do they listen to you so much? The zookeeper was full of question marks. Are you the zookeeper, or am I? Seeing the penguins lined up, Lin Yi began the basic drill. At ease. Attention. Lin Yi's commands were executed flawlessly by the penguins. They simultaneously extended a little flipper, and then put it back. Lin Yi was stunned too. Holy crap, these penguins really do obey him. Was this animal affinity constitution really this overpowered? About face. Left face. Forward face. Lin Yi issued commands in rapid succession, and the penguins executed them instantly. They were more obedient than the middle schoolers who had just been drilled, and their execution was perfect. Everyone present fell silent. Some took photos, some recorded videos. But no one spoke. The zookeeper standing inside was also frozen in place, staring at Lin Yi. Whose kid is this? So ridiculously OP. He can even communicate with animals. And that's not all. The key is that these rebellious penguins actually listened to this little guy. Usually when he tried to herd the penguins to the left, they would go the opposite way. The zookeeper really wanted to hand his hat and badge to Lin Yi and just quit his job. The live stream's popularity skyrocketed as Suya broadcasted this scene. Viewer numbers surged. Many who saw Lin Yi drilling the penguins were dumbfounded, thinking it was a photoshopped video, but no matter how they looked, it seemed real. Some fans from Harbin were flabbergasted. These penguins usually couldn't be bothered to take an extra lap. They strutted around like models, barely acknowledging anyone. The locals watching Lin Yi's beast-taming ability and how animals obeyed him sensed trouble. Holy crap. The kid really wants to launch a northern expedition. If he tells the penguins to follow him and work, they'll probably obey. If that's the case, he could go to the zoo and give orders to a Siberian. Harbin is in danger. That would be a real northern expedition. If he tells the polar bear to come out and let him ride it. Would it even work? Holy crap. This is too overpowered. Earth Online admin, open your eyes and see what overpowered creature you've created. I demand the kid be deleted. I'm so unbalanced. Lin Yi noticed everyone was silent and looked around in Why isn't anyone talking? Lin Yi thought maybe they were just shy. He still wanted to make the penguins run 2 laps. Continue the drill. But then the system's voice rang in his mind. Mission completed. Hearing that the mission was done, Lin Yi stopped issuing drill commands and looked at the penguins standing before him. An idea struck him. You with the shinier feathers, I'll call you Xiao Liang. Come, Xiao Liang. Give everyone a show. The rest of you dismissed. Lin Yi pointed at the penguin with slightly brighter plumage and gave the command. The other penguins scattered, leaving only one standing before Lin Yi. It seemed somewhat bewildered, not fully grasping what was happening. After a long pause, comprehension dawned, and it turned around under the gaze of all the onlookers. Ignoring the crowd, it raised its rear and unleashed a torrent, a watery spray of excrement from behind. Clearly this little creature had diarrhea. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I asked you to perform a trick, and this is how you do it. He pondered for a moment, realizing that a penguin's body wasn't like a human's. It couldn't perform backflips or dance. So he forgave the little animal. The crowd, which had fallen into a stunned silence, watched as Lin Yi called for the little penguin to perform, only for it to defecate a watery mess. They were utterly amused. Earlier the silence had been profound as they observed Lin Yi communicating with the penguin. It seemed unbelievable, and they all stared at him in astonishment. But witnessing the little penguin's performance, they found it impossible to contain their laughter. Ha ha ha. The entire gathering erupted into uproarious laughter. The teachers and classmates were equally delighted, finding the adorable penguin more endearing with each passing moment. The livestream viewers also went into a frenzy over the little penguin's antics. Alright, so this is how you perform. Truly a born beast tamer, terrifyingly so. Can the kid brother tame a sycophant? My classmate is an expert at bootlicking. He can flatter a dozen people at once. Upstairs, that's not a sycophant, that's a warrior. Flattering one is a sycophant, flattering 10 makes you a legend. All rise, welcome the holy son of the beast-taming sect. Suya snapped out of her laughter, looking at Lin Yi beside her. These little creatures. Couldn't they be your relatives? Lin Yi heard the question and turned to Suya. Sister Suya, do I look like a penguin? Lin Yi's reply left Suya even more puzzled. Indeed, he didn't resemble one. Lin Yi couldn't explain this ability, so he could only hope they would interpret it as a beginner's grace. The all-encompassing beginner's protection. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had brought a rare treasure to the Harbin Ice and Snow world. A sword embedded in snow that could not be pulled out. This event quickly spread throughout Harbin, and the staff of the Ice and Snow world promptly notified the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Director Li, that lucky child, just now thrust an ice sword into the central square of the Ice and Snow world. Many have tried to pull it out, but none have succeeded. A crowd is still gathered there, queuing up to try. It's incredible. His livestream fans say it's a gift from the lucky kid to Harbin. Would you like to come and see it? The bureau director was astonished upon hearing this. An ice sword that couldn't be pulled out. He had heard of the sword in the stone, but a sword in the snow. Wait, have someone maintain order, and don't let anyone damage the ice sword. He'll be there immediately. Understood. The director of the Harbin Cultural and Tourism Bureau quickly set aside his work and rushed to the Ice and Snow world. The staff swiftly cordoned off the magical ice sword that Lin Yi had planted, allowing people to view it, but not approach. Everyone regarded this miraculous sword as a new attraction. Sometime later, the director arrived with his team. He approached the ice sword curious and tried to pull it out. Just as the staff had reported, it was immovable. Director Li looked at the surrounding crowd, an idea forming in his mind. Since it was a gift from the lucky child, why not turn it into a tangible attraction, allowing all Harbin residents to touch and attempt to. The sword in the stone awaited its destined one. A Harbin could have its own sword in the snow awaiting its chosen. Director Li instructed the project staff at the Ice and Snow world. Cordon off this area and have a staff member guard the sword. Visitors to the Ice and Snow world can try to pull it out for free without using tools, but they must queue in an orderly fashion. Director Li believed this was a special gift from the lucky child, a heartfelt gesture for Harbin. The sword in the snow attraction was now a reality. After the arrangements, the sword in the snow drew a massive crowd. Those who had planned to go to the long slide instead flocked to the new attraction, queuing up to try. If they pulled it out, perhaps they would become king, as in the legend of the sword in the stone. After exploring the entire Ice and Snow world, Lin Yi and the group prepared to head to the hotel with the staff. Arriving at the central square, they saw a long winding queue. Everyone was lining up to try to pull out the ice sword. The tour guide, teachers, classmates, and Suya were all stunned. Earlier the square had been bustling and chaotic, nothing like this orderly line. The tail of the queue even extended out the end. At the head of the line stood a sign from the Ice and Snow world: sword in the snow, the destined one will receive the ice sword's recognition and boundless luck. Everyone has a chance to try to pull the sword for free. Please queue in an orderly fashion. Lin Yi looked at the sign, thinking that this gift to Harbin was indeed substantial enough to match their hospitality. A chartered flight and dedicated guides for many in the crowd had come after seeing videos posted by locals. The live stream viewers were also buzzing with excitement. Whoa, a sword in the snow attraction. It's only been half a day and it's already an attraction. Don't do this. I don't want to queue. I just want to try. My goodness, the Harbin Cultural and Tourism Bureau director is incredibly fast. Free. Awesome. Harbin is definitely going to be a hit. The lucky kid's lucky ice sword. I wonder if Harbin can seize this wave of fortune. Harbin Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Whether this cold land can thrive depends on your attitude. Enough said. I'm buying a plane ticket to follow the kid brother on the Northern Expedition. Northern Expedition. Alright brothers, the kid brother has brought a huge wave of traffic to Harbin. Fans from all corners of the country in the live stream responded to the call, joining the lucky kid brothers' lightning strike on Harbin, the Northern Expedition. They were all eager to join the Northern Expedition. Suya watched the viewers' enthusiasm for the Northern Expedition, then looked at Lin Yi beside her. She really wanted to say, "This glorious era, just as you wished." Suya never imagined that the little gift left by Lin Yi, the lucky koi child, would become a tourist attraction. Perhaps this sword in the snow would become unique to the ice and snow world. Even when summer arrives, the staff here must find a way to protect this ice sword from melting. The Cultural Tourism Bureau staff noticed it was getting late and some children were tired, so they led them out of the ice and snow world, found a hotel for them to stay, and planned to continue playing tomorrow. As they exited the ice and snow world, a dedicated car was already waiting. Local Harbin residents nearby were helping the teachers count the white rabbit candies to ensure none were missing. The teachers were warmed by the kindness of the locals from Harbin. Despite the sub-zero temperatures, they could feel the burning passion of the people from the Northeast. After boarding the car, they arrived at a 5-star hotel. The Cultural Tourism Bureau staff helped the children and teachers disembark. This is a 5-star hotel booked by our director for you free of charge. All expenses incurred here will be covered by him. Children and teachers, please settle in comfortably. All the children and teachers looked up at the grand and luxurious hotel astonished. Wow, it's so big. Is there a presidential suite inside? I heard such hotels have bathtubs. Charge. I want a room to myself. Some children had already rushed inside. The teachers, though surprised, expressed their gratitude to the Cultural Tourism Bureau staff. We've already troubled you enough by coming here to play. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you so much. The staff waved their hands. This is our director said that the North and South are one family. Since we knew you were coming, we had to offer the best hospitality. The staff also knew that the little one with the golden hat among the children was the lucky koi child. Perhaps he would bring the fortune of a golden koi to Harbin. Just like the sword in the snow at the ice and snow world today, this newly opened attraction had few visitors initially. Some locals, having seen the ice and snow world many times, had lost interest, but because of Lin Yi's snow sword it became much more lively. Locals bought tickets not for the other rides, but all heading for the snow sword. Colleagues told them that all tickets for the ice and snow world were sold out today. Some from other places purchased tickets in advance on Douyin. This chain of reactions made them feel it was the good luck brought by the... As the teachers repeatedly thanked them, the staff didn't want to disturb the children and teachers' rest. Rest now. If you need anything, call us. We'll be nearby and available. Tomorrow morning, we'll continue to the next area for sightseeing. They had already planned where to take the children. Watching the teachers and children enter the hotel in an orderly manner, the Cultural Tourism Bureau staff also went to rest and eat. They were specially assigned by the director to receive the children from Shanghai, and they had no other tasks besides being good tour guides. Night fell. One after another, good news reached Director Li of the Harbin Cultural Tourism Bureau. Director, great news, tremendous news. Train, high-speed rail, and plane tickets to Harbin are all sold out in one day. Even tickets for the next 2 weeks are sold out. Director Li was stunned. This meant Harbin's tourism economy was about to skyrocket. Go confirm again. Is it true? It's true. Absolutely true. The snow sword made by the koi child has trended on the hot surface. The ice and snow world has become popular along with it. Director Li, listening to the staff report, was shocked and took a while to recover. The snow sword became a hit, and the ice and snow world became popular too. The Harbin Ice and Snow World, which had been lukewarm for 25 editions. This time, with its largest scale and most generous investment, it became popular because of the koi child from Shanghai. Director Li opened his computer and saw the keywords Snow Sword and Ice and Snow World climbing to the top of the hot search list. Director Li was utterly incredulous. He also wept with joy. No one doesn't wish for their hometown to thrive. Director Li felt that investing the highest funds and offering the best treatment to the white rabbit candies from Shanghai was the best decision he had ever made in his life. These weren't just little southern potatoes, they were golden beans. He no longer cared how much the hospitality cost. The ice and snow world was booming, and even Harbin's sub-zero region could have full occupancy. Thinking of the lucky koi child, Director Li knew that this miraculous event was due to him. The koi child, at least a top-tier golden koi, had brought an extremely special gift to Harbin along with absolute fortune. Director Li also knew that this was an opportunity for all of Harbin. Since Southerners fear the cold, staff should prepare hand warmers and various cold-resistant items at airports, train stations, and high-speed rail stations, distributing them free to Southerners. He also drafted documents urging local businesses of all sizes to be vigilant and avoid doing anything that would harm the northern spirit of hospitality. Lin Yi stayed in a hotel room of his own with Suya in the room next door, so Lin Yi could reach him if anything came up. Lin Yi soaked alone in the hotel bathtub. He recalled from TV that northerners mostly bathe in communal bathhouses. As a southerner, he absolutely couldn't accept the idea of bathing together and exposing himself. He could go anywhere, but he would rather die than go to a communal bathhouse. After a warm bath, Lin Yi fell asleep peacefully, knowing he had to continue sightseeing in Harbin tomorrow. After showering, Suya took out her laptop from the suitcase to quickly edit today's live streaming footage. Sometimes marketing accounts edited faster than she did, so she usually edited and posted on the same day. She edited several iconic scenes from today. The lucky koi child strikes Harbin. The child's glorious moment with the sword. The snow sword in the ice and snow world. Are you the one destined to rule? The child drills penguins, and Little Bright the penguins stunned endorses spray. Once the video was edited, Suya posted it directly, marking the end of her workday. She picked up her phone and got into bed. Her daily routine after work was to scroll through Douyin. While scrolling, she saw many videos about Harbin. Pain. Such pain. Urban Y. Why do you treat me like this? The video showcased Harbin's airport railway station and high-speed rail station, all equipped with love service stations. Various hats, earmuffs, hand warmers, and warm packs were available. A sign read, "Free for friends from the south." Some locals returning from elsewhere wanted to grab some, but when asked for their ID, those with 2 as the starting digit were told bluntly, "Get lost." The locals of Harbin looked at this icy city and no longer felt the warmth of homecoming. It only made them feel estranged. Too estranged. The comment sections were mostly filled with complaints from Harbin locals. "Urban, you make me feel like a stranger. If it weren't for the buildings and the snow, I'd think I came back to the wrong home. Holy crap, even the stairs are carpeted now. What's wrong with Urban? Did it change gender? You'd think some foreign president was visiting Urban. Which president would get this treatment? At most they'd clear the snow. I've never seen stairs with carpet in my life. I can't believe it. Last month, I paid tuition fees for slipping on the stairs. Now Urban has carpeted every staircase." Suya was in stitches watching the locals of Urban flood the comments with complaints. Harbin had thus lost its and became just Urban. Recalling the day's events, the Little White Rabbit milk candy delegation from their Magic City had received top-tier treatment. Luxury hotels, chartered flights, free admission to attractions. Suya watched the trending videos about Urban and the coy little brother online, taking them in seriously. The Ice Sword and Snow the Ice and Snow World attraction and the penguin named Xiao Liang that had diarrhea were all going viral. Online, many fans of the coy little brother followed Lin Yi's northern expedition to travel to Urban. Suya noticed some trending topics and curiously browsed them. New travel destination, not the southern island. A new era of northern expedition. Seeing the grand scene of the new northern expedition, Suya smiled with gratification. Gazing at the night scenery outside the window, she couldn't help but ask ancestors, "Have you witnessed this harmonious unity between North and South? Have you seen this era of peace? Is it what you fought for back then?" In her heart, Suya made a grand wish. Not for wealth, but for the eternal prosperity of this flourishing China. World peace. The human form coy little brother truly brings good fortune. Urban's warm hospitality had reaped its dessert. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, Lin Yi's parents saw Suya's latest video. They cared not about Urban's booming popularity, only about their precious son. Watching videos of Lin Yi, the couple furiously liked everyone. Look old Yun. Here Xiaoyi looks so handsome." Suya's edit showed Lin Yi holding an ice sword and reciting poetry. They beamed at Lin Yi's charisma, overjoyed. Every parent sees their child through a filter of perfection. No matter what others say in their hearts, he is flawless jade. Lin Yun and his wife couldn't stop grinning as they watched Lin Yi. Though they weren't by his side, seeing him happy made them happy. The director of the Magic City Culture and Tourism Bureau learned that tickets for trains, flights, and high-speed rails to Urban had all sold out. Even advance tickets for the next 14 days were gone. For a region's tourism, this was a monumental event. Outside of the Spring Festival or holidays, a massive influx of tourists could rapidly boost the local tourism economy. This news didn't break the Magic City Bureau. After all, another place thriving is a good thing. But hearing the rumors online and Magic City tourism officials saying that among the 20 little white rabbit milk candy gifts they had sent, there was a hidden golden human form koi. It was he who brought Urban good luck and popularity. Initially, the Magic City tourism director thought it sounded unlikely, too mystical. But when he saw the video of Lin Yi erecting the ice sword in snow attracting throngs of tourists, the director broke down. Truly broke down. The best decision Urban's tourism director made was to entertain Lin Yi. Then the Magic City tourism director had made a colossal mistake, giving the Northern Study Tour slots to Sunshine Primary School, which then gave one to the coy little brother. Wasn't that handing over to Urban the opportunity he had schemed to make Magic City go viral? The Magic City tourism director locked himself in his office. Urban. He was consumed by regret. He had to find a way to bring the coy little brother back. Meanwhile, tourism directors across the north, seeing all tickets to Urban sold out, gnashed their teeth in envy. They regretted not acting sooner. If they had hosted the Magic City's Little White Rabbit milk candy delegation, would the coy's good fortune and this flood of wealth have fallen to them? Initially, they had mocked Urban for spending so lavishly to host the group. Too extravagant. But now, they once considered Urban a brother, but now Urban was soaring to the sky. Tourism departments everywhere racked their brains thinking how to lure the treasure-like coy little brother away from Urban. In the southern island, the tourism director of China's premier resort also saw the news of Urban's explosive popularity. But the southern island director thought that selling tickets didn't mean Urban could actually manage the bonanza. With its sub-zero climate, Urban couldn't compare to their temperate paradise. Tourists from the south accustomed to temperatures of 10 or 20 degrees might not adapt well or enjoy playing in Urban's cold. So in the southern island tourism director's eyes, this was just a flash in the pan. For real tourism, their Sanya remained the best choice. Now everyone was clamoring to go to Urban. He deemed it mere bandwagoning. But he seemed to overlook that Urban's warmth and hospitality could melt the tourists' chill. In the dead of night, in Urban, the train station, high-speed rail station, and airport were packed with tourists from the south. Upon arrival, they felt the sub-zero cold firsthand. Despite preparing thick coats, they couldn't adapt. Some girls couldn't hold back. "I don't want to travel anymore. I want to go home. It's so cold." Wah! Some local Urban brothers chuckled at the scene. Southern little potatoes crying from the cold. A local big brother from Harbin couldn't help but laugh at the sight of these young girls shedding little pearls of tears. These girls were fans of the little lucky prodigy, all eager to witness the snowbound ice soared at the Ice and Snow World attraction. A companion beside her tried to console the friend who was crying. How about I call the little lucky prodigy over to sing a song and cheer you up? The little prodigy didn't even cry from the cold, and you can't handle it either. The girl who was crying finally stopped sobbing. If a child didn't cry, why should she? Early morning. The elementary school students all got up on time. The tour guide arranged by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau was already waiting for them downstairs in the hotel. Good morning, little friends. Today we're going to visit the zoo. Has any of you ever seen a ferocious Siberian tiger before? The children in the group all shook their heads. There were many types of tigers, but they had never seen a Siberian tiger before. The guide led the children and teachers onto the bus, and they set off. Viewers in the live stream heard that Lin Yi was going to the zoo. Some who had followed Lin Yi from other places to the northern expedition. Which zoo are you going to? I want to find you their little prodigy. There seem to be several zoos in Harbin. Huh. A zoo. Is the lucky little prodigy going to summon Brother Tiger to join the northern expedition? Oh no, the little prodigy has a saintly affinity for taming beasts. I'm heading to the zoo to wait for the little prodigy. The bus departed and no one knew which zoo they were headed to. Meanwhile, at the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, a morning meeting was held regarding the northern expedition tourists. Director Lee knew that today would be a busy day. This morning, according to our survey, hotels around the airport, high-speed rail station, and train station are fully booked. Most are friends from the south. These 3 stations were still packed early yesterday morning. I have a few points to make. Please pass them down layer by layer. If you can post videos, do so. When meeting friends from the south, don't call them little potatoes. I didn't sleep all night yesterday. I saw videos where friends from the south complained about the nickname little potato. We locals might think it's an affectionate term, but friends from the south see it as derogatory. So spread the word, don't call them little potatoes. Identify their region and address them accordingly. For instance, the leader of this group is from Shanghai, so call them little white rabbit candy. Those from Guizhou can be called little mitai, those from Guangxi little sugar tangerines, those from Guangdong little roast pork. Use regional specialties, it's more fitting and won't spoil their joyful mood for the trip. Director Lee's words made everyone nod in agreement. Indeed, putting oneself in their shoes, little potato was indeed derogatory. The director's proposed nicknames were quite good. Director, why call those from Guangdong little roast pork? I recall that's not exactly their local specialty. The director then explained. Because I saw online that parents from Guangdong scold their children by saying better to have given birth to a roast pork than you. So calling them mom and dad's good roast pork would be more endearing. The director's words left the meeting attendees impressed by his trendiness. Next point regarding the snowbound ice sword attraction brought by the lucky little prodigy. And the popularity of the northern expedition travel he sparked online. Any thoughts on that? Speak up. The director's question was met with exchanged glances among the attendees. They all knew from yesterday that it was the little lucky prodigy's influence that had drawn such a massive influx of tourists traveling north. I think this northern expedition travel will boost Harbin's tourism economy. The little lucky prodigy is a significant contributor. Shouldn't we give him a reward? Hearing this, the director nodded in agreement. A human lucky charm. The tourists he brought to Harbin were nothing short of a windfall of wealth. All right, well, discuss the rewards separately. The director continued talking about other precautions needed due to the tourist surge. Not long after, Lin Yi and the others quickly arrived at the entrance of a zoo. The elementary school students got off the bus and were counted. They had to be counted before leaving and upon arrival. Standing in a row, they formed a little spectacle, causing passing locals in Harbin to stop and watch. Are these the little white rabbit candy from Shanghai? Oh my, these little ones are all so handsome. The elderly man from northeast China never stinted on praise. All so fair and clean. Would you little ones like something warm to eat? This old man will buy it for you. The many children, seeing the old man's enthusiasm, warmly replied, No need, Grandpa. We already ate before coming out. Would you like to come into the zoo with us, Grandpa? The old man shook his head at the children's invitation. Entering the zoo required a ticket, and he wasn't going to pay for that. He had seen too many animals in his life. He had even ridden a few wild ones. He had no interest in seeing caged ones. However, watching out-of-towners who had never seen such sights exclaiming over the animals, he found that more entertaining than the animals themselves. No need, little ones. You have fun. This old man is off to shovel snow. Oh my, so many friends from the south. What a novelty. With that, the old man left. The group entered the zoo under the guidance of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau staff. Again, no tickets were needed. The teachers led the children first to an area with alpacas. Seeing the alpacas, they found them adorable. Wow, such cute alpacas. The children ran up to the alpacas looking around for grass to feed them. But they couldn't find any grass, and the alpaca looked utterly unruly. It spat at the children. Oh. The children spat upon all backed away from the alpaca. The tour guide from the bureau laughed. The alpaca with its defiant look was tired of all kinds of tourists. The children's excited cries of cute had annoyed it. Lin Yi, watching from behind as his classmates were spat on, looked at the alpaca. He found the northern animals quite interesting. More interesting than the dogs and snakes in Shanghai. Lin Yi walked over to see what was up with this animal. He stood before the alpaca staring intently at the spitting creature. The alpaca, seeing Lin Yi, backed off a few steps and lowered its head, as if to say, my bad, boss. Lin Yi beckoned for the alpaca to come closer, and it obediently. Lin Yi petted its head, stroking it as gently as a docile cat, without any resistance. Suya was about to stop Lin Yi from getting closer, fearing he might be dirted by the alpaca's spit. But the next second, seeing the alpaca lower its head in guilt, she recalled that this little one Lin Yi possessed what netizens called a beast-taming sacred physique. Her worry was completely unnecessary. What's going on? Let me see what's going on. Lin Yi patted the alpaca's head, and the alpaca dared not lift its head. The previously defiant chewing posture became... Was it moved? It didn't dare move. Truly dared not. From the moment Lin Yi approached, its alpaca instincts told it this little one was not to be trifled with. Frighteningly strong. If it provoked him, its head might end up on the dinner table today. Nurtured by Chinese culture, the alpaca also understood the wisdom of knowing when to yield. A step back opens up a vast sky, lowering its head to enjoy a fine alpaca life. The livestream audience saw the alpaca's docile demeanor and erupted. Some viewers living nearby had been randomly spat on by this very alpaca. Wait. Kid, do you really have the Nangong Wenya sacred physique? Whoever you touch becomes dumb. That stupid alpaca spat on me last time. You'll remember that forever. The alpaca discriminates against those from the south. Fine. Why doesn't it spit on the kid? Alpaca, you wasted your chance. Alpaca bro, spit on him. Why are you afraid? Fight him. Alpaca, fine. You keyboard warriors have your fun. If I spit on him, my alpaca life would end right here. Alpaca bro, I preferred your defiant attitude just now. This meek version doesn't suit you. The tour guide, seeing the child being spat on, immediately took out his phone to notify Director Li. Director, the little milk candies from Shanghai were spat on by an alpaca. Huh, really? Wait for me, you'll be right there. Director Li immediately set aside his work and rushed to the zoo where Lin Yi and the others were. In just half a day, the tourism revenue for Harbin had already surged by tens of millions. That human-shaped golden koi kid from the Shanghai milk candies was truly a money magnet. If that alpaca spat on the lucky mascot, it would definitely end up on a platter. The teacher on-site wiped the spit off the spat-upon student. After cleaning, everyone watched as the alpaca obediently let... Wait, Sister Suya, why didn't Lin Yi get spat on? The other children, puzzled that Lin Yi remained untouched, asked the teachers, Suya, and the tour guide. The teachers were also confused, and the tour guide didn't know how to answer. He knew this alpaca would spit at anyone it disliked. Suya heard the children's question, but didn't know how to explain to such innocent kids. Should she say Lin Yi, like Shinshin, could communicate? That explanation was too far-fetched. Suya came up with a reasonable excuse. Maybe the alpaca bro ran out of saliva. Suya forced a laugh after saying that. Reasonable, right? Very reasonable. The other children stared at Suya, feeling it made sense. Seeing Lin Yi having so much fun, they leaned in and reached out to pet the alpaca alongside him. Hey, it's not spitting anymore. This is my first time petting an alpaca. So fun. So cute. I want to pet it too. The other children were also novices who had never touched an alpaca before. A single touch added to their experience. Lin Yi, seeing more classmates approaching, stepped aside to let them have their turn. He wanted them to fulfill their dreams. Lin Yi withdrew his hands, moved away from the railing, and retreated behind the crowd. The alpaca sensed Lin Yi's departure, lifted its head, and saw so many children recklessly rubbing it. A disgrace to alpacakand. What was going on? That little one earlier. It could truly end its alpaca life if it spat. But these? Who were these nobodies? Did they think anyone could touch the alpaca master? It stepped back, returning to its defiant demeanor, opened its mouth, and spat again. It's spitting again. The children by the fence were drenched as if hit by a water hose. Lin Yi witnessed this. He couldn't help but laugh. The alpaca bro sure had a temper. Lin Yi had forgotten to tell it not to spit anymore. The other children scrambled to safety to avoid the alpaca's attack. Suya saw this and was in stitches. Did these kids really think such luck would last? The alpaca spared the lucky koi kid. These kids came to join in and got drenched again. She found it hilarious. She helped wipe off the spit while laughing. Indeed, not everyone was a child prodigy. In her eyes, only the gold-giving little girl and the supreme sacred physique, koi kid Lin Yi, earned her recognition. The others, not acknowledged. The alpaca, seeing the children's panicked retreat, resumed its haughty, unruly demeanor, chewing on its grass. The livestream audience was ecstatic. Ha, that's the spirit. I still prefer the alpaca bro's defiant attitude. I'm dying of laughter. That guy who said the alpaca stopped spitting just got one right in the face. Not everyone is a kid prodigy. The kid prodigy is too overpowered. We demand a nerf in Earth Online, or I can't play anymore. I feel like the kid prodigy is a beta tester while I'm just a poor player spending no money and no effort. Look at that alpaca bro's expression, so punchable. Meanwhile, Director Li from the Tourism Bureau arrived panting and saw the children wiping off spit. Looking at the alpaca chewing grass inside the enclosure. Was it this one that spat? Director Li pointed at the alpaca. Yes, it was. It spat on me twice. Director Li scanned the area and saw Lin Yi with his hands in his pockets untouched. He breathed a sigh of relief. So it was this one. Where's the manager in charge of this area? Director Li called out, and the staff member responsible rushed over. Pull it closer. The staff followed Director Li's orders and brought the alpaca that had spat on the children closer. Director Li grabbed the alpaca by the neck and shook it vigorously. You're doomed. So you're the one spitting on tourists. You remember this, you cannot spit on anyone shorter than you. Otherwise they'll twist your head off, put it on the table, and drizzle it with soul sauce. Got it. Only spit on those taller than you. Director Li whispered into the alpaca's ear like a demon, counseling it. Director Lee said, shaking the reins a few more times, telling that wretched creature to be smarter and not drive away the golden beans who came to spend money in Harbin. If he heard another report of the little golden beans being spat on, he would douse that alpaca's head with soul broth. The alpaca, listening to Director Lee's words, seemed to half understand as it continued chewing the grass in its mouth. Alpaca, this guy must be from Duanhuang, all that blabbering. Meanwhile, the other children, seeing Director Lee lecturing the alpaca, shouted for him to hit it. Lin Yi, on the other hand, plucked a blade of grass and hung it from his mouth, continuing to keep his hands in his pockets as he silently watched it all. The live stream viewers, seeing the director personally scolding the alpaca, caused quite a stir among the locals. Wait, the head of the tourism bureau actually came. Why is it that when a little potato gets spat on he steps in, but when we get spat on we just have to take it? What? The director said it's okay to spit on people taller than it. Is that human speech? Are we locals not allowed to have fun anymore? Director Lee. You've really figured it out, Director Lee. I'm totally speechless. You're not a real person, but you're a real dog, Director Lee. The live stream viewers all condemned Director Lee's outrageous words. Wasn't he blatantly saying it was fine to spit on locals, but if it spat on a little potato they'd The local Harbin viewers expressed, a stranger in my own hometown. Meanwhile, the alpaca, chewing its grass, looked up at Director Lee. The director's devilish whispers seemed to have given it a brain. Its eyes turned clear as it gazed at the taller Director Lee. Taller than it, free to spit on. Even its big brother, the kid, hadn't said a word. Who did this guy think he was running his mouth? The alpaca, Hatchui. A mouthful of spit like vintage 1982 was shot straight onto Director Lee's face. The alpaca quickly backed away, fleeing the scene of the crime. Woohoo! This was the first time in its alpaca life it had heard such a request, someone actually begging to be spat on. How rare. Everyone on the scene watched as Director Lee was spat on, standing still with his eyes closed. The elementary school kids burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. He got spat on too. Suya, seeing this, couldn't hold it in anymore. She crouched down, clutching her stomach with laughter. She was a lover of fun, and when she saw such amusement, she never held back her laughter. The alpaca handler on the scene covered his face. Done. Totally done. This might just cost him his job because of this damned alpaca. As the alpaca's keeper, he fed it diligently every day, and now it had gone and spat on the head of the tourism bureau. If blame came down, he might really lose his job. The accompanying staff from the tourism bureau were also struggling to hold back their laughter, but their flushed faces gave them away. They had undergone professional training. They couldn't laugh. Really couldn't laugh. If they did, their iron rice bowl might be gone. The children's laughter was so infectious and piercing, they wished they could laugh as freely as the kids. But they had families to feed. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers, seeing Director Lee get spat on, were going wild with joy. Ha ha ha, serves him right. He deserved that spit. Even the alpaca couldn't stand it. Was that human speech? Anyone taller can be spat on. And now it really did. Alpaca bro boss, you asked for it, so don't blame me for spitting. Alpaca water escape. Spit separation jutsu. Hatchui. Serves you right for not talking like a human. Well done, alpaca bro. One day big bro will get you a lady alpaca. Alpaca, alright, we're all brothers here, no need to be polite. Director Lee was furious, wiping the spit off his face with anger. A staff member from the tourism bureau handed him a tissue. Seeing Director Lee like this, he really couldn't hold it in. He could only lower his head, avoiding the director's gaze. Was the alpaca wrong? No. It followed orders, spit on those taller than it. Well, Director Lee counted too. Absolutely no problem. Director Lee pulled the alpaca handler aside for a talk. Remember this, don't let me receive any more complaints from the little potatoes about being spat on by it. Otherwise, if I can't solve the problem, I'll solve the source of the problem. Got it? The handler nodded repeatedly. Director Lee's hint. Though they weren't in a direct subordinate relationship, as the head of the regional tourism bureau, Director Lee held enough influence in this area to cause trouble for them anytime. If the alpaca spat on another little potato, it might end up on some leader's dinner table that very night, doused in soul broth. Thinking of this, the handler panicked. This silly alpaca, though a bit disgusting, was still one he had raised and fed every day. Like his own child, he couldn't bear to see it end up on the dining table. Director Lee quickly changed his expression, not wanting the lucky kid and the other children to see his anger. He smiled warmly at the kids. Alright, it won't spit on you anymore. Don't worry. Really? We don't believe you. The children all backed away from the alpaca's pen. Earlier, Su Yi had said the alpaca had no spit left, so it didn't spit on Lin Yi. That made them believe it too. A false sense of security. Only to get hit with another mouthful of spit. What the hell was that about no spit? That was just the alpaca's skill on cooldown. Now Director Lee said it wouldn't spit anymore. They wouldn't buy that for a second. The live stream viewers were buzzing with excitement. Fragile college students tell the kids not to believe it, or the alpaca might make them write an essay titled The Tale of Phlegm when they get back to Shanghai, instead of a travelogue about the North. Ha ha ha, confirmed the commenter above is a true fan, still remembering the kids' homework. I can't stop laughing, A Tale of Phlegm really hits my funny bone. The tourism bureau director has no say, so what standing do you little white rabbit candies have? Let the kid come see what's up. This alpaca knows who it can mess with and who it can't. Kids, it won't spit anymore. That's your lie. Suya too didn't believe Director Lee's nonsense. She dared not get near the pen. She didn't want to end up like the viewers said, rushing back to write a little tale of phlegm. She'd rather stick close to Lin Yi. This Max-Level kid was more trustworthy than Director Li's words. Seeing the children didn't believe him, Director Li felt embarrassed. He had already decided if the alpaca got another complaint it was going on the table. Director Li, losing face, had no choice but to withdraw. You all have fun, I'm off to work. He greeted the children briefly and left. The tour guide arranged by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau was also leading the group to the next animal location. At that moment, Suya spotted Lin Yi standing nearby with his hands in his pockets, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. Suya looked at the grass in Lin Yi's mouth. There was no greenery to be seen in this area. Everything was buried under snow. Where had Lin Yi gotten grass? She walked over to him. Where did you get that grass? Lin Yi gestured with his chin toward the haystack used for feeding the alpacas. Suya glanced at it and asked no further, following the guide to the next area. The guide led the children from one area to another. The study tour was meant to broaden their knowledge of these animals. The teacher also explained the animals' classifications and families. The guide brought the group to an open space within a garden. She checked the time, it was almost up. All right, kids. In 1 minute, the daily 100 birds returning to their nest performance will begin here. Does anyone know the symbolic meaning of 100 birds returning to their nest? Whoever answers correctly gets a prize. At the guide's words, the children fell silent. They couldn't answer. Looking at the crowd gathered around the viewing area, they knew this performance must be spectacular. The teacher offered no hints, wanting the children to learn and experience on their own. Lin Yi heard the question, and the answer surfaced, but Lin Yi didn't want to answer. He figured the prize was probably just a lollipop or something, so it was better to stay silent. When the livestream audience heard about 100 birds returning to their nest, locals were unimpressed, but viewers from other places buzzed with excitement. 100 birds returning to their nest. I've heard of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It's beautiful. The symbolism is good fortune, peace, and social harmony. Feel the harmony of nature with your heart. Kid, tame the birds. Birds count as beasts too. That kid can handle even the rebellious alpaca. Birds should be no problem. Suya, seeing the audience comments, curiously asked Lin Yi, kid, can you tame birds? Lin Yi pondered her question. Could he tame birds? He could tame penguins, so birds should be possible too. I'm not a tamer, so of course not. Lin Yi decided to keep a low profile. This affinity with animals was too conspicuous. One day, he might be taken away for research. Suya shook her head in disbelief. I don't believe you. The penguin and alpaca both listen to you. These birds probably do too. Those were coincidences. Brother Penguin probably came because I was loud. Brother Alpaca. Maybe he was in a good mood, and if I could tame animals, would that dog still bark at me every day? I'd train it to be the most fawning dog ever, or it'd have strong willpower, Sister Suya. Suya was taken aback by Lin Yi's answer. It sounded reasonable, but something felt off. Her little genius brain was about to overheat. She couldn't figure it out. Oh no, her brain was growing. The livestream audience didn't believe Lin Yi's shameless lies either. I don't believe you, you Max-Level kid. He's trying to hide his Max-Level identity. Don't fall for his nonsense, fragile college student. Middle and high schoolers, damn. He must be a Max-Level human. College student with clear eyes, really. For real. I don't believe it. Still saying for real? No girlfriend, and you're still saying for real. No wonder you're single. Kid, stop hiding. You're definitely Max-Level. Suya firmly believed the audience, and was convinced Lin Yi was Max-Level. Just then the zoo staff came out. The 100 birds returning to their nest performance began. Visitors and children, we now present 100 birds returning to their nest. 100 birds returning to their nest symbolizes good fortune, social harmony, and peace. Enjoy the beauty of nature and harmony. At the staff's whistle, the birds flew down from the slope, as if commanded. First up, the dove, a symbol of peace. The crowd gasped at the doves, pulling out phones to film. Next, the peacock. The peacock symbolizes beauty, kindness, and love. Please note you can look and take photos, but no touching. The peacocks flew down from the mid-slope and landed on the designated lawn. They were clearly trained beforehand to land and feed on the grass at the designated spot. Lin Yi watched without a word. Since there was no mission, he chose to be a quiet observer. But then a peacock didn't fly to the lawn. It flew straight toward Lin Yi, who was watching nearby. Lin Yi was speechless. This animal affinity was just too strong. The peacock landed on his shoulder. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yi. He seemed chosen, singled out by the peacock, a symbol of love. Suya was stunned too. The peacock. Suya could only say tamer incarnate. Terrifying. The teacher, students, and guide were also amazed. Wow. The peacock came to him on its own. I want to see it fan its tail. Such beautiful feathers. The staff and zookeepers were shocked too. How did the peacock fly onto a visitor? It never did that normally. The park rules clearly forbade touching, but if the peacock approached on its own, that was another matter. The livestream audience erupted. Holy crap. Is this the tamer's constitution? He didn't even say a word, and the peacock came to him. Damn. I guess everyone has a different constitution. Like my online date who never met me. She told me she was pregnant. It's an easy-to-conceive constitution. I'm so blessed. Alright bro, stay strong. I want that kid's constitution. The peacock came to him on its own. Kid, I've never seen a peacock fan its tail in my life. Make it happen for us. Lin Yi studied the peacock perched on his shoulder, judging it to be only a few months old, its tail, feathers not yet fully grown enough. If a larger one had come, Lin Yi would have certainly dodged, but such a small one on his shoulder was acceptable. It was utterly incomparable to the fully feathered ones. At that moment the staff rushed over and shooed the peacock off Lin Yi's shoulder. Suya watched the peacocks on the lawn from the side. The mature ones were foraging for food there, which the zookeeper always scattered before the kid. Your fans say they want to see a peacock spread its tail. I want to see that too. Lin Yi was speechless at Suya's words. Wanting to see a peacock fan its tail. It's not that simple. Generally, they only display their splendid plumage when courting or pursuing the opposite sex. Or in specific situations for defense, they will fan their tails to intimidate. Sister Suya, a fun fact: peacocks usually only fan their tails for courtship or defense. Right now they're busy eating and probably couldn't care less about you. Lin Yi's reply left Suya silent. A college student, and she didn't even know these tidbits Lin Yi mentioned. There are specific circumstances for a peacock to fan its tail. Suya had learned something new. The live stream audience also buzzed with excitement. Huh, is that so? Got it. No wonder they call you kid, even I, an adult, didn't know. Kid, go show your coolest side, and make that peacock bro court you. Kid ID really be grateful. Alright, you're amazing, you go. What the hell, let the kid be courted. What kind of wild imagination? Seeing the netizens' comments in the live stream, Suya burst out laughing. Have Lin Yi seduce them. Too funny. The other classmates and teachers nearby had all heard the trivia Lin Yi just shared. Teacher. Is Lin Yi right? The accompanying teacher and guide both nodded. The teacher with the study tour didn't teach Lin Yi, but his deeds had left a deep imprint. They heard the principal was now drafting new school rules while Lin Yi was away. No gifting teachers, no hands in pockets on campus, maintaining propriety on weekends and weekdays, and not playing by the river. The principal had even added rules unseen in other schools. Lin Yi watched the peacocks eating and wanted to try making a noise to see if he could get them to fan their tails. Lin Yi let out a whistle. The peace doves in the field, startled, flew back to their nests. The peacocks of all sizes aligned towards Lin Yi and fanned their tails in unison. Visitors in the field gasped at the sight. Oh my god, the peacocks are fanning their tails. So beautiful. Really, take a picture. I've been here several times and never seen this. Tourists snapped photos and Lin Yi's classmates exclaimed, wow, so cool. Suya glanced at the wondrous sight of the peacocks fanning their tails, then fixed her gaze on Lin Yi, who was smiling faintly. Lin Yi let out a whistle and the peacocks all fanned their tails at once. Suya was stunned. She pulled out her backup phone and took. Seeing the peacocks fanning their tails together in the live stream, the netizens from Harbin were dumbfounded again. No way, I really can't. As a local, I've never seen peacocks fan their tails in winter. Even the damn peacocks are playing favorites. I can't take it him heading south to be a fake. Huh. In the dead of winter the peacock bro fans its tail. The kid just whistled. The kid is seducing the peacock bro. Alright, he just whistles, and you call it seduction. You have to admit it's really beautiful. Peacocks fanning their tails in winter, a sign of good luck. The staff in the field were dumbfounded. What was happening? They had never seen these peacocks fan their tails in winter. After a while the peacocks folded their tails. The birds returning to nest. Show ended, and the guide led the group to the next area. They passed a wild boar enclosure. The classmates gathered at the fence watching the boars eat. Is this a wild boar? It's Pigsy, I know. Wild boar, look over here. The teacher watched the kids calling to the boars, but the boars ignored them, focused on their Lin Yi looked at the boars, recalling something. Do you believe I can call it, and it will respond? Lin Yi asked the classmates what. Students of various elementary grades were present. Hearing Lin Yi's claim, they all shook their heads. No way. No matter how they called earlier, the boars just kept eating. You see, when pigs eat, they're obsessed. They eat their fill first. Alright, watch this. Lin Yi was about to perform, and Suya moved closer, zooming the camera in on him. Lin Yi called out to the boar devouring food inside. Oi, Sister Suya. At Lin Yi's shout, Suya was bewildered. Why call her name at the wild boar? Suya's mind went blank. Until the boar stopped eating, came to the fence, and looked at the kids as if to say, what's up? Let me see what's up. The classmates were stunned. The pig really responded. But they heard the name Lin Yi called. Sister Suya? Wasn't that the name of the streamer following Lin Yi? They all stared at Suya's darkening face, then burst into laughter at the boar. Lin Yi couldn't hold it in either. Huh, I was joking, and you actually respond. Behind Lin Yi, Suya frowned at him. Lin Yi, if you're bored, go buy a lighter. Hearing Suya's commotion behind him, Lin Yi bolted. The live stream audience was in hysterics. Ha, that pig sis really responded. The kid unlocks a new greeting. Oi. I'm laughing so hard, poor Sister Suya caught in the crossfire. Sister Suya, I'm really done. The kids got skills, Sister Suya. The guide and teacher also had a good laugh. Then they moved on to the next animal's location. Before arriving, the guide asked the children, preparing them mentally. Kids, you're not afraid of tigers, are you? Lin Yi's classmates all nodded in agreement. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Yi followed the guide's words and nodded along with the others, saying, scared. Suya, standing beside him, watched his nonchalant demeanor. Scared? Does the word fear even exist in Lin Yi's dictionary? He plays with artillery shells and venomous snakes, as if they were mere decorations. Would he be afraid of a tiger? She truly didn't believe it. Meanwhile, the livestream audience, hearing the children's responses, knew that Northeasterners have absolute confidence in their brother tiger from the Northeast. A roar shakes the forest. No one can mess with him, no matter who they are. Please ask the tour guide to change that sentence into an affirmative one. Kids are really scared of. Yeah, that's the right vibe. The Siberian tiger is our Northeast's pride. Brace yourselves. Get the kids ready for a diaper change. Don't let that roar scare them into peeing their pants. Wait. What's up with that kid? I've got a bad feeling about this. Some viewers noticed that Lin Yi's mouth said, scared, scared, but his expression showed no trace of panic or fear. And excitement. The guide led the group into the Siberian tiger enclosure. All right, behind these tall fences are the Siberian tigers. Don't be scared, kids. They can't get out. They walked a bit further. Through the fence, they could see a few tigers lying on the snow in the distance. The children were fascinated by the tigers. Is the tiger Wusong fought in the story a Siberian tiger? Wow. They look so strong and majestic. Can a human really defeat them? One bite, and they'd probably eat us up. Big tiger, come play with us. Ew, that big tiger is so dirty. Doesn't it take a bath? The children called out to the tigers near the fence. The tigers glanced over, but ignored them. They were used to visitors. Without food, they wouldn't move. Among the tigers, one with an unusually dark, messy coat caught the children's attention. It looked terribly unkempt. The guide explained, that scruffy one is the park's internet-famous tiger Ermeitai. There's also one called Demadel. The children found the names amusing. What kind of names were those? Demadel? Ermeitai? The livestream audience was cracking up. Huh, Demadel and Ermeitai. That's the single tiger who can't find a mate. Ha ha ha, because he's too dirty, no tigress wants him. This is hilarious. A mean tiger like that. So dirty, what tigress would love him? Even as a simp, he'd only be allowed to listen outside the door. You're invincible, dude. Meanwhile, Lin Yi looked at the motionless Ermeitai in the distance. He chose an unconventional summoning method, SSSSSS. The noise made the classmates, teacher, and guide all stare at Lin Yi in bewilderment. Hey, that's a tiger, for crying out loud. Are you calling it like a dog? This is a purebred, noble-blooded Siberian tiger. Lin Yi's summoning style left everyone speechless. Suya's brain practically short-circuited. She stared at Lin Yi with that clear, foolish look. She had imagined countless ways he might liven things up and draw the tiger closer. But she never expected. He'd used the same method to call a dog to summon a Siberian tiger. The livestream audience exploded with question marks, many netizens baffled. Huh, are you serious, kid? Alright, so this is how you summon our northeast brother tiger. Come on, open the cage, and let brother tiger have a nice chat with this fine fellow. I can't. This is too entertaining. Ha, who invented this summoning method for the kid? Chewing. What kid you want to fly to the sky? Don't you know this is an insult to our northeast brother tiger? How rude, little one. Don't do that again. Everyone questioned Lin Yi's summoning method. It seemed quite unconventional. The children finally caught on. SSSSS. Isn't that how I call my dog? Calling a tiger the same way you call a dog. Everyone thought it wouldn't work. But at that moment, the Siberian tigers in the distance heard Lin Yi's noise. Feeling insulted in their tiger pride, they all stood up and walked toward the fence. What's going on? Someone's treating them like pets. As they approached the fence, everyone fell silent again. They were stunned. Lin Yi actually managed to call the tigers over. They stared dumbfounded at the tigers nearing the fence. The tigers, with their back-like tattoos of social gangsters, exuded an overwhelming pressure. The children, and even the teacher, instinctively stepped back in fear. Humans have a primal fear ingrained in their DNA for apex predators like tigers and bears. That bone-chilling pressure, even through the fence, made them break out in cold sweat from fear. Suya also retreated in terror. Lin Yi stood right in front of the fence, facing the Siberian tiger, wanting to see what the fuss was about. He had long sensed that his dictionary was missing a few words: fear, terror. Those instincts that should be human were gone. The novice protection period had stripped him of them. Even now, facing the apex predator, the Siberian tiger, he showed no panic, just stood there with his hands in his pockets staring at the tiger. Behind the fence, Suya and the others were terrified, but Lin Yi didn't move at all. The livestream audience erupted again. Huh, did that summoning technique really work on Brother Tiger? Holy cow, I've learned it now. This is absurdity's mother, opening the door for absurdity. Absurdity at home. Is this kid out of his mind? Not even afraid of a Siberian tiger. He's still got his hands in his pockets. Isn't he scared? Did he wet his pants? Why doesn't he dodge? Why isn't he scared? Kid not scared at all. I'm maxed out on novice protection. Let Brother Tiger out, it'll take him on in an unknown fight. The Manchurian tiger charged forward like it was attacking its prey. As it neared the fence, several tigers opened their mouths, baring their fangs ferociously, as if to roar at Lin Yi, but the next second they saw a human child with his hands in his pockets. An overwhelming sense of dominance surpassing their own kind emanated from him. Just from his stance alone they knew. This little one was terrifyingly powerful. With the animal affinity granted by Brother System and the novice protection period under their combined effect, no matter how ferocious the beast, it could only feel fear and submit. The Manchurian tigers immediately retracted their fierce expressions, closed their mouths, and swiftly withdrew their roars. They lay obediently by the fence, gazing at Lin Yi as if nothing had happened. Everyone in the scene was astonished. Just moments ago they had panicked when the tigers charged. Now what was happening? Suddenly stopping and lying down. They had all seen the tigers baring their teeth, looking as if they wanted to devour them. But now they were all lying down. Gone were all traces of their earlier ferocity. Suya was also stunned. Could this overpowered child Lin Yi even tame tigers? Or did the tigers simply not want to bother with a little kid? The audience in the live stream was dumbfounded by the tiger's behavior. Wait. Brother Tiger, what are you doing? Why are you lying down? Damn it. Where's your intimidating roar? Last time I went it charged at me from afar and roared, nearly making me wet my pants. Kid bro, tough luck meeting me. If you're a tiger, lie down. If you're a dragon, coil up. Ridiculous. Kid bro is beyond overpowered. Even Wusong would have to spar with the tiger, but when it meets kid bro it just lies down. I strongly suggest throwing the kid into play. Are you crazy? He's just a child. Tie him up and throw him in. I can't stand anyone being more overpowered than me. The other children watched the now docile tigers lying down. They also mustered the courage to approach the fence, getting a close look at the tattooed big tiger bro. One glance said it all. Majestic. No wonder he's the king of the forest. So sturdy. One swipe and he could crush us. Little did they know their peaceful observation of the tigers was thanks to Lin Yi's novice protection period and the intimidation of his. Suya stood behind Lin Yi, watching him stare intently at the tigers. Kid bro, your fans say you're too overpowered and want to throw you in for a cuddle with the tigers. Lin Yi turned around at the question. Overpowered? Me? I'm just a human kid. What overpowered? I don't know. Suya had grown used to Lin Yi's replies. Meanwhile, the livestream audience erupted at his response. Damn. There really are netizens who want to throw kid bro into play. Wicked. Utterly wicked. Kid brother's still a small account, don't mess with him. Probably the novice protection period brother tiger, can't be bothered with him. Now I know. What kind of monsters invade my jungle at 36 seconds? Lin Yi turned back to look at the tigers. Just then the system's voice chimed in. Play happily with the Manchurian tigers for 5 minutes. Reward max level skiing skill. Lin Yi heard the reward was skiing, and he didn't hesitate much. Skiing. Lin Yi actually preferred ice skating. He also pondered what brother system meant by play. How? He was stuck behind the fence and couldn't. Looking at the snow by the fence, Lin Yi decided to give it a try. He scooped up snow with both hands and threw it at the tigers inside. The tour guide and teachers in the scene were dumbfounded. Huh. Lin Yi actually dared to play like this. The students from other grades watched in confusion. Weren't they afraid of angering the king of the forest? They felt content just watching the quiet tigers safely from a distance. But Lin Yi's style of play. Was he sure he wasn't provoking the king of the forest? Suya watched with her mouth agape. Who would do this to a Manchurian tiger? Even the locals wouldn't dare. The livestream audience also went wild. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This kid bro is defying the heavens. He's really not afraid of angering brother tiger. If brother tiger gets mad, it's a death warrant. But he don't play like this, or the whole zoo's tigers will go berserk, and it'll be big news. Good grief. I wouldn't dare get close when feeding brother tiger. But kid bro, he's throwing snow. Lin Yi threw snow targeting one tiger named Tai because it was dirty. He was giving it a snow bath. Maybe that would clean it up. The Manchurian tigers watched Lin Yi throwing snow, but didn't get angry. Instead, they laid down or rolled over, letting him shower them with snow. Lin Yi spread the love, giving each tiger a bit of snow. The teachers and other students watched in awe as the tigers docilely rolled over for Lin Yi's snow shower, without a single angry roar. They were stunned. Lin Yi's classmates also joined this human tiger snowball fight. But the tigers indulged them, letting the snow fly freely. Suya was completely dumbfounded, frozen in place as she witnessed it all. It felt like Lin Yi was constantly shattering her worldview over and over again. Since Lin Yi appeared, how many times had he upended her worldview, overturning her perspective on the world? When she arrived, the barrage claimed the Manchurian tigers were ferocious and bold. She believed it. But now, watching the tigers play in the snow with a human child, she couldn't tell if these were real tigers or someone in a costume. The livestream audience from the northeast fell silent. Some even broke down. Seriously, last time I went it roared at me fiercely. What's this rolling around and playing in the snow with kid? Bro, you're a Manchurian tiger. Man up. Show them some aggression. Tai and the other tiger brothers, if other tiger packs see you like this, you'll be kicked out of tiger society. I showed this to our zoo's tiger, and it got mad, wondering if the northeast tiger buddy doesn't want to keep its street cred. I'm broken. Truly broken. Even the damn king of the forest plays favorites. This northeast Harbin feels so alien to me. The audience in the livestream even began to suspect that the Siberian tiger in the camera was actually the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, who, in order to pamper the little white rabbit Candy from Shanghai, had donned a tiger costume with his colleagues to play the part of the tiger. Facing the snow thrown by the children, the Siberian tiger did not utter a single sound. It rolled in the snow, accepting the baptism of snow from Lin Yi and the other kids. The locals from the northeast who arrived later, witnessing the once fierce and roaring Siberian tiger become so docile, stood dumbfounded, watching the uniformly dressed little white rabbit Candies from Shanghai play joyfully with the tiger. This also made them question their own eyes. Is this really a Siberian tiger? Meanwhile, Lin Yi looked at Tai and the other tiger. Come on, let me hear a meow. At Lin Yi's request, the several Siberian tigers obediently softened their voices without the usual intimidating roar. Instead, they let out a collective low growl meow. This mewling roar stunned everyone present. The tour guide was especially baffled. He was a native of the northeast. The usual roar of a Siberian tiger was the kind of awe-inspiring sound that echoed through the mountains. What was going on? Had they softened their voices? The tour guide had never in his life heard such a tiger's roar. How was it any different from a cat's meow? Suya watched from the side, stunned. Was this even possible? Were these Siberian tigers really this obedient? The North truly was magical. Not only were there girls with soft voices, but even the Siberian tigers could soften theirs. The locals who were standing nearby were also dumbfounded. Were these really the fierce Siberian tigers they saw on a daily basis? When the livestream audience heard this meow, they erupted in chaos. Wait, is a tiger's roar really this gentle? On behalf of the tiger species, I declare that these tigers in the livestream have been expelled from tigerhood. Kid, can you even handle Siberian tigers? Are you truly a beast tamer? Can you handle my roommate for me? He's been simping way too hard. I've tagged him here. Brother Siberian tiger, you're faking it with me, aren't you? Last time you roared at me, you weren't like this. I suddenly think Wu Song beating the tiger isn't that exaggerated, even when Song could give it a try. If Wu Song could beat a tiger, then with these meowing Siberian tigers in front of me, how could my iron fists as big as sandbags not be heavy enough? This must be Director Li of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau in disguise. It has to be. The children hearing the meowing sound thought it was just like their house cats. And they were so docile, letting them throw snow. Their own house cats would bare their teeth if you dropped something. This made them feel that these weren't Siberian tigers, their house cats were the real Siberian tigers. Teacher, isn't this a tiger? Isn't it a cat? It's like a golden gradient cat, right? Yeah, they're so cute, how could they be tigers? Their calls are so gentle. The children were no longer afraid of the beasts behind the fence. Instead, they regarded the Siberian tigers as giant golden gradient cats. The tour guide listened, his lips twitching in speechlessness. Before entering, he had worried the children would be scared to tears by the tiger's roar. Now the tigers were even softening their voices and playing coy with the children. Strange, so strange. In this sub-zero city of Harbin, even though he was wearing several layers of thick clothes and covered in warm patches, he still felt a bone-chilling cold. Even the most distinctive and fierce Siberian tiger was acting cute. Harbin. In just 2 days, how had everything changed? Lin Yi tried running along the fence and the tigers followed him. The joyful 5-minute playtime ended. The system's voice sounded task complete. After completing the task, Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets and went back to warm them up. The tour guide didn't linger either, as the zoo was quite large and there was still much to see, so he led the children to the next area. Meanwhile, the locals who had witnessed the entire scene approached the fence looking at Tai. Usually Tai wouldn't even bother with them. It would even roar at them when they offered meat. They threw a bit of snow at it. But when Tai and the other tigers saw it was locals, they rushed to the fence. With a fierce roar, they stumbled back and fell to the ground. Holy crap! What favoritism! Weren't you just playing happily with the kids? Why are you so fierce with us? Tai looked disdainful and ignored them. Who did they think they were? Could they compare to that person just now? Lin Yi and the tour guide finished touring the zoo and were taken to the city center for lunch. The favoritism shown by Tai and the other tigers at the zoo quickly went viral online. Because Tai was already famous online for being scruffy, combined with the appearance of the lucky kid Lin Yi, the story spread rapidly. Siberian tiger Tai shows favoritism. Fierce to locals, but acts cute and softens its voice for the little white rabbit king. It quickly shot to the top of the trending list. Some locals watched and exclaimed in disbelief. The kids are right, this isn't a Siberian tiger, this is a golden gradient cat. The dirty Tai is a dirty gradient. Siberian tiger, please don't call me brother tiger, it's not down to earth. From now on, what is this? Is this Hello Kitty? What if the little milk candy from Shanghai said bro and local? Would brother tiger react differently? It's over overnight. The Siberian tigers have all changed. Siberian tiger, I want to be fierce too, but they said I'm cute. The spitting alpacas, the peacock spreading its tail, and the wild boar that responded to people quickly became popular online. Some locals who had been to the zoo that morning cursed the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and Director Li. I was saying when I passed by the alpaca, it inexplicably spat water at me. Holy crap. I thought I was the only one who got spat on. Now that I see Director Li scolding the alpaca, I understand. Director Li, you've really figured it out. Our locals not human. Just spit on us casually. I want to twist that alpaca's head off, add some sauce, and just pour it. No one can stop me. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and the others had a hearty lunch in the city center. Until they exited the restaurant, a man stood at the door holding a 10-kilogram briefcase in his hand. Lin Yi and his companions walked out of the restaurant, spotting a man carrying a briefcase. The group cast a curious glance at him. At that moment, the man before them began to speak. Kid bro, I'm your fan. I've been waiting for you for so long. I flew all the way from Guigui just to find you. His words stunned everyone present. Guigui, a region in southern China renowned for its sugar oranges, where netizens affectionately call the local children little sugar oranges. After all, Guigui lies at the southernmost tip of China while Harbin sits at the northernmost edge. A fan traveling all the way from Guigui. Lin Yi glanced over, equally astonished. He carried a briefcase, as netizens well knew, containing liquor of an unknown proof. Enough to make you lose your bearings after a single. Upon learning that the man was a fan of Lin Yi's, the other students relaxed their guard. They drew closer, eyeing the 10-kilogram briefcase. The teacher ceased to intervene. A child stared at the white briefcase. What's inside, uncle? Is it water? It looks like water, doesn't it? Yet the fan from Guigui paid no heed to the children examining his briefcase. Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss on how to face this fan who had traveled such a distance. From Guigui. Should I call you? Suya, seasoned in navigating the internet, whispered to Lin Yi, call him cousin. Before Lin Yi could speak, the fan from Gue raised a hand signaling Lin Yi not to call him that. I journeyed thousands of miles to Harbin just to hear you call me handsome. Not to hear you call me cousin. Born and raised in Gue, he despised the viral meme of cousin. Its grating tone made anyone from Gue immediately greeted with cousin. I'm out now. Anyway, calling me handsome is optional. I brought you local specialties. With that, he snatched the 10-kilogram briefcase back from the child and thrust it into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi gazed at the briefcase in his arms. Even unopened, it reeked of strong liquor. Lin Yi was baffled. Traveling thousands of miles just to deliver this specialty. Suya was speechless too. Handsome, this is alcohol, damn it. Kid bro is underage. Hearing Suya's words, the fan from Gue scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Right. Minors are prohibited from drinking. Yet he vaguely recalled being 15 playing drinking games with the old men in his village. That's when he remembered the whole Gue briefcase idea. Head snagged a hard-to-get plane ticket and rushed over with the specialty, forgetting the kid bro's age. The livestream audience erupted at the sight of this fan from Gue. A big cousin from Gue just to deliver a brief. Unbelievable. Charging from the south to the far north. This is a true die-hard fan. What's he thinking? Trying to unlock my kid bro's drinking potential. An 80-year-old out drinking someone 2 years older. A true fan indeed, outrageous. Traveling thousands of miles just for a handsome. If he got a dude. The big cousin from Gue would be crushed. Meanwhile, Lin Yi set down the briefcase. The fan from Gue before Lin Yi spoke up. It's just a token of appreciation. If kid bro can't drink gifted to someone, he likes giving gifts to the principal, right? This will make him look good. He flashed a thumbs up. I originally brought a bag of homegrown sugar oranges, but you guys took so long to eat I got thirsty at the door and finished them off myself. He gestured to the red plastic bag of orange peels on the ground. Suya glanced at it and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What the hell, this was hilarious. Traveling thousands of miles to show off sugar oranges in the north. Lin Yi found this fan from Gue quite amusing. Looking at the briefcase on the ground, Lin Yi thought, why not send some to the director of the Harbin Culture and Tourism Bureau, and to the Shanghai Bureau and the elementary school principal. Everyone should get some. Having come all this way on a trip, it seemed wrong not to bring back local specialties. The opportunity granted by the Shanghai Bureau chief warranted gratitude. The principal deserved thanks too, as did the Harbin Bureau chief, who had given them special treatment. He couldn't drink, but gifting liquor wasn't illegal. It was all about social grace. He'll take it handsome. Hearing Lin Yi call him handsome instead of dude, he smiled with satisfaction. It seemed traveling thousands of miles with a gift for Lin Yi was worth it just for that single handsome. That one word made him feel triumphant. Alright, I'll mail you some more sugar oranges when I get home. Don't let me interrupt your fun. Enjoy your time, kids. They'll treat you to sugar oranges another day. With that, he walked away without looking back, unwilling to intrude further on Lin Yi and his group's time in Harbin. He felt a bit awkward. Had hoped kid bro would taste the sugar oranges. Even if Lin Yi didn't accept the briefcase, he thought Lin Yi would at least try the oranges. But unexpectedly, Lin Yi accepted the briefcase and had eaten all the oranges. The children glanced from the briefcase to the retreating big cousin from Gue. Suya looked at Lin Yi as though seeing him accept something beyond her own praise or rewards. This is alcohol, kid bro. Lin Yi nodded. One reason was to respectfully gift it to the principal and elders. The other was that refusing would mean watching this distant fan haul it all the way back. How disheartening would that be? The livestream audience was shocked to see Lin Yi accept the briefcase. Accepting the Gue briefcase. Why not take the gold from that little girl? One's from a fan, the other from a kid. Such a precious gift from a child. If you accept it, you'll be morally blackmailed for life. The big cousin from Gue gave it purely out of devotion to kid bro. One handsome for a 10-kilogram briefcase. He'll call him handsome too. He'll call you dude back. Why's kid bro taking this? For social maneuvering. Principal, don't come near me. Lin Yi turned to the guide beside him. Big bro, can you help carry it back to the hotel room? They'll pay you. Lin Yi figured no one works for free. The guide clicked his tongue. What are you saying? ID, carry it to Shanghai. Don't mention money. Money hurts feelings. He hoisted the briefcase with one hand. As the group headed to the parking lot, the guide leaned in and whispered to Lin Yi, can I get a taste, bro? I've never had this stuff before. He drank too and had heard tales of the Gue briefcase. Rumored to be low-proof, easily shaken off with a bit of fresh air. He wanted to try it. Lin Yi nodded. He'll share some with you later. Hearing this, the guide was delighted. He never thought he'd get to taste a southern specialty here in the north without ever going south. After wandering the city for half a day, dusk fell, and Lin Yi's group ended their sightseeing, returning to the hotel. In the hotel lobby, Lin Yi approached the front desk staff. Miss, do you have any clean water bottles? I need a few empty ones.